camera, which has since gone viral. But the deputies say it's not about the clicks. It's about being there for their community.
I remember whenever I was his age, I would have loved for something like this to happen if I'd have lived in the town of Jonesville like this. Figured I'd give back to him, you know.
A sweet moment made even better with a sweet cup of lemonade.
Thanks to Andrew for that report. Porter knows what's up. He's making money so he can invest in cows. Cows can make a lot of money for him, too.
Yeah, doing it the old-fashioned way right there. All right, the next Mega Millions jackpot has officially topped $500 million. The big prize will offer an estimated $530 million prize. So the next drawing will be on July 19th after no one reported Friday night's winning ticket. So Tuesday's jackpot prize would make it the 8th largest on record, with the largest prize being over $1.5 billion. So yeah, it's Monday, you can knock out everything, and then Tuesday, the big day.
You got all you need if you can hit it. Good luck.
Have a great one. See you back here tomorrow.
If there's only one thing that I can tell you is there were multiple systemic failures.
A damning new report detailing failure after failure to respond to the shooting that killed 19 children and 2 teachers. The most comprehensive look yet at what went wrong in the response to the massacre at Robb Elementary in Uvalde.
Breaking overnight, terror at a mall near Indianapolis as shots ring out. Police saying the mass shooting was stopped short by a heroic Good Samaritan.
A promise secured, but at what cost? President Biden returns home from his Middle East trip with a commitment from the Saudi Crown Prince to help fight soaring gas prices. But the political fallout may just be beginning.
A global scorcher. Record-breaking heat is baking Europe this morning, while over 50 million Americans here at home are facing triple-digit temperatures today. Michelle will tell us where relief could be on the way.
And she's just Jenny with The Rock. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck shock fans with a surprise wedding. It's Monday, July 18th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Hope you had a good weekend. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with breaking news of yet another mass shooting in America. This one happened at Greenwood Park Mall in Indiana. Authorities say a total of 6 people were shot after a lone gunman allegedly started firing in the food court. Witnesses told police they heard about 20 gunshots. 4 people were killed, including the alleged gunman, and 2 people were injured, including a 12-year-old girl.
We have what appears to be one shooter. Looks to be an adult male. We have not identified him yet. We do not have a motive yet. It appears that he had a rifle with several magazines of ammunition.
Authorities say a 22-year-old Good Samaritan shot and killed the shooter. Greenwood's mayor, Mark Myers, thanked him in a statement, saying, "This person saved lives tonight. On behalf of the city of Greenwood, I'm grateful for his quick action and heroism in this situation."
New body cam footage of police responding to the Uvalde school shooting has been released. This officer's camera showing the moment that police retreated from the classroom door after the gunman opened fire inside.
We got to get in there. We got to get in there. He just keeps shooting.
And a scathing preliminary report is out on the shooting's response from a Texas House of Representatives investigating committee. Sam Brock has the details.
The most comprehensive report issued to date on Uvalde's mass tragedy offers a scathing critique of all agencies linked to the response. In the report's words, egregiously poor decision-making, including this moment, minutes after the gunman opened fire on 2 classrooms and a handful of officers retreated. The report noting they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety. The investigating committee also found 376 law enforcement officers arrived on scene, most from state and federal agencies. Just 5 were Uvalde school police officers. The authors highlighting a command vacuum that went unfilled. These local officials were not the only ones expected to supply the leadership needed during this tragedy.
The fact that there was no overall commander outside the building where there should have been one should have been known by many. At a minimum, there was multiple opportunities, depending on the relative training and experience of law enforcement officers, to at least ask more questions.
While heavily armed officers stood in the school hallway for more than an hour, Arnulfo Reyes' 11 students were dying in room 111 as he struggled for air after 2 gunshot wounds.
He's shooting in my room, and they run back this way. I couldn't run. Why should they run? They have tactical gear, they have bulletproof vests, and they ran. My kids didn't have bulletproof vests. I didn't have bulletproof vests.
The finger pointing permeating the state for weeks, with family members feeling like none of their questions were being answered.
What happened has already happened, but is there any change doing? Anybody been fired?
The report also highlighting other system-wide failures, including poor Wi-Fi connectivity that likely delayed lockdown alerts, and a lock on Reyes' classroom door known to be faulty, yet it was not repaired. As for the gunman, a year before the massacre, he was known on social media platforms as school shooter because of threats to other users, the report says. But those warning signs, among others, fell through the cracks. The mistakes potentially adding up to 21 lives stolen from those who love them.
Do you think if they had gotten in there after minutes, or even 20 or 30 minutes, as opposed to an hour and 20 minutes, children's lives would have been saved?
Yes. Yes. One of my students just had a gunshot to the stomach, and that if he would have been taken care of earlier, he would have made it.
The blood loss claimed lives that could have been saved if that response had been faster.
Additional action announced by Uvalde's mayor, including the release of police body camera video, the announcing that the acting police chief will now be on administrative leave to investigate if there was a responsibility to take the chain of command, and an internal investigation by the city.
Our thanks to Sam for that report.
Today, after nearly 3 months of jury selection, lawyers are scheduled to deliver opening statements in the Parkland school shooting trial. Jurors will decide whether the shooter, Nicholas Cruz, will be sentenced to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. The former student of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, had been expelled from the school in 2017. In 2019, he killed 17 students and staff there. He has already pleaded guilty to all charges.
President Biden is back home from his Saudi Arabia visit, and he is disputing the kingdom's version of his controversial meeting.
Saudi foreign minister says he didn't hear you accuse the crown prince of Khashoggi's murder. Is he telling the truth?
No. Do you regret the fist bump, Mr. President? Why don't you guys talk about something that matters?
NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. Many people from across the political spectrum say the optics of this visit really do matter.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Philip. Well, as the White House tries to tout the accomplishments of the trip, the administration is facing more political fallout, in particular from the president's fist bump with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the man U.S. intelligence says is responsible for murdering Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Now, Senator Bernie Sanders says the visit to Saudi Arabia should not have happened at all.
You have a leader of that country who was involved in the murder of a Washington Post journalist. I don't think that that type of government should be rewarded with a visit by the President of the United States.
And Republicans Chip Roy and Michael Cloud of Texas called the meeting a slap in the face of American oil and gas producers. The White House is touting many achievements from the visit, including Saudi Arabia allowing flights to and from Israel, and successes in the form of climate commitments and technology progress in the Middle East. The Biden administration also says the Saudis did commit to ramping up oil production, but did not give any specifics about that deal. Now, further steps are expected to happen in the coming weeks, which is when the president says Americans will start to see the impact at the pump. And so we may learn more when OPEC meets again in August. Philip.
All right, Bree, thank you.
A federal judge in Tennessee has temporarily blocked Biden administration directives that allow transgender workers and students to use bathrooms and locker rooms and join sports teams that correspond with their gender identity. The ruling argued it would make it impossible for some states to enforce their own laws on transgender athletes' participation in girls' sports and access to bathrooms.
Across the pond now, Europe is gripped by a deadly heat wave that promises to get worse before it gets better. It's especially bad in the south of the continent, with France, Spain, Portugal, Greece, and Italy all suffering devastating wildfires. We go now to Rome, where Claudio Lavanga is standing by for us. Claudio, let's start in Italy, where you are. Does this heat wave feel exceptional, even for Italy, which is pretty used to hot summers?
Hey, Philip. Yes, we are used to hot summers here in Italy, but not this hot and this early. We've had temperatures of more than 100 degrees since the start of May, which is very unusual, and a series of heat waves, all with very menacing names, from Karen to now it's Apocalypse. And this has caused one of the worst droughts in Italy for the last 70 years. But while we are used to, or at least we should be used to, cope with this kind of weather in countries like Italy, other countries are certainly not. Like the UK, today and tomorrow in the UK, they have a forecast of temperatures of more than 100 degrees, or up to 104 degrees, and that will be the highest temperature ever recorded in the UK. No wonder that the government has called for a national emergency due to extreme heat. For the first time in history, they are telling people not to take public transport unless strictly necessary. They have gritters spreading sand on the roads because they feel they will melt. Trains will travel at reduced speed because of the fear that rails may be deteriorated, even bent by the temperature. But good news for the UK is that in a couple of days the temperature will drop down back to normal levels. The bad news for Italy and the rest of Europe is that there seems to be no end in sight for this heat wave. Philip?
Oh, glad to see you're dressed for it, at least. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Well, we know how that feels,
Yeah.
because we are tracking scorching temps from coast to coast. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who has our forecast. What a way to start the week. I guess it's been going on for some of us for a little too long.
Yeah.
A little too long, yeah. Hi there, guys. We're on to a month and a week. So this is ongoing. It's dangerous. It's record-breaking. As Claudio mentioned, we're looking at temperatures that we haven't seen in some spots. So today we're looking at 26 million Americans under a heat alert, but the heat stretches far past those millions. We're looking at many, many millions seeing temperatures above 90, temperatures above triple digits once again. So this is what it looks like in terms of the alert, stretching from the west to the Intermountain West, through the plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. And we're looking at 141 million Americans today with temperatures above 90 degrees, over 50 million Americans with temperatures over 100 degrees. And we're going to see temperatures feeling like 110 in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, that dangerous heat wave does continue in most of the country here. We're looking at the northern plains, 100 degrees in Bismarck today, 105 in Rapid City. Same story in the central and southern plains, so many triple digits, Oklahoma City, 100. All right, we're dealing with the heat. We're also dealing with some heat and humidity sparking storms. We'll talk more about that coming up.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you in a bit, Michelle. Thanks. And fast forwarding into your Monday, Vice President Kamala Harris is set to deliver the keynote speech at the NAACP convention later today. NAACP President Derek Johnson said getting people out to vote is the focus of this year's convention.
Met slugger Pete Alonso looks to make it 3 in a row at tonight's home run derby. He'll face off with Ronald Acuna Jr. in the first round. The action in LA starts at 8 p.m. Eastern.
And New York City has approved a proposal to rename the corner of Ludlow and Rivington to Beastie Boys Square in honor of the band's 1989 album, Paul's Boutique. We'll be right back.
Harry Styles!
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Leading the news, the January 6th committee is expected to get new information from the Secret Service by tomorrow. The panel gave the agency until Tuesday to turn over erased text messages from the day of and the day before the insurrection. A spokesperson for the Secret Service had said that some data was lost because of a planned system migration and that no messages were deleted maliciously. Meanwhile, a primetime hearing has been scheduled for Thursday, which will dissect the 187 minutes it took former President Trump to urge his supporters to stop rioting. Committee members also say they will play more testimony from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, and there will be new witnesses that the public has not heard from yet.
A deadly plane crash at the North Las Vegas airport is under investigation this morning. Police say two small single-engine planes collided midair yesterday. Each had 2 people on board and all 4 died. The FAA and a National Transportation Safety Board are looking into the cause of the accident.
Suspected thieves pulled off a major heist last week. Officials say millions of dollars worth of gems and jewelry were stolen during an armored truck robbery in California. A spokeswoman for Brinks said it happened near Los Angeles after a jewelry show in San Mateo as the truck was headed to an event at the Pasadena Convention Center. The spokesperson said that 25 to 30 bags containing an unknown number of individual pieces were stolen. There are at least 18 victims, and the losses are estimated at anywhere from just shy of $10 million to more than $100 million.
The next Mega Millions jackpot has officially topped $500 million. The big prize will offer an estimated $530 million. And the next drawing will be on July 19th after nobody reported Friday night's winning ticket. Tuesday's jackpot prize would make it the 8th largest on record, with the largest prize being over $1.5 billion.
All right, still to come here on Early Today, J-Lo gets hitched. Details on the weekend wedding in Vegas.
And fans of The Office, get ready for the best Lego crossover yet.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Why don't you just be yourself?
Because there's nothing about me that's relatable.
Hit it!
That was a fast and loose first look at HBO's newest drama, The Idol, starring Lily Rose Depp as a rising pop star who becomes involved in a tumultuous relationship with a cult leader played by The Weeknd. The musician also serves as a producer alongside Euphoria creator Sam Levinson. No premiere date has been released.
2 decades after meeting on the set of Geely, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have finally tied the knot.
Hello.
Hi.
May I be of some assistance?
Well, that remains to be seen.
In a newsletter to fans, J.Lo wrote, "Love is 20 years patient." The two got married in Vegas at the Little White Wedding Chapel. This was one of the 2 dresses she wore. It was from an old movie. She shared more photos in a different wedding dress. The singer also took his last name. She is now Mrs. Jennifer Lynn Affleck. I have to say, as over the top as she normally is, this is a way low-key wedding. Like after midnight, they waited in a line along with other people too, and just her family, and then just right there, her daughter and her son in the little wedding chapel convertible.
Yeah, and it's about as low-key as it's going to get, I think, for them ever after this. All right, fans of The Office, get your Shroot Bucks ready. Lego has an awesome new release. After receiving thousands of votes from their Ideas program, Lego is introducing an office-themed set. So soon you can take home a miniature version of the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company, complete with 15 figures of all those beloved characters. It even pays homage to some of the series' most iconic moments, like Michael Scott's World's Best Boss mug, and my favorite here, Kevin's infamous spilled chili. The over 1,000-piece set. 1,000 pieces involved in this. It goes on sale October 1st.
All right, a stormy start to the week. Michelle's got your forecast up next.
And why big city living may not be all it's cracked up to be when it comes to your health.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Monday. Watching some summer soakers today. We're seeing some storms early this morning too in parts of Montana, the Southwest, even parts of the Ohio Valley. That is due to a cold front. It's a long stretching cold front from New England all the way down to the southeast. We're going to see storms along this front today. So as we look throughout this morning, we're looking at the chance for some flooding. That will continue throughout this Monday as well. So for today, there's that cold front. It's going to move through that really warm air. It's humid too, so that's going to spark the chance for those storms. We could see some strong winds, some hail, even the chance of a brief tornado. We're going to watch that closely, and also watching the chance for localized flooding, especially in parts of New England. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the heads up, Michelle. Next on Early Today, big league legacies. Who went first in the Major League Baseball draft?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
With the first pick of the 2022 MLB Draft, the Baltimore Orioles select Jackson Holliday, a shortstop from Stillwater High School in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Jackson Holliday has a new home in Baltimore. The Orioles took the Oklahoma high school phenom with the first pick of the MLB draft. Jackson is the son of former All-Star Matt Holliday, who played in the big leagues until 2018. It was a family affair early in the first round with Drew Jones, another high school star who was the son of former Braves slugger Andrew Jones. Went number 2 to the Diamondbacks.
Batter up. Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles is a little more star-studded than usual, and that's saying something. That's because it was MLB's celebrity softball game. Rapper Bad Bunny showed up, and he had not one but 2 legendary sluggers surprise the crowd with him with some pinch hits. Vladimir Guerrero there with him on the right, and on the left, David Ortiz stepping up to bat. Dancer and singer JoJo Siwa, well, she was there to play. She proved she's also a triple threat. She hit an inside-the-park home run for Team Los Angeles. Great shots of her hair there, too. Breaking Bad star Bryan Cranston channeling his inner Tommy Lasorda on hollowed ground there. Just a little too much fun with the umpire. He eventually got himself ejected with all that nonsense. Fellow actor J.K. Simmons had to step in to calm him down, but he put on a show. And in the end, Team Brooklyn put on a show. They take the win 15-13 from Team Los Angeles.
Certainly entertaining there as well, too.
Yeah.
All right, now to the exciting final round at the Open Championship. Cameron Smith started the day 4 strokes behind the lead at St. Andrews, but the Australian carved up the course to set up a monster comeback. Smith shot an 8-under 64 in the final round, including a crucial birdie on 18.
Is that going to be the birdie that wins the claret jug for Cam Smith?
It turned out to be enough as Cameron Smith won his first major championship. He finished 20 below par for the tournament, tying the record for the lowest score at a major.
Well, if you are kind of always looking for the newest health trend, you might want to consider moving from where you live, unless you're one of these places. U.S. News and World Report ranked the 500 healthiest communities in the country. Surprisingly, Los Angeles not even in the top 10. Coming in the top spot in the top 10 for the 3rd year in a row, Los Alamos County in New Mexico. How about that? These counties in Virginia, Colorado, Utah, and Minnesota also in the top 10. They were analyzed on things such as population, health, economic strength, public safety, and infrastructure. I say upsets all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, not so surprising in some parts, given the weather and all of that. But, reminder, we all need to get moving.
That's it. Thanks for watching. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Your news continues right here on NBC.
Nearly 400 officers at the scene, but egregiously poor decision-making. The scathing new report giving us our best look yet at what went wrong in response to the tragic school massacre in Uvalde.
The fist bump seen around the world. President Biden wrapped his trip to the Middle East, but controversy followed him home. The political fallout from his meeting with the Saudi crown prince.
Over 50 million Americans facing dangerous heat this morning. What you need to know to keep you and your family safe in triple-digit temperatures.
Buy now, pay later. It might sound promising, but it could wind up costing you in the long run. The new consumer alert this morning.
Bears beats Battlestar Galactica and building the Office Lego set that lets you create your very own Dunder Mifflin. It's Monday, July 18th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. A scathing new report is out on the police response to the Uvalde, Texas school shooting, where 19 students and 2 teachers were tragically killed. The results of the preliminary investigation released by the Texas House of Representatives found, quote, systemic failures and egregious poor decision-making by all agencies responding to the massacre. The report also found officers failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety. Surveillance video shows the moment the gunman fired on the 2 classrooms and police retreated.
The investigating committee noted that 376 law enforcement officers arrived on scene there. Most were from state and federal agencies, and just 5 were Uvalde school police officers. The city's mayor announcing he has placed the Uvalde acting chief of police on leave.
The city of Uvalde will be conducting an internal investigation regarding our police department's actions and our policies and procedures. The city has placed Lieutenant Mariano Pargas on administrative leave. Lieutenant Pargas was the acting chief of police for the city of Uvalde the day of the shooting.
Overnight, body cam footage from officers on the scene was released. This footage here shows inside the school. Another angle there of law enforcement retreating after shots were fired.
We got to get in there. We got to get in there. He just keeps shooting.
The report also highlighting other system-wide failures, including poor Wi-Fi connectivity that likely delayed lockdown alerts and a lock on the classroom door known to be faulty, yet it was not repaired.
Now to breaking news out of Indiana, where a mall has become the scene of a police investigation after a deadly shooting. Police say 6 people were shot last night at the Greenwood Park Mall. 4 died, including the alleged shooter. Witnesses said they heard about 20 gunshots in the food court. According to authorities, a Good Samaritan who witnessed the shooting shot and killed the shooter. That person is said to be cooperating with police. Greenwood's mayor, Mark Myers, thanked the Good Samaritan in a statement saying, "This person saved lives tonight. On behalf of the city of Greenwood, I am grateful for his quick action and heroism in the situation." Police have not identified the shooter, only saying it looks to be an adult male who allegedly had a rifle with several magazines of ammunition when he entered the food court and started shooting. The lawmakers investigating the January 6th attack expect to get more information from the Secret Service by tomorrow. The committee issued a subpoena giving the agency until Tuesday to turn over erased text messages from the day of and the day before the insurrection. A spokesperson for the Secret Service has said some data was lost because of planned system migration. In a primetime hearing on Thursday, the House panel says it will dissect former President Trump's 187 minutes of inaction during the riot.
This is going to open people's eyes in a big way. The reality is, I'll give you this preview, the president didn't do very much, but gleefully watch television during this time frame. We're going to present a lot more than that.
Committee members have said Thursday's hearing will include more testimony from former White House lawyer Pat Cipollone and from new witnesses that the public has not heard from yet.
Weeks after Justice Clarence Thomas said the Supreme Court should reconsider past rulings like the one on same-sex marriage, Senator Ted Cruz went a step further with this statement on his podcast.
In Obergefell, the court said, no, we know better than you guys do, and now every state must sanction and permit gay marriage. I think that decision was clearly wrong when it was decided. It was the court overreaching.
Cruz's comments come less than a month after the Supreme Court overturned Roe. President Biden is back home from his Saudi Arabia trip, and he is disputing the kingdom's version of that controversial meeting.
Saudi foreign minister says he didn't hear you accuse the crown prince of Khashoggi's murder. Is he telling the truth? No. Do you regret the fist pump, Mr. President? Why don't you guys talk about something that matters?
NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. Despite what we just heard the president say there, many people across the political spectrum say that the optics of that visit did matter.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Philip. Well, as the White House tries to tout the accomplishments of the president's trip, the administration is facing more political fallout from President Biden's fist bump with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the man U.S. intelligence says is responsible for murdering Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Senator Bernie Sanders saying the visit to Saudi Arabia should not have happened at all.
You have a leader of that country who was involved in the murder of a Washington Post journalist. I don't think that that type of government should be rewarded with a visit by the President of the United States.
And Republicans Chip Roy and Michael Cloud of Texas called the meeting a slap in the face of American oil and gas producers. The White House is touting many achievements from the visit, including Saudi Arabia allowing flights to and from Israel, and successes in the form of climate commitments and technology progress in the Middle East. The Biden administration also says the Saudis did commit to ramping up oil production, but did not give any specifics about the deal. Further steps are expected in the coming weeks, which is when the president says Americans will start to see the impact at the pump, and we may learn more when OPEC meets again in August. Philip.
All right, Bree Jackson for us from D.C. Bree, thank you.
Suspected thieves pulled off a major heist last week. Officials say millions of dollars worth of gems and jewelry were stolen during an armored truck robbery in California. A spokeswoman for Brinks said it happened near Los Angeles after a jewelry show in San Mateo as the truck was headed to an event at the Pasadena Convention Center. The spokesperson said that 25 to 30 bags containing an unknown number of individual pieces were stolen. There are at least 18 victims, and the losses are estimated anywhere from less than $10 million to more than $100 million.
Despite the triple-digit temperatures, the heat doesn't necessarily mean that kids have to stay indoors. Children are going off to summer camps and workouts. The important thing is to replenish your reserves. Bianca Castro with our Dallas-Fort Worth station has the story on how to keep your kids cool this summer.
The morning hours are the best time for kids' outdoor activities, but parents need to keep a close eye on their hydration.
With kids, they might not know the signs of dehydration as, you and I would, or as adults would.
Registered dietitian Gabby Rickey at Children's Health Andrews Institute says signs of trouble include headaches, confusion, even too much sweating. Water is key, but it may not be your child's first choice. Flavoring water with fruits and veggies like cucumbers can help. Also, milk might be an option.
Milk is actually a really great hydrator as well, especially after some type of physical activity, because milk naturally has protein and it also has electrolytes too.
What about all those electrolyte and hydration powders and drops that have flooded the market?
Those have pretty high amounts of sodium in them per packet, anywhere from like 4 to 6 times more sodium than Gatorade or Powerade. So for a child, that's not something that I would advise or recommend. You want to look for something that has about 110 to 240 milligrams of sodium per 8 ounces. Anything over an hour outdoors, you might want to consider something like Gatorade, Powerade. They're safe and solid choices and they're readily available.
Also, she says if you or your children wait until you're thirsty to drink, then you're already dehydrated.
Important tips for us. Thanks to Bianca for that.
Yeah, it's good information that a lot of us will need. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking the dangerous heat. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Happy Monday. And yeah, we are looking at that record-breaking heat, that dangerous heat as we head throughout this Monday, and we have no relief in sight. So once again, we're looking at heat alerts. 26 million people impacted from the west to the middle of the country into the lower Mississippi Valley. But again, that heat stretches way beyond these heat alerts. We're looking at heat advisories, heat warnings, heat watches, and we're looking at temperatures once again climbing into the 90s and also the triple digits. So that excessive heat does continue as far north as Minneapolis, near 100 degrees today. It's going to feel like 99, feeling like 109 in Dallas. It will feel like 103 in Houston. Tomorrow we're going to see that heat expanding to the east, so New York City into the low 90s. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. That scorching summer heat continues in parts of the middle of the country, also the west, Intermountain West. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits as far north as Bismarck, and 105 in San Angelo, so 107 in Dallas, 99 in Houston. This summer, heat and humidity is going to spark some storms. We'll talk about that coming up.
Talk to you in just a bit. Michelle, thanks. Fans of The Office, get your Shroot Bucks ready. Lego has an awesome new release. After receiving thousands of votes from their Ideas program, Lego is introducing an Office-themed set. So soon, you can take home a miniature version of the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company, complete with 15 figures of the beloved characters. It even pays homage to some of the series' most iconic moments, like Michael Scott's World's Best Boss mug and Kevin's infamous spilled chili. The over 1,000-piece set will go on sale October 1st.
Right. Early today is back in a minute with a scorching heat wave breaking records across Europe this morning.
And 2 planes crashed near Vegas. The latest from the investigation into the deadly collision.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, a deadly plane crash at the North Las Vegas airport is under investigation this morning. Police say two small single-engine planes collided midair yesterday. Each had 2 people on board. All 4 died. The FAA and National Transportation Safety Board are looking into the cause of the accident.
Now to Greece, where authorities are investigating a deadly plane crash there. It happened on Saturday. A Ukrainian-owned cargo plane was carrying defense equipment, including mines, when it crashed and exploded as it was headed from Serbia to Bangladesh. Officials say the pilot reported engine problems and crashed about 25 miles west of the Kavala airport. All 8 crew members on board were killed.
Staying in Europe, the continent is in the middle of a deadly heat wave. Southern countries in particular are feeling the heat, with France, Spain, Portugal, Greece and Italy all suffering devastating wildfires. We go now to Rome and Claudia Lavango. And let's get started in Italy, where you are, Claudia. How is this summer different from all the previous summers in Italy?
Good morning, Francis. Well, I can tell you something. It's 10 o'clock in the morning and it's already feeling too hot and too humid around here. And it has been like this since the start of May, which is very unusual, a very early start of the summer. But while in Italy we are supposed to at least be able to or learn how to cope with the heat, there are some other countries that certainly are not used to it. Take the UK. There are temperatures there forecasted at about 104 degrees today and tomorrow. That will be the highest temperature ever recorded in that country, and that's why the government there has called for or declared a national emergency due to extreme heat. Elsewhere in Europe, well, Portugal, Spain, there's been hundreds of forest fires over there. The death toll because of the heat for the past week in those 2 countries reads like a war bulletin. 650 people died in Portugal, 60 people died in Spain. Tens of thousands of people evacuated due to forest fires in France as well. The good news for the UK, in 2 days, the temperatures there will drop back to normal level. Bad news for Italy and the rest of Europe. There seems to be no end in sight for this heat wave. Francis, Philip.
Hopefully you guys get a break soon. Claudia, thank you.
Still to come on Early Today, an offer too good to be true. Why that buy now, pay later plan could cost you in the long run.
And who needs a wedding planner? Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez tie the knot in a surprise ceremony at a Vegas chapel.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
If you had my love and I gave you all my trust, would you come me? Tell me, baby. And if somehow you let your love would be, would you lie to me? And oh, baby, you said you.
Ben Affleck has her love and then some. Say hello to Mrs. Jennifer Lynn Affleck. The couple tied the knot in Vegas on Saturday at the Little White Wedding Chapel just after midnight. She actually wore two dresses. That one you see there, she says, was from an old movie.
Now more Americans who are turning to buy now, pay later plans for everyday essentials. Priscilla Thompson on why some consumer advocates are sounding the alarm.
How much of this did you buy using a payment plan?
Everything here. It began with a mattress, then a blazer. Within 2 years, Soraya Orlean says she racked up nearly $9,500 in debt by choosing to buy now, pay later at checkout.
During Black Friday, I spent close to about $3,000 over like 4 or 5 different apps.
When that first payment was due, how much was it?
Between $400 to $600. I had an emotional breakdown.
Most plans let shoppers split purchases into 4 biweekly payments, interest-free. But longer-term plans have interest rates up to 30%, rivaling the highest credit card rates. The number of buy now, pay later providers is growing quickly, and the use of it is skyrocketing, up 230% in 1 year.
You're thinking, oh, I could afford that. You know, $40 every 2 weeks. And then the next store you shop on, ooh, let me do that. $20? Okay. Now you're racking up 10 different stores, 10 different apps.
As inflation soars, plans once reserved for big ticket items are now being used for everyday needs.
I think that's cause for pause, if not concern, because, you know, those aren't items that you're going to buy once and not have to buy again for some period of time.
42% of users report making late payments, defaults that can incur late fees and damage credit scores, a trend worrying consumer advocates.
There could be a whole generation of people who their credit gets ruined for at least for the foreseeable future.
That's my reminder.
Orlean transferred her buy now, pay later debt to a credit card. She now works 3 jobs to cover the payments, and she has a new approach to shopping.
If you do not have the money up front to pay for it, you should not buy it.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Houston.
It is easier said than done, though. Coming up, Michelle Grossman is back with a warning about severe storms on the way.
And $500 million is up for grabs. Details ahead about the next Mega Millions drawing.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back on this Monday. Our summertime heat is sparking some summer soakers. Today we're looking at showers this morning in parts of the southwest, into the northern tier of the nation, also parts of the Ohio Valley. That is a cold front that we're going to be watching today, moving through the northeast today. So as we go throughout this Monday, we're looking at soaking downpours, some summer soakers, and we're also looking at the chance for some really gusty thunderstorms. So there's that cold front moving through parts of New England to the southeast. It's going to bring some strong winds, some hail, even the chance of a few brief tornadoes, and also some very heavy rain, especially in those stronger thunderstorms. We could see localized flooding in parts of New England, even patches down in parts of the Tennessee and lower Mississippi Valley. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Still ahead, the boy turning lemons into moolah. He's on a mission to buy some cows.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now to a sweet gig that's the talk of the town. A boy selling lemonade so that he can buy a herd of cows. Andrew McClung of our NBC affiliate in Virginia spoke to the pint-sized entrepreneur.
It's hot today.
If the sun is out, Porter Wynn knows it's going to be a good day to sell some lemonade. His eye's always on the Main Street Road in Jonesville, watching for his next customer.
See, I'll be out here until this goes out.
That's because he's looking to make some moolah.
I wanted to get cows to buy a herd, so I wanted to earn money.
He's the youngest of 4, and I think this summer he saw his older sister and brother making money and working hard.
So Porter went to his family's shed and found an old lemonade stand.
There you go.
The next thing his parents, Summer and Brownie, knew,
He took off on his bike and rode up to the Dollar General by himself, and he came back hauling 2 bags of ice and made lemonade and got set up all by himself.
that first day open,
I had a lot of people stopping by.
from near and far.
You still got lemonade left?
I'm from Greenville.
Even a handful of Lee County deputies stopped by.
And you still got that?
Nope.
You ain't got your red con?
So I was still at work, and I got the picture with all the cop cars, and I thought one of my kids had been arrested.
But Porter knew he wasn't in trouble.
No, I knew that they were stopping by to get lemonade.
I was coming into work, and I seen him sitting there. Went back to the office. I knew the guys at the office wouldn't care to come out here and support his little business there.
A moment Porter's mom caught on camera, which has since gone viral. But the deputies say it's not about the clicks. It's about being there for their community.
I remember whenever I was his age, I would have loved for something like this to happen if I'd have lived in the town of Jonesville like this. Figured I'd give back to him, you know.
A sweet moment made even better with a sweet cup of lemonade.
Thanks to Andrew for that report. Porter knows what's up. He's making money so he can invest in cows. Cows can make a lot of money for him, too.
Yeah, doing it the old-fashioned way like that. All right, the next Mega Millions jackpot has officially topped $500 million. The big prize will offer an estimated $530 million prize. So the next drawing will be on July 19th after no one reported Friday night's winning ticket. So Tuesday's jackpot prize would make it the 8th largest on record, with the largest prize being over $1.5 billion. So yeah, it's Monday, you can knock out everything, and then Tuesday, the big day.
You got all you need if you can hit it. Good luck.
Have a great one. See you back here tomorrow.
Good Monday morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, shortcomings and failures. This morning, anger, anguish, and calls for accountability in Uvalde over a scathing preliminary report on the mass shooting at Robb Elementary. Investigators detailing what they call systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making by hundreds of officers on the scene.
I'm sure they're hurting. I'm sure. But they need to confront all these parents and say that they're sorry.
We have team coverage with more on the findings and the fallout, plus more body cam video just released by police. Also developing this morning, investigators on the scene of another mass shooting, this time at a mall in Indiana. But we're learning about a witness who police say took down the gunman. On trial this morning, jury selection set to begin in the trial of former White House advisor Steve Bannon, the ex-Trump aide facing contempt charges for defying a subpoena from the January 6th committee, despite his 11th hour decision to agree to testify. We have details and analysis. Outbreak this morning, new cases of monkeypox multiplying nationwide as health officials push to get more people vaccinated. The new efforts to contain the virus and why some experts say it's already too late. And Bennifer forever. It's official. One of the world's most famous celebrity couples are now Mr. and Mrs. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck tied the knot over the weekend, 2 decades after first getting together. More on their low-key Las Vegas ceremony, and you won't believe where J-Lo got her dress. And I just love that we picked up on this whole thing because of the records where she's changing her name.
That's how you do it. Good reporting.
I love it. I know. It's very exciting. We'll bring you that news later. Begin, though, with that new information coming out of the investigation into the deadly mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. On Sunday, the House committee investigating the massacre released the most comprehensive report to date.
Yeah, this new preliminary report offers a scathing critique of all agencies linked to the response. In the report's words, it was egregiously poor decision-making. That includes this moment, minutes after the gunman opened fire on 2 classrooms and a handful of officers retreated. Now, the report was released the same day as yet another mass shooting in America, this time at a mall near Indianapolis, where 4 people, including the gunman, were killed and 2 others were hurt. We have full coverage this morning. Coming up, we're going to talk to Texas State Representative Dustin Burrows, but we are going to start with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson in Texas. Priscilla, good morning to you. So in an investigation that's really been clouded by misinformation, by finger pointing, this report attempts to take a more comprehensive look at the failures of the officers, the school, social media, and more. What are some of the big takeaways here?
Yeah, Joe, good morning. One of the biggest takeaways is just the sheer amount of law enforcement that was on scene as this event was unfolding. We're talking about some 376 officers, the majority of them state and federal law enforcement. And what we saw in this report is really spreading the blame across all of these different agencies. And I want to read part of that report. It says, quote, "At Robb Elementary, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety." The report also looks at the lack of a, quote, effective incident command. And what it says is that the school police chief, Pete Arredondo, who has taken a lot of heat over the past several weeks, may not have been in a position to establish command, and that people should have, officers should have seen that and established some sort of command. Someone should have taken over control there. And another really big piece of this report is all of the safety issues in and around the school. The fencing that the report says was inadequate, the exterior doors that were left unlocked, and also issues with the interior doors, including room 111, where the report says there was a faulty lock and that people knew that this lock was faulty and that it would take extra effort to get that door locked, and yet no work order was ever put in to fix that in the weeks leading up to this. So this report really focusing on a lot of different issues here and saying unequivocally that the void in leadership may have contributed to loss of life on that day.
So Priscilla, just days ago, the community had to respond to the video that was released. Now comes this report. What is the reaction there in Uvalde?
Yeah, people are angry. They want accountability, and they're saying, okay, now that this report is out here, what's going to be done about it? What's going to be changed? And speaking to several family members and people in the community over the past several days, folks aren't entirely sure that there is going to be that accountability. In fact, at yesterday's press conference, there was a man in the audience, and he shouted "cowards" as folks were speaking. And I spoke with that man after the press conference. He is the great-grandfather of Lexi Rubio, one of the victims from this tragedy, and I want to share some of our conversation.
If you were to see Chief Arredondo right now, what would you say to him?
Tell him he should go, give up the batch, the gun, grab a mop, go to the school and be a janitor. That way he can go and hide in the closet instead of having to go and defend the kids.
He also said that this report means nothing, it changes nothing, and that is a sentiment that I've heard echoed by several people here.
Strong words there by that great-grandfather. Priscilla, real quickly, I want to ask you, the mayor of Uvalde announced that the acting police chief for the city department's now on administrative leave. Real quickly, what do we know about that?
That's right. His name is Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, and he has been placed on administrative leave as the city works to conduct its own internal investigation. The mayor said in that release that they are going to be looking at his actions on that day, whether he had a responsibility to take command of the scene, and whether or not he took any steps to do that or was able to do that. And so right now the city is waiting to get the statements that officers gave to the Department of Public Safety and gave to committee members during this investigation, and they're going to be looking at that information. And of course, the city already has all of this body camera footage, some 74 minutes that they released to the public overnight, again providing more insight into this frantic scene and what took place. Joe?
Priscilla Thompson in Uvalde. Priscilla, thank you.
For more now, we're joined by Representative Dustin Burrows. He's a member of the Texas House of Representatives and the chair of the Texas House Committee investigating the shooting at Robb Elementary. Representative Burrows, thanks so much for your time this morning. I mean, look, this report was hard to read. Frankly, it's hard to wrap your head around hundreds of officers being involved without more being done more quickly. I can't imagine what it's like for these families to get this information, but your committee has said this is the most comprehensive look at what happened that day. What was the most shocking part of this investigation to you?
Well, let me put it this way. I think the morning of the shooting, everybody on paper looked like they were prepared, whether it was a school district with the written policies they had or law enforcement who claimed they had active shooter training and knew how to have a broad multi-agency reaction to something like this. And what we found throughout was those systems failed. And what I believe is because of the false sense of security the people of Uvalde had, and I believe those systems are likely across the entire state of Texas and the rest of the nation, and that's why we put this in such very much detail so everybody else can take a look at this as well.
Representative, while you're speaking right now, we just were playing some of that surveillance video that was released, and it shows a lot of the officers seemingly just waiting in the hallway, and then also what was just playing there is where they're retreating, it looks like, from the sound of gunfire. I mean, I think a lot of reaction to this video has been, how is it possible that all of those trained officers' reaction was to head the other way? Is there anything in your findings that makes that make more sense? Did this come down to the lack of leadership?
So, look, we have an expectation and we have standards for our officers. In an active shooter situation, they're supposed to go into gunfire or figure out a way to actually make entry and save lives. There were officers clearly in that hallway who knew or should have known that there were victims in that room that were either being killed or dying, and they should have done more. Our report is very clear. That was the expectation, and they failed to meet that standard.
The impact on these families, of course, and the trauma on the community of Uvalde is impossible, I think, to overstate. First, I want to play something one of the victims' family members told us, and then we'll talk on the other side.
Do you think there will be any accountability?
Not really. Not what they should do to them.
Which is
like
what?
I said, in my book, they should fire them and take their pension away and give it to the parents that lost kids and the ones that the kids are traumatized because they were wounded. Okay, that's what I think they should do. Beginning with the superintendent and ending with the school board, starting with the mayor, the city, most of the city council, and the cops.
Now, Representative, yesterday at a news conference, I know you also said that any individual officer at the scene who didn't do more should be held accountable. Of course, we know nothing can bring back the lives lost, but what does justice, what does accountability look like in this case to you?
No, I share the sentiments and I stand by those statements. Accountability is very important in this situation. It is my hope that this report lays out the facts and is the seeds and starting in the building blocks of getting us to accountability and policy changes. And you're already starting to see at least, some modicum of that with, I think, a suspension here, recently in Uvalde by the mayor. I had the opportunity to meet with the families yesterday. I invited them to attend. We stood there. I stood there until they did not have any more questions for me about the facts. But I do believe now that we have a factual basis, you're going to start to see and want to see and need to see some accountability going forward.
Representative Dustin Burrows, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Just hours after the release of that Uvalde report, there was yet another deadly mass shooting. This time, shots were fired at a mall in the suburbs of Indianapolis. 3 people plus the shooter are dead this morning. Police say a man walked into the mall with a long gun last night and opened fire. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on what happened.
Investigators this morning are searching for a motive behind America's latest mass shooting. This one in Indiana, they say it left 4 people dead, including the shooter, and at least 2 wounded, including a 12-year-old girl who we're told has minor injuries. This one happened in Greenwood, Indiana. It's just outside of Indianapolis, specifically at Greenwood Park Mall. Authorities say the shooter opened fire inside the mall food court with a long rifle, and they say several rounds of ammunition. What sets this one apart, authorities say, is that the carnage was curbed by a good Samaritan, a 22-year-old unnamed man who authorities say had a handgun on him legally, confronted the shooter, and they say shot and killed him. Authorities are not releasing the name of the good Samaritan at this point. They're also not releasing the names of the victims or the name of the shooter for that matter, but police did call that good Samaritan, quote, the hero of the day. And the mayor of Greenwood released a statement thanking the good Samaritan, saying this person saved lives. Of course, this mass shooting comes in a string of mass shootings this summer, including in cities like Buffalo, Uvalde, and Highland Park. According to the Gun Violence Coalition, there have been more than 349 mass shootings in the U.S. this year. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Maggie. Jury selection is set to begin today for the trial of former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon. Bannon has been charged with 2 federal counts of criminal contempt after refusing to comply with subpoenas from the January 6 investigative committee. He potentially faces up to 2 years in prison and $200,000 in fines. If found guilty, he would be the first person to be convicted for contempt of Congress in 48 years. Bannon has pleaded not guilty to all charges. To walk us through this trial, we're joined by NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian and NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Good to have you both with us. Ken, I'll start with you. So just one day before the January 6th attack, Bannon seemed to be talking about what was to come. First, let's listen to that.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Just understand this. All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's going to be moving. It's going to be quick.
So that there is some of the type of evidence the committee is looking to question Bannon on. Remind us here what his testimony would do for the January 6th committee and what role is the House panel accusing him of playing during the attack?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, in the subpoena for his testimony, the panel said that that statement that you just played suggested that Bannon had some foreknowledge of what was going to happen on January 6th. And they want to ask him about his activities at the Willard Hotel in the days before the riot, where he and Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman, that lawyer for the Trump campaign, sort of convened what you might call a war room or a command center for the big lie, because they were in that hotel and they later billed the Trump campaign for those rooms. And they were calling members of state legislatures, trying to convince them to provide an alternate slate of electors. They were trying to put pressure on Vice President Mike Pence. This is all according to public reporting. And the committee wants to question Bannon and some of the other people about that. The reality is, though, it's very likely that they will never be able to get that evidence, at least from Steve Bannon, but they're getting it from other places, Savannah.
Danny, let's bring you in here. So the judge overseeing this case has put strict limits on the possible lines of defense for Bannon. Explain what those are and what you expect to see from this case as a result of those limits.
There's almost nothing left in terms of defense. Steve Bannon wanted to argue that he relied on the advice of his attorney, or that President Trump essentially through an attorney told him that he had to demand executive privilege. The judge has stripped away all of those and basically left the only defense being that whether or not he understood the timeline for compliance. That's not much of a defense. But yet, look for Bannon's defense to argue that this is a kind of political prosecution, even if they can't explicitly say so, to kind of crowbar that in. Now, remember, criminal contempt is different from civil contempt. Civil contempt is about forcing someone to comply with the court's wishes. Criminal contempt is like any other crime. You're punishing something for what they did in the past. So, if you rob a bank and offer to return the money, that doesn't get you out of criminal charges. In this case, just because Bannon may have offered in the last few weeks to testify and show up for the committee, that's not going to exonerate him either. So he has a difficult path ahead of him, his defense. But had those defenses remained in the case, I would have given the defense here a solid chance of winning. Now, it's going to be tough.
Ken, I want to ask you something about what Danny just mentioned. So Bannon's team recently informed the January 6th committee that he would now be willing to testify. Is that still the case? Could we still hear from him on this House committee now that his trial's no longer delayed?
It seems very unlikely, Savannah. They haven't said whether that offer's still on the table, but a lot of legal observers believe the whole point of that was to try to influence the trial or postpone the trial. Bannon was unsuccessful in that. And to Danny's point, even if he's convicted of these charges, he cannot be forced to testify. And, while the charges do carry, they're misdemeanors, they carry a penalty of up to a year in jail each. No one has ever gone to jail for contempt of Congress. And, this prosecution is likely going to be very unsatisfying for people who want to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th, because even if they convict Bannon, they're likely never to get his testimony, Savannah.
And Danny, last quick question just to follow up on what you were saying. So Bannon says his conversations with former President Trump are protected by executive privilege. What does that have to do here? How does that come in, even with those sort of limits on things?
Very little. It has almost nothing to do with this trial, mostly because the judge has stripped away those options for the defense. Now, if I were defending Bannon, I would want to make that a centerpiece of my defense. And it's essentially been taken away from Bannon. So look, they're not going into trial with a whole lot of options. They're just going to have to put up what they can and hope they can persuade a jury, or at least one juror, to hold out. But in reality, you know, Bannon probably isn't sweating this too much because it's a federal misdemeanor. Most criminal defense attorneys have probably never had a case that's just a federal misdemeanor. They're not brought that often, which adds to Bannon's argument likely that this is a kind of political prosecution. That's the kind of thing a jury might not look too favorably on. So still, the odds are statistically against Bannon in this case.
All right, Danny Savalos, Ken Delaney, thank you both so much.
And the House committee investigating January 6th is gearing up for its 8th public hearing. This one is scheduled for prime time, taking place this Thursday night. The panel is expected to focus on former President Trump's alleged inaction while the Capitol was under siege. Committee member Adam Kinzinger offered a preview.
This is going to open people's eyes in a big way. The reality is, I'll give you this preview, the president didn't do very much, but gleefully watch television during this time frame. We're going to present a lot more than that. But I could only imagine I knew what I felt like as a U.S. congressman. If I was a president sworn to defend the Constitution, that includes the legislative branch, watching this on television, I know I would have been going ballistic to try to save the Capitol. He did quite the opposite.
The president didn't do anything?
The president didn't do anything, and we're going to fill those blanks in.
Joining us now is NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Scott, good morning to you. So this next hearing will likely be the last one for some time, though the committee has hinted at more hearings later this year as it continues its investigation. So what can we expect in prime time on Thursday night?
Good morning, guys. What we can expect in prime time is the committee really zeroing in on what they are calling the 187 minutes. Now, that is the time between the sign of the first violence that we saw at the United States Capitol on January 6th until the moment when former President Trump then told his supporters to go home and go in peace. So 187 minutes elapsed. The committee says they are going to provide greater details and really fill in that picture as to what was happening behind the scenes during that time, talking to individuals who were in the White House there. They're vowing to provide testimony from new witnesses at this hearing that we have not seen or heard from in the previous 7 hearings. And so, yes, they are saying that this will be the last hearing in this sort of tranche of 8 hearings that we've seen over the course of this June and July. But they are saying that there is a possibility that as they uncover more and more evidence, that they could decide to, in fact, hold additional hearings later this year.
Scott, we know this House panel is very interested in getting those Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th that were apparently erased. The committee went so far as to actually subpoena the Secret Service last week. What's the latest there?
That's right. Committee members Zoe Lofgren and Adam Kinzinger say they expect to receive some of these text messages as early as Tuesday. Tuesday is important because that's the deadline that they have given the Secret Service to hand over these documents. Now, the Secret Service is saying that, there's nothing nefarious here. They said they did not permanently delete these messages. They say that these messages were lost on these iPhones during a normal migration of data, and that they say this information is retrievable. And they say that they are fully cooperating with the investigation with the January 6th committee. Now, the reason why these text messages are so important and of value to the January 6th committee is because they could corroborate key testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson, the former White House aide, who has alleged, based on conversations she had with other White House officials, that on January 6th, President Trump was trying to join his supporters, violent supporters, at the Capitol. And secondly, that he got into a physical altercation with some of his top security officials who were with him in the vehicle that day as he was, arguing with the Secret Service and trying to go to the Capitol. At one point, grabbing the steering wheel. At one point, grabbing towards the throat or the clavicle of one of his top officials. And so those text messages, the January 6th committee believes will hold the key to whether or not Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony can be corroborated.
All right, Scott Wong, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, a massive heat wave is making its way across the country this morning. Temperatures will hit over 100 degrees in the South and Midwest today, and they're expected to remain there for most of the week. More than 50 million Americans are forecast to be under dangerous heat advisories in the coming days. And the sustained heat is putting a strain on states' power grids as officials ask residents to conserve energy and reduce the amount of time spent using air conditioning.
So how hot is it going to get across the country? For more, let's check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is with us now. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. This remains a really big story. We're going to see this heat wave continuing at least until next week. And it's not just in the U.S., it's global, too. I'll show you some numbers in Europe in just a bit. But first, back at home, we're looking at 35 million Americans under a heat alert. And these heat alerts stretch from the west into the Intermountain West, the Midwest, and even into parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. So many alerts across the area. We're looking at heat advisories, heat watches, and heat warnings. But the heat stretches well beyond these alerts. We're looking at temperatures, 141 million Americans above 90 degrees today. Over 50 million Americans seeing temperatures into the triple digits. And we're looking at a lot of triple digits today. It's going to feel like 110 in many, many spots. That's pretty widespread across the plains. So looking at the temperatures for today, we're looking at 107 in Phoenix, 101 in El Paso, 101 in Denver. And then you get into the southern plains, Oklahoma into Texas. That's where we're seeing these draining temperatures day after day, still climbing into the triple digits. Dallas today, 109. 98 degrees in Houston. It's going to feel like 103. It'll feel like close to 100 in Minneapolis, and it will feel like 107, in Little Rock. And then tomorrow we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits once again in the central and southern plains. Oklahoma City, 109. That's what it's going to feel like. It'll feel like 110 in Little Rock. Notice New York City, it's going to feel like 93 tomorrow. And then we're really going to see those temperatures set in New York City, temperatures in the mid-90s. Wednesday, Thursday, 92 by Friday. So it's going to be a week long of temperatures in the 90s, probably a heat wave there. Now, it's extreme across the globe, too. So back at home, we have this area of high pressure. It won't budge. It's been stuck for about a month, and that's what's pumping in this hot air. But as we go across the pond and we go to Europe, we're looking at the same story. We're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year, a dangerous and deadly heat wave in Europe. Also looking at a lot of wildfires there. So we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in Paris, 102 today and 105 tomorrow. And you guys, we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in London, too. So this is far-reaching. It's not just the U.S.
Absolutely. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And that's a good tease for what's coming up. It's not just here at home feeling the heat. We come back, we'll bring you the latest from Western Europe, where historic triple-digit temperatures are fueling several fires also in several countries.
Plus, rebuilding relationships. President Biden back in Washington after that controversial high-stakes trip to the Middle East. We're going to have highlights and reaction, including his message to the region's leaders. Next on Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
President Biden is back at the White House after a critical 4-day trip to the Middle East. Biden vowed to remain engaged in the region going forward, despite a contentious meeting with Saudi Arabian leaders, impacting his ability to establish a security pact with other countries. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from the White House with more. Hey, Maura, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. President Biden visited Israel and met with Palestinian leaders as well on the trip, but it's all being overshadowed by this decision and controversy to meet with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. We saw that precluding the trip, and it's returned home again with him. People are very frustrated. He's facing harsh criticism over what was actually accomplished on the trip and whether it was worth it at all. That criticism coming from Americans and lawmakers alike. One Democrat saying that fist bump was worth 1,000 words.
Returning home, President Biden shielding himself from criticism over his trip to the Middle East.
The Saudi foreign minister says he didn't hear you accuse the Crown Prince of Khashoggi's murder. Is he telling the truth? No. Do you regret the fist pump, Mr. President? Why don't you guys talk about something that matters? I'm happy to ask a question that matters.
But to those across the political spectrum today, it does matter.
I don't think that that type of government should be rewarded with a visit by the President of the United States.
It's not just progressives pushing back. Moderate Democrat Adam Schiff calling the interaction a visual reminder of the continuing grip oil-rich autocrats have on U.S. foreign policy. As Republican lawmakers say the trip is a slap to the face of American oil and gas producers. And while the president brought home a Saudi commitment to pump more oil, hopefully checking off one item on the domestic agenda,
the president is unequivocal by not calling mission accomplished on any of this.
He's still facing low approval ratings and record high inflation.
Inflation is absolutely killing many, many people. And can't we wait to make sure that we do nothing to add to that?
Senator Joe Manchin halting the president's economic proposal. He says over tax hikes and climate spending, though critics cite coal being a major economic driver in West Virginia.
Now, there's also skepticism that Manchin's holdup has something to do with campaign contributions from corporations that would suffer from this economic plan. But the White House is touting successes from the trip in the form of climate commitments and technology progress in the Middle East. Now, in terms of that specific ramp up on oil, it could be weeks or even months until we get any firm details on that. That's because OPEC, the group that regulates oil, isn't set to meet until early next month. Savannah.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much. Now, those scorching temperatures here are also being felt across the pond in Europe, which is in the midst of a historic heat wave. It's causing massive wildfires across much of Western Europe as crews work around the clock to contain the fires spreading in countries like France, Spain, and Portugal. And a national emergency has been declared in the United Kingdom as temperatures there are expected to shatter records and reach 105 degrees. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome, somewhere we also know it's been quite warm. At least, Claudio, you look ready for the heat and the sunshine today. Good morning. What more can you tell us about these wildfires that are burning all over Western Europe? I mean, is there any progress in containing them?
Hey, Savannah, let me start from Italy here. Italian meteorologists are saying that we are entering the hottest week of the year. But let me tell you, to be honest, every single week since the start of May, it felt the hottest week of the year, because since the start of May, we've been experiencing temperatures of between the 90s and 100 degrees. But while there are, Italy is supposed to at least know how to cope with hot weather, as you said, there are some other countries, as you mentioned, like the UK, that is certainly not prepared for that. As you mentioned, 105 degrees today and tomorrow. That is the highest temperature ever recorded in the UK. They are telling people not to take public transport unless, of course, it's strictly necessary. They are spreading salt on the roads for fear that they melt. You mentioned the forest fires, of course, forest fires throughout the week too, in Portugal, in Spain, but now also in France, where they called it the fire of the century. There were 16,000 people who had to be evacuated in the south of France because of that, Savannah.
And Claudio, you mentioned the United Kingdom. I mean, because this is unusual for them, they don't really have the air conditioning capacity there in the UK. What are they doing to keep people safe?
Well, they are advising them, as you know, you will advise anyone anywhere around the country, anywhere around the world when it's so hot. Get hydrated, avoid staying in the sun, check out on your neighbors, especially the elderly, that they are okay, avoid public transport. They're also telling them to try to avoid, trains. The trains are running at reduced speed because it's so hot that they fear that the rails may be deteriorated or deformed or even bent, and that is very dangerous. So they are telling them to stay put and resist at least a couple of days, because fortunately for the UK, in a couple of days' time, the temperatures will drop to regular levels. Unfortunately for Italy and the rest of Europe, it will not, and there doesn't seem to be an end in sight for this heat wave for this part of the world, at least.
Claudio, are officials citing climate change as a reason for any of this?
Yes, they are. They are definitely blaming climate change. They are saying that around the world they've already seen an increase in the past few decades of more than 1 degree, and all we are experiencing right now is down and is due to climate change. And that is why they say this is not a one-off. This is only going to become the new norm, and this can only get worse unless we do something about it, and fast.
All right, Claudio Lubanga, stay cool, stay safe. Thank you so much. And coming up on Morning News Now, a race against time. New cases of monkeypox on the rise nationwide. More on the new efforts to contain a growing outbreak and why some health experts say it's already too late. That's after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're back with the latest on the battle against the monkeypox virus. Cases continue to rise across the country, with here in New York City as the epicenter of the nation's outbreak. According to the CDC, the city accounts for more than 30% of U.S. monkeypox cases. Officials are trying to fight the virus head-on, opening 3 mass vaccination sites, and another clinic is expected to open soon. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with the latest from one of those vaccination centers. She's here in Manhattan. Antonia, good morning. Now, one of the big issues we've been hearing about with monkeypox was a lack of vaccine supply. So what's the latest with that? Do these sites have what they need?
That's right, Savannah. To paint a picture for you, on Friday evening, the city made available 9,200 slots for first shots of the monkeypox vaccine. And that went live at 6 p.m. By 6:07, every slot was gone. And consistently, people who have been trying to get access to this vaccine have described the attempt and the website portals in order to get slots for these vaccine shots like something like the Hunger Games. So there's immense need here, and health officials say that in the coming days and weeks, they want tens of thousands more vaccines here on the ground, and they say it's really urgent here, not just in New York, which is the epicenter, but around the country. Take a listen to the New York City Health Commissioner describing the need here.
We need tens of thousands of doses. We're still working on the total number we think we need, but we've gotten a total of about 20,000 vaccines from the federal government to date, and we need much, much more than that. I think tens of thousands more, yeah. We need significantly more vaccine than we've gotten, and this will be a process that will take weeks to get all the people. If we get the supply that we need, it'll take weeks to get shots into arms.
Because the need here is so severe, Savannah, right now they are focused on getting first shots into as many arms as possible, even though this is a two-shot regimen. This has some health officials a little nervous because 2 shots is what really gives people the full protection against this virus. But right now, as health officials scramble to get ahead of a virus that frankly got its foothold in New York before the testing and vaccination infrastructure was ready, they feel they need to focus on just getting as many first shots into people as they can, Savannah.
And Antonia, how are they prioritizing who is getting that first round?
Well, right now, eligibility is severely restricted, and it's focused on men who have sex with men, bi, transgender people, people who have anonymous or multiple sexual partners. And the reason that they're focused on that group of individuals is just because that's where the outbreak started. I want to be really clear that this is not a sexually transmitted disease. It's a disease that can spread to anyone with close contacts. And so certainly, even if you don't fit that initial eligibility guideline, you should be reaching out to health officials or to your PCP if you feel that you've had close contact with someone who has monkeypox or that you have concerns for your own health for whatever reason. Again, it started in this community, and because there's restricted supply, they need to focus on getting shots into those arms. But there is no reason why other folks in New York shouldn't be on high alert right now and paying great attention, because this is a disease that can spread to anyone, Savannah.
And Antonia, of course, we just went through a massive vaccine rollout with COVID-19, and New York was the epicenter then. We had to learn a lot of lessons. Anything we're taking from that here with monkeypox that we learned?
Well, a lot of the lessons learned here in New York City focus around equity. And equity is something that's really challenging to accomplish when you are in a situation of scarcity. There aren't that many resources. People are scrambling. New York has also had technical issues with the website where they have been doling out the appointments. And so equity has been difficult to accomplish, but it has been front of mind. The way that New York has tackled this so far is by making sure that they're setting up clinics for these vaccines in every single one of the boroughs. Here in Chelsea, this site where I am today was the very first site. And while Chelsea is known as a more upscale neighborhood in Manhattan, it also is where so many, a large portion of the cases have come from. And so they really wanted to get in there, get the vaccine very locally available to those who would need it first. But they are making sure that that infrastructure spreads around the city. Take a listen again to the health commissioner here.
While doing this, we're also really focusing on equity, so making sure that we're putting enough shots in arms quickly, while also ensuring that we're getting enough vaccine out to communities that are hardest to reach. One of the biggest lessons from COVID was how important it is to build that in from the beginning and to ensure that we're reaching the hardest to reach communities from the beginning of our vaccination campaign.
Despite all those efforts, when you talk to people who've been on the ground at these vaccination sites, they say it's been incredibly difficult, that at times people who know someone who works in the health department or who just happen to be on the website at the right time have been able to get those shots and those appointments. And so the city is actively trying right now to make sure that the process of actually booking these appointments for the people who need them is more equitable and more easily accessible, Savannah.
All right, Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So we mentioned this virus is spreading quickly, so it's important to understand how it can be transmitted. So first, tell us more how the virus is spreading, what's considered close contact, and then also what are the symptoms and how soon would you start seeing those symptoms?
Joe, all great questions. This is a virus that really requires close skin-to-skin contact, and it's really from these rashes and characteristic lesions that look almost like pimples and having prolonged contact. What does prolonged mean? It's definitely more than seconds and minutes, and so it's usually repeated contact with those lesions or close contact with respiratory secretions. So think again, someone coughing very close to you, and if you have breaks in the skin or if they're right in your face. So those are all the characteristic ways. And the good news is that transmission is nowhere near as easy as it is with COVID or with some of our other respiratory illnesses. So I want to put that context into place.
Let's talk details on the vaccine here. So it consists of 2 doses. How soon after you receive the first dose should you get your second shot, and anything else people should know about this one, especially since we've been talking about another vaccine for a long time now?
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 doses, 4 weeks apart. Sounds very familiar. It's similar to COVID vaccines. Here's the big difference, Savannah. This is only licensed for 18 and above. So there is not an availability under 18 unless you request special permission from the Food and Drug Administration. I highlight that because it's incredibly rare to get hospitalized from monkeypox, but those who could be hospitalized are often young, under the age of 8, pregnant women, and people who have immunocompromised or chronic conditions that make their immune system decrease. That's why it's important to get the word out about the signs and symptoms of monkeypox and get tested.
So if you're not eligible for the vaccine or you're struggling to get your hands on the vaccine right now, what are the things you can do to protect yourself?
All right, couple of things. Number one, don't just assume that somebody who says, yeah, I had this unusual rash and I haven't had time to get it checked out. Don't assume anything about that. Encourage them to get checked out by a health professional if they have an unexplained rash, especially, Joe, because what we're seeing are patients presenting with a rash first, often in the mouth or in the face area, and then sometimes in the genital area or arms and hands. And then keep a distance from anybody suspected. And then the basics apply here, washing your hands. If you feel like you can't isolate from that individual, it can be helpful to wear a mask and to take some of the precautions that we do take to avoid getting contagious with a close contact household member, family member, friend that might be undergoing evaluation for monkeypox. It can take 4 to 21 days from first infection to getting those pimples to that rash to then scab and heal over, at which time you are no longer infectious if you are diagnosed with monkeypox. So it can be a long duration, but again, very rare to end up in the hospital.
Seems like a pretty good rule of thumb to get an unusual rash checked out.
Get all those rashes checked out.
Exactly. No, it's good to hear. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you as always.
Thank you. Coming up, dueling threats. Law enforcement stretched thin with both drug use and gun violence on the rise.
When we come back on Morning News Now, NBC News rides along with police in Philadelphia for a first-hand look at what officers face on the job.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News has been getting a first-hand look at how the country is confronting gun violence on the ground.
Yeah, as part of that coverage, Jesse Kirsch spent the night on a rare ride-along with 2 Philadelphia patrol officers who are focusing on the relationship between drugs and guns.
Jesse joins us now from Independence Hall in Philadelphia with more on the police ride-along. And before we start, we do want to warn you some of the images you're going to see in this report might be disturbing. So, Jesse, first, walk us through what you saw during this ride-along, and are police able to do anything about the crime they're seeing while they're on patrol?
Yeah, guys, good morning. And we chose this location for our report just to speak to the contrast of what's going on here in Philadelphia. Of course, Independence Hall is where the Declaration of Independence was signed. This is, in many ways, the beginning of America, the beginning of the dream of this country. But here's what is also going on in this country today. Riding along with police officers into the overnight hours on Saturday evening, we saw people openly shooting up with drugs, with needles in various body parts throughout the night. People sleeping on the street. People, in some cases, appearing to be high, slumped over in various positions on the street. There were what we were responding to, according to police, were domestic calls, people wrestling with a knife nearby, a child present, a child that was standing alone on the street. There were multiple calls where they thought they were going to shooting incidents. Turned out, thankfully, those were just fireworks, it appeared, being fired off. But there were also shootings. Police tell us there were 2 shootings just before we joined them, including one in which 4 people were shot. And here is some of what police told us, because while all of that is going on, again, we saw people also using drugs actively, but police told us, when I asked them why they don't stop to deal with the drugs, it is because if they are to get involved with a narcotics investigation there, that means that hours are taken up on that, and then they can't wind up dealing with a shooting, which they expect at any time. Here's what they told us about the problems they're facing.
So, you know, with the manpower situation that we have going on, not only just in this district, but in the city in general, if we allocate most of our time to, you know, be able to go out and confiscate any illegal narcotics, basically that's going to eliminate us 2 from the streets for a few hours. The issue becomes now, if we're off the street for a few hours, then no one else is getting either any calls for service for when that violent call does come out, or any officers that might be in need, foot pursuits, assists. We're not there for it because now we're stuck.
And just to underscore that every second counts, we know that in a medical emergency, right? But if those police officers beat paramedics to the scene, they are the ones who, what they call scooping up. They take the gunshot victim in the back of their police car to the hospital first. So every second counts. And so that means that they have to make a tough decision, Joe and Savannah, about not even trying to stop someone from using drugs right in front of them, literally feet from where we were driving.
I mean, Jesse, they see so many people struggling day in and day out. You got to imagine this is tough on them. How do they handle the emotional aspect of working this job?
Yeah, and if it's not hard enough to just see, for some of them, it's literally personal. 2 of the police officers we met on Saturday said they've seen in the area they patrol, which is called Kensington, the area we were in North Philadelphia, they've seen people that they grew up with who have developed, unfortunately, drug problems and are now in this area where there are obviously also families living. We saw children. There were children bouncing a basketball on the street, children with their families in the street, and not far from where we were unfortunately seeing people struggling with drugs, and also in an area again where police are bracing for violence. Here's what the officers told us about what this job does to them mentally and how they have to get ready.
I think it's just a mental preparation for the volume of calls that we're going to handle and the unknown of what we're going to handle. You know, it could be anything from a shooting to a domestic to theft of auto. We don't know what we're coming into, and a lot of times when we respond to these jobs, we don't know what we're going to. So I think it's just a mental preparation for the volume and the unknown of what we're heading into.
So, you know, again, that was evident when we were with them. There was one time we were pulling over a vehicle because police say they'd got a report of a man with a gun in that vehicle. And so in that situation, obviously they're walking up to a traffic stop and they then are conducting a search. So obviously things change very rapidly, and we saw that certainly with the types of incidents that we were following along with the officers on Saturday night.
Jesse Kirsch, we appreciate your reporting, the reporting of all our NBC News colleagues who are out on the streets across America this weekend. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, and taking a turn coming up on Morning News Now, a celebrity marriage 20 years in the making. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have tied the knot.
Yeah, you might have heard. So after the break, more on the couple's surprise late-night ceremony in a Vegas drive-thru and J-Lo's message to fans about a love worth waiting for.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
He's the star of Breaking Bad, but actor Bryan Cranston got a bad break at batting practice for the MLB celebrity softball game. The 66-year-old actor was hit in the right shoulder by a line drive hit off the bat of actor Anthony Ramos this weekend. Cranston doubled over for a couple minutes before heading to his nearby trailer. He later returned saying, quote, "I might be more of a cheerleader in this game." Cranston was later ejected from the game after getting into a heated argument with the umpire after a third strike call. It got so bad, actor J.K. Simmons needed to restrain him. Cranston even grabbed a bucket filled with bubble gum, ran to home plate, and threw it at the umpire. This was, of course, all a joke.
Oh.
Not legit. But
That
Cranston
like him.
definitely knows how to steal a show. I think the beard and the hair being all over the place probably added to the mystique. All right.
I was like, wow, also Ramos with a line drive.
Exactly,
Dang.
I know.
Okay.
Tough guy. All right.
Yeah.
It is the marriage our Y2K selves only ever dreamed about. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck, also known as Bennifer, are officially finally married after a year of dating.
Yeah, court records show the couple received their marriage license license on Saturday from Clark County, Nevada. That's where Las Vegas is, of course. Youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now for more on the surprise wedding. Hey, Callan, good morning. So, I mean, there was no wind-up, no leaks earlier, no big celebrity guest list. Give us the details about this wedding that sort of surprised us. What do we know about where and the ceremony, and was it as glamorous as you'd think it might be?
Yeah, very surprising. 17 years apart, back together now. Love is very patient. What we know about this wedding, they flew to Vegas on Saturday. They got their license. They waited in line with 4 other couples. J-Lo wore a dress that apparently she's been holding on to for many, many years. It is a white dress that she said was used in a movie. Ben Affleck wore a jacket that he's been holding on to. And what we know from the court records is that Jennifer Lopez is now Jennifer Affleck. So we're going to have to figure out what that abbreviation is now. Is it J-Fleck? Is it J-Aff? What are we going with? But very exciting. They said they have the greatest witnesses. They didn't specify who they were, but very glamorous wedding regardless.
J-Aff. Jaff.
Jaff.
That might work.
Jaff.
I don't know.
She's got to keep the J-Lo. Yeah.
Is there anything more we know about this dress? You said it's thrifty. What else can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so J-Lo said that this was a dress that she had saved from a movie. We know it is, from a few years ago, with some people speculating that maybe it's from a movie around the first time that Ben and Jen dated. We don't know that for a fact, but there's a lot of speculation that maybe she was holding on to this, hoping that maybe they would come back together. We're going to have to wait to hear more from the Queen herself, but it was a beautiful dress. Beautiful ceremony held in what she called a little white chapel. We don't know if it's the little white chapel where many celebrity weddings have been held in the past. So again, we're waiting for a few more details, but very beautiful photos, very loving photos coming out from that ceremony as well.
Leave it to J-Lo to just slip on a dress from 17 years ago. Yeah, Callan, why is it different for them now? I mean, they were together 17 years ago. We were obsessed with them then. They break up. What have they said about their partnership this time around?
Yeah, again, as I mentioned, J-Lo says love is very patient. They've been through many other relationships. They've had kids. They've gotten married, divorced. They've lived a lot of life, and life has brought them back together at this time. And it just seems like the right fit. They seem very in love, and it seems like they couldn't wait any longer. 20 years is a long time, and 17 years apart, seems like they couldn't wait any longer to be man and wife.
Oh, Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much. Good stuff.
Love is patient, love is kind, love is thrifty, all those things.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, unrelenting. This morning, a record-breaking heat wave. It is putting tens of millions of Americans from the Dakotas to the Deep South under dangerous heat advisories. We've got the latest forecast on when things might cool down. And it's not just America. In Europe, it is a similar sweltering story as massive wildfires spread across several countries. We are on the ground with the race to contain the damage this morning. Systemic breakdown. A scathing new preliminary report on the deadliest school shooting since Sandy Hook is putting law enforcement and other top Uvalde officials back in the headlines. We're going to take a closer look at the damning findings of a Texas House committee. Also this morning, royalty in New York. Prince Harry and Meghan in Manhattan this morning for a keynote speech at the United Nations. His tribute to Nelson Mandela, plus the growing buzz surrounding his upcoming memoir and another new book about the royal rift. Plus, gaming the system, opening up the sometimes perplexing world of finance to America's younger generations. An app that lets you play with your money, all while teaching some old-fashioned Wall Street wisdom. Talk often about the benefits of teaching folks young about money. That's going to come in handy over the next few
There are
years.
so many things you did not need to know that they teach you anyway. That's one that would have been more helpful.
No kidding. We'll get to that in a little bit. We are going to begin this hour with the heat wave that is gripping the country. Nearly 35 million Americans are under excessive heat warnings and advisories this morning.
Yeah, this is also as wildfires are ripping through Europe and parts of northern Africa. Authorities in Madrid have blamed soaring temperatures for hundreds of deaths as well. It's not just the U.S. Europe also dealing with that extreme heat. Britain has declared a national emergency as record-breaking heat wave descends there. We have team coverage of this dangerous heat wave. We begin with NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz in Houston, where temperatures are expected to reach triple digits today.
Yeah, around 80% of the country is going to see highs of around 90 degrees this week. That is bad news for a summer that's already been full of record-breaking scorchers. From the Southwest to the Great Plains, this morning more than 20 million people are waking up to dangerous and unrelenting heat.
It feels like it's not 96, like it's 100 and something.
Sweltering highs already shattering records from Salt Lake City to Albuquerque.
He was on a bike ride and he started overheating.
In Texas, first responders bracing for more desperate calls as temperatures hit 100 degrees. The state's utility operator asking citizens to turn up their thermostats twice this week to avoid overwhelming the same power grid that failed in February 2021, while residents are once again on the edge.
I really worry about the elder folks. I am really fearful that this year we're going to have more people who are afraid to run their air conditioning because of the cost.
But with the heat and humidity not letting up, parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas are expected to feel close to 110 degrees this week, intensifying the drought that's already crippled farmers across the region.
They're out of grass, out of water. Nobody's making any hay.
The oppressive heat also baking cities from Little Rock to Scottsdale, where a Ring camera captured this delivery driver momentarily collapsing in triple-digit temperatures. For those hoping to cool down with a backyard splash, pool operators are now warning that water is evaporating faster than ever before, leading to possibly dangerous levels of chemicals if left unchecked.
We're losing all of our not only water, but our chemicals as well. So we're struggling with Mother Nature right now.
And with little relief in sight, forecasters fear the most brutal boil is yet to come. And here in Houston, city officials are encouraging people who live here to take advantage of cooling centers as well as pools like this, especially when you think about those temperatures that are going to be around 100 for 6 days straight. Back to you.
Dottie, thank you so much.
Overseas, firefighters are battling raging wildfires in Spain and France, including one where flames reached two popular Atlantic beaches on Sunday. This as Europe is wilting amid an unusually extreme heat wave. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella is in London with the latest. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you, Joe. Yeah, swimming holes and park fountains are probably the most popular places in London today and will be again tomorrow, as this city is set to become one of the hottest places in the world, hotter even than the Western Sahara, with forecast temperatures topping 100 degrees. This morning, people are being warned to take cover as deadly heat sweeps across Britain.
A red extreme heat warning because
the National Weather Service issuing the first ever extreme heat warning, with forecast highs of 105 today and tomorrow, hotter than the Sahara Desert and Delhi. People are being advised to stay home and check on their neighbors. Less than 1% of homes in Britain have air conditioning. Some schools are closing early or not opening at all. The scorching heat is bearing down on all of Western Europe, already blamed for 1,000 deaths in Spain and Portugal, where they set a new July record of 117. The ferocious temperatures fueling out-of-control wildfires, at least 13 fires in Portugal. Flames and smoke racing toward holiday resorts in Spain and France. More than 14,000 were evacuated from Gironde in southwest France. Several thousand more told to leave another tourist hotspot, Malaga in Spain.
We've just grabbed a few essentials and just ran, really.
Italy is seeing its worst drought in 70 years. The government declaring a state of emergency. The Po River now little more than a trickle. Big cities in Europe, including London, just really are not equipped to deal with this kind of extreme heat. Very few people have air conditioning, and it's going to continue at least for another day. In fact, it's so bad that some of the trains have been slowed down. Their speed has been slowed. People are being told not to travel unless they absolutely have to. Some trains even canceled altogether because, Joe, they're worried that the train tracks will buckle in this crazy heat. Joe?
Wow, all the problems we don't even think of until we have to face them. Kelly Kobiella, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is here to tell us how long this is all going to last. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Well, for Europe, they're going to get a little break faster. We're going to see this heat wave in the U.S. at least for the next week and a half. And again, it's only July, so we're going to see these temperatures hanging around for just a bit. But let's start in Europe because we just heard from Kelly, and we're going to look at temperatures once again into the triple digits for so many, into the upper 90s. So London today near 100 degrees, 101 tomorrow. Look at Madrid, 106 today. And we're looking at Paris, 102 today, 105. So this is a dangerous and deadly heat wave that is happening in Europe. That's a big story. It's a big story, too, back home. We're looking at temperatures really warm once again. Lots of alerts. And this is historic for us, too. We're looking at the warmest summer so far. That's where you see the red dots. So especially in parts of the southern plains, into parts of the southwest, and even more spots seeing the top 5 warmest summers. And again, we're just halfway through, so we're probably going to add to some of these numbers as we go throughout the rest of the summer. So we're getting prepared for another hot week, especially in the central and southern plains, even up to the northern plains. But the warmth extends to the southwest, the intermountain west, the Midwest, into parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. Even the Northeast is going to see their first, going to see a heat wave as we go throughout this week. So 105 today in Rapid City, that's 18 degrees above average for this time of year. 101 in Amarillo, Dallas, 109, that's 13 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Tomorrow we see that heat expanding to the east. Chicago 91, Minneapolis 97, Lubbock 106, Dallas still 107. It's been so hot there for a month straight, and we're going to continue to see that heat sweltering, and no relief in sight for late week. We're looking at Tulsa 107 on Wednesday, 104 on Thursday, Friday 104, Nashville temperatures in the mid-90s, and the Northeast we're going to see temperatures in the 90s as well. That includes New York City. Now we do have heat alerts stretching from the west to the Intermountain West, the Midwest down to the lower Mississippi Valley. 35 million people impacted by either a heat advisory, a heat watch, a heat warning, and this heat and humidity will spark some storms. So we're concerned about heavy downpours today, concerned about severe weather as well. This is what radar looks like right now. Clear to make out where a cold front is. It's stretching from Buffalo all the way down to the south central states. This is going to move to the southeast. Again, it's moving through really warm, humid air, so we're going to see the chance for some severe weather. We're also looking at the chance for severe weather in parts of the northern plains, Montana, the Dakotas, into parts of Minnesota. So today, there's that cold front stretching from the southeast to New England. It's going to bring strong winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well with some of these strong storms, and a brief tornado or two is possible, especially this afternoon into the evening hours. Now, with any summer soaker, we could see some localized flash flooding, especially where you see those darker colors. So parts of New England into upstate New York, even parts of the southeast, we could see some pretty heavy rainfall. But really, anywhere where you see those stronger thunderstorms, we could see some localized flooding. The severe threat also extends to parts of the northern tier of the nation, where we could see 2-inch hail. That's a really large hail. So where you see that orange, guys, that's where we're looking at that enhanced risk, and that's where we're going to be focusing on this afternoon. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. A lot to keep an eye on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And turning now to the latest mass shooting, this one taking place at a mall outside of Indianapolis yesterday. This morning, 3 people are dead, including the gunman, after the shooter walked into the mall yesterday evening and opened fire on people inside. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago with more. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, investigators say this all happened as the Greenwood Park Mall near Indianapolis, as you said, was scheduled to close. That gunman, they say, just walked into the food court and opened fire on the crowd. But they also say it was a bystander, just a random Good Samaritan who stepped in to end this tragedy and ultimately kill the shooter. Investigators are searching for a motive behind a deadly shooting at a shopping mall just outside Indianapolis.
Several calls from Johnson County, possible active shooter.
Authorities say a man opened fire at the Greenwood Park Mall, killing at least 3 people and injuring 2 others, including a 12-year-old girl. According to police, an armed bystander shot and killed the gunman.
It appears that a Good Samaritan that was armed observed the shooting in progress and shot the shooter.
The rampage happened just around 6 p.m. Sunday when authorities received multiple calls reporting shots fired. Police say a man entered the food court with a long gun and began his attack.
It appears that he had a rifle with several magazines of ammunition, entered the food court and began shooting.
The sound of gunshots erupting inside the mall.
All of a sudden, we just hear a pop, pop, pop 4 times.
Stunning shoppers like Olivia Harding, who says she was inside an Old Navy close by.
I would say about 30 to 40 people back there with us, and they locked the doors.
There have been more than 349 mass shootings in the United States this year, according to data from the Gun Violence Archive. Among the cities scarred, Buffalo, Uvalde, and Highland Park. President Biden earlier this summer signed new gun reform legislation aimed at curbing the violence. Meanwhile, in Indiana, police aren't releasing the so-called Good Samaritan's name, but saying the 22-year-old man was key in stopping Sunday's attack.
And we are expecting more details to be released in the coming days, including the name of the shooter as well as the name of the victims. At the same time, overnight, the mayor of Greenwood, Indiana, also extending his thanks to that also unnamed Good Samaritan, writing in a statement, "This person saved lives." Savannah.
Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
Now to the latest from Uvalde, Texas, and the fallout from that damning preliminary report on the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. The report from the Texas House Committee investigating the massacre highlights how many ways the safeguards meant to protect students failed. That includes law enforcement. NBC's Sam Brock joins us now from Uvalde with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The number of ways that this went awry, almost too many to count. But as you mentioned, it's from the school initially, where they had a historical non-compliance of following their own locked door policy, Joe, to nearly 400 law enforcement officers here the morning of the massacre. We're about to show you new body cam footage as well that we have to warn you is disturbing.
For the first time, the public is getting a chilling picture of early moments inside Robb Elementary from police body camera footage.
Am I bleeding?
Early chaos and glimpses of calls to action.
We gotta get in there. DPS is sending people. We gotta get in there and just keep shooting.
That plea coming minutes after the massacre began. But that first interaction, the only time the officers are seen in the video physically confronting the gunman for well over an hour. At one point, Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo seen trying to reason with the shooter.
Let me know if there's any kids in there or anything. This could be peaceful.
Arredondo, who's on administrative leave, maintains he was not the incident commander that day. This new footage released as the most comprehensive report to date conducted by the Texas House finds law enforcement, which ultimately reached 376 officers, didn't honor their most basic responsibility. The author's writing, they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety.
Several officers in the hallway or in that building knew or should have known there was dying in that classroom, and they should have done more, acted with urgency.
Family members said they were hoping for more than a verbal dressing down.
But they're saying we already knew it. They were cowards.
Ultimately, some action was taken right away. The city's mayor announcing right before this meeting the acting chief of Uvalde's police department, Mariano Pargas, now on administrative leave. The report citing no evidence that any officer who did learn about 911 phone calls coming from inside rooms 111 and 112, including Pargas, acted on it to advocate shifting to an active shooter style response. There are also windows into heroism.
Let's get these kids out of here. Let's get these kids out of here.
Students apparently being pulled out of the building. And this heartbreaking hallway exchange with Officer Ruben Ruiz right after the initial gunfire.
My wife's classroom.
Learning his wife, Eva Morales, a teacher, was shot and dying before his weapon was taken and he was removed for trying to engage the shooter, according to Texas DPS. The only teacher who did survive in those two rooms, Arnulfo Reyes, shot twice, believes Morales could have been saved.
If the law enforcement officers on scene would have allowed him to continue pursuing the gunman.
Yeah, she would have probably lived. And I think she's one of the ones that they had said that also bled to death.
All 11 of the students in his class didn't survive.
And Reyes also told me that at no point in that entire ordeal did he hear officers trying to open the door to his classroom or break into the classroom until this was over, as, guys, he was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. And he told me he did not think he was going to survive, but that was the only person inside of that classroom that could speak to whether or not there were efforts to actually get through that impenetrable door, according to Pete Arredondo. Guys.
Right. Sam Brock, thank you so much. Appreciate it. President Biden is back at the White House this morning after a 4-day trip to the Middle East.
Yeah, he's facing historic inflation and plummeting poll numbers. The president had hoped to broker a deal with Saudi Arabia to boost oil production and bring down gas prices at home. Now, the controversial meeting was an about-face for the president, who had previously vowed to make the kingdom a, quote, pariah state for its human rights record.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has more.
Good morning. President Biden says he believes diplomacy from his visit to Saudi Arabia can help consumers save money here at home. The president said he expects the oil producers will decide to increase output in the next few weeks, and that could help bring down gas prices. But there was no specific commitment made, and officials say more steps are still needed. And on the controversy of the meeting itself, the fist bumping and dealing with the Saudi crown prince, who U.S. officials contend ordered the 2018 murder of a Washington Post journalist, the president says he raised that killing directly and that he does not believe the denial he got from Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince. Sunday, Senator Bernie Sanders was asked about the visit and said he does not believe this president and the United States should be, quote, maintaining a warm relationship with the dictator, referring to the Saudi leadership. The president says he stood up for human rights and U.S. interests despite the criticism over his trip. Coming up this week here in Washington, there'll be more attention focused on the January 6th committee, which plans to hold another public hearing on Thursday. And the committee says it will focus on what happened during the 187 minutes from the start of the Capitol assault to the video message that President Trump at the time put out urging rioters to go home. The committee will also look at new access. They'll have access to Secret Service messages from January 5th and 6th that the committee says they expect to receive and be able to review by tomorrow. And that comes after questions about the agency deleting some messages that it says was a part of a technical upgrade, and that the messages the committee wants to look at are available and will be turned over. Back to you.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much. And coming up, COVID is once again on the rise across the country as another summer surge takes hold.
How some major cities are looking to stop the spread before numbers get even worse. That's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The number of cases of COVID-19 is on the rise across much of the country as the BA.5 Omicron subvariant continues to drive the latest surge.
Yeah, according to the CDC, BA.5 now accounts for 65% of all cases in the U.S. And new numbers show the U.S. averaged over 119,000 daily infections over the past week and 379 deaths per day.
Now some cities are issuing mask warnings and some are even considering a return to mask mandates.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now. All right, Steph, so tell us, what is the latest here on this?
I know. And everyone goes, no, please, no. And you walk around and it doesn't look like there's a pandemic right now in most places, right?
True.
But officials are saying there really is. And the numbers are on the rise. And you talk about those case numbers. And it's really important to point out that a lot of people right now are just taking those at-home rapid tests and getting positives. They're not calling up their local or state health officials and telling them that they've gotten sick. So those case numbers are actually significantly lower than the reality. But you look at hospitalizations and deaths, and those are up over 20% as well, both of those figures. It is these BA.5 variant, which is able to evade the vaccines that we've taken, as well as the immunity you may have gathered from having had it before. We're all hearing stories of people now getting COVID 3 or 4 times.
Oh, yeah. I'm one of them.
You know, these preventative measures like wearing masks indoors are going to be the way to help people right now.
Of course, and the vaccines are key to preventing serious illness as well. We talk about these mask mandates. Where are they even coming back right now?
So, interestingly, in LA County has a rule. It kicks into effect if they spend 2 weeks where the infection rate is considered high, then automatically a mandate will go in place for indoors. But over half the country now lives in an area that qualifies as high transmission rates, and the CDC really urges everyone when they're indoors in those places to wear masks as well.
So, Steph, we've heard a lot about also another tool potentially being vaccines that are specific to Omicron to try to actually help us battle these. Is that still in the works? When could we see those? Is it going to help with this?
And it's not just Omicron. The FDA has asked the drug makers to specifically target BA.4 and BA.5 variants of Omicron. And they're working on something, but it's probably not going to be available till October. So people may wonder if they qualify for that second booster, for instance, if you're 50 and older, whether or not it makes sense to get that now or should they wait. And the advice is get that second booster now. It doesn't preclude you from being able to get the more targeted shot in the fall when it comes out.
All right.
Yeah.
Stephanie Gosk, thanks so much.
A lot of confusion
Appreciate
there,
it.
though. Thank you for helping
Sorry,
us
I couldn't be the bearer of better news.
We still like having you here. International headlines now. In Ukraine, 2 top government officials have actually been fired over allegations of treason.
Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
No Claudio. All right. We'll check back with Claudio in just a little bit.
We'll try to
Coming up
soon.
here on NBC News Now, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex take Manhattan today. We've got the latest on Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's New York visit, including a keynote speech at the UN.
Plus, the growing buzz surrounding Prince Harry's upcoming memoir. That's next.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
International headlines now in Ukraine. 2 top government officials have been fired over allegations of treason.
Yeah, Claudio Lavanga is with us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has fired Ukraine's head of security service as well as the prosecutor general after several members of those 2 departments have been accused or suspected of collaborating with Russia. In a post on Telegram on Sunday, Zelensky said that 651 criminal proceedings regarding treason have been registered. Let's move to Sri Lanka, where the acting president has declared a state of emergency following more protests demanding his resignation. The acting president cited public security ahead of the parliament's vote for a new president as the reason behind his move. However, many are calling it an arbitrary action that interferes with their democratic rights. And finally, the wild bison has returned to the UK after thousands of years. Today, 3 large female bison were released in southeast England. This major milestone is an experiment that aims to reintroduce wildlife in the UK landscapes to help the growing climate crisis. The bison will be joined in mid-August by a young bull from Germany. Back to you guys.
Cool. Wow. All right. A little bit of good news there in terms of climate and animals. Love it. Thanks, Claudio. Now, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are here in New York today for a big event at the United Nations.
Yeah, Harry will be a keynote speaker at the UN event, which celebrates Nelson Mandela International Day. This appearance comes as anticipation builds over his upcoming new memoir and another book, a bombshell book, focusing on the royal rift.
To honor Nelson Mandela's birthday during a celebration at the United Nations, today Prince Harry will address the UN General Assembly. His speech is expected to focus on the life and legacy of South Africa's first black leader. During their official tour of South Africa in 2019, Harry and Meghan spent time with Mandela's widow, Graça Machel. Prince Harry's admiration for the late human rights leader mirrors the respect shown by his mother, Princess Diana. The 2 met in Cape Town in 1997 to discuss the AIDS epidemic.
I see. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Harry told Hoda recently that he feels his mother around him constantly.
I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Today will be the first public outing for Harry and Meghan since the Queen's Platinum Jubilee last month. The pair kept a low profile, missing the iconic balcony appearance with the rest of the royal family at Buckingham Palace, but attending a church service. Their children, Lilibet and Archie, were said to have spent time with the Queen. It comes as speculation mounts about Prince Harry's upcoming memoir and what he'll reveal about the family.
There will be some concern amongst the royal family that Harry's memoir might have more of those bombshell accusations that we saw come from the couple when they did their sit down with Oprah Winfrey.
And there's another explosive new book detailing the Sussexes' fallout with the other royals, according to insider interviews. In an exclusive excerpt published in the Sunday Times, author Tom Bauer details Harry and Meghan festering with fury over the Queen's Jubilee, when the palace, quote, refused all of their demands for a prominent role. Bauer even writes Harry's presence at Prince Philip's funeral in April, quote, remained a problem, adding Harry and William were separated and the Queen was allegedly relieved Meghan was not in attendance.
No comment this morning from the palace on that. NBC News has also reached out to the Sussexes for comment, but we have not yet heard back.
All right, we'll have to wait and see, especially as those books comes out. All right, coming up, gaming the system with a new way to invest in your financial future. We'll chat with the man behind a massively successful app that's giving Gen Zers some Wall Street wisdom while letting them play with their money.
Plus, we're back on Shark Watch this morning with the great white shark now being spotted where scientists thought they would never go before. We'll be right back.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get you some financial headlines now. And Amazon is putting a pause on office expansion plans in Tennessee.
CNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us with that and more money headlines. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, Amazon's pausing construction on 6 new office buildings in Tennessee. It's reassessing hybrid work. The company says the move will not affect its plans to hire about 30,000 people in the state. But Amazon says the pandemic, of course, significantly changed the way people work. And the company says it wants to design offices to meet employees' needs in the future. On Friday, Bloomberg also reported that Amazon's pulling back on expansion plans in New York City. Starbucks is reportedly exploring the sale of its UK business as the coffee chain faces changing consumer habits after the pandemic and increased competition. Starbucks has about 1,000 stores in the UK, of which 70% are franchises. The company has said traffic near offices and urban areas has been slower to recover than in the suburbs. Elon Musk says Tesla is getting closer to integrating the Steam gaming platform, which takes in-car gaming to a whole new level. Steam is an online video game store and distribution platform, and this move would result in a massive increase in the number of games available to play in Tesla vehicles. Now, the automaker came under fire last year for allowing drivers to play games only in park and then letting them play when the car is in motion by bypassing a safety confirmation, and then they went back to requiring the car to be in park. But the real question for me is, if we can take games on our phones, or for my kids on a Switch, into our cars, why does it have to be built into the car itself? I don't get it.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah, and you do definitely. I mean, I've got questions about how the heck you drive a car and play a game.
You shouldn't. That's our advice. Don't do that.
So yeah, all right, that's interesting stuff. Thanks, Contessa.
Thanks. All right, so if high gas prices are making you think about buying a new, more fuel-efficient car, you might want to hold off.
Yeah, the average price of a new vehicle is now at an all-time high, according to J.D. Power, and rising interest rates are driving up the cost of monthly payments. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here to help explain what's going on and how to navigate these bumpy roads. Let's call him. Hey, Vicki.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, you know, the biggest red light right now for new car buyers is the lack of inventory. Those computer chip shortages we've been talking about for the past 18 months, those are still affecting car makers. And now you have higher interest rates, which means more people are paying more for their car loans. About 12% of all new car loans now cost folks over $1,000 a month. For would-be car buyers, there's not much to choose from. At dealerships and even online, inventory is down and prices are way up.
Buying a car right now is miserable. If it's running, keep it running. If it needs some repairs, it's cheaper to repair it.
The reasons? A now familiar combination of computer chip shortages and production slowdowns from the pandemic, along with geopolitical factors, including the invasion of Ukraine. With vehicles in short supply, dealers are able to charge big markups.
So I'm trying to buy a Lexus luxury SUV in the Connecticut area, and the dealers are saying, well, number one, you're probably not going to see one until 2023. Number two, they're asking anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 over MSRP.
Buyer's remorse now becoming a common theme on TikTok. If you absolutely need a car now, experts say be flexible. If your first choice vehicle isn't available, try a competitor's version of the same model. Be ready to travel. Look for dealers outside your immediate area. Act fast. If you see something you like, put down a deposit, then take it for a test drive. Just be sure that deposit is refundable if the car doesn't feel right. Not only are car prices going up, higher interest rates are making loans more expensive. To make sure you're getting the best rate, plan ahead and check your credit score. Shop around. Some credit unions offer better rates than dealers. If you're having trouble making payments, reach out to your lender immediately. Another option to lower monthly payments is to extend the duration of the loan, but financial advisors say that's not ideal.
Cars typically depreciate in value, not increase in value. And so at some point you might have an older car that you might not be happy with, and you're still paying that additional payment and interest.
Most of all, experts say cars should be thought of as an expense, not an investment or a status symbol.
We all love our nice cars, but at the end of the day, just think about what else could you do with that money.
One potential silver lining, your used car has never been more valuable.
Now is a great time to sell your car. You're going to get more for the old one that you have, but you're going to pay a lot more for the one that you're going to buy.
And
And that's the real catch-22 there. You want to make sure if you do sell your car, you know what you're getting next. Well, we know gas prices are starting to come down, but they are still really high. That is driving demand for electric vehicles. A Consumer Reports survey found 71% of Americans expressed some interest in EVs. 14% say they would definitely buy or lease one right now if they could. Joe and Savannah?
So, Vicki, any idea when these issues with computer chips and overall vehicle supply might be resolved?
Yeah, I wish I had better news here, but according to industry analysts and experts, we may be dealing with these issues until later in 2023, possibly even 2024. Doesn't mean you can't get a car, but you got to be patient and do your research.
By the way, trying to get your hands on an electric vehicle is also very, very tough right now, especially as there's just ramping up production. All right, Vicki, thank you so much.
Yep. So as inflation puts more pressure on people's wallets, financial literacy is taking on a new level of importance.
Yeah, the path towards becoming financially fluent can be super tough to navigate, especially when you're young and without that financial literacy education in schools. Well, one person is looking to help out Gen Zers and millennials when it comes to their money.
And that person is Bolin Lee, the founder and CEO of the Zogo app, who joins us now. Bolin, good to have you here with us. So walk us through the app. What does it do? Why did you want to create it?
Yeah, so we created it when I was in college. I was a freshman at Duke. And just like you guys said, we felt like the school is failing us. There was absolutely no financial literacy lessons for our generations. And the way it was being delivered was super old school, right? The presentations, seminars, it's like what our parents used to get, right? From a financial advisors. So we're like, you know what? We're gonna do it the way that Gen Z wants to learn this information. We break them down into these really bite-sized modules, kind of like Duolingo, if you guys are familiar with the language learning app. We gamified it. It's about 300 bite-sized modules that teach people different topics. And as you complete these modules, you earn pineapples in the app, which is the currency we have. You can use your pineapples to redeem for rewards. So you're getting rewarded for learning about financial literacy.
Very cool. That gamify aspect really, I think, gets people kind of hooked on it, which is neat. We talk so much right now about how financial literacy is not in schools, not in the way that it really is something you can grab onto and take home with you. Put in context how important it is to find the right way to get these lessons to younger people.
Yeah, we use a lot of social media these days as young people, and there's a lot of misinformations on social media, right?
Oh, yeah.
And what Zogo, what we're trying to do is make sure we consolidate all of this information into the most accurate format, and also gamify it, right? And deliver it to people in the right way. But I think, even using social media to start for young people is important, just to get started. But just have to be careful with the information that's on there.
Inflation is making it really hard for young people who are, say, graduating college or just entering the workforce. It's hard to make ends meet because it's harder to buy things because they're so expensive. What's the advice you have for young people who are dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, advice number one is ask for a raise from your boss, right? And if that doesn't happen, I think don't avoid it, right? Definitely look into ways that you can, deal with inflations historically. It's happened before. It's not like some brand new thing that just popped up.
Right.
And I think a lot of the times young people are afraid of these topics, and we shouldn't be. There's a lot of resources out there, and we should just go heads on with the problem.
So for somebody who's listening to this, maybe they're just about to graduate, they've just got their first serious job, going to be getting a salary. What are the first steps? What should somebody know about how to kind of set themselves on a path, especially when it can be confusing? You're thinking about investing, retirement, all these different things. What are the first few important steps?
Yeah, I think the most important step, number one, is savings, making sure you have enough savings and making sure you have cash flow. Right. I always, when my friends ask me this as well, I always say cash flow is the most important thing. You have to make sure you're making more than you're spending, right? And it's very
simple. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
It sounds easy.
Yeah, you're right. And it sounds easy, but it's hard to track. And I always tell people to track it on a weekly basis instead of on a monthly basis, or even on a daily basis if it's even harder. Just so that you're on track all the time, that you're always spending less than you're making.
I have one more question for you.
Yep.
Why pineapples?
Why pineapples? You know, we tested many different emojis, like different currencies. For some reason, people love pineapples. Like they go wild with pineapples.
Good to know. All right.
Yeah. Wild for pineapples.
There you go.
All
right, I'm going to start using that to get what I want.
Yeah.
All right. Bolin Lee, thank you so much.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate
Really
it.
cool stuff. Congrats on the app.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, a superstar wedding decades in the making. We've got all the details on Hollywood power couple J-Lo and Ben Affleck tying the knot over the weekend.
Plus, the marriage certificate surprise that's really got the internet talking. That's next.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This is really cool. A potentially life-saving experiment in space. Scientists at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles are going to try growing stem cells on the International Space Station. They're trying to solve the problem of how to produce large batches of a certain type of stem cell that could be used to make treatments for diseases like Parkinson's disease and type 1 diabetes. And here's the big thing. Growing the delicate cells in zero gravity specifically might solve the problem of how to avoid killing them by stirring them. As if all that wasn't cool enough, the experiment will also explore how space travel impacts the cells in the body, helping us understand whether we could one day live on other planets. Of course, coming at the same time, we got all those pictures of potentially other galaxies. And
right. We could have a studio on space.
Yeah.
How exciting would that be?
There you go.
Right. Now to the story of one New York City hero who was given the gift of life. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart takes a closer look at how a simple bone marrow donation swab turned into a wonderful friendship.
This warm embrace represents a celebration of life for one of New York's bravest. It's the emotional moment last week when, for the very first time, retired firefighter Sal Parisi finally got to meet and thank Stephen Dawkins, the man who is now his hero.
We get a second chance on life, and Steve gave it to me, and it's unbelievable.
Sal, who spent 27 years as a New York City firefighter, was a first responder who served on 9/11. And when he was diagnosed with a rare form of leukemia in 2018 and needed a bone marrow transplant,
you're going to come over to England then?
It was Stephen, a college professor living in England, who ended up being a perfect match.
I was all for it because they said I probably wouldn't live without this transplant.
Stephen, why did you join the transplant registry?
I've been giving blood since I was in my 20s, and so when I was about 57, I got the call from the Bone Marrow Registry to say would I donate. So, and of course I said yes straight away.
Sal's transplant in 2019 was a success. And so, after all these years, the FDNY arranged this celebration during Stephen's visit.
You should have given me some height with that bone marrow.
Finally bringing together both families. So tell me about meeting Sal.
Well, it's been wonderful actually. So I'm not a very emotional man actually, but the first time I met Sal, it was very emotional.
We kind of bonded right away, and it's hard to describe to meet the person that's responsible for you still being here. Life is good.
This week, Sal showed Stephen and his family around Engine 14 in Manhattan, his old firehouse.
This was my locker to store my turnout gear.
The 68-year-old, once again, full of energy, enjoying retirement with his wife Marie, keeping up with his grandkids, and building on the remarkable connection with the man he now considers so much more than just a friend. Are you kind of part of Sal's family now?
It's been really nice. I think we bonded well, haven't we?
Yes, yes.
Sal calls me an old goat.
The old goat saved my life.
All right, our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for that report. FDNY is the largest group of bone marrow registry participants and donors in the Be the Match registry, which is very impressive. More than 8,000 members are enrolled in that registry. 205 have made life-saving donations. How about those numbers?
Amazing. That's incredible. Yeah. So neat to see. What a great story. All right, turning now to coastal waters. This morning, we're taking a look at the shark responsible for the most attacks and deaths in the world.
And the great white, known as the king of the deep, is now surprising scientists in a whole new way. NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders is in Florida with more.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. We are off the coast of Florida, about 6 miles in federal waters, where throwing chum in the water is legal, which draws the sharks, as you can see, right to the surface. We have some sandbar sharks. We have some silkies that are here. Sometimes you'll see a great white in this area. Great whites on both the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. And that's where we join some experts from the Monterey Bay Aquarium who tell us that juvenile great whites are indeed on the move.
We're with Monterey Bay Aquarium's Director of Collections, John O'Sullivan, on their research vessel. 2-hour trip north in Monterey Bay to a spot just off Brighton State Beach when a spotter points.
What do you see? 9-footer. Right there. Right here.
This is exciting, coming across juvenile great whites in the wild, so close to shore. This one, about 9 feet in length.
On this day, we come across 4.
So here's another juvenile white shark up at the surface, moving through this area. He's transiting pretty fast, probably twice the speed that we would normally be walking at. He's just below the surface.
Together, we monitored a live image from a drone.
This was something similar that we would see for years in Southern California, but now this is happening off Monterey Bay.
Unheard of a decade ago because the water here was just too cold. But in 2014, things changed.
We had a heat wave, what they called the blob, and it was a very large warm water mass that came along the coast that raised the temperature from around 55 degrees up to almost 68.
Using data from more than 20 years of tagging sharks in Southern California, researchers discovered a newly created warm water corridor that was inviting sharks to travel more than 200 miles away.
What is it about the warm water that is a draw? Well, juvenile white sharks can't regulate their temperature like adults. Adults are big, they have a large girth and mass to their volume ratio, so they can retain heat, and which allows them to move into cold water. Juveniles don't have that yet.
Great whites are considered one of the most aggressive species of sharks and have since engaged with humans in Monterey Bay. 2 years ago, surfer Ben Kelly was killed by a great white, and just 4 weeks ago, a suspected great white attacked 61-year-old Steve Broomer as he was swimming.
What are we to make of this? It was a very unfortunate event for the victim, and our hearts go out to him and his family. But this kind of illustrates the challenges with humans going into the water. The ocean can at times be dangerous.
Playing a key role in the research, these amazing videos that were taken by off-duty firefighter Eric Maylander. A shark enthusiast with his drone, Maylander once filmed as many as 30 different juvenile great whites in just a 3/4 mile square zone.
When you started to see juvenile great whites, what did you think?
I thought it was cool. My favorite shark is in my own backyard, or one of the few places in the world, I should say, that you can see white sharks in their natural environment. So you're not baiting them in, you're not attracting them, they're just there.
He kept unusually detailed notes with every flight, a stunning 8 years worth, a treasure trove of citizen science data that he shared with researchers.
It didn't take long to be convinced with the quality of video that, no, these are juvenile white sharks.
Earlier this year, the aquarium and their partners released their research. Over 80 million data points from tagged sharks, like location, depth, and water temperature, so other scientists can learn more about the shark's movements. As ocean temperatures continue to climb, scientists wonder where might juvenile great whites show up next.
The juvenile great whites have been eating what they don't normally eat. But again, juveniles are learning to feed themselves, and so they have been hitting on the sea otters. And so the marine biologists from the Monterey Bay Aquarium say that they have been increasingly finding not only dead but wounded sea otters, which of course is upsetting the balance of nature because the juveniles take one bite, spit it out, and move on. Joe, Savannah?
Carrie, thank you so much. And now to the surprise wedding that has people buzzing. Superstars Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck, who got engaged back in April, officially tied the knot in Vegas this weekend. Today's show co-host Chanel Jones has the details.
It's official. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have tied the knot. We did it, J-Lo writing. Love is beautiful. Love is kind. And it turns out love is patient. 20 years patient. The superstar describing in her newsletter how they flew to Vegas, stood in line for a license with 4 other couples.
Somebody's getting married.
Lopez wore a dress from an old movie, while Affleck donned a jacket from his closet.
It was my wedding changing area.
The pair exchanged vows in front of their children in what Lopez calls the best moment of her life, and signing her name as Mrs. Jennifer Lynn Affleck. The Hollywood power couple, often known as Benifer, has been lighting up social media and stealing headlines since rekindling their romance last year. J-Lo opening up to Hoda and Savannah earlier this year.
I think what we learned from the last time is that love, when you are lucky enough to find it, is so sacred and special, and you have to hold a little bit of that privately. I'm engaged!
The superstars announced their engagement in April. Their relationship has unfolded much like a Hollywood movie script after first meeting on the set of Geely in 2002. They began a very public romance.
Do we know each other?
Not yet.
I'm still Jenny from the Block. Affleck famously appearing in Jenny from the Block. For 2 years, they ruled the red carpet, but called off their first engagement in 2004. Both went on to marry and divorce. Eventually, the two found their way back to one another. And now, like a true Hollywood ending, their union is official. Lopez writing, "Love is a great thing, maybe the best of things, and worth waiting for."
Well, we are so happy for them, and thank you to Chanel Jones for that story. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Thanks for being with us. The news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, shortcomings and failures. This morning, anger, anguish, and calls for accountability in Uvalde over a scathing preliminary report on the mass shooting at Robb Elementary. Investigators detailing what they call systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making by hundreds of officers on the scene.
I'm sure they're hurting. I'm sure. But they need to confront all these parents and say that they're sorry.
We have team coverage with more on the findings and the fallout, plus more body cam video just released by police. Also developing this morning, investigators on the scene of another mass shooting, this time at a mall in Indiana. But we're learning about a witness who police say took down the gunman. On trial this morning, jury selection set to begin in the trial of former White House advisor Steve Bannon, the ex-Trump aide facing contempt charges for defying a subpoena from the January 6th committee, despite his 11th hour decision to agree to testify. We have details and analysis. Outbreak this morning, new cases of monkeypox multiplying nationwide as health officials push to get more people vaccinated. The new efforts to contain the virus and why some experts say it's already too late. And Bennifer forever. It's official. One of the world's most famous celebrity couples are now Mr. and Mrs. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck tied the knot over the weekend, 2 decades after first getting together. More on their low-key Las Vegas ceremony, and you won't believe where J-Lo got her dress. And I just love that we picked up on this whole thing because of the records where she's changing her name.
That's how you do it. Good reporting.
I love it. I know. It's very exciting. We'll bring you that news later. Begin, though, with that new information coming out of the investigation into the deadly mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. On Sunday, the House committee investigating the massacre released the most comprehensive report to date.
Yeah, this new preliminary report offers a scathing critique of all agencies linked to the response. In the report's words, it was egregiously poor decision-making. That includes this moment, minutes after the gunman opened fire on 2 classrooms and a handful of officers retreated. Now, the report was released the same day as yet another mass shooting in America, this time at a mall near Indianapolis where 4 people, including the gunman, were killed and 2 others were hurt. We have full coverage this morning. Coming up, we're going to talk to Texas State Representative Dustin Burrows, but we are going to start with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson in Texas. Priscilla, good morning to you. So in an investigation that's really been clouded by misinformation, by finger pointing, this report attempts to take a more comprehensive look at the failures of the officers, the school, social media, and more. What are some of the big takeaways here?
Yeah, Joe, good morning. One of the biggest takeaways is just the sheer amount of law enforcement that was on scene as this event was unfolding. We're talking about some 376 officers, the majority of them state and federal law enforcement. And what we saw in this report is really spreading the blame across all of these different agencies. And I want to read part of that report. It says, quote, "At Robb Elementary, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety." The report also looks at the lack of a, quote, effective incident command. And what it says is that the school police chief, Pete Arredondo, who has taken a lot of heat over the past several weeks, may not have been in a position to establish command, and that people should have, officers should have seen that and established some sort of command. Someone should have taken over control there. And another really big piece of this report is all of the safety issues in and around the school. The fencing that the report says was inadequate, the exterior doors that were left unlocked, and also issues with the interior doors, including room 111, where the report says there was a faulty lock and that people knew that this lock was faulty and that it would take extra effort to get that door locked, and yet no work order was ever put in to fix that in the weeks leading up to this. So this report really focusing on a lot of different issues here and saying unequivocally that the void in leadership may have contributed to loss of life on that day. Joe,
so Priscilla,
Savannah?
just days ago, the community had to respond to the video that was released. Now comes this report. What is the reaction there in Uvalde?
Yeah, people are angry. They want accountability, and they're saying, okay, now that this report is out here, what's going to be done about it? What's going to be changed? And speaking to several family members and people in the community over the past several days, folks aren't entirely sure that there is going to be that accountability. In fact, at yesterday's press conference, there was a man in the audience, and he shouted "cowards" as folks were speaking, and I spoke with that man after the press conference. He is the great-grandfather of Lexi Rubio, one of the victims from this tragedy, and I want to share some of our conversation.
If you were to see Chief Arredondo right now, what would you say to him?
Tell him he should go, give up the batch, the gun, grab a mop, go to the school and be a janitor. That way he can go and hide in the closet instead of having to go and defend the kids.
And he also said that this report means nothing, it changes nothing, and that is a sentiment that I've heard echoed by several people here.
Strong words there by that great-grandfather. Priscilla, real quickly, I want to ask you, the mayor of Uvalde announced that the acting police chief for the city department's now on administrative leave. Real quickly, what do we know about that?
That's right. His name is Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, and he has been placed on administrative leave as the city works to conduct its own internal investigation. The mayor said in that release that they are going to be looking at his actions on that day, whether he had a responsibility to take command of the scene, and whether or not he took any steps to do that or was able to do that. And so right now the city is waiting to get the statements that officers gave to the Department of Public Safety and gave to committee members during this investigation, and they're going to be looking at that information. And of course, the city already has all of this body camera footage, some 74 minutes that they released to the public overnight, again providing more insight into this frantic scene and what took place. Joe?
Priscilla Thompson in Uvalde. Priscilla, thank you.
For more now, we're joined by Representative Dustin Burrows. He's a member of the Texas House of Representatives and the chair of the Texas House Committee investigating the shooting at Robb Elementary. Representative Burrows, thanks so much for your time this morning. I mean, look, this report was hard to read. Frankly, it's hard to wrap your head around hundreds of officers being involved without more being done more quickly. I can't imagine what it's like for these families to get this information, but your committee has said this is the most comprehensive look at what happened that day. What was the most shocking part of this investigation to you?
Well, let me put it this way. I think the morning of the shooting, everybody on paper looked like they were prepared, whether it was a school district with the written policies they had or law enforcement who claimed they had active shooter training and knew how to have a broad multi-agency reaction to something like this. And what we found throughout was those systems failed. And what I believe is because the false sense of security the people of Uvalde had, and I believe those systems are likely across the entire state of Texas and the rest of the nation, and that's why we put this in such very much detail so everybody else can take a look at this as well.
Representative, while you're speaking right now, we just were playing some of that surveillance video that was released, and it shows a lot of the officers seemingly just waiting in the hallway, and then also what was just playing there is where they're retreating, it looks like, from the sound of gunfire. I mean, I think a lot of reaction to this video has been, how is it possible that all of those trained officers' reaction was to head the other way? Is there anything in your findings that makes that make more sense? Did this come down to the lack of leadership?
So, look, we have an expectation and we have standards for our officers. In an active shooter situation, they're supposed to go into gunfire or figure out a way to actually make entry and save lives. There were officers clearly in that hallway who knew or should have known that there were victims in that room that were either being killed or dying, and they should have done more. Our report is very clear. That was the expectation, and they failed to meet that standard.
The impact on these families, of course, and the trauma on the community of Uvalde is impossible, I think, to overstate. First, I want to play something one of the victims' family members told us, and then we'll talk on the other side.
Do you think there will be any accountability?
Not really. Not what they should do to them.
Which is
like
what?
I said, in my book, they should fire them and take their pension away and give it to the parents that lost kids and the ones that the kids owe traumatized because they were wounded. Okay, that's what I think they should do. Beginning with the superintendent, and ending with the school board, starting with the mayor, the city, most of the city council, and the cops.
Now, Representative, yesterday at a news conference, I know you also said that any individual officer at the scene who didn't do more should be held accountable. Of course, we know nothing can bring back the lives lost, but what does justice, what does accountability look like in this case to you?
No, I share the sentiments and I stand by those statements. Accountability is very important in this situation. It is my hope that this report lays out the facts and is the seeds and starting in the building blocks of getting us to accountability in policy changes. And you're already starting to see at least, some modicum of that with, I think, a suspension here, recently in Uvalde by the mayor. I had the opportunity to meet with the families yesterday. I invited them to attend. We stood there. I stood there until they did not have any more questions for me about the facts. But I do believe now that we have a factual basis, you're going to start to see and want to see and need to see some accountability going forward.
Representative Dustin Burrows, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Just hours after the release of that Uvalde report, there was yet another deadly mass shooting. This time, shots were fired at a mall in the suburbs of Indianapolis. 3 people plus the shooter are dead this morning. Police say a man walked into the mall with a long gun last night and opened fire. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on what happened.
Investigators this morning are searching for a motive behind America's latest mass shooting. This one in Indiana, they say it left 4 people dead, including the shooter, and at least 2 wounded, including a 12-year-old girl who we're told has minor injuries. This one happened in Greenwood, Indiana. It's just outside of Indianapolis, specifically at Greenwood Park Mall. Authorities say the shooter opened fire inside the mall food court with a long rifle, and they say several rounds of ammunition. What sets this one apart, authorities say, is that the carnage was curbed by a good Samaritan. A 22-year-old unnamed man who authorities say had a handgun on him legally confronted the shooter and they say shot and killed him. Authorities are not releasing the name of the good Samaritan at this point. They're also not releasing the names of the victims or the name of the shooter for that matter, but police did call that good Samaritan, quote, the hero of the day. And the mayor of Greenwood released a statement thanking the good Samaritan, saying this person saved lives. Now, of course, this mass shooting comes in a string of mass shootings this summer, including in cities like Buffalo, Uvalde, and Highland Park. According to the Gun Violence Coalition, there have been more than 349 mass shootings in the U.S. this year. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Maggie. Jury selection is set to begin today for the trial of former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon. Bannon has been charged with 2 federal counts of criminal contempt after refusing to comply with subpoenas from the January 6th investigative committee. He potentially faces up to 2 years in prison and $200,000 in fines. If found guilty, he would be the first person to be convicted for contempt of Congress in 48 years. Bannon has pleaded not guilty to all charges. To walk us through this trial, we're joined by NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian and NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Good to have you both with us. Ken, I'll start with you. So just one day before the January 6th attack, Bannon seemed to be talking about what was to come. First, let's listen to that.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Just understand this. All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's going to be moving. It's going to be quick.
So that there is some of the type of evidence the committee is looking to question Bannon on. Remind us here what his testimony would do for the January 6th committee and what role is the House panel accusing him of playing during the attack?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, in the subpoena for his testimony, the panel said that that statement that you just played suggested that Bannon had some foreknowledge of what was going to happen on January 6th. And they want to ask him about his activities at the Willard Hotel in the days before the riot, where he and Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman, that lawyer for the Trump campaign, sort of convened what you might call a war room or a command center for the big lie, because they were in that hotel and they later billed the Trump campaign for those rooms. And they were calling members of state legislatures, trying to convince them to provide an alternate slate of electors. They were trying to put pressure on Vice President Mike Pence. This is all according to public reporting. And the committee wants to question Bannon and some some of the other people about that. The reality is, though, it's very likely that they will never be able to get that evidence, at least from Steve Bannon, but they're getting it from other places, Savannah.
Danny, let's bring you in here. So the judge overseeing this case has put strict limits on the possible lines of defense for Bannon. Explain what those are and what you expect to see from this case as a result of those limits.
There's almost nothing left in terms of defense. Steve Bannon wanted to argue that he relied on the advice of his attorney, or that President Trump essentially through an attorney told him that he had to demand executive privilege. The judge has stripped away all of those and basically left the only defense being that whether or not he understood the timeline for compliance. That's not much of a defense. But yet, look for Bannon's defense to argue that this is a kind of political prosecution, even if they can't explicitly say so, to kind of crowbar that in. Now, remember, criminal contempt is different from civil contempt. Civil contempt is about forcing someone to comply with the court's wishes. Criminal contempt is like any other crime. You're punishing something for what they did in the past. So, if you rob a bank and offer to return the money, that doesn't get you out of criminal charges. In this case, just because Bannon may have offered in the last few weeks to testify and show up for the committee, that's not going to exonerate him either. So he has a difficult path ahead of him, his defense. But had those defenses remained in the case, I would have given the defense here a solid chance of winning. Now, going to be tough.
Ken, I want to ask you something about what Danny just mentioned. So Bannon's team recently informed the January 6th committee that he would now be willing to testify. Is that still the case? Could we still hear from him on this House committee now that his trial is no longer delayed?
It seems very unlikely, Savannah. They haven't said whether that offer is still on the table, but a lot of legal observers believe the whole point of that was to try to influence the trial or postpone the trial. Bannon was unsuccessful in that. And to Danny's point, even if he's convicted of these charges, he cannot be forced to testify. And, while the charges do carry, they're misdemeanors, they carry a penalty of up to a year in jail each. No one has ever gone to jail for contempt of Congress. And, this prosecution is likely going to be very unsatisfying for people who want to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th, because even if they convict Bannon, they're likely never to get his testimony, Savannah.
And Danny, last quick question just to follow up on what you were saying. So Bannon says his conversations with former President Trump are protected by executive privilege. What does that have to do here? How does that come in, even with those sort of limits on things?
Very little. It has almost nothing to do with this trial, mostly because the judge has stripped away those options for the defense. Now, if I were defending Bannon, I would want to make that a centerpiece of my defense. And it's essentially been taken away from Bannon. So look, they're not going into trial with a whole lot of options. They're just going to have to put up what they can and hope they can persuade a jury, or at least one juror, to hold out. But in reality, Bannon probably isn't sweating this too much because it's a federal misdemeanor. Most criminal defense attorneys have probably never had a case that's just a federal misdemeanor. They're not brought that often, which adds to Bannon's argument likely that this is a kind of political prosecution. That's the kind of thing a jury might not look too favorably on. So still, the odds are statistically against Bannon in this case.
All right, Danny Savalos, Ken Delaney, thank you both so much.
And the House committee investigating January 6th is gearing up for its 8th public hearing. This one is scheduled for prime time, taking place this Thursday night. The panel is expected to focus on former President Trump's alleged inaction while the Capitol was under siege. Committee member Adam Kinzinger offered a preview.
This is going to open people's eyes in a big way. The reality is, I'll give you this preview, the president didn't do very much, but gleefully watch television during this time frame. We're going to present a lot more than that. But I could only imagine I knew what I felt like as a U.S. congressman. If I was a president sworn to defend the Constitution, that includes the legislative branch, watching this on television, I know I would have been going ballistic to try to save the Capitol. He did quite the opposite.
The president didn't do anything?
The president didn't do anything, and we're going to fill those blanks in.
Joining us now is NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Scott, good morning to you. So this next hearing will likely be the last one for some time, though the committee has hinted at more hearings later this year as it continues its investigation. So what can we expect in prime time on Thursday night?
Good morning, guys. What we can expect in prime time is the committee really zeroing in on what they are calling the 187 minutes. Now, that is the time between the sign of the first violence that we saw at the United States Capitol on January 6th until the moment when former President Trump then told his supporters to go home and go in peace. So 187 minutes elapsed. The committee says they are going to provide greater details and really fill in that picture as to what was happening behind the scenes during that time, talking to individuals who were in the White House there. They're vowing to provide testimony from new witnesses at this hearing that we have not seen or heard from in the previous 7 hearings. And so, yes, they are saying that this will be the last hearing in this sort of tranche of 8 hearings that we've seen over the course of this June and July. But they are saying that there is a possibility that as they uncover more and more evidence, that they could decide to, in fact, hold additional hearings later this year.
Scott, we know this House panel is very interested in getting those Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th that were apparently erased. The committee went so far as to actually subpoena the Secret Service last week. What's the latest there?
That's right. Committee members Zoe Lofgren and Adam Kinzinger say they expect to receive some of these text messages as early as Tuesday. Tuesday is important because that's the deadline that they have given the Secret Service to hand over these documents. Now, the Secret Service is saying that, there's nothing nefarious here. They said they did not permanently delete these messages. They say that these messages were lost on these iPhones during a normal migration of data, and that they say this information is retrievable. And they say that they are fully cooperating with the investigation with the January 6th committee. Now, the reason why these text messages are so important and of value to the January 6th committee is because they could corroborate key testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson, the former White House aide, who has alleged, based on conversations she had with other White House officials, that on January 6th, President Trump was trying to join his supporters, violent supporters, at the Capitol. And secondly, that he got into a physical altercation with some of his top security officials who were with him in the vehicle that day as he was, arguing with the Secret Service and trying to go to the Capitol. At one point, grabbing the steering wheel. At one point, grabbing towards the throat or the clavicle of one of his top officials. And so those text messages, the January 6th committee believes will hold the key to whether or not Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony can be corroborated.
All right, Scott Wong, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, a massive heat wave is making its way across the country this morning. Temperatures will hit over 100 degrees in the South and Midwest today, and they're expected to remain there for most of the week. More than 50 million Americans are forecast to be under dangerous heat advisories in the coming days. And the sustained heat is putting a strain on states' power grids as officials ask residents to conserve energy and reduce the amount of time spent using air conditioning.
So how hot is it going to get across the country? For more, let's check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is with us now. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. This remains a really big story. We're going to see this heat wave continuing at least until next week. And it's not just in the U.S., it's global, too. I'll show you some numbers in Europe in just a bit. But first, back at home, we're looking at 35 million Americans under a heat alert. And these heat alerts stretch from the west into the Intermountain West, the Midwest, and even into parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. So many alerts across the area. We're looking at heat advisories, heat watches, and heat warnings. But the heat stretches well beyond these alerts. We're looking at temperatures, 141 million Americans above 90 degrees today. Over 50 million Americans seeing temperatures into the triple digits. And we're looking at a lot of triple digits today. It's going to feel like 110 in many, many spots. That's pretty widespread across the plains. So looking at the temperatures for today, we're looking at 107 in Phoenix, 101 in El Paso, 101 in Denver. And then you get into the southern plains, Oklahoma into Texas. That's where we're seeing these draining temperatures day after day, still climbing into the triple digits. Dallas today, 109. 98 degrees in Houston. It's going to feel like 103. It'll feel like close to 100 in Minneapolis, and it will feel like 107, in Little Rock. And then tomorrow we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits once again in the central and southern plains. Oklahoma City, 109. That's what it's going to feel like. It'll feel like 110 in Little Rock. Notice New York City, it's going to feel like 93 tomorrow. And then we're really going to see those temperatures set in New York City, temperatures in the mid-90s. Wednesday, Thursday, 92 by Friday. So it's going to be a week long of temperatures in the 90s, probably a heat wave there. Now, it's extreme across the globe, too. So back at home, we have this area of high pressure. It won't budge. It's been stuck for about a month, and that's what's pumping in this hot air. But as we go across the pond and we go to Europe, we're looking at the same story. We're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year, a dangerous and deadly heat wave in Europe. Also looking at a lot of wildfires there. So we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in Paris, 102 today and 105 tomorrow. And you guys, we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in London, too. So this is far-reaching. It's not just the U.S.
Absolutely. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And that's a good tease for what's coming up. It's not just here at home feeling the heat. We come back, we'll bring you the latest from Western Europe, where historic triple-digit temperatures are fueling several fires also in several countries.
Plus, rebuilding relationships. President Biden back in Washington after that controversial high-stakes trip to the Middle East. We're going to have highlights and reaction, including his message to the region's leaders, next on Morning News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
President Biden is back at the White House after a critical 4-day trip to the Middle East. Biden vowed to remain engaged in the region going forward, despite a contentious meeting with Saudi Arabian leaders, impacting his ability to establish a security pact with other countries. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from the White House with more. Hey, Maura, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. President Biden visited Israel and met with Palestinian leaders as well on the trip, but it's all being overshadowed by this decision and controversy to meet with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. We saw that precluding the trip, and it's returned home again with him. People are very frustrated. He's facing harsh criticism over what was actually accomplished on the trip and whether it was worth it at all. That criticism coming from Americans and lawmakers alike. One Democrat saying that fist bump was worth 1,000 words.
Returning home, President Biden shielding himself from criticism over his trip to the Middle East.
The Saudi foreign minister says he didn't hear you accuse the crown prince of Khashoggi's murder. Is he telling the truth? No. Do you regret the fist pump, Mr. President? Why don't you guys talk about something that matters? I'm happy to ask a question that matters.
But to those across the political spectrum today, it does matter.
I don't think that that type of government should be rewarded with a visit by the President of the United States.
It's not just progressives pushing back. Moderate Democrat Adam Schiff calling the interaction a visual reminder of the continuing grip oil-rich autocrats have on U.S. foreign policy. As Republican lawmakers say the trip is a slap to the face of American oil and gas producers. And while the president brought home a Saudi commitment to pump more oil, hopefully checking off one item on the domestic agenda,
the president is unequivocal by not calling mission accomplished on any of this.
He's still facing low approval ratings and record high inflation.
Inflation is absolutely killing many, many people. And can't we wait to make sure that we do nothing to add to that?
Senator Joe Manchin halting the president's economic proposal. He says over tax hikes and climate spending, though critics cite coal being a major economic driver in West Virginia.
Now there's also skepticism that Manchin's holdup has something to do with campaign contributions from corporations that would suffer from this economic plan. But the White House is touting successes from the trip in the form of climate commitments and technology progress in the Middle East. Now, in terms of that specific ramp up on oil, it could be weeks or even months until we get any firm details on that. That's because OPEC, the group that regulates oil, isn't set to meet until early next month. Savannah.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much. Now, those scorching temperatures here are also being felt across the pond in Europe, which is in the midst of a historic heat wave. It's causing massive wildfires across much of Western Europe as crews work around the clock to contain the fires spreading in countries like France, Spain, and Portugal. And a national emergency has been declared in the United Kingdom as temperatures there are expected to shatter records and reach 105 degrees. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome, somewhere we also know it's been quite warm. At least, Claudio, you look ready for the heat and the sunshine today. Good morning. What more can you tell us about these wildfires that are burning all over Western Europe? I mean, is there any progress in containing them?
Hey, Savannah, let me start from Italy here. Italian meteorologists are saying that we are entering the hottest week of the year. But let me tell you, to be honest, every single week since the start of May, I felt the hottest week of the year, because since the start of May, we've been experiencing temperatures of between the 90s and 100 degrees. But while there are, Italy is supposed to at least know how to cope with hot weather, as you said, there are some other countries, as you mentioned, like the UK, that is certainly not prepared for that. As you mentioned, 105 degrees today and tomorrow. That is the highest temperature ever recorded in the UK. They are telling people not to take public transport unless, of course, it's strictly necessary. They are spreading salt on the roads for fear that they melt. You mentioned the forest fires, of course, forest fires throughout the week too, in Portugal, in Spain, but now also in France, where they called it the fire of the century. There were 16,000 people who had to be evacuated in the south of France because of that, Savannah.
And Claudio, you mentioned the United Kingdom. I mean, because this is unusual for them, they don't really have the air conditioning capacity there in the UK. What are they doing to keep people safe?
Well, they are advising them, as you will advise anyone anywhere around the country, anywhere around the world, when it's so hot. Get hydrated, avoid staying in the sun, check out on your neighbors, especially the elderly, that they are okay, avoid public transport. They're also telling them to try to avoid, trains. The trains are running at reduced speed because it's so hot that they fear that the rails may be deteriorated or deformed or even bent, and that is very dangerous. So they are telling them to stay put, resist at least a couple of days, because fortunately for the UK, in a couple of days' time, the temperatures will drop to regular levels. Unfortunately for Italy and the rest of Europe, it will not, and there doesn't seem to be an end in sight for this heat wave for this part of the world, at least.
Claudio, are officials citing climate change as a reason for any of this?
Yes, they are. They are definitely blaming climate change. They are saying that around the world they've already seen an increase in the past few decades of more than 1 degree, and all we are experiencing right now is down and is due to climate change. And that is why they say this is not a one-off. This is only going to become the new norm, and this can only get worse unless we do something about it, and fast.
All right, Claudio Lubanga, stay cool, stay safe. Thank you so much. And coming up on Morning News Now, a race against time. New cases of monkeypox on the rise nationwide. More on the new efforts to contain a growing outbreak and why some health experts say it's already too late. That's after the break.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're back with the latest on the battle against the monkeypox virus. Cases continue to rise across the country, with here in New York City as the epicenter of the nation's outbreak. According to the CDC, the city accounts for more than 30% of U.S. monkeypox cases. Officials are trying to fight the virus head-on, opening 3 mass vaccination sites, and another clinic is expected to open soon. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with the latest from one of those vaccination centers. She's here in Manhattan. Antonia, good morning. Now, one of the big issues we've been hearing about with monkeypox was a lack of vaccine supply. So what's the latest with that? Do these sites have what they need?
That's right, Savannah. To paint a picture for you, on Friday evening, the city made available 9,200 slots for first shots of the monkeypox vaccine. And that went live at 6 p.m. By 6:07, every slot was gone. And consistently, people who have been trying to get access to this vaccine have described the attempt and the website portals in order to get slots for these vaccine shots like something like the Hunger Games. So there's immense need here, and health officials say that in the coming days and weeks, they want tens of thousands more vaccines here on the ground, and they say it's really urgent here, not just in New York, which is the epicenter, but around the country. Take a listen to the New York City Health Commissioner describing the need here.
We need tens of thousands of doses. We're still working on the total number we think we need, but we've gotten a total of about 20,000 vaccines from the federal government to date, and we need much, much more than that. I think tens of thousands more, yeah. We need significantly more vaccine than we've gotten, and this will be a process that will take weeks to get all the people. If we get the supply that we need, it'll take weeks to get shots into arms.
Because the need here is so severe, Savannah, right now they are focused on getting first shots into as many arms as possible, even though this is a 2-shot regimen. This has some health officials a little nervous because 2 shots is what really gives people the full protection against this virus. But right now, as health officials scramble to get ahead of a virus that frankly got its foothold in New York before the testing and vaccination infrastructure was ready, they feel they need to focus on just getting as many first shots into people as they can, Savannah.
And Antonia, how are they prioritizing who is getting that first round?
Well, right now, eligibility is severely restricted, and it's focused on men who have sex with men, bi, transgender people, people who have anonymous or multiple sexual partners. And the reason that they're focused on that group of individuals is just because that's where the outbreak started. I want to be really clear that this is not a sexually transmitted disease. It's a disease that can spread to anyone with close contacts. And so certainly, even if you don't fit that initial eligibility guideline, you should be reaching out to health officials or to your PCP if you feel that you've had close contact with someone who has monkeypox or that you have concerns for your own health for whatever reason. Again, it started in this community, and because there's restricted supply, they need to focus on getting shots into those arms. But there is no reason why other folks in New York shouldn't be on high alert right now and paying great attention, because this is a disease that can spread to anyone, Savannah.
And Antonia, of course, we just went through a massive vaccine rollout with COVID-19, and New York was the epicenter then. We had to learn a lot of lessons. Anything we're taking from that here with monkeypox that we learned?
Well, a lot of the lessons learned here in New York City focus around equity. And equity is something that's really challenging to accomplish when you are in a situation of scarcity. There aren't that many resources. People are scrambling. New York has also had technical issues with the website where they have been doling out the appointments. And so equity has been difficult to accomplish, but it has been front of mind. The way that New York has tackled this so far is by making sure that they're setting up clinics for these vaccines in every single one of the boroughs. Here in Chelsea, this site where I am today was the very first site. And while Chelsea is known as a more upscale neighborhood in Manhattan, it also is where so many, a large portion of the cases have come from. And so they really wanted to get in there, get the vaccine very locally available to those who would need it first. But they are making sure that that infrastructure spreads around the city. Take a listen again to the health commissioner here.
While doing this, we're also really focusing on equity, so making sure that we're putting enough shots in arms quickly, while also ensuring that we're getting enough vaccine out to communities that are hardest to reach. One of the biggest lessons from COVID was how important it is to build that in from the beginning and to ensure that we're reaching the hardest to reach communities from the beginning of our vaccination campaign.
Despite all those efforts, when you talk to people who've been on the ground at these vaccination sites, they say it's been incredibly difficult, that at times people who know someone who works in the health department or who just happen to be on the website at the right time have been able to get those shots and those appointments. And so the city is actively trying right now to make sure that the process of actually booking these appointments for the people who need them is more equitable and more easily accessible, Savannah.
All right, Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So we mentioned this virus is spreading quickly, so it's important to understand how it can be transmitted. So first, tell us more how the virus is spreading, what's considered close contact, and then also what are the symptoms and how soon would you start seeing those symptoms?
Joe, all great questions. This is a virus that really requires close skin-to-skin contact, and it's really from these rashes and characteristic lesions that look almost like pimples and having prolonged contact. What does prolonged mean? It's definitely more than seconds and minutes, and so it's usually repeated contact with those lesions or close contact with respiratory secretions. So think again, someone coughing very close to you, and if you have breaks in the skin or if they're right in your face. So those are all the characteristic ways. And the good news is that transmission is nowhere near as easy as it is with COVID or with some of our other respiratory illnesses. So I want to put that context into place.
Let's talk details on the vaccine here. So it consists of 2 doses. How soon after you receive the first dose should you get your second shot, and anything else people should know about this one, especially since we've been talking about another vaccine for a long time now?
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 doses, 4 weeks apart. Sounds very familiar. It's similar to COVID vaccines. Here's the big difference, Savannah. This is only licensed for 18 and above. So there is not an availability under 18 unless you request special permission from the Food and Drug Administration. I highlight that because it's incredibly rare to get hospitalized from monkeypox, but those who could be hospitalized are often young, under the age of 8, pregnant women, and people who have immunocompromised or chronic conditions that make their immune system decrease. That's why it's important to get the word out about the signs and symptoms of monkeypox and get tested.
So if you're not eligible for the vaccine or you're struggling to get your hands on the vaccine right now, what are the things you can do to protect yourself?
All right, couple of things. Number one, don't just assume that somebody who says, yeah, I had this unusual rash and I haven't had time to get it checked out. Don't assume anything about that. Encourage them to get checked out by a health professional if they have an unexplained rash, especially, Joe, because what we're seeing are patients presenting with a rash first, often in the mouth or in the face area, and then sometimes in the genital area or arms and hands. And then keep a distance from anybody suspected. And then the basics apply here, washing your hands. If you feel like you can't isolate from that individual, it can be helpful to wear a mask and to take some of the precautions that we do take to avoid getting contagious with a close contact, household member, family member, friend that might be undergoing evaluation for monkeypox. It can take 4 to 21 days from first infection to getting those pimples to that rash to then scab and heal over, at which time you are no longer infectious if you are diagnosed with monkeypox. So it can be a long duration, but again, very rare to end up in the hospital.
Seems like a pretty good rule of thumb to get an unusual rash checked out.
Get all those rashes checked out.
You'd be surprised, but you're
exactly.
right.
No,
You're right.
it's good to hear. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you as always.
Thank you. Coming up, dueling threats. Law enforcement stretched thin with both drug use and gun violence on the rise.
When we come back on Morning News Now, NBC News rides along with police in Philadelphia for a first-hand look at what officers face on the job.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
NBC News has been getting a first-hand look at how the country is confronting gun violence on the ground.
Yeah, as part of that coverage, Jesse Kirsch spent the night on a rare ride-along with 2 Philadelphia patrol officers who are focusing on the relationship between drugs and guns.
Jesse joins us now from Independence Hall in Philadelphia with more on the police ride-along. And before we start, we do want to warn you some of the images you're going to see in this report might be disturbing. So, Jesse, first, walk us through what you saw during this ride-along, and are police able to do anything about the crime they're seeing while they're on patrol?
Yeah, guys, good morning. And we chose this location for our report just to speak to the contrast of what's going on here in Philadelphia. Of course, Independence Hall is where the Declaration of Independence was signed. This is, in many ways, the beginning of America, the beginning of the dream of this country. But here's what is also going on in this country today. Riding along with police officers into the overnight hours on Saturday evening, we saw people openly shooting up with drugs, with needles in various body parts throughout the night. People sleeping on the street, people in some cases appearing to be high, slumped over in various positions on the street. There were what we were responding to, according to police, were domestic calls, people wrestling with a knife nearby, a child present, a child that was standing alone on the street. There were multiple calls where they thought they were going to shooting incidents. Turned out, thankfully, those were just fireworks, it appeared, being fired off. But there were also shootings. Police tell us there were 2 shootings just before we joined them, including one in which 4 people were shot. And here is some of what police told us, because while all of that is going on, again, we saw people also using drugs actively, but police told us, when I asked them why they don't stop to deal with the drugs, it is because if they are to get involved with a narcotics investigation there, that means that hours are taken up on that, and then they can't wind up dealing with a shooting, which they expect at any time. Here's what they told us about the problems they're facing.
So, you know, with the manpower situation that we have going on, not only just in this district, but in the city in general, if we allocate most of our time to, you know, be able to go out and confiscate any illegal narcotics, basically that's going to eliminate us 2 from the streets for a few hours. The issue becomes now, if we're off the street for a few hours, then no one else is getting either any calls for service for when that violent call does come out, or any officers that might be in need, foot pursuits, assists. We're not there for it because now we're stuck.
And just to underscore that every second counts, we know that in a medical emergency, right? But if those police officers beat paramedics to the scene, they are the ones who, what they call scooping up. They take the gunshot victim in the back of their police car to the hospital first. So every second counts. And so that means that they have to make a tough decision, Joe and Savannah, about not even trying to stop someone from using drugs right in front of them, literally feet from where we were driving.
I mean, Jesse, they see so many people struggling day in and day out. You got to imagine this is tough on them. How do they handle the emotional aspect of working this job?
Yeah, and if it's not hard enough to just see, for some of them, it's literally personal. 2 of the police officers we met on Saturday said they've seen in the area they patrol, which is called Kensington, the area we were in North Philadelphia, they've seen people that they grew up with who have developed, unfortunately, drug problems and are now in this area where there are obviously also families living. We saw children. There were children bouncing a basketball on the street, children with their families in the street, and not far from where we were unfortunately seeing people struggling with drugs, and also in an area again where police are bracing for violence. Here's what the officers told us about what this job does to them mentally and how they have to get ready.
I think it's just a mental preparation for the volume of calls that we're going to handle and the unknown of what we're going to handle. You know, it could be anything from a shooting to a domestic to theft of auto. We don't know what we're coming into, and a lot of times when we respond to these jobs, we don't know what we're going to. So I think it's just a mental preparation for the volume and the unknown of what we're heading into.
So, again, that was evident when we were with them. There was one time we were pulling over a vehicle because police say they'd got a report of a man with a gun in that vehicle. And so in that situation, obviously they're walking up to a traffic stop and they then are conducting a search. So obviously things change very rapidly, and we saw that certainly with the types of incidents that we were following along with the officers on Saturday night.
Jesse Kirsch, we appreciate your reporting, the reporting of all our NBC News colleagues who are out on the streets across America this weekend. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, and taking a turn coming up on Morning News Now, a celebrity marriage 20 years in the making. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have tied the knot.
Yeah, you might have heard. So after the break, more on the couple's surprise late-night ceremony in a Vegas drive-thru and J-Lo's message to fans about a love worth waiting for.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
He's the star of Breaking Bad, but actor Bryan Cranston got a bad break at batting practice for the MLB celebrity softball game. The 66-year-old actor was hit in the right shoulder by a line drive hit off the bat of actor Anthony Ramos this weekend. Cranston doubled over for a couple minutes before heading to his nearby trailer. He later returned saying, quote, "I might be more of a cheerleader in this game." Cranston was later ejected from the game after getting into a heated argument with the umpire after a third strike call. It got so bad, actor J.K. Simmons needed to restrain him. Cranston even grabbed a bucket filled with bubble gum, ran to home plate, and threw it at the umpire. This was, of course, all a joke.
Oh.
Not legit.
What?
But
That doesn't
Cranston
seem like him.
definitely knows how to steal a show. I think the beard and the hair being all over the place probably added to the mystique. All right.
I was like, wow. Also, Ramos with a line drive.
Exactly,
Dang.
I know.
Okay.
Tough guy. All right.
Yeah.
It is the marriage our Y2K selves only ever dreamed about. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck, also known as Bennifer, are officially finally married after a year of dating.
Yeah, court records show the couple received their marriage license on Saturday from Clark County, Nevada. That's where Las Vegas is, of course. Youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now for more on the surprise wedding. Hey, Callan, good morning. So, I mean, there was no wind-up, no leaks earlier, no big celebrity guest list. Give us the details about this wedding that sort of surprised us. What did we know about where and the ceremony, and was it as glamorous as you'd think it might be?
Yeah, very surprising. 17 years apart, back together now. Love is very patient. What we know about this wedding, they flew to Vegas on Saturday. They got their license. They waited in line with 4 other couples. J-Lo wore a dress that apparently she's been holding on to for many, many years. It is a white dress that she said was used in a movie. Ben Affleck wore a jacket that he's been holding on to. And what we know from the court records is that Jennifer Lopez is now Jennifer Affleck. So we're going to have to figure out what that abbreviation is now. Is it J-Fleck? Is it J-Aff? What are we going with? But very exciting. They said they have the greatest witnesses. They didn't specify who they were, but very glamorous wedding regardless.
J-Aff. Jaff.
Jaff.
That might work.
Jaff.
I don't know.
She's got to keep the J-Lo. Yeah.
Is there anything more we know about this dress? You said it's thrifty. What else can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so J-Lo said that this was a dress that she had saved from a movie. We know it is, from a few years ago, with some people speculating that maybe it's from a movie around the first time that Ben and Jen dated. We don't know that for a fact, but there's a lot of speculation that maybe she was holding on to this, hoping that maybe they would come back together. We're going to have to wait to hear more from the queen herself, but it was a beautiful dress. Beautiful ceremony held in what she called a little white chapel. We don't know if it's the little white chapel where many celebrity weddings have been held in the past. So again, we're waiting for a few more details, but very beautiful photos, very loving photos coming out from that ceremony as well.
Leave it to J-Lo to just slip on a dress from 17 years ago. Yeah. Callan, why is it different for them now? I mean, they were together 17 years ago. We were obsessed with them then. They break up. What have they said about their partnership this time around?
Yeah, again, as I mentioned, J-Lo says love is very patient. They've been through many other relationships. They've had kids. They've gotten married, divorced. They've lived a lot of life, and life has brought them back together at this time. And it just seems like the right fit. They seem very in love, and it seems like they couldn't wait any longer. 20 years is a long time, and 17 years apart seems like they couldn't wait any longer to be man and wife.
Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much. Good stuff.
Love is patient, love is kind, love is thrifty, all those things.
Yeah,
all right.
exactly.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, unrelenting. This morning, a record-breaking heat wave. It is putting tens of millions of Americans from the Dakotas to the Deep South under dangerous heat advisories. We've got the latest forecast on when things might cool down. And it's not just America. In Europe, it is a similar sweltering story as massive wildfires spread across several countries. We are on the ground with the race to contain the damage this morning. Systemic breakdown. A scathing new preliminary report on the deadliest school shooting since Sandy Hook is putting law enforcement and other top Uvalde officials back in the headlines. We're going to take a closer look at the damning findings of a Texas House committee. Also this morning, royalty in New York. Prince Harry and Meghan in Manhattan this morning for a keynote speech at the United Nations. His tribute to Nelson Mandela, plus the growing buzz surrounding his upcoming memoir and another new book about the royal rift. Plus, gaming the system, opening up the sometimes perplexing world of finance to America's younger generations. An app that lets you play with your money all while teaching some old-fashioned Wall Street wisdom. We talk often about the benefits of teaching folks young about money. That's going to come in handy over the next few
There
years.
are so many things you did not need to know that they teach you anyway. That's one that would have been more helpful.
No kidding. We'll get to that in a little bit. We are going to begin this hour with the heat wave that is gripping the country. Nearly 35 million Americans are under excessive heat warnings and advisories this morning.
Yeah, this is also as wildfires are ripping through Europe and parts of northern Africa. Authorities in Madrid have blamed soaring temperatures for hundreds of deaths as well. It's not just the U.S. Europe also dealing with that extreme heat. Britain has declared a national emergency as record-breaking heat wave descends there. We have team coverage of this dangerous heat wave. We begin with NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz in Houston, where temperatures are expected to reach triple digits today.
Yeah, around 80% of the country is going to see highs of around 90 degrees this week. That is bad news for a summer that's already been full of record-breaking scorchers.
From the Southwest to the Great Plains, this morning more than 20 million people are waking up to dangerous and unrelenting heat.
It feels like it's not 96, like it's 100 and something.
Sweltering highs already shattering records from Salt Lake City to Albuquerque.
He was on a bike ride and he started overheating.
In Texas, first responders bracing for more desperate calls as temperatures hit 100 degrees. The state's utility operator asking citizens to turn up their thermostats twice this week to avoid overwhelming the same power grid that failed in February 2021, while residents are once again on the edge.
I really worry about the elder folks. I am really fearful that this year we're going to have more people who are afraid to run their air conditioning because of the cost.
But with the heat and humidity not letting up, parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas are expected to feel close to 110 degrees this week, intensifying the drought that's already crippled farmers across the region.
They're out of grass, out of water. Nobody's making any hay.
The oppressive heat also baking cities from Little Rock to Scottsdale, where a Ring camera captured this delivery driver momentarily collapsing in triple-digit temperatures. For those hoping to cool down with a backyard splash, pool operators are now warning that water is evaporating faster than ever before, leading to possibly dangerous levels of chemicals if left unchecked.
We're losing all of our not only water, but our chemicals as well. So we're struggling with Mother Nature right now.
And with little relief in sight, forecasters fear the most brutal boil is yet to come. And here in Houston, city officials are encouraging people who live here to take advantage of cooling centers as well as pools like this, especially when you think about those temperatures that are going to be around 100 for 6 days straight. Back to you.
Gadi, thank you so much.
Overseas, firefighters are battling raging wildfires in Spain and France, including one where flames reached two popular Atlantic beaches on Sunday. This as Europe is wilting amid an unusually extreme heat wave. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella is in London with the latest. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you, Joe. Yes, swimming holes and park fountains are probably the most popular places in London today and will be again tomorrow, as this city is set to become one of the hottest places in the world, hotter even than the Western Sahara, with forecast temperatures topping 100 degrees. This morning, people are being warned to take cover as deadly heat sweeps across Britain.
A red extreme heat warning because
the National Weather Service issuing the first ever extreme heat warning, with forecast highs of 105 today and tomorrow, hotter than the Sahara Desert and Delhi. People are being advised to stay home and check on their neighbors. Less than 1% of homes in Britain have air conditioning. Some schools are closing early or not opening at all. The scorching heat is bearing down on all of Western Europe, already blamed for 1,000 deaths in Spain and Portugal, where they set a new July record of 117. The ferocious temperatures fueling out-of-control wildfires. At least 13 fires in Portugal. Flames and smoke racing toward holiday resorts in Spain and France. More than 14,000 were evacuated from Gironde in southwest France. Several thousand more told to leave another tourist hotspot, Malaga in Spain.
We've just grabbed a few essentials and just ran, really.
Italy is seeing its worst drought in 70 years. The government declaring a state of emergency. The Po River now little more than a trickle. Big cities in Europe, including London, just really are not equipped to deal with this kind of extreme heat. Very few people have air conditioning, and it's going to continue at least for another day. In fact, it's so bad that some of the trains have been slowed down. Their speed has been slowed. People are being told not to travel unless they absolutely have to. Some trains even canceled altogether because, Joe, they're worried that the train tracks will buckle in this crazy heat. Joe?
Wow, all the problems we don't even think of until we have to face them. Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is here to tell us how long this is all going to last. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Well, for Europe, they're going to get a little break faster. We're going to see this heat wave in the U.S. at least for the next week and a half. And again, it's only July, so we're going to see these temperatures hanging around for just a bit. But let's start in Europe because we just heard from Kelly, and we're going to look at temperatures once again into the triple digits for so many, into the upper 90s. So London today near 100 degrees, 101 tomorrow. Look at Madrid, 106 today, and we're looking at Paris, 102 today, 105. So this is a dangerous and deadly heat wave that is happening in Europe. That's a big story. It's a big story, too, back home. We're looking at temperatures really warm once again. Lots of alerts. And this is historic for us, too. We're looking at the warmest summer so far. That's where you see the red dots. So especially in parts of the southern plains, into parts of the southwest, and even more spots seeing the top 5 warmest summers. And again, we're just halfway through. So we're probably going to add to some of these numbers as we go throughout the rest of the summer. So we're getting prepared for another hot week, especially in the central and southern plains, even up to the northern plains. But the warmth extends to the southwest, the Intermountain West, the Midwest, into parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. Even the Northeast is going to see a heat wave as we go throughout this week. So 105 today in Rapid City, that's 18 degrees above average for this time of year. 101 in Amarillo, Dallas, 109, that's 13 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Tomorrow we see that heat expanding to the east. Chicago 91, Minneapolis 97, Lubbock 106, Dallas still 107. It's been so hot there for a month straight, and we're going to continue to see that heat sweltering, and no relief in sight for late week. We're looking at Tulsa 107 on Wednesday, 104 on Thursday, Friday 104, Nashville temperatures in the mid-90s, and the Northeast we're going to see temperatures in the 90s as well. That includes New York City. Now we do have heat alerts stretching from the west to the Intermountain West, the Midwest down to the lower Mississippi Valley. 35 million people impacted by either a heat advisory, a heat watch, a heat warning, and this heat and humidity will spark some storms. So we're concerned about heavy downpours today, concerned about severe weather as well. This is what radar looks like right now. Clear to make out where a cold front is. It's stretching from Buffalo all the way down to the south central states. This is going to move to the southeast. Again, it's moving through really warm, humid air, so we're going to see the chance for some severe weather. We're also looking at the chance for severe weather in parts of the northern plains, Montana, the Dakotas, into parts of Minnesota. So today, there's that cold front stretching from the southeast to New England. It's going to bring strong winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail as well with some of these strong storms, and a brief tornado or two is possible, especially this afternoon into the evening hours. Now, with any summer soaker, we could see some localized flash flooding, especially where you see those darker colors. So parts of New England into upstate New York, even parts of the southeast, we could see some pretty heavy rainfall. But really, anywhere where you see those stronger thunderstorms, we could see some localized flooding. The severe threat also extends to parts of the northern tier of the nation, where we could see 2-inch hail. That's a really large hail. So where you see that orange, guys, that's where we're looking at that enhanced risk, and that's where we're going to be focusing on this afternoon. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. A lot to keep an eye on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And turning now to the latest mass shooting, this one taking place at a mall outside of Indianapolis yesterday. This morning, 3 people are dead, including the gunman, after the shooter walked into the mall yesterday evening and opened fire on people inside. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago with more. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, investigators say this all happened as the Greenwood Park Mall near Indianapolis, as you said, was scheduled to close. That gunman, they say, just walked into the food court and opened fire on the crowd. But they also say it was a bystander, just a random Good Samaritan who stepped in to end this tragedy and ultimately kill the shooter. Investigators are searching for a motive behind a deadly shooting at a shopping mall just outside Indianapolis.
Several calls from Johnson County, possible active shooter.
Authorities say a man opened fire at the Greenwood Park Mall, killing at least 3 people and injuring 2 others, including a 12-year-old girl. According to police, an armed bystander shot and killed the gunman.
It appears that a good Samaritan that was armed observed the shooting in progress and shot the shooter.
The rampage happened just around 6 p.m. Sunday when authorities received multiple calls reporting shots fired. Police say a man entered the food court with a long gun and began his attack.
It appears that he had a rifle with several magazines of ammunition, entered the food court and began shooting.
The sound of gunshots erupting inside the mall.
All of a sudden, we just hear a pop, pop, pop 4 times.
Stunning shoppers like Olivia Harding, who says she was inside an Old Navy close by.
I would say about 30 to 40 people back there with us, and they locked the doors.
There have been more than 349 mass shootings in the United States this year, according to data from the Gun Violence Archive. Among the cities scarred, Buffalo, Uvalde, and Highland Park. President Biden earlier this summer signed new gun reform legislation aimed at curbing the violence. Meanwhile, in Indiana, police aren't releasing the so-called Good Samaritan's name, but saying the 22-year-old man was key in stopping Sunday's attack. And we are expecting more details to be released in the coming days, including the name of the shooter as well as the name of the victims. At the same time, overnight, the mayor of Greenwood, Indiana, also extending his thanks to that also unnamed Good Samaritan, writing in a statement, "This person saved lives." Savannah.
Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
Now to the latest from Uvalde, Texas, and the fallout from that damning preliminary report on the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. The report from the Texas House Committee investigating the massacre highlights how many ways the safeguards meant to protect students failed. That includes law enforcement. NBC's Sam Brock joins us now from Uvalde with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The number of ways that this went awry, almost too many to count. But as you mentioned, it's from the school initially, where they had a historical non-compliance of following their own locked door policy, Joe, to nearly 400 law enforcement officers here the morning of the massacre. We're about to show you new body cam footage as well that we have to warn you is disturbing.
For the first time, the public is getting a chilling picture of early moments inside Robb Elementary from police body camera footage.
Am I bleeding?
Early chaos and glimpses of calls to action.
We gotta get in there. We gotta get in there. He just keeps shooting.
That plea coming minutes after the massacre began. But that first interaction, the only time the officers are seen in the video physically confronting the gunman for well over an hour. At one point, Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo seen trying to reason with the shooter.
Let me know if there's any kids in there or anything. This could be peaceful.
Arredondo, who's on administrative leave, maintains he was not the incident commander that day. This new footage released as the most comprehensive report to date conducted by the Texas House finds law enforcement, which ultimately reached 376 officers, didn't honor their most basic responsibility. The author's writing, they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety.
Several officers in the hallway or in that building knew or should have known there was dying in that classroom, and they should have done more, acted with urgency.
Family members said they were hoping for more than a verbal dressing down.
But they're saying we already knew it. They were cowards.
Ultimately, some action was taken right away. The city's mayor announcing right before this meeting the acting chief of Uvalde's police department, Mariano Pargas, now on administrative leave. The report citing no evidence that any officer who did learn about 911 phone calls coming from inside rooms 111 and 112, including Pargas, acted on it to advocate shifting to an active shooter-style response. There are also windows into heroism.
Let's get these kids out of here. Let's get these kids out of here.
Students apparently being pulled out of the building. And this heartbreaking hallway exchange with Officer Ruben Ruiz right after the initial gunfire.
My wife's classroom.
Learning his wife, Eva Morales, a teacher, was shot and dying before his weapon was taken and he was removed for trying to engage the shooter, according to Texas DPS. The only teacher who did survive in those two rooms, Arnulfo Reyes, shot twice, believes Morales could have been saved.
If the law enforcement officers on scene would have allowed him to continue pursuing the gunman,
Yeah, she would have probably lived. And I think she's one of the ones that they had said that also bled to death.
All 11 of the students in his class didn't survive.
And Reyes also told me that at no point in that entire ordeal did he hear officers trying to open the door to his classroom or break into the classroom until this was over. As guys, he was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds, and he told me he did not think he was going to survive, but that was the only person inside of that classroom that could speak to whether or not there were efforts to actually get through that impenetrable door, according to Pete Arredondo. Guys.
Right. Sam Brock, thank you so much. Appreciate it. President Biden is back at the White House this morning after a 4-day trip to the Middle East.
Yeah, he's facing historic inflation and plummeting poll numbers. The president had hoped to broker a deal with Saudi Arabia to boost oil production and bring down gas prices at home. Now, the controversial meeting was an about-face for the president, who had previously vowed to make the kingdom a, quote, pariah state for its human rights record.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has more.
Good morning. President Biden says he believes diplomacy from his visit to Saudi Arabia can help consumers save money here at home. The president said he expects the oil producers will decide to increase output in the next few weeks, and that could help bring down gas prices. But there was no specific commitment made, and officials say more steps are still needed. And on the controversy of the meeting itself, the fist bumping and dealing with the Saudi crown prince, who U.S. officials contend ordered the 2018 murder of a Washington Post journalist, the president says he raised that killing directly and that he does not believe the denial he got from Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince. Sunday, Senator Bernie Sanders was asked about the visit and said he does not believe this president and the United States should be, quote, maintaining a warm relationship with the dictator, referring to the Saudi leadership. The president says he stood up for human rights and U.S. interests despite the criticism over his trip. Coming up this week here in Washington, there'll be more attention focused on the January 6th committee, which plans to hold another public hearing on Thursday. And the committee says it will focus on what happened during the 187 minutes from the start of the Capitol assault to the video message that President Trump at the time put out urging rioters to go home. The committee will also look at new access. They'll have access to Secret Service messages from January 5th and 6th that the committee says they expect to receive and be able to review by tomorrow. And that comes after questions about the agency deleting some messages that it says was a part of a technical upgrade, and that the messages the committee wants to look at are available and will be turned over. Back to you.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much. And coming up, COVID is once again on the rise across the country as another summer surge takes hold.
How some major cities are looking to stop the spread before numbers get even worse. That's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The number of cases of COVID-19 is on the rise across much of the country as the BA.5 Omicron subvariant continues to drive the latest surge.
Yeah, according to the CDC, BA.5 now accounts for 65% of all cases in the U.S. And new numbers show the U.S. averaged over 119,000 daily infections over the past week and 379 deaths per day.
Now some cities are issuing mask warnings and some are even considering a return to mask mandates.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now. All right, Steph, so tell us, what is the latest here on this?
I know. And everyone goes, no, please, no. And you walk around and it doesn't look like there's a pandemic right now in most places, right? But officials are saying there really is. And the numbers are on the rise. And you talk about those case numbers. And it's really important to point out that a lot of people right now are just taking those at-home rapid tests and getting positives. They're not calling up their local or state health officials and telling them that they've gotten sick. So those case numbers are actually significantly lower than the reality. But you look at hospitalizations and deaths, and those are up over 20% as well, both of those figures. It is this BA.5 variant, which is able to evade the vaccines that we've taken, as well as the immunity you may have gathered from having had it before. We're all hearing stories of people now getting COVID 3 or 4 times.
And, I'm one of them.
These preventative measures like wearing masks indoors are going to be the way to help people right now.
Of course, and the vaccines are key to preventing serious illness as well. We talk about these mask mandates. Where are they even coming back right now?
So, interestingly, in LA County has a rule that kicks into effect if they spend 2 weeks where the infection rate is considered high, then automatically a mandate will go in place for indoors. But over half the country now lives in an area that qualifies as high transmission rates, and the CDC really urges everyone when they're indoors in those places to wear masks as well.
So, Steph, we've heard a lot about also another tool potentially being vaccines that are specific to Omicron to try to actually help us battle these. Is that still in the works? When could we see those? Is it going to help with this?
And it's not just Omicron. The FDA has asked the drug makers to specifically target BA.4 and BA.5 variants of Omicron. And they're working on something, but it's probably not going to be available till October. So people may wonder if they qualify for that second booster, for instance, if you're 50 and older, whether or not it makes sense to get that now or should they wait. And the advice is get that second booster now. It doesn't preclude you from being able to get the more targeted shot in the fall when it comes out.
All right.
Yeah.
Stephanie Goss, thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Though. Thank you for helping
Sorry,
us.
I couldn't be the bearer of better news.
International headlines now in Ukraine. 2 top government officials have been fired over allegations of treason.
Yeah, Claudio Lavanga is with us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has fired Ukraine's head of security service as well as the prosecutor general after several members of those 2 departments have been accused or suspected of collaborating with Russia. In a post on Telegram on Sunday, Zelensky said that 651 criminal proceedings regarding treason have been registered. Let's move to Sri Lanka, where the acting president has declared a state of emergency following more protests demanding his resignation. The acting president cited public security ahead of the parliament's vote for a new president as the reason behind his move. However, many are calling it an arbitrary action that interferes with their democratic rights. And finally, the wild bison has returned to the UK after thousands of years. Today, 3 large female bison were released in southeast England. This major milestone is an experiment that aims to reintroduce wildlife in the UK landscapes to help the growing climate crisis. The bison will be joined in mid-August by a young bull from Germany. Back to you guys.
Cool. Wow. All right. A little bit of good news there in terms of climate and animals. Love it. Thanks, Claudio.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex take Manhattan today. We've got the latest on Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's New York visit, including a keynote speech at the UN.
Plus, the growing buzz surrounding Prince Harry's upcoming memoir. That's next.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Now, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are here in New York today for a big event at the United Nations.
Yeah, Harry will be a keynote speaker at the UN event, which celebrates Nelson Mandela International Day. This appearance comes as anticipation builds over his upcoming new memoir and another book, a bombshell book, focusing on the royal rift.
To honor Nelson Mandela's birthday during a celebration at the United Nations, today Prince Harry will address the UN General Assembly. His speech is expected to focus on the life and legacy of South Africa's first black leader. During their official tour of South Africa in 2019, Harry and Meghan spent time with Mandela's widow, Graça Machel. Prince Harry's admiration for the late human rights leader mirrors the respect shown by his mother, Princess Diana. The two met in Cape Town in 1997 to discuss the AIDS epidemic.
I see. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Harry told Hoda recently that he feels his mother around him constantly.
I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Today will be the first public outing for Harry and Meghan since the Queen's Platinum Jubilee last month. The pair kept a low profile, missing the iconic balcony appearance with the rest of the royal family at Buckingham Palace, but attending a church service. Their children, Lilibet and Archie, were said to have spent time with the Queen. It comes as speculation mounts about Prince Harry's upcoming memoir and what he'll reveal about the family.
There will be some concern amongst the royal family that Harry's memoir might have more of those bombshell accusations that we saw come from the couple when they did their sit down with Oprah Winfrey.
And there's another explosive new book detailing the Sussex's fallout with the other royals, according to insider interviews. In an exclusive excerpt published in the Sunday Times, author Tom Bauer details Harry and Meghan festering with fury over the Queen's Jubilee, when the palace, quote, refused all of their demands for a prominent role. Bauer even writes Harry's presence at Prince Philip's funeral in April, quote, remained a problem, adding Harry and William were separated and the Queen was allegedly relieved Meghan was not in attendance.
No comment this morning from the palace on that. NBC News has also reached out to the Sussexes for comment, but we have not yet heard back.
All right, we'll have to wait and see, especially as those books comes out. All right, coming up, gaming the system with a new way to invest in your financial future. We'll chat with the man behind a massively successful app that's giving Gen Zers some Wall Street wisdom while letting them play with their money.
Plus, we're back on Shark Watch this morning with the great white shark now being spotted where scientists thought they would never go before. We'll be right back.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. What is
this? News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. Let's get you some financial headlines now. And Amazon is putting a pause on office expansion plans in Tennessee.
CNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us with that and more money headlines. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, Amazon's pausing construction on 6 new office buildings in Tennessee. It's reassessing hybrid work. The company says the move will not affect its plans to hire about 30,000 people in the state. But Amazon says the pandemic, of course, significantly changed the way people work. And the company says it wants to design offices to meet employees' needs in the future. On Friday, Bloomberg also reported that Amazon's pulling back on expansion plans in New York City. Starbucks is reportedly exploring the sale of its UK business as the coffee chain faces changing consumer habits after the pandemic and increased competition. Starbucks has about 1,000 stores in the UK, of which 70% are franchises. The company said traffic near offices and urban areas has been slower to recover than in the suburbs. Elon Musk says Tesla is getting closer to integrating the Steam gaming platform, which takes in-car gaming to a whole new level. Steam is an online video game store and distribution platform, and this move would result in a massive increase in the number of games available to play in Tesla vehicles. Now, the automaker came under fire last year for allowing drivers to play games only in park and then letting them play when the car is in motion by bypassing a safety confirmation, and then they went back to requiring the car to be in park. But the real question for me is, if we can take games on our phones, or for my kids on a Switch, into our cars, why does it have to be built into the car itself? I don't get it.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
Yeah, and you do definitely, I mean, I've got questions about how the heck you drive a car and play a game.
You shouldn't. That's our advice. Don't do that.
So, yeah. All right. That's interesting stuff. Thanks, Contessa.
Thanks. All right. So if high gas prices are making you think about buying a new, more fuel-efficient car, you might want to hold off.
Yeah, the average price of a new vehicle is now at an all-time high, according to J.D. Power, and rising interest rates are driving up the cost of monthly payments. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here to help explain what's going on and how to navigate these bumpy roads. Let's call him. Hey, Vicki.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, you know, the biggest red light right now for new car buyers is the lack of inventory. Those computer chip shortages we've been talking about for the past 18 months, those are still affecting car makers. And now you have higher interest rates, which means more people are paying more for their car loans. About 12% of all new car loans now cost folks over $1,000 a month. For would-be car buyers, there's not much to choose from. At dealerships and even online, inventory is down and prices are way up.
Buying a car right now is miserable. If it's running, keep it running. If it needs some repairs, it's cheaper to repair it.
The reasons? A now familiar combination of computer chip shortages and production slowdowns from the pandemic, along with geopolitical factors, including the invasion of Ukraine. With vehicles in short supply, dealers are able to charge big markups.
So I'm trying to buy a Lexus luxury SUV in the Connecticut area, and the dealers are saying, well, number one, you're probably not going to see one until 2023. Number two, they're asking anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 over MSRP.
Buyer's remorse now becoming a common theme on TikTok. If you absolutely need a car now, experts say be flexible. If your first choice vehicle isn't available, try a competitor's version of the same model. Be ready to travel. Look for dealers outside your immediate area. Act fast. If you see something you like, put down a deposit, then take it for a test drive. Just be sure that deposit is refundable if the car doesn't feel right. Not only are car prices going up, higher interest rates are making loans more expensive. To make sure you're getting the best rate, plan ahead and check your credit score. Shop around. Some credit unions offer better rates than dealers. If you're having trouble making payments, reach out to your lender immediately. Another option to lower monthly payments is to extend the duration of the loan, but financial advisors say that's not ideal.
Cars typically depreciate in value, not increase in value. And so at some point, you might have an older car that you might not be happy with, and you're still paying that additional payment and interest.
Most of all, experts say cars should be thought of as an expense, not an investment or a status symbol.
We all love our nice cars, but at the end of the day, just think about what else could you do with that money.
One potential silver lining, your used car has never been more valuable.
Now is a great time to sell your car. You're going to get more for the old one that you have, but you're going to pay a lot more for the one that you're going to buy.
And that's the real catch-22 there. You want to make sure if you do sell your car, you know what you're getting next. Well, we know gas prices are starting to come down, but they are still really high. That is driving demand for electric vehicles. A Consumer Reports survey found 71% of Americans express some interest in EVs. 14% say they would definitely buy or lease one right now if they could. Joe and Savannah?
So, Vicki, any idea when these issues with computer chips and overall vehicle supply might be resolved?
Yeah, I wish I had better news here, but according to industry analysts and experts, we may be dealing with these issues until later in 2023, possibly even 2024. Doesn't mean you can't get a car, but you got to be patient and do your research.
By the way, trying to get your hands on an electric vehicle is also very, very tough right now, especially as they're just ramping up production. All right, Vicki, thank you so much.
So as inflation puts more pressure on people's wallets, financial literacy is taking on a new level of importance.
Yeah, the path towards becoming financially fluent can be super tough to navigate, especially when you're young and without that financial literacy education in schools. Well, one person is looking to help out Gen Zers and millennials when it comes to their money.
And that person is Bolin Lee, the founder and CEO of the Zogo app, who joins us now. Bolin, good to have you here with us. So walk us through the app. What does it do? Why did you want to create it?
Yeah, so we created it when I was in college. I was a freshman at Duke. And just like you guys said, we felt like the school is failing us. There was absolutely no financial literacy lessons for our generations. And the way it was being delivered was super old school, right? The presentations, seminars, it's like what our parents used to get, right, from a financial advisors. So we're like, you know what? We're going to do it the way that Gen Z wants to learn this information. We break them down into these really bite-sized modules, kind of like Duolingo, if you guys are familiar with the language learning app. We gamified it. It's about 300 bite-sized modules that teach people different topics. And as you complete these modules, you earn pineapples in the app, which is the currency we have. You can use your pineapples to redeem for rewards. So you're getting rewarded for learning about financial literacy.
Very cool. That gamify aspect really, I think, gets people kind of hooked on it, which is neat. We talk so much right now about how financial literacy is not in schools, not in the way that it really is something you can grab onto and take home with you. Put in context how important it is to find the right way to get these lessons to younger people.
Yeah, we use a lot of social media these days as young people, and there's a lot of misinformations on social media, right?
Oh, yeah.
And what Zogo, what we're trying to do is make sure we consolidate all of this information into the most accurate format, and also gamified, right? And deliver it to people in the right way. But I think, even using social media to start for young people is important, just to get started. But just have to be careful with the information that's on there.
Inflation is making it really hard for young people who are, say, graduating college or just entering the workforce. It's hard to make ends meet because it's harder to buy things because they're so expensive. What's the advice you have for young people who are dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, advice number one is ask for a raise from your boss, right? And if that doesn't happen, I think don't avoid it, right? Definitely look into ways that you can, deal with inflations historically. It's happened before. It's not like some brand new thing that just popped up.
Right.
And I think a lot of the times young people are afraid of these topics, and we shouldn't be. There's a lot of resources out there, and we should just go heads on with the problem.
So for somebody who's listening to this, maybe they're just about to graduate, they've just got their first serious job, going to be getting a salary. What are the first steps? What should somebody know about how to kind of set themselves on a path, especially when it can be confusing? You're thinking about investing, retirement, all these different things. What are the first few important steps?
Yeah, I think the most important step, number one, is savings, making sure you have enough savings and making sure you have cash flow. Right. I always, when my friends ask me this as well, I always say, cash flow is the most important thing. You have to make sure you're making more than you're spending, right? And it's very
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
It sounds easy.
Yeah, you're right. And it sounds easy, but it's hard to track. And I always tell people to track it on a weekly basis instead of on a monthly basis, or even on a daily basis, if it's even harder. Just so that you know you're on track all the time, that you're always spending less than you're making.
I have one more question for you. Why pineapples?
Why pineapples? We tested many different emojis, different currencies. For some reason, people love pineapples. They go wild with pineapples.
Good to know. All right.
Wild for pineapples.
There you go.
I love
I'm going to start using that to get what I want.
Yeah.
All right. Bolin Lee, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really
Really cool stuff. Congrats on the app.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, a superstar wedding decades in the making. We've got all the details on Hollywood power couple J-Lo and Ben Affleck tying the knot over the weekend.
Plus, the marriage certificate surprise that's really got the internet talking. That's next.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. This is really cool. A potentially life-saving experiment in space. Scientists at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles are going to try growing stem cells on the International Space Station. They're trying to solve the problem of how to produce large batches of a certain type of stem cell that could be used to make treatments for diseases like Parkinson's disease and type 1 diabetes. And here's the big thing. Growing the delicate cells in zero gravity specifically might solve the problem of how to avoid killing them by stirring them. As if all that wasn't cool enough, the experiment will also explore how space travel impacts the cells in the body, helping us understand whether we could one day live on other planets. Of course, coming at the same time, we got all those pictures of potentially other galaxies. And
right. We could have a studio on space.
Yeah.
How exciting would that be?
There you go.
Now to the story of one New York City hero who was given the gift of life. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart takes a closer look at how a simple bone marrow donation swab turned into a wonderful friendship.
This warm embrace represents a celebration of life for one of New York's bravest. It's the emotional moment last week when, for the very first time, retired firefighter Sal Parisi finally got to meet and thank Stephen Dawkins, the man who is now his hero.
We get a second chance on life, and Steve gave it to me, and it's unbelievable.
Sal, who spent 27 years as a New York City firefighter, was a first responder who served on 9/11. And when he was diagnosed with a rare form of leukemia in 2018 and needed a bone marrow transplant,
you're going to come over to England then?
It was Stephen, a college professor living in England, who ended up being a perfect match.
I was all for it because they said I probably wouldn't live without this transplant.
Stephen, why did you join the transplant registry?
I've been giving blood since I was in my 20s, and so when I was about 57, I got the call from the bone marrow registry to say would I donate. So, and of course I said yes straight away.
Sal's transplant in 2019 was a success. And so, after all these years, the FDNY arranged this celebration during Stephen's visit.
You should have given me some height with that bone marrow.
Finally bringing together both families. So tell me about meeting Sal.
Well, it's been wonderful actually. So I'm not a very emotional man actually, but the first time I met Sal, it was very emotional.
We kind of bonded right away, and it's hard to describe to meet the person that's responsible for you still being here. Life is good.
This week, Sal showed Stephen and his family around Engine 14 in Manhattan, his old firehouse.
This was my locker to store my turnout gear.
The 68-year-old once again full of energy, enjoying retirement with his wife Marie, keeping up with his grandkids, and building on the remarkable connection with the man he now considers so much more than just a friend. Are you kind of part of Sal's family now?
It's been really nice. I think we've bonded well, haven't we?
Yes, yes.
Sal calls me an old goat.
The old goat saved my life.
All right, our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for that report. FDNY is the largest group of bone marrow registry participants and donors in the Be the Match registry, which is very impressive. More than 8,000 members are enrolled in that registry. 205 have made life-saving donations. How about those numbers?
Amazing. That's incredible. Yeah. So neat to see. What a great story. All right, turning now to coastal waters. This morning, we're taking a look at the shark responsible for the most attacks and deaths in the world.
And the great white, known as the king of the deep, is now surprising scientists in a whole new way. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Florida with more.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. We are off the coast of Florida, about 6 miles in federal waters, where throwing chum in the water is legal, which draws the sharks, as you can see, right to the surface. We have some sandbar sharks. We have some silkies that are here. Sometimes you'll see a great white in this area. Great whites on both the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. And that's where we join some experts from the Monterey Bay Aquarium who tell us that juvenile great whites are indeed on the move.
We're with Monterey Bay Aquarium's Director of Collections, John O'Sullivan, on their research vessel. 2-hour trip north in Monterey Bay to a spot just off Brighton State Beach when a spotter points.
What do you say?
9-footer, right there, right here.
This is exciting, coming across juvenile great whites in the wild, so close to shore. This one, about 9 feet in length.
On this day, we come across 4.
So here's another juvenile white shark up at the surface, moving through this area. He's transiting pretty fast, probably twice the speed that we would normally be walking at. He's just below the surface.
Together, we monitored a live image from a drone.
This was something similar that we would see for years in Southern California, but now this is happening off Monterey Bay.
Unheard of a decade ago because the water here was just too cold. But in 2014, things changed.
We had a heat wave, what they called the blob, and it was a very large warm water mass that came along the coast that raised the temperature from around 55 degrees up to almost 68.
Using data from more than 20 years of tagging sharks in Southern California, researchers discovered a newly created warm water corridor that was inviting sharks to travel more than 200 miles away.
What is it about the warm water that is a draw?
Well, juvenile white sharks can't regulate their temperature like adults. Adults are big, they have a large girth and mass to their volume ratio, so they can retain heat, and which allows them to move into cold water. Juveniles don't have that yet.
Great whites are considered one of the most aggressive species of sharks and have since engaged with humans in Monterey Bay. 2 years ago, surfer Ben Kelly was killed by a great white, and just 4 weeks ago, a suspected great white attacked 61-year-old Steve Broomer as he was swimming.
What are we to make of this?
It was a very unfortunate event for the victim, and our hearts go out to him and his family. But this kind of illustrates the challenges with humans going into the water. The ocean can at times be dangerous.
Playing a key role in the research, these amazing videos that were taken by off-duty firefighter Eric Maylander. A shark enthusiast with his drone, Maylander once filmed as many as 30 different juvenile great whites in just a 3/4 mile square zone.
When you started to see juvenile great whites, what did you think?
I thought it was cool. My favorite shark is in my own backyard. So, or one of the few places in the world, I should say, that you can see white sharks in their natural environment. So you're not baiting them in, you're not attracting them, they're just there.
He kept unusually detailed notes with every flight, a stunning 8 years worth, a treasure trove of citizen science data that he shared with researchers.
It didn't take long to be convinced with the quality of video that, no, these are juvenile white sharks.
Earlier this year, the aquarium and their partners released their research. Over 80 million data points from tagged sharks, like location, depth, and water temperature, so other scientists can learn more about the shark's movements. As ocean temperatures continue to climb, scientists wonder where might juvenile great whites show up next.
The juvenile great whites have been eating what they don't normally eat. But again, juveniles are learning to feed themselves, and so they have been hitting on the sea otters. And so the marine biologists from the Monterey Bay Aquarium say that they have been increasingly finding not only dead but wounded sea otters, which of course is upsetting the balance of nature because the juveniles take one bite, spit it out, and move on. Joe, Savannah?
Carrie, thank you so much. And now to the surprise wedding that has people buzzing. Superstars Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck, who got engaged back in April, officially tied the knot in Vegas this weekend. Today's show co-host Chanel Jones has the details.
It's official. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have tied the knot. We did it, J-Lo writing. Love is beautiful. Love is kind. And it turns out love is patient. 20 years patient. The superstar describing in her newsletter how they flew to Vegas, stood in line for a license with 4 other couples.
Somebody's getting married.
Lopez wore a dress from an old movie, while Affleck donned a jacket from his closet.
It was my wedding changing area.
The pair exchanged vows in front of their children in what Lopez calls the best moment of her life, and signing her name as Mrs. Jennifer Lynn Affleck. The Hollywood power couple, often known as Benifer, has been lighting up social media and stealing headlines since rekindling their romance last year. J-Lo opening up to Hoda and Savannah earlier this year.
I think what we learned from the last time is that love, when you are lucky enough to find it, is so sacred and special, and you have to hold a little bit of that privately. I'm engaged!
The superstars announced their engagement in April. Their relationship has unfolded much like a Hollywood movie script after first meeting on the set of Geely in 2002. They began a very public romance.
Do we know each other?
Not yet.
I'm still Jenny from the Block. Affleck famously appearing in Jenny from the Block. For 2 years, they ruled the red carpet, but called off their first engagement in 2004. Both went on to marry and divorce. Eventually, the two found their way back to one another. And now, like a true Hollywood ending, their union is official. Lopez writing, "Love is a great thing, maybe the best of things, and worth waiting for."
Well, we are so happy for them, and thank you to Chanel Jones for that story. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Thanks for being with us. The news continues right now. Hey there, everyone. Good Monday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. Good to be back with y'all right now on NBC News Now. Systemic failure, the most comprehensive review of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre yet. A new report reveals hundreds of officers on the scene and several doors to the school unlocked. How multiple safeguards meant to protect students and teachers failed that day.
And high-profile trial, Steve Bannon becomes the very first member of former President Trump's inner circle to go on trial in the January 6th Capitol riot investigation. Now, we're going to tell you what this means for his reported plan to talk to congressional committee just ahead.
And deadly heat, 141 million Americans set to sweat it out with temperatures nearing the triple digits, while unprecedented heat kills more than 1,000 people across Europe. We're tracking the temperatures coming up.
All right, my favorite story of the day, Benifer forever. She will always be Jenny from the Block. But now she has a whole new name inside Jennifer Lopez's, or should we say Affleck's, surprise weekend wedding coming up.
Good Monday to you. We begin in Uvalde, Texas, where there is fierce criticism pointed at law enforcement as we learn more about the elementary school shooting there. The Texas House of Representatives released a preliminary report highlighting systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making from officers and leaders who were responding to the shooting that day. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed.
Meanwhile, another community is grappling with a deadly mass shooting, and this one at an Indiana shopping mall just last night. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following the latest developments out of Indiana. But let's go ahead and go straight to Uvalde with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, it's good to see you this morning. I'm sorry under these circumstances. Can you first just tell us what are the main takeaways from this report? I mean, what new information do we have, especially when it comes to that police response, and have those Uvalde officials responded to what's in this report?
Yeah, Morgan, and this report points to failures across the board, from the law enforcement response to the safety measures that were in place at the school and how they were actually followed and put into implementation by staff, and also points out the red flags that were popping up months in advance of this shooting as it relates to the shooter, and yet none of those issues were dealt with. One of the biggest headlines out of this report is that there were 376 officers on scene here, and that all of those officers made mistakes. I want to read a bit of what the report said. It said, at Robb Elementary, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety. The report also talks about this lack of an effective incident command, that Pete Arredondo would not have been an effective command from inside the school, and someone should have recognized that and set up command somewhere outside of the school. And the report said unequivocally that void in leadership may have contributed to the loss of life. And Morgan, I think I've lost you, so I won't be able to hear you in my ear, but back to you.
Priscilla, thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting there in Uvalde.
We turn now to that deadly shooting at a shopping mall as investigators try to figure out the motive behind the rampage. 3 people died in that attack. It happened yesterday in Greenwood, Indiana, which is about 14 miles south of Indianapolis. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following the very latest from Chicago for us. Shaq, how did it all unfold last night? And tell us where this investigation stands right now.
Well, this is an investigation being led by the local police department, the county sheriff, and the FBI. They were the ones to comb through the scene overnight, also talk with witnesses, and go through that surveillance video that they acknowledged in a press conference last night does exist. In terms of what exactly happened, this happened about 6:30 p.m. yesterday. A gunman walked into a food court in that mall, began opening fire. That's when he shot and killed 3 people and injured 2 others. We do know, and when you listen to law enforcement, that this could have been a situation that would have been much worse if it wasn't for a 22-year-old armed civilian, someone who they're calling a good Samaritan, who shot and killed that shooter. Listen to a little bit of what we heard.
It was a very, very fast response, but I'm going to tell you, the real hero of the day is the citizen that was lawfully carrying a firearm in that food court and was able to stop this shooter almost as soon as he began.
Now, we do not know any more information about the suspected shooter. We don't know any motive. We don't know the specific type of rifle that he was using. They just said it was a long gun. But we do expect to get an update from local law enforcement at about 2 p.m. Eastern time later this afternoon. We know they've been working overnight, so we'll expect a more comprehensive update later this afternoon.
Shaq, Morgan here. I know you're expecting that update at 2, but in the meantime, what more do we know about the victims themselves?
Well, we still don't know their identities, but what we do know from law enforcement is that they included 2 women and 1 man. We do know that those who were injured, 2 other people were injured, including a 12-year-old girl who received, according to law enforcement, minor physical injuries at this point. So again, we don't know the specific identities of those 3 individuals who, again, went to a mall on a Sunday evening, were at a food court, and never made it home. We'll expect to learn a little bit more from them later today. And I should note, Morgan, that according to the National Gun Archive, this is the 349th. There have been at least 349 mass shootings in this country just this year. This is something that is a uniquely American problem, Morgan.
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, as always, great reporting. Thank you. I do want to turn now to a Washington courtroom where jury selection is currently underway for former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. He's facing criminal contempt of Congress charges after refusing 4 months to cooperate with the January 6th committee.
Bannon faces up to a year in jail for each of the 2 counts against him. The start of his trial comes as the January 6th committee is working to unravel exactly what role Bannon may have played that day.
Now, as the Bannon trial begins, the January 6th committee prepares for its next primetime hearing this Thursday. Members are now saying they expect to get those deleted Secret Service text messages from the day of, as well as the eve of the riot by tomorrow. I want to go to NBC's Pete Williams, who is there in Washington, D.C. for us. Pete, give us a sense, because early on, Bannon said that he'd make this trial the, quote, misdemeanor from hell for the Biden administration. But then later, his defense attorney said there is no defense. So, Pete, I mean, could Bannon ultimately strike a plea deal? Or if this case does go to trial, what can we expect, especially since his attorney said there actually is no defense?
What we can expect is probably a short trial. The judge, who, by the way, is an appointee of Donald Trump, has ruled away several of the defenses that Bannon wanted to argue. So he cannot say that he was acting on the advice of his lawyer when he refused to comply with the committee's subpoena for documents and testimony last fall. He cannot say that Justice Department policies apply to him that generally say you can't subpoena members of an administration. He was not in the government for the period that the committee wants to talk to him about. Remember, he was only in the White House for a few months back in 2017. He can't say that he was acting because a lawyer for the president told him not to testify because the president was asserting executive privilege. He can't call members of Congress to attack the justification and the legitimacy of the committee. And that's why that reference that his lawyer said, you know, well, what are we supposed to do with no defense? There isn't going to be much of a trial. So, you know, that was sort of a signal from the judge who sort of agreed with that statement for Bannon to think about pleading guilty, but that doesn't seem to be in the playbook. So the jury selection goes on, and the trial will be relatively short, I would expect.
Pete, let's shift to another key figure in all of this. The Justice Department said on Friday that the January 6th Select Committee has adequately justified its subpoena for testimony and documents from former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. So if Meadows refuses to comply, if he does not comply, what would happen next?
Well, remember that the Justice Department decided not to prosecute Mark Meadows. If Bannon is convicted, that's the thing to remember here. It won't require him to testify before the committee or produce the documents. This is strictly a trial about his punishment for refusing to comply. If he's convicted, he gets punished for refusing to comply, but he can't be ordered to produce the materials. So the committee is not going to get the materials from him one way or another. It's simply going to have to proceed without whatever he has to say.
All right, our Pete Williams, thank you so much.
You bet.
Well, the January 6th committee is preparing for its next hearing this Thursday. The focus, those crucial 187 minutes between former president's speech and his video message telling rioters to leave. This comes as members say they could receive those erased Secret Service messages by tomorrow. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from the Capitol. Ali, the committee is scheduled this hearing for prime time. What does that signal about what we can expect to hear? And also, how do these text messages now play into this overall investigation?
Well, Vicki, think about the primetime piece of this as a bookend. We started these hearings in primetime with the committee, and now we're going to end them, at least for right now, because the way that I'm thinking about Thursday is more like the season finale as opposed to the series finale for the January 6th committee. They still have more that they want to tease out. They are still actively fact-finding. And so what we're going to see Thursday is the presentation for them of bringing us up through the timeline of what the former president was doing as he tried to both pressure electors, pressure Department of Justice officials, pressure his own vice president, taking us through the timeline of how the mob was amassed on January 6th, including last week's focus on far-right extremist groups. And then, of course, that lands us on the 6th itself. That's going to be the day that they're focusing on. And in the background of all of that is this question of these Secret Service text messages. It was one of the key things that committee members talked about this weekend on the Sunday shows. And if you listen to both of these people who I'm going to play for you next, it's clear they think they're going to get their hands on them. Listen.
We need them, and we expect to get them by this Tuesday. I was shocked to hear that they didn't back up their data before they reset their iPhones. That's crazy. I don't know why that would be.
I think we're going to know more Tuesday. It is quite crazy that the Secret Service would actually end up deleting anything related to one of the more infamous days in American history, particularly when it comes to the role of the Secret Service.
And so, look, in the past, guys, we've seen a lot of scrutiny on what was happening with the Secret Service and the former president. It's why these texts are so important, and it's why there's questions about why they would have gone through this reboot of their data and not backed them up, or potentially just not been able to turn them over to the committees when they were asking for them. Nevertheless, it's clear the committee thinks that they can be resurrected in some way, and they think that they can get that by tomorrow, which could mean that if they get text messages, we could potentially see them on Thursday. And I'm hedging so much just because we don't know what they're going to get. We don't know if they're going to include them, but you can bet that if they are good and if they corroborate things that we've heard in past hearings, that we're likely to see them on Thursday.
So possible text messages this Thursday, but there's been a lot of speculation, Allie, about whether this will be the last public hearing. Where does the investigation stand, and what are your sources telling you about whether or not we expect more, or is this close to wrapping up?
Yeah, they're saying don't hold your breath if you think that this is going to be the last one, because they're reserving the right continually to add more hearings if they need to add more hearings. We know, for example, that Chairman Thompson told me that they are going to, when they release their final report sometime in the early fall, that they're going to do a hearing around that. So that's at least one more that we know of that takes us past this week. And then, of course, there's the fact that they are still doing active meetings with new witnesses. For example, the Overstock.com former CEO was in with them just on Friday for more than 6 hours testifying. They're still getting more information, and there's still the open questions around people like the former Vice President, Mike Pence, and even the former president himself. Chairman Benny Thompson told me at the end of last week that the committee is still having active discussions over whether they need to talk to them, and he went so far as to say it would be great for those two men to come in and talk to the committee, but nevertheless, they are still able to tell a compelling story even without those two central figures. So that's even still up in the air.
Okay, not holding their breath for that. Ali Vitali on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you.
Meanwhile, temperatures are hitting record-breaking numbers again today. Close to 35 million Americans are under excessive heat warnings or even advisories, with some regions expecting heat indexes higher than 105 degrees.
Ooh, in the UK, officials have issued the first ever red warning, labeling the historic temperatures a national emergency. While the extreme heat ravages other parts of Europe, it's also sparking deadly wildfires.
NBC's Michelle Grossman and Kelly Kobiella are here with the latest on this dangerous heat, both here in the United States and in Europe. But I want to go ahead and start with NBC News correspondent Gadi Short, who's in Houston, Texas, where the highs are hovering around 100 degrees. In fact, city officials are actually asking people to go to pools and to go to cooling centers, and that's just in order to conserve their electricity at home, which could then ultimately help the power grid. Hi, Gadi.
From the Southwest to the Great Plains, more than 20 million people are waking up to dangerous and unrelenting heat.
It feels like it's not 96, like it's 100 and something.
Sweltering highs already shattering records from Salt Lake City to Albuquerque.
He was on a bike ride and he started overheating.
In Texas, first responders bracing for more desperate calls as temperatures hit 100 degrees. The state's utility operator asking citizens to turn up their thermostats twice this week to avoid overwhelming the same power grid that failed in February 2021, while residents are once again on the edge.
I really worry about the elder folks. I am really fearful that this year we're going to have more people who are afraid to run their air conditioning because of the cost.
But with the heat and humidity not letting up, parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas are expected to feel close to 110 degrees this week, intensifying the drought that's already crippled farmers across the region.
They're out of grass, out of water. Nobody's making any hay.
The oppressive heat also baking cities from Little Rock to Scottsdale, where a Ring camera captured this delivery driver momentarily collapsing in triple-digit temperatures. For those hoping to cool down with a backyard splash, pool operators are now warning that water is evaporating faster than ever before, leading to possibly dangerous levels of chemicals if left unchecked.
We're losing all of our not only water, but our chemicals as well. So we're struggling with Mother Nature right now.
And with little relief in sight, forecasters fear the most brutal boil is yet to come.
Our thanks to Gotti for that report. We're going to go now to NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea, who's standing by in London, where officials are asking people not to travel as the city marks its hottest day ever on record.
Well, Vicki and Morgan, people are doing everything they can to just cool down in this city today because London is set to be one of the hottest places in the world, hotter even than the Western Sahara, with temperatures forecast to be well over 100 degrees.
People are being warned to take cover as deadly heat sweeps across Britain.
A red extreme heat warning because
the National Weather Service issuing the first ever extreme heat warning with forecast highs of 105 today and tomorrow, hotter than the Sahara Desert and Delhi. People are being advised to stay home and check on their neighbors. Less than 1% of homes in Britain have air conditioning. Some schools are closing early or not opening at all. The scorching heat is bearing down on all of Western Europe, already blamed for 1,000 deaths in Spain and Portugal, where they set a new July record of 117. The ferocious temperatures fueling out-of-control wildfires, at least 13 fires in Portugal. Flames and smoke racing toward holiday resorts in Spain and France. More than 14,000 were evacuated from Gironde in southwest France. Several thousand more told to leave another tourist hotspot, Malaga in Spain.
We've just grabbed a few essentials and just ran, really.
Italy is seeing its worst drought in 70 years. The government declaring a state of emergency. The Po River now little more than a trickle.
And back here in the UK, as those temperatures continue to rise, people are being advised to travel only if absolutely necessary, in part because they're having to slow down the trains and cancel some legs altogether because they're worried about those train tracks buckling in the heat. Morgan, Vicki?
NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with the latest on this dangerous heat right here in the United States. Michelle, just the images we saw overseas were shocking, and we know that parts of this country are now expecting triple-digit heat indexes today. I know we talked about this last week, and it just felt like it wasn't letting up. What does the look ahead look like for us now?
I know, and there is no relief in sight. High there. We're looking at temperatures, once again into the 90s, upper 90s, at triple digits. You factor in the humidity, there's going to be widespread areas feeling like 110 in spots. So the heat alerts do continue. We have an area of high pressure anchored in place. I'll show you that setup in just a minute, but it's not budging, and we have no relief in sight. Plus, it's July, so we're only halfway through the summer. So let's go ahead and take a look at the alerts out there, because we are looking at 35 million Americans under some sort of heat alert, whether it's an advisory, a watch, an excessive heat warning, and that's because we're going to see temperatures going into the triple digits once again. So they're stretching from the west into the Intermountain West, parts of the Southwest as well, and parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. So as we go throughout time here, we are in the dog days of summer for sure, but we're looking at temperatures well above average for this time of year. So even though it's supposed to be hot by now, it is well above normal temperatures. So 141 people today will see highs above 90 degrees, and this number just shocks me. We're looking at 51 million Americans with temperatures above the century mark, and they're well into the century, at least 109 in some spots, and we are only halfway through the summer. So where you see these red dots here, that's where we're looking at the warmest summer so far. The yellow dots indicating the top 5 warmest summers as well. So a lot across the country. We're looking at really widespread historical numbers across the area. So as we go throughout time here, we're looking at temperatures into the upper 90s, the triple digits. Del Rio today, 106. Dallas, 109. Houston, 98 degrees. It's going to feel like 103. It will feel like 107 in Little Rock. And Minneapolis, so far north, you're going to feel close to 100 degrees. This heat stays in place tomorrow. We're also going to see some storms sparked by the heat and humidity. We could see some pretty strong storms in the Northeast today. Back to you guys.
All right, NBC's Michelle Grossman. Michelle, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Sure. Coming up, if those soaring gas prices have you thinking about buying a more fuel-efficient car, well, you may want to think twice.
We will take a closer look at the new numbers that are driving some people in the opposite direction. Stay with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
U.S. stocks are up today following the news of Goldman Sachs' impressive second quarter earnings. The Dow is up nearly 200 points, which is a strong lead off to the week as Wall Street braces for a number of other major earnings reports this week. CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Christina, it's great to see you. I have a lot of questions. I want to start with those earnings reports. Goldman Sachs smashed expectations today, and a few other big banks will also report their earnings later on this week. So what are we expecting to see?
Yeah, the thing with Goldman Sachs is you look at that bank and you look at a lot of these banks, and it's a barometer as to how the economy is doing and whether businesses are taking out loans, whether they're spending on their own business, whether individuals are spending or saving. And so what we saw from Goldman Sachs earnings is, yes, they were impressive. They beat expectations, but profit is starting to decline. The reason they beat expectations is because they did really well in the bond department. So that's some strength for the stock and why it's moving higher. But that runs contrary to what we saw from Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. Both of those companies actually posted declines in revenue. So there is a little bit of concern, some I guess, wavering amongst all banks, especially because inflation is top of mind and interest rates keep climbing. We're going to have the Federal Reserve have a meeting at the end of the month, July 26th and July 27th. And so we're expecting another 75 basis point hike, 0.75. And so that means all debt becomes more expensive for you and I and for companies.
Speaking of that debt, Christina, big topic, something Vicki and I have been talking about off camera now for weeks, and that's the housing market. I do want to ask you about these new builder sentiment numbers. I mean, what are we seeing, and what do these numbers actually tell us about the current housing market? I know everyone's watching.
Yeah, the builder sentiment is just a survey, and they go out, they ask the survey every single month, and they ask builders, large companies that build homes, how do they feel about the market going forward, specifically with single unit homes, so single family homes, I should say. And the sentiment level keeps dropping. We actually saw it drop, what was it, to the lowest, it fell in July to the lowest level since the start of the pandemic. And why is that? A major factor is affordability. Right now, I think the last number I got was the average May price for a new home is $449,000. That's up 15% year over year. And then you've got interest rates that keep climbing. Just hovering below 6% for the 30-year fix. So, of course, affordability is an issue.
Yeah, wow. All right. A lot of news to unpack there. Christina Partsinevelos for us, as always. Christina, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, from houses to cars, if you are thinking of buying a more fuel-efficient car to offset those high gas prices, you might want to hit the brakes. The average price of a new vehicle is now at an all-time high, according to J.D. Power. The rising interest rates, also a big headache that's driving up the cost of monthly payments. I spoke with industry experts on how you can get the best deal for your next car.
For would-be car buyers, there's not much to choose from. At dealerships and even online, inventory is down and prices are way up.
Buying a car right now is miserable. If it's running, keep it running. If it needs some repairs, it's cheaper to repair it.
The reasons? A now familiar combination of computer chip shortages and production slowdowns from the pandemic, along with geopolitical factors, including the invasion of Ukraine. With vehicles in short supply, dealers are able to charge big markups.
So I'm trying to buy a Lexus luxury SUV in the Connecticut area, and the dealers are saying, well, number one, you're probably not going to see one until 2023. Number two, they're asking anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 over MSRP.
Buyer's remorse now becoming a common theme on TikTok. If you absolutely need a car now, experts say be flexible. If your first choice vehicle isn't available, try a competitor's version of the same model. Be ready to travel. Look for dealers outside your immediate area. Act fast. If you see something you like, put down a deposit, then take it for a test drive. Just be sure that deposit is refundable if the car doesn't feel right. Not only are car prices going up, higher interest rates are making loans more expensive. To make sure you're getting the best rate, plan ahead and check your credit score. Shop around. Some credit unions offer better rates than dealers. If you're having trouble making payments, reach out to your lender immediately. Another option to lower monthly payments is to extend the duration of the loan, but financial advisors say that's not ideal.
Cars typically depreciate in value, not increase in value. And so at some point, you might have an older car that you might not be happy with, and you're still paying that additional payment and interest.
Most of all, experts say cars should be thought of as an expense, not an investment or a status symbol.
We all love our nice cars, but at the end of the day, just think about what else could you do with that money.
One potential silver lining, your used car has never been more valuable.
Now is a great time to sell your car. You're going to get more for the old one that you have, but you're going to pay a lot more for the one that you're going to buy.
Yeah, just be prepared for that part of it, too. Even though gas prices are starting to come down, they are still really high, and that is actually driving demand for electric vehicles. A Consumer Reports survey found 71% of Americans expressed some interest in EVs. 14% said they would definitely buy or lease one now if they could. That's the key word.
Wow. All right. An estimated 13.5 million people in the U.S. live in what's known as a food desert, which is essentially a place where there's little or no access to fresh food. And sadly, food deserts are staples of many minority communities. But in Southeast D.C., black store owners are coming up with their own solutions. Here's CNBC's Shamari Stone.
It saddens me to know that, this area, which is a vibrant part of the D.C. community, is considered a food desert.
Ryan Hill lives east of the Anacostia River in southeast Washington, D.C., where she says there isn't easy access to fresh fruits and vegetables.
There are just not as many healthy options.
160,000 people, predominantly black, live in Ward 7 and 8. They only have 3 grocery stores.
I have a small child, so I want to make sure that she has access early on to healthy food.
Hill says she had to travel more than a mile to a full retail grocery store in Georgetown.
I know that the selections are better.
But some help has arrived. A small market called the Fresh Food Factory.
What we offer is pop-up to permanent solutions to address this food issue, this food crisis, this food apartheid.
Amanda Stevenson opened the store a few years ago after receiving a grant from the D.C. government's Food Access Fund.
So many people don't have access to fresh, healthy food in the community. I, like them, had to travel miles across the bridge to other states, Virginia, Maryland, to find the foods that I need.
The store sells fresh produce and health products and allows customers to pay with federal food subsidies like SNAP. According to a 2021 USDA report, 10% of the approximately 65,000 census tracts in the United States are food deserts. That's roughly 13.5 million people with low access to healthy foods. Advocates for food equity say some big chain grocery stores prefer to open in higher income areas.
They just don't believe that they can get the foot traffic, that they can make the income.
If we can have more places in this area that, provide us with those options, I think it will benefit the whole D.C.
The gun crime crisis in America does not take the night off.
Just after the break, the unprecedented up-close look at gun violence and a rare ride-along with police. Stay with us.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making news right now, a remarkable recovery for a West Virginia woman. Wanda Palmer woke up last week after being in a coma for 2 years. Palmer survived a brutal attack that was so bad, investigators thought she was dead. Shortly after waking up, Palmer identified her brother as her attacker. He is now in jail. A big setback to the Biden administration's transgender protections. A Tennessee federal judge is blocking directives to allow transgender athletes and workers to use bathrooms and locker rooms and play for sports teams that correspond with their gender identity. The judge sided with the attorneys general in 20 states who sued, saying the directives counter their own state laws. And a scary ordeal for actor and comedian Craig Robinson. A gunman opened fire at the Charlotte, North Carolina club where Robinson was supposed to perform on Saturday. No one was hurt. The suspect is now in custody. Robinson's show was moved to a venue next door.
The statistics are stark and they're sobering. More than 40,000 people are killed each year by guns, and that's according to the Brady campaign.
Though we tend to focus on mass shootings, far more Americans die in smaller incidents. NBC News sent teams across the country to chronicle gun violence on one night in America.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez visited a hospital trauma center there in Baltimore. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch leads off our coverage from Philadelphia. Jesse, I want to start with you. You embedded with Philadelphia police in an overnight shift. What did you see while you were there?
Yeah, so we joined these officers shortly after the first shooting incidents of the night in their district. They tell us that there were 2 shooting incidents, including one where 4 people were shot in the neighborhood. So we started out with these officers in the back of their mind, keeping an eye out for that vehicle. And what we saw transpiring over the next several hours were, frankly, a variety of scenes that I think would make many Americans shocked to realize are going on in communities not far from where they live. And that's why we're standing right here next to Independence Hall, of course, where the Declaration of Independence was signed, in many ways the birthplace of this democracy. And it's the contrast between that, the ideal of this country, and what we're seeing on the streets here. There were calls for domestic violence. There were calls for potentially shots fired, which turned out to be fireworks. At one point, the officers say that there was a call that came in for a little boy walking the streets by himself, and thankfully police were able to reunite him with his family. But to think this young boy after midnight was walking out on the streets in an area where police are bracing for gun violence is frankly disturbing to see. And amidst all of that, while we were driving around with police, repeatedly we would see people slumped over in the street appearing to be high on drugs. We saw people actively shooting up with drugs right in front of us, just feet from the police vehicle. And I asked officers why they weren't stopping to deal with a potential drug arrest, and here's what they told us.
So, you know, with the manpower situation that we have going on, not only just in this district, but in the city in general, if we allocate most of our time to, you know, be able to go out and confiscate any illegal narcotics, basically that's going to eliminate us 2 from the streets for a few hours. The issue becomes now, if we're off the street for a few hours, then no one else is getting either any calls for service for when that violent call does come out, or any officers that might be in need, foot pursuits, assists. We're not there for it because now we're stuck.
And of course, being prepared to respond to gun violence among those incidents. And just hours after that, or within hours of that conversation, one of the other teams we were driving around with pulled up to a scene where a man appeared to be lying lifeless in the street. He was overdosing on drugs, and an officer administered Narcan. Thankfully, that man woke up, disoriented, was taken to the hospital, and officers tell us that's a good outcome as far as those go, because other people will just walk off and refuse that medical help.
Well, we certainly hope that patient is okay. You know, Jesse, when we talk about these things, we sort of can't ignore the umbrella of the uncomfortable relationship between the police and the public in the last 2 years, especially in a lot of minority communities. And we know that patrolling the streets can be extremely draining, not knowing who you're going to encounter, what you're going to encounter, how you can help, what resources you should use to help. How are police dealing with the emotional aspects of this job? And is there anything they say they want to communicate to the public, especially given where we are?
Yeah, and I asked these officers straight up about the fact that we're looking at 2 white police officers that we were riding along with in an area that had a diverse group of people, certainly plenty of white people we saw out there as well, but definitely plenty of people of color. And obviously, police relationships with communities, specifically communities of color, have been topics for years and particularly been under the microscope recently. And the officers that we spoke with said that for them, they just try to talk to people. And I can tell you that we observed numerous interactions between police and people of varying ethnicities and you know, varying diverse groups, and the communications were mostly cordial. And there was even one incident where police pulled over to talk to a man who they thought might have been a suspect in an incident, and it was a very calm, relaxed conversation between the 2 of them. So I didn't personally, you know, witness any, you know, serious hostility on either side there. But the officers I talked with said they just try to talk to people in the community, and they certainly take these incidents home with them,
yeah,
as do other people.
Yeah, talking to them, and I know from these communities, listening is also really what they want to see happen. Jesse Kirschforth there in Philadelphia. Jesse, thank you so much for your reporting. Excellent.
And now we turn to Baltimore for an inside look at the first facility in the world dedicated to treating trauma. The R. Adams Cowley Shock Trauma Center sees more than 7,000 patients a year. About 20% of them are victims of violence. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez saw the trauma team in action firsthand. He joins us now. Gabe, what's it like for those doctors and nurses on any given night?
Well, hey there, Vicki. Well, the stream of patients never seems to end. And actually, just a short time ago, we saw a heavy police presence outside of this trauma center after yet another reported shooting. And over the weekend in Baltimore, there were at least 9 separate shootings, at least 5 people dead. And as you said, we witnessed this firsthand, these doctors and nurses trying to treat these patients. We were there early Sunday night when a gunshot victim was brought in. Here's what happened. It's just after midnight, and we've just gotten word that a gunshot victim is about to be brought here. As you can see, the medical teams are gathering around this trauma bed.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
You have his ID. Every second is critical. You see these doctors and nurses hovering over this trauma bed. They are trying desperately to save this person's life. The beeping right now means there is no heartbeat. How urgent is what's happening right now?
This is life-saving thing what they're doing. The patient came in dead, cardiac arrest. What they're doing is life-saving.
How long have you worked as a chaplain here?
About 3 years.
About 3 years. How tough is it to see what's going on here right now?
Oh, yeah, it can be pretty hard.
What just happened?
Unfortunately, the patient died. They were not able to resuscitate him.
Does it ever get any easier to hear him call out the time of death?
Never. I've been doing this for 20 years. Yeah.
24 medical professionals here. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. How do you come to terms with that?
Sometimes you save someone.
May he rest in peace, and may those who will mourn his loss be comforted. Amen.
It is just so heartbreaking to witness those doctors and nurses there. We really saw them trying to process this in the moment, Vicki and Morgan. And the thing was, there were still hours left in their shift, so they then had to be ready for the next patient that would come in.
Gabe, you had incredible access there. What an intimate look at what these medical professionals go through night after night. Some of them have worked at the trauma center for most of their careers, and they see everything, right? They see the cardiac arrest, as you just showed us, but they're also seeing gun violence. And statistically, that is an everyday occurrence in some parts of America. So can you talk to us about, their thoughts? What did they say when you asked them about dealing specifically with gunshot victims?
Yeah, Vicki. So here in Baltimore, it's on pace to see its deadliest year in memory. And yes, these doctors and nurses here at this shock trauma center, which is world renowned for its care, by the way, they really try to get at these victims and give them the best treatment they can within the first hour of treatment, which is so critical for their survival. But the doctors we spoke with here say that they view gun violence not as a political issue, but as an issue of public health. And one of the doctors we spoke with said that, for the last several years, he's been noticing an uptick in violence, especially since here in Baltimore, the death of Freddie Gray and the riots that came after that. Ever since then, he says he's noticed an anger in this community. It's only gotten worse, he says, after the COVID pandemic. And again, those numbers keep rising, and these doctors and nurses here are on the front lines. Yes, as you said, we tend to focus on the mass shootings, the major stories in this country, but these communities are dealing with the effects of gun violence each and every night.
It affects so many parts of our community, so many professions, and that is one slice of it. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much for your excellent reporting there in Baltimore and bringing us right inside that trauma center. We appreciate it. Well, New York is once again in the grip of an unprecedented outbreak.
What's being done to boost the supply and to meet the demand just after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Monkeypox cases across the country are steadily climbing, and the nation's epicenter is right here in New York.
Yeah, the latest numbers from the CDC show that the country has now surpassed 1,800 confirmed cases, nearly 27% of them here in New York.
Over the weekend, the city made thousands of vaccination appointments available, a process many say has been made nearly impossible, and that's due to low vaccine supply and even technical glitches on the website. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is outside the city's first monkeypox vaccination site with a look at how local officials are working to contain the spread. Antonia, this is something that has just ravaged our community. My own personal contacts have had experience with this and say that it is just painful and it's demoralizing, they report. Their experience is trying to get help. And that's just, you can imagine how isolating that feels. So there's so much frustration from people just trying to track down one of these vaccination appointments. How are those appointments going? How are they being doled out? And what are people saying about the rush to even get treatment?
Morgan, frustration is exactly the word that I've been hearing all day today. People here are the lucky ones who've managed to get appointments. They're here in line. They're waiting to get shots in their arms. But in many cases, they struggled for days to get slots. And that's because there has been so much chaos in the appointment scheduling process. They've opened up on portals that some say weren't well advertised to certain communities in New York. Within just minutes, appointments have been disappearing, or there have been glitches that have made it impossible for people to even attempt to get an appointment in the first place. So to spell it out for you, just on Friday, for example, the city opened 9,200 new slots for shots. It opened at 6 p.m. By 6:07, they were all gone. Take a listen to a conversation I just had with one person here who got an appointment on Friday.
It's been kind of a mess, and I think particularly with the earlier rollouts,
there were a lot of issues. I think like vaccines were hopefully ideally put in different communities to be able to deliver vaccines to those communities, and we saw vaccines in like Harlem and the Bronx were being taken by like white gay men who live in these neighborhoods. The fact that you can like only book appointments online, that appointments have been delivered during the workday. It's not accessible for a lot of communities who are going to be disproportionately affected by infection and lack of access to treatment and care.
This site here in Chelsea was the very first to open, and that's because the majority or a large portion of the cases were concentrated here. But of course, there are many queer communities. The community where that has sort of been the center of this outbreak here in the city has been focused at this time, and there's concern that the access hasn't been equal. They're now opening up news sites in all of the boroughs, but there continues to be frustration that the people who have time on their hands to keep fighting online to get a slot are going to be the people who get the first appointments, Morgan.
Yeah, or even the people who can get online. Antonia, it's Vicky here. This reminds us a lot of what happened in the early days of the COVID-19 vaccine. You'd be refreshing or trying to get that appointment. So the local officials have admitted this process has been less than ideal. So the next question is, what are they doing now? How are they working to get as many shots into arms while making sure distribution is equitable? They're opening some more centers. Anything else?
They're opening those new centers, and equity has certainly been the key phrase that you keep hearing the health commissioner repeat. But equity is really hard to accomplish when you're in a situation of scarcity and people are panicked and trying to individually do just what's best for them, right? So the city is opening up sites in different locations, but they are also right now focusing just on first shots, even though this is actually a 2-dose regimen. So you're supposed to get these 2 doses to get the full protection against monkeypox, but right now they just want to get as many first shots into arms as humanly possible because that still provides some protection. And frankly, officials here in New York are worried that they're losing the fight against monkeypox, that it got its foothold here in New York before the testing and vaccination infrastructure was ready. So right now, all they're able to do is focus on getting those first shots to people. Vicky.
Antonia, Morgan here. Is there anything that you're hearing that has been useful from the people there behind you? Like, I'm just thinking about, we talk about this is happening in the queer community, especially among gay men here in New York City. You're there in Chelsea. For our viewers who aren't familiar with New York, this is a robust gay community, a historic part of this city, right? It's integral to the fabric of this city. And there's a lot of trauma here, right? Because it reminds you of the lack of access that happened, for example, in the AIDS epidemic, right? I mean, this is a community that has been harmed before by lack of equal care. For someone who's watching this program right now, who's scared, who's symptomatic, what is the first step they can take to get help?
Well, I think there's a couple things that what you just said brought up for me, Morgan. The first is that there's lack of access, but there's also concerns about stigmatization. And so I think something that's really important for every viewer to understand is this is not a sexually transmitted disease, and being gay or trans or bi actually has really nothing to do with how you contract monkeypox. Any of us could end up getting this disease. It just happened to strike first in this community, but already people are concerned that it's going to be spreading to everyone very soon. And so, I would say for our viewers who are queer, but also for our viewers who are not, you should be very careful right now in terms of close contacts, certain gatherings that you attend, and you should be reaching out to your local health department because as of now, those are the only officials who can help get you in line when those vaccines become more widely available, Morgan.
And I think that's a really excellent point you make, that everyone is susceptible. Again, we're hearing from people in our reporting that people, especially within the gay community, because of this intimate contraction, they feel like they have not gotten the resources that are equitable. And we want to make sure that everyone, right, has access to that equal care. Antonia Hilton-Forrest there. Antonia, thank you. And Bennifer is back in a big way.
After the break, inside Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck's intimate hush-hush wedding in Vegas. But is she still Jenny from the block, Morgan?
We will find out.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are making their first public appearance since his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee last month. The royal couple are in New York for a United Nations event to honor what would have been late South African president and anti-apartheid activist Nelson Mandela's 104th birthday. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer with a closer look.
Vicki and Morgan, Prince Harry is the keynote speaker at the UN event celebrating Nelson Mandela International Day, speaking about how Mandela overcame obstacles in his life and how those lessons can help the world tackle issues we're facing now. Harry's appearance comes as anticipation builds over his upcoming memoir and a bombshell book focusing on the royal rift.
To honor Nelson Mandela's birthday during a celebration at the United Nations, today Prince Harry will address the UN General Assembly. His speech is expected to focus on the life and legacy of South Africa's first black leader. During their official tour of South Africa in 2019, Harry and Meghan spent time with Mandela's widow, Graça Machel. Prince Harry's admiration for the late human rights leader mirrors the respect shown by his mother, Princess Diana. The two met in Cape Town in 1997 to discuss the AIDS epidemic.
I see. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Harry told Hoda recently that he feels his mother around him constantly.
I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Today will be the first public outing for Harry and Meghan since the Queen's Platinum Jubilee last month. The pair kept a low profile, missing the iconic balcony appearance with the rest of the royal family at Buckingham Palace, but attending a church service. Their children, Lilibet and Archie, were said to have spent time with the Queen. It comes as speculation mounts about Prince Harry's upcoming memoir and what he'll reveal about the family.
There will be some concern amongst the royal family that Harry's memoir might have more of those bombshell accusations that we saw come from the couple when they did their sit down with Oprah Winfrey.
And there's another explosive new book detailing the Sussexes' fallout with the other royals, according to insider interviews. In an exclusive excerpt published in the Sunday Times, author Tom Bauer details Harry and Meghan festering with fury over the Queen's Jubilee, when the palace, quote, refused all of their demands for a prominent role. Bauer even writes Harry's presence at Prince Philip's funeral in April, quote, remained a problem, adding Harry and William were separated and the Queen was allegedly relieved Meghan was not in attendance.
And as you might predict, the palace is declining to comment on all this. We did reach out to the Sussexes as well, and we have not heard back. Vicki and Morgan.
Jenny from the block is sporting a new rock today. The entertainment world and social media world are buzzing about Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck's hush-hush wedding in Las Vegas just over the weekend. Here's today anchor Chanel Jones with what we know about the intimate ceremony.
It's official. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have tied the knot. We did it, J-Lo writing. Love is beautiful. Love is kind. And it turns out, love is patient. 20 years patient. The superstar describing in her newsletter how they flew to Vegas, stood in line for a license with 4 other couples.
Somebody's getting married.
Lopez wore a dress from an old movie, while Affleck donned a jacket from his closet.
It was my wedding changing area.
The pair exchanged vows in front of their children in what Lopez calls the best moment of her life, and signing her name as Mrs. Jennifer Lynn Affleck. The Hollywood power couple, often known as Benifer, has been lighting up social media and stealing headlines since rekindling their romance last year. J-Lo opening up to Hoda and Savannah earlier this year.
I think what we learned from the last time is that love, when you are lucky enough to find it, is so sacred and special, and you have to hold a little bit of that privately. I'm engaged!
The superstars announced their engagement in April. Their relationship has unfolded much like a Hollywood movie script after first meeting on the set of Geely in 2002. They began a very public romance.
Do we know each other?
Not yet.
I'm still Jenny from the block.
Affleck famously appearing in Jenny from the Block. For 2 years, they ruled the red carpet, but called off their first engagement in 2004. Both went on to marry and divorce. Eventually, the two found their way back to one another. And now, like a true Hollywood ending, their union is official. Lopez writing, "Love is a great thing, maybe the best of things, and worth waiting for."
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this Monday. Right now on NBC News Now, blistering breakdown. A sweeping investigation into the Uvalde, Texas school shooting reveals much more could have been done to save the 21 innocents who were killed. The new calls for accountability.
And Secret Service showdown. The January 6th panel issues a deadline for the Secret Service to turn over erased text messages from before and during the attack on the Capitol. What to expect in this week's hearing ahead.
And a race against time, a short supply of monkeypox vaccines, and new concerns by health officials over the surging number of cases. We'll take you inside the outbreak epicenter coming up.
And sticker shock. More than 10% of all new car loans are costing Americans more than $1,000 a month. We'll tell you what's driving up prices a little later.
We begin this hour in Uvalde, Texas, with newly released body camera footage, as well as a scathing report condemning law enforcement's response to that school shooting.
The preliminary findings come from a Texas State House of Representatives committee. One of the key conclusions alleges that despite nearly 400 officers responding that day, the scene was, quote, chaotic and lacked leadership.
Meanwhile, a community in Indiana is trying to make sense of America's latest mass shooting. This one took place last night at an Indiana shopping mall.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is standing by with the latest developments in Indiana. But first, we head to Uvalde, Texas with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. Sam, this is the most comprehensive report yet, taking a look at that response inside Robb Elementary.
Thank you, Morgan. It's comprehensive and it's crushing just based on the number of points where failures occurred, starting with the school doors that were supposed to be locked that weren't, guys, Wi-Fi connection that was poorly constructed and not enabling them to get push alerts out to the teachers who needed to see those alerts. Almost 400 law enforcement officers on school grounds where I'm standing. They couldn't take out one gunman. And now, guys, we're looking at body cam footage that is jarring and we need to warn you, has disturbing images.
For the first time, the public is getting a chilling picture of early moments inside Robb Elementary from police body camera footage.
Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding?
Early chaos and glimpses of calls to action.
We gotta get in there. DPS is in there. We gotta get in there. He just keeps shooting.
That plea coming minutes after the massacre began. But that first interaction, the only time the officers are seen in the video physically confronting the gunman for well over an hour. This new footage released as the most comprehensive report to date conducted by the Texas House finds law enforcement, which ultimately reached 376 officers, didn't honor their most basic responsibility. The authors writing, they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety.
Several officers in the hallway or in that building knew or should have known there was dying in that classroom, and they should have done more, acted with urgency.
Family members said they were hoping for more than a verbal dressing down.
But they're saying we already knew it. They were cowards.
Ultimately, some action was taken right away. The city's mayor announcing right before this meeting the acting chief of Uvalde's police department, Mariano Pargas, now on administrative leave. The report citing no evidence that any officer who did learn about 911 phone calls coming from inside rooms 111 and 112, including Pargas, acted on it to advocate shifting to an active shooter style response. There are also windows into heroism.
Let's get these kids out of here. Let's get these kids out of here.
Students apparently being pulled out of the building. And this heartbreaking hallway exchange with Officer Ruben Ruiz right after the initial gunfire.
My wife's bathroom.
Learning his wife, Eva Morales, a teacher, was shot and dying before his weapon was taken and he was removed for trying to engage the shooter, according to Texas DPS. The only teacher who did survive in those 2 rooms, Arnulfo Reyes, shot twice, believes Morales could have been saved.
If the law enforcement officers on scene would have allowed him to continue pursuing the gunman.
Yeah, she would have probably lived. And I think she's one of the ones that they had said that also bled to death.
All 11 of the students in his class didn't survive.
Sam, that's just heartbreaking. I mean, beyond the acting police chief being placed on administrative leave, I mean, is there any talk about accountability, even just for other leaders, or even responding officers that day?
The short answer, Morgan, is it's unclear. I asked that very question to the chairman of this investigatory body to find out, you listed all of these different law enforcement agencies. Which, if any, do you feel like bears the biggest brunt of the blame, and what kind of legal action or criminal liability are we looking at here? And he sidestepped the question and said all of these agencies need to be doing their own evaluations, which we saw is happening in Uvalde. I would add the district attorney here broke weeks of silence and said that she is not speaking specifically about the investigation because of possible charges. Whether that actually comes to light, we're going to have to wait and see. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Sam Brock for us there on the ground. Sam, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam. Well, police say a gunman opened fire at an Indiana shopping mall last night, killing 3 people and wounding several others.
Officials also say another person at the mall who was armed took down the shooter. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following the latest for us. Shaq, first off, where does the investigation stand at this hour? I know you have a press conference coming up where you understand a little bit more information, but what are we also learning in terms of the details of this particular attack?
Exactly, Morgan. That press conference happening in just the next couple of hours here. But what we do know at this point is that this is an investigation that is being led by the local police department, the county sheriff, with assistance from the FBI. We do know that they've been combing that scene, that food court in which the shooting took place. We know they've been talking to witnesses. There's also some surveillance video from inside that mall where the shooting took place. What investigators have said so far is that at about 6:30 p.m. last night, a gunman walked into that food court. He opened fire. He was carrying and shooting up from a rifle, a long gun. That's the only description that we've received at this point. And he had multiple magazines. They say that this is a situation that could have been much worse had it not been for that 22-year-old armed civilian, someone who's being called a good Samaritan at this point, stepping up and quickly ending the gunshot. Now, we don't know the identity of that 22-year-old. We don't know the identity of the shooter or any motive that might exist. That all is information that we hope to get when we hear from investigators a little bit later today, about 2 p.m. Eastern time. Morning.
Yeah, Shaq, we know that you're waiting for some of those additional details. Do you know anything more at this point about the victims in the shooting? Did they know each other? Did they know the gunman? Was this completely random?
Still waiting to learn a little bit more about those victims. We know that 2 of the victims were women. 1 was a male. There were 2 others who were injured, including a 12-year-old girl. Investigators say that she had minor physical injuries. We also know that there were plenty of people in that food court. We do expect to get the identities of those 3 victims, the 3 people who went out to a mall on a Sunday evening and were eating in a food court. We expect to get more information about those folks at some point later today. But we just don't have any specific information about their specific identities outside of the fact that they were there at the right place but at the wrong time.
Yeah, Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. We'll look forward to that at 2 o'clock.
Meanwhile, jury selection in Steve Bannon's trial is underway, and that's despite his multiple attempts to delay it.
Bannon arriving at a Washington courthouse this morning where he faces 2 counts of criminal contempt of Congress charges. That's for refusing to appear before the House January 6th committee.
The committee, meanwhile, is moving full steam ahead as it prepares for the next primetime hearing happening this Thursday. We're learning more about what this hearing will exactly cover, including those erased Secret Service text messages. We're going to speak with NBC's Scott Wong on Capitol Hill in just a moment. But let's go to begin with NBC's Ken Delanian, who joins us live just outside of a Washington courthouse. Ken, Steve Bannon was indicted last year on these charges. He and his lawyers have had differing messages on exactly the role that Bannon played in this attack. So just first off, to set the scene, can you remind us really how he got to this point and what we can expect to see this week?
Hey, Morgan. Well, we got here because Bannon defied a congressional subpoena for his testimony and for documents. And what the committee really wanted him to talk about was his presence at really what amounts to the war room for the big lie. The day and in the days before January 6th, he was at the Willard Hotel not far from me with Rudy Giuliani and some other people, and they were calling state electors. They were putting pressure on Mike Pence. They were allegedly trying their best to try to overturn the election and make something happen on January 6th. And the day before January 6th, he went on his radio show and suggested that he had some idea that something big was going to happen the next day. So the committee wanted to talk to him about it. He has refused. He's been indicted. They're picking a jury in that courthouse behind me. We've got 3 jurors so far. Many of the legal defenses that he wanted to assert in this case have been blocked by a judge appointed by Donald Trump. So it's a pretty cut and dried case, and don't take my word for it. Those were the words of a prospective juror who was struck for cause by Bannon's lawyer. But the real question here is Bannon going to go through with this? Because he's facing a minimum of 30 days in jail and a maximum of a year on each of these counts. And so we're going to see what happens as this week unfolds.
Well, Ken, we know the January 6th committee holding another hearing this week in primetime Thursday night. Bannon's trial, it could actually be over by then. So how much could the outcome of the trial affect whether other witnesses, we're talking Peter Navarro, Mark Meadows, whether they will ultimately comply?
Not that much, I don't think. I mean, in one sense, this trial was a deterrent effect for other witnesses. So it was sending a message: you better comply. You could go through this. This is costing Bannon a lot of money. But nobody believes that the committee's going to get his testimony now that he's being criminally prosecuted. And Peter Navarro is also under indictment, which pretty much forecloses his testimony. Now, Mark Meadows and Dan Scavino have also been cited in contempt of Congress, but the Justice Department has declined to bring cases against those men, perhaps because the issue with executive privilege and some other legal issues are more complicated than in the Bannon case. But look, the committee has lots of different ways to get information, and what we're seeing from these hearings is that a lot of people are cooperating, even if, like Mike Flynn, they go before the committee and assert the Fifth Amendment. And part of the reason is probably because of what's happening in the courthouse behind me. Thank you.
All right, Ken Delaney for us right there in Washington. Thank you.
I want to go ahead and bring in NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong, who joins us now from Capitol Hill. Scott, it's good to see you this Monday. As we said, the committee is holding its next hearing on Thursday. So what is the focus of this hearing? And really, where does the committee's investigation stand as we speak?
Good to be with you guys. We know that this Thursday hearing will be the last in this tranche of 8 hearings. Like the first hearing, which was in prime time, this one also will be in prime time. And what committee members who fanned out across the Sunday shows said yesterday is, look, this is going to focus on January 6th, those 187 minutes where Trump failed to act while knowing that the Capitol was under attack. They're going to go minute by minute and try to piece together what was happening behind the scenes at the White House. We know from previous testimony Trump was in the White House dining room watching the Capitol attack unfold on television. And so what members have said is that, Trump failed to act. He, at one point, even was tweeting that Vice President Pence, who was in the Capitol and fleeing from some of these rioters, did not have the courage to carry out his plan to overturn the election. Adam Kinzinger said if he was president, he would have been going ballistic to try to stop the attack. Kinzinger said Donald Trump was doing quite the opposite.
Scott, there were assumptions, and you mentioned this might be the last of the 8 hearings, but it's looking like there could be more down the line, especially now as we get these text messages. What are your sources telling you?
Absolutely, and we do expect to see some of those text messages in the committee's hands as early as Tuesday. That is the deadline for the Secret Service to turn over those text messages. They said they are cooperating. So some of that evidence could appear in the Thursday hearing as well. That gives a little bit of time for them to analyze some of those messages. But what committee members said yesterday across the Sunday shows was that, look, we are winding this phase of the hearings down, but as we collect more and more evidence, which we're doing every day, we could have the option to hold additional hearings, whether that be later this summer or into the early fall. At some point, the committee does need to go ahead and write their final report, which they will present to the Congress and the general public in the early fall. We are expected that will come just weeks before the November midterms.
All right, Scott Wong at Capitol Hill for us. Thank you, Scott.
And stay with us because temperatures continue to shatter historic records. This as triple-digit heat index are expected coast to coast just this week.
Yeah, nearly 35 million Americans are under an excessive heat warning or advisory today. Some parts of the South will feel like 110 degrees. In Houston, Texas, city officials are asking residents to go to cooling centers and pools to conserve electricity at home and give the power grid a small break. In Europe, scorching temperatures are sparking deadly wildfires as British officials issued their first ever red warning today, labeling the historic temperatures a national emergency. NBC's Bill Cairns is here with the very latest on the dangerous heat in the U.S., but we start with NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga in Rome. Claudio, hello there. Tens of thousands of people now have been displaced across France, Spain, and Portugal as these wildfires burn out of control. They have killed at least 2 people so far. What are authorities there saying?
Hey, Morgan. Well, the authorities in France are calling it the fire of the century. It has been a very widespread forest fire in a wide region in the southwest of France that required 1,700 firefighters to fight it. They're still trying to put it out. In the meantime, 16,000 people have been evacuated from that area. Now, it's a little better now in Portugal, where there have been reported 250 forest fires throughout last week. Portugal was particularly affected by the heat wave throughout last week. Now it's a little better there. The authorities have lowered the alert by 1 notch, saying that there has been a little improvement in the weather, a bit of a drop in the temperature there. Here in Italy, where I am, the meteorologists are saying that this will be the hottest week of the year. Well, to be honest with you, every single week since the start of May has felt the hottest week of the year, because since then we had the temperatures in the 90s or 100 every single day, and it's been 3 months now, so really, really hot. Morning.
I mean, it's hard to almost wrap your head around. I mean, London is facing its hottest day ever, as you mentioned. Portugal expected to get as hot as 117 degrees, and I mean, people in the UK and Europe, they really aren't used to dealing with heat of this magnitude. So how are people coping just day to day, hour by hour, Claudio?
Well, countries like Italy and Portugal and Spain, of course, are a little more used to deal with hot weather. Those are hot countries. But places like the UK, of course, they are not. So when temperatures rise to record levels now, I just checked the meteorological office in the UK today. They say that the latest temperature, or the highest temperature they recorded today, is 99, which is a bit, a bit lower than the 104 that they were forecasting, but still very, very high for what they are used to. What they are saying, the authorities, well, they are advising them not to go out when in the hottest hours. They are advising to get hydrated, not to take public transport unless it's strictly necessary, to look out for their neighbors, especially the elderly and the vulnerable, in case they need something. So the usual advice that you don't really hear much in the UK, because it rarely get this hot, Morgan.
All right, Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, as always, thank you so much.
And we are joined now by NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who has been tracking this dangerous heat threat for 141 million Americans here at home. Hey, Bill, it is so hot in some of these areas like Houston. That city officials are asking people to find alternative cooling options. We know they've been trying to conserve electricity to avoid blackouts. In Arizona, apparently a home security camera, we saw this video earlier, caught a delivery driver collapsing. So let's talk about the things people can do to prepare and stay safe.
Yeah, I mean, this is typically the hottest week of the summer in the Northern Hemisphere. So it's not a surprise it's hot. The difference between the heat that we're seeing in the U.S. versus the heat in the UK is that the UK, it's deadly. And it's happening in areas where people don't always have air conditioning. They're not used to it. It's almost like in the Pacific Northwest when we had those incredible heat waves 2 summers ago. We had lost a lot of lives because people were in apartments without air conditioners. And that's what's happening in areas, especially in Northern Europe. So extreme heat across the globe. We have the heat dome over areas of the West. And then, of of course, what's happening in Europe. And just to give you an update, they're at their peak heating of the day. They're roughly about 5 hours ahead of us. And I just saw the temperature in London is up to 99 last hour. It just dropped to 97. But there is a station that's located just to the northeast of London that just hit 100 degrees. Also in the country of Wales, which is just to the located right here, they broke their all-time record for the hottest temperature ever in their country by 5 degrees today. So that's how unheard of this heat wave is, especially for the UK. Not that it's fun in France with all those fires. 102 in Paris right now. Madrid is also 102. And tomorrow may be hotter in London. So we know we hit 99 today. Tomorrow is supposed to be 101. Paris could be 105. By the way, the all-time hottest temperature in England's history is 101.6 degrees. So we haven't gotten there yet anywhere today. But tomorrow we should break that all-time hottest temperature ever recorded. We won't probably do it in Paris. France, by the way, the hottest temperature ever was 114, so we won't quite get there. And now bring it back home to the lower 48. This is hot, but more typical what you'd expect in the summertime throughout the Central Plains. You don't want it like this every single day like it's been lately in Texas. But again, about 141 million people above average. The hottest temperatures will be from Texas to Oklahoma. These are all the people that will see temperatures above 100 degrees today. And as far as, the warmest summers go, we are seeing everywhere with the yellow dots, top 5 warmest summers. So notice the northern plains haven't been that bad in the northeast, but really the southern half of the country, it's been excessively hot out there. So it's not fun. 109 in Dallas, even though it's not that humid, still feels like it would a day in Phoenix, guys. So, our thoughts are with the people in Europe. Lives are being lost there. The last time they had a heat wave like this, 30,000 people died, just to give you a comparison. So it's a much bigger deal what's happening over there. Not that it's fun what we're dealing with here either.
Just unbelievable. All right, Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, as always, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Well, coming up, talk about sticker shock. Some drivers are paying tens of thousands of dollars over asking price just to score a new car.
The 3 things that experts say you can do right now to score the very best deal. That's coming up just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
U.S. stocks are up today following the news of Goldman Sachs' impressive second quarter earnings. The Dow is up nearly 200 points, which is a strong lead off to the week as Wall Street braces for a number of other major earnings reports this week. CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Christina, it's great to see you. I have a lot of questions. I want to start with those earnings reports. Goldman Sachs smashed expectations today, and a few other big banks will also report their earnings later on this week. So what are we expecting to see?
Yeah, the thing with Goldman Sachs is you look at that bank and you look at a lot of these banks, and it's a barometer as to how the economy is doing and whether businesses are taking out loans, whether they're spending on their own business, whether individuals are spending or saving. And so what we saw from Goldman Sachs earnings is, yes, they were impressive. They beat expectations, but profit is starting to decline. The reason they beat expectations is because they did really well in the bond department. So that's some strength for the stock and why it's moving higher. But that runs contrary to what we saw from Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. Both of those companies actually posted declines in revenue. So there is a little bit of concern, some I guess, wavering amongst all banks, especially because inflation is top of mind and interest rates keep climbing. We're going to have the Federal Reserve have a meeting at the end of the month, July 26th and July 27th. And so we're expecting another 75 basis point hike, 0.75. And so that means all debt becomes more expensive for you and I and for companies.
Speaking of that debt, Christina, big topic, something Vicki and I have been talking about off camera now for weeks, and that's the housing market. I do want to ask you about these new builder sentiment numbers. I mean, what are we seeing, and what do these numbers actually tell us about the current housing market? I know everyone's watching.
Yeah, the builder sentiment is just a survey, and they go out, they ask the survey every single month, and they ask builders, large companies that build homes, how do they feel about the market going forward, specifically with single unit homes, so single family homes, I should say. And the sentiment level keeps dropping. We actually saw it drop, what was it, to the lowest, it fell in July to the lowest level since the start of the pandemic. And why is that? A major factor is affordability. Right now, I think the last number I got was the average May price for a new home is $449,000. That's up 15% year over year. And then you've got interest rates that keep climbing. Just hovering below 6% for the 30-year fix. So, of course, affordability is an issue.
Yeah, wow. All right. A lot of news to unpack there. Christina Partsinevelos for us, as always, Christina. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, from houses to cars, if you are thinking of buying a more fuel-efficient car to offset those high gas prices, you might want to hit the brakes. The average price of a new vehicle is now at an all-time high, according to J.D. Power. The rising interest rates, also a big headache that's driving up the cost of monthly payments. I spoke with industry experts on how you can get the best deal for your next car.
For would-be car buyers, there's not much to choose from. At dealerships and even online, inventory is down and prices are way up.
Buying a car right now is miserable. If it's running, keep it running. If it needs some repairs, it's cheaper to repair it.
The reasons? A now familiar combination of computer chip shortages and production slowdowns from the pandemic, along with geopolitical factors, including the invasion of Ukraine. With vehicles in short supply, dealers are able to charge big markups.
So I'm trying to buy a Lexus luxury SUV in the Connecticut area, and the dealers are saying, well, number one, you're probably not going to see one until 2023. Number two, they're asking anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 over MSRP.
Buyer's remorse now becoming a common theme on TikTok. If you absolutely need a car now, experts say be flexible. If your first choice vehicle isn't available, try a competitor's version of the same model. Be ready to travel. Look for dealers outside your immediate area. Act fast. If you see something you like, put down a deposit, then take it for a test drive. Just be sure that deposit is refundable if the car doesn't feel right. Not only are car prices going up, higher interest rates are making loans more expensive. To make sure you're getting the best rate, plan ahead and check your credit score. Shop around. Some credit unions offer better rates than dealers. If you're having trouble making payments, reach out to your lender immediately. Another option to lower monthly payments is to extend the duration of the loan, but financial advisors say that's not ideal.
Cars typically depreciate in value, not increase in value. And so at some point, you might have an older car that you might not be happy with, and you're still paying that additional payment and interest
Most of all, experts say cars should be thought of as an expense, not an investment or a status symbol.
We all love our nice cars, but at the end of the day, just think about what else could you do with that money.
One potential silver lining, your used car has never been more valuable.
Now is a great time to sell your car. You're going to get more for the old one that you have, but you're going to pay a lot more for the one that you're going to buy.
Yeah, just be prepared for that part of it, too. Even though gas prices are starting to come down, they are still really high, and that is actually driving demand for electric vehicles. A Consumer Reports survey found 71% of Americans expressed some interest in EVs. 14% said they would definitely buy or lease one now if they could. That's the key word.
Wow. All right. An estimated 13.5 million people in the U.S. live in what's known as a food desert, which is essentially a place where there's little or no access to fresh food. And sadly, food deserts are staples of many minority communities. But in Southeast D.C., black store owners are coming up with their own solutions. Here's CNBC's Shamari Stone.
It saddens me to know that, this area, which is a vibrant part of the D.C. community, is considered a food desert.
Ryan Hill lives east of the Anacostia River in southeast Washington, D.C., where she says there isn't easy access to fresh fruits and vegetables.
There are just not as many healthy options.
160,000 people, predominantly black, live in Ward 7 and 8. They only have 3 grocery stores.
I have a small child, so I want to make sure that she has access early on to healthy food.
Hill says she had to travel more than a mile to a full retail grocery store in Georgetown.
I know that the selections are better.
But some help has arrived. A small market called the Fresh Food Factory.
What we offer is pop-up to permanent solutions to address this food issue, this food crisis, this food apartheid.
Amanda Stevenson opened the store a few years ago after receiving a grant from the D.C. government's Food Access Fund.
So many people don't have access to fresh, healthy food in the community. I, like them, had to travel miles across the bridge to other states, Virginia, Maryland, to find the foods that I need.
The store sells fresh produce and health products and allows customers to pay with federal food subsidies like SNAP. According to a 2021 USDA report, 10% of the approximately 65,000 census tracts in the United States are food deserts. That's roughly 13.5 million people with low access to healthy foods. Advocates for food equity say some big chain grocery stores prefer to open in higher income areas.
They just don't believe that they can get the foot traffic, that they can make the income.
If we can have more places in this area that, provide us with those options, I think it will benefit the whole D.C.
The gun crime crisis in America does not take the night off.
Just after the break, the unprecedented up-close look at gun violence and a rare ride-along with police. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Making news right now, a remarkable recovery for a West Virginia woman. Wanda Palmer woke up last week after being in a coma for 2 years. Palmer survived a brutal attack that was so bad, investigators thought she was dead. Shortly after waking up, Palmer identified her brother as her attacker. He is now in jail. Well, a big setback to the Biden administration's transgender protections. A Tennessee federal judge is blocking directives to allow transgender athletes and workers to use bathrooms and locker rooms and play for sports teams that correspond with their gender identity. The judge sided with the attorneys general in 20 states who sued, saying the directives counter their own state laws. And a scary ordeal for actor and comedian Craig Robinson. A gunman opened fire at the Charlotte, North Carolina club where Robinson was supposed to perform on Saturday. No one was hurt. The suspect is now in custody. Robinson's show was moved to a venue next door.
The statistics are stark and they're sobering. More than 40,000 people are killed each year by guns, and that's according to the Brady campaign.
Though we tend to focus on mass shootings, far more Americans die in smaller incidents. NBC News sent teams across the country to chronicle gun violence on one night in America.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez visited a hospital trauma center there in Baltimore. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch leads off our coverage from Philadelphia. Jesse, I want to start with you. You embedded with Philadelphia police in an overnight shift. What did you see while you were there?
Yeah, so we joined these officers shortly after the first shooting incidents of the night in their district. They tell us that there were 2 shooting incidents, including one where 4 people were shot in the neighborhood. So we started out with these officers in the back of their mind, keeping an eye out for that vehicle. And what we saw transpiring over the next several hours were, frankly, a variety of scenes that I think would make many Americans shocked to realize are going on in communities not far from where they live. And that's why we're standing right here next to Independence Hall, of course, where the Declaration of Independence was signed, in many ways the birthplace of this democracy. And it's the contrast between that, the ideal of this country, and what we're seeing on the streets here. There were calls for domestic violence. There were calls for potentially shots fired, which turned out to be fireworks. At one point, the officers say that there was a call that came in for a little boy walking the streets by himself, and thankfully police were able to reunite him with his family. But to think this young boy after midnight was walking out on the streets in an area where police are bracing for gun violence is frankly disturbing to see. And amidst all of that, while we were driving around with police, repeatedly we would see people slumped over in the street, appearing to be high on drugs. We saw people actively shooting up with drugs right in front of us, just feet from the police vehicle. And I asked officers why they weren't stopping to deal with a potential drug arrest, and here's what they told us.
So, you know, with the manpower situation that we have going on, not only just in this district, but in the city in general, if we allocate most of our time to, you know, be able to go out and confiscate any illegal narcotics, basically that's going to eliminate us two from the streets for a few hours. The issue becomes now, if we're off the street for a few hours, then no one else is getting either any calls for service for when that violent call does come out, or any officers that might be in need, foot pursuits, assists. We're not there for it because now we're stuck.
And of course, being prepared to respond to gun violence among those incidents. And just hours after that, or within hours of that conversation, one of the other teams we were driving around with pulled up to a scene where a man appeared to be lying lifeless in the street. He was overdosing on drugs, and an officer administered Narcan. Thankfully, that man woke up, disoriented, was taken to the hospital, and officers tell us that's a good outcome as far as those go, because other people will just walk off and refuse that medical help.
Well, we certainly hope that patient is okay. You know, Jesse, when we talk about these things, we sort of can't ignore the umbrella of the uncomfortable relationship between the police and the public in the last 2 years, especially in a lot of minority communities. And we know that patrolling the streets can be extremely draining, not knowing who you're going to encounter, what you're going to encounter, how you can help, what resources you should use to help. How are police dealing with the emotional aspects of this job? And is there anything they say they want to communicate to the public, especially given where we are?
Yeah, and I asked these officers straight up about the fact that we're looking at 2 white police officers that we were riding along with in an area that had a diverse group of people, certainly plenty of white people we saw out there as well, but definitely plenty of people of color. And obviously, police relationships with communities, specifically communities of color, have been topics for years and particularly been under the microscope recently. And the officers that we spoke with said that for them, they just try to talk to people. And I can tell you that we observed numerous interactions between police and people of varying ethnicities and you know, varying diverse groups, and the communications were mostly cordial. And there was even one incident where police pulled over to talk to a man who they thought might have been a suspect in an incident, and it was a very calm, relaxed conversation between the two of them. So I didn't personally, you know, witness any, you know, serious hostility on either side there. But the officers I talked with said they just try to talk to people in the community, and they certainly take these incidents home with them, as do other people.
Yeah, talking to them, and I know from these communities, listening is also really what they want to see happen. Jesse Kirschforth there in Philadelphia. Jesse, thank you so much for reporting. Excellent.
And now we turn to Baltimore for an inside look at the first facility in the world dedicated to treating trauma. The R. Adams Cowley Shock Trauma Center sees more than 7,000 patients a year. About 20% of them are victims of violence. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez saw the trauma team in action firsthand. He joins us now. Gabe, what's it like for those doctors and nurses on any given night?
Well, hey there, Vicki. Well, the stream of patients never seems to end. And actually, just a short time ago, we saw a heavy police presence outside of this trauma center after yet another reported shooting. And over the weekend in Baltimore, there were at least 9 separate shootings, at least 5 people dead. And as you said, we witnessed this firsthand, these doctors and nurses trying to treat these patients. We were there early Sunday night when a gunshot victim was brought in. Here's what happened. It's just after midnight, and we've just gotten word that a gunshot victim is about to be brought here. As you can see, the medical teams are gathering around this trauma bed.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
You have his ID. Every second is critical. You see these doctors and nurses hovering over this trauma bed. They are trying desperately to save this person's life. The beeping right now means there is no heartbeat. How urgent is what's happening right now?
This is life-saving treatment they're doing. The patient came in dead, cardiac arrest. What they're doing is life-saving.
How long have you worked as a chaplain here?
About 3 years.
About 3 years. How tough is it to see what's going on here right now?
Oh, yeah, it can be pretty hard.
What just happened?
But unfortunately, the patient died. They were not able to resuscitate him.
Does it ever get any easier to hear him call out the time of death?
Never. I've been doing this for over 20 years. Yeah.
24 medical professionals here. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. How do you come to terms with that?
Sometimes it saves someone.
May he rest in peace, and may those who will mourn his loss be comforted. Amen.
It is just so heartbreaking to witness those doctors and nurses there. You really saw them trying to process this in the moment, Vicki and Morgan. And the thing was, there were still hours left in their shift, so they then had to be ready for the next patient that would come in.
Gabe, you had incredible access there. What an intimate look at what these medical professionals go through night after night. Some of them have worked at the trauma center for most of their careers, and they see everything, right? They see the cardiac arrest, as you just showed us, but they're also seeing gun violence. And statistically, that is an everyday occurrence in some parts of America. So can you talk to us about, their thoughts? What did they say when you asked them about dealing specifically with gunshot victims?
Yeah, Vicki. So here in Baltimore, it's on pace to see its deadliest year in memory. And yes, these doctors and nurses here at this shock trauma center, which is world renowned for its care, by the way, they really try to get at these victims and give them the best treatment they can within the first hour of treatment, which is so critical for their survival. But the doctors we spoke with here say that they view gun violence not as a political issue, but as an issue of public health. And one of the doctors we spoke with said that, for the last several years, he's been noticing an uptick in violence, especially since here in Baltimore, the death of Freddie Gray and the riots that came after that. Ever since then, he says he's noticed an anger in this community. It's only gotten worse, he says, after the COVID pandemic. And again, those numbers keep rising, and these doctors and nurses here are on the front lines. Yes, as you said, we tend to focus on the mass shootings, the major stories in this country, but these communities are dealing with the effects of gun violence each and every night.
It affects so many parts of our community, so many professions, and that is one slice of it. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much for your excellent reporting there in Baltimore and bringing us right inside that trauma center. We appreciate it. Well, New Yorkies once again in the grip of an unprecedented outbreak.
What's being done to boost the supply and to meet the demand just after the break?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Monkeypox cases across the country are steadily climbing, and the nation's epicenter is right here in New York.
Yeah, the latest numbers from the CDC show that the country has now surpassed 1,800 confirmed cases, nearly 27% of them here in New York.
Over the weekend, the city made thousands of vaccination appointments available, a process many say has been made nearly impossible, and that's due to low vaccine supply and even technical glitches on the website. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is outside the city's first monkeypox vaccination site with a look at how local officials are working to contain the spread. Antonia, this is something that has just ravaged our community. My own personal contacts have had experience with this and say that it is just painful and it's demoralizing. They report their experience is trying to get help. And that's just, you can imagine how isolating that feels. So there's so much frustration from people just trying to track down one of these vaccination appointments. How are those appointments going? How are they being doled out? And what are people saying about the rush to even get treatment?
Morgan, frustration is exactly the word that I've been hearing all day today. People here are the lucky ones who've managed to get appointments. They're here in line. They're waiting to get shots in their arms. But in many cases, they struggled for days to get slots. And that's because there has been so much chaos in the appointment scheduling process. They've opened up on portals that some say weren't well advertised to certain communities in New York. Within just minutes, appointments have been disappearing, or there have been glitches that have made it impossible for people to even attempt to get an appointment in the first place. So to spell it out for you, just on Friday, for example, the city opened 9,200 new slots for shots. It opened at 6 p.m. By 6:07, they were all gone. Take a listen to a conversation I just had with one person here who got an appointment on Friday.
It's been kind of a mess, and I think particularly with the earlier rollouts, there were a lot of issues. You know, I think like vaccines were hopefully ideally put in different communities to be able to deliver vaccines to those communities, and we saw vaccines in like Harlem and the Bronx were being taken by like white gay men who live in these neighborhoods. The fact that you can like only book appointments online, that appointments have been delivered during the workday. It's not accessible for a lot of communities who are going to be disproportionately affected by infection and lack of access to treatment and care.
This site here in Chelsea was the very first to open, and that's because the majority or a large portion of the cases were concentrated here. But of course, there are many queer communities. The community where has sort of been the center of this outbreak here in the city has been focused at this time, and there's concern that the access hasn't been equal. They're now opening up news sites in all of the boroughs, but there continues to be frustration that the people who have time on their hands to keep fighting online to get a slot are going to be the people who get the first appointments, Morgan.
Yeah, or even the people who can get online. Antonia, it's Vicky here. This reminds us a lot of what happened in the early days of the COVID-19 vaccine. You'd be refreshing or trying to get that appointment. So the local officials have admitted this process has been less than ideal. So the next question is, what are they doing now? How are they working to get as many shots into arms while making sure distribution is equitable? They're opening some more centers. Anything else?
They're opening those new centers, and equity has certainly been the key phrase that you keep hearing the health commissioner repeat. But equity is really hard to accomplish when you're in a situation of scarcity and people are panicked and trying to individually do just what's best for them, right? So the city is opening up sites in different locations, but they are also right now focusing just on first shots, even though this is actually a 2-dose regimen. So you're supposed to get these 2 doses to get the full protection against monkeypox, but right now they just want to get as many first shots into arms as humanly possible because that still provides some protection. And frankly, officials here in New York are worried that they're losing the fight against monkeypox, that it got its foothold here in New York before the testing and vaccination infrastructure was ready. So right now, all they're able to do is focus on getting those first shots to people. Vicky.
Antonia, Morgan here. Is there anything that you're hearing that has been useful from the people there behind you? Like, I'm just thinking about, we talk about this is happening in the queer community, especially among gay men here in New York City. You're there in Chelsea. For our viewers who aren't familiar with New York, this is a robust gay community, a historic part of this city, right? It's integral to the fabric of this city. And there's a lot of trauma here, right? Because it reminds you of the lack of access that happened, for example, in the AIDS epidemic, right? I mean, this is a community that has been harmed before by lack of equal care. For someone who's watching this program right now, who's scared, who's symptomatic, what is the first step they can take to get help?
Well, I think there's a couple things that what you just said brought up for me, Morgan. The first is that there's lack of access, but there's also concerns about stigmatization. And so I think something that's really important for every viewer to understand is this is not a sexually transmitted disease, and being gay or trans or bi actually has really nothing to do with how you contract monkeypox. Any of us could end up getting this disease. It just happened to strike first in this community, but already people are concerned that it's going to be spreading to everyone very soon. And so, I would say for our viewers who are queer, but also for our viewers who are not. You should be very careful right now in terms of close contacts, certain gatherings that you attend, and you should be reaching out to your local health department, because as of now, those are the only officials who can help get you in line when those vaccines become more widely available, Morgan.
And I think that's a really excellent point you make, that everyone is susceptible. Again, we're hearing from people in our reporting that people, especially within the gay community, because of this intimate contraction, they feel like they have not gotten the resources that are equitable. And we want to make sure that everyone, right, has access to that equal care. Antonia Hilton for us there. Antonia, thank you. And Bennifer is back in a big way.
After the break, inside Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck's intimate hush-hush wedding in Vegas. But is she still Jenny from the block, Morgan?
We will find out.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are making their first public appearance since his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee last month. The royal couple are in New York for a United Nations event to honor what would have been late South African president and anti-apartheid activist Nelson Mandela's 104th birthday. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer with a closer look.
Vicki and Morgan, Prince Harry is the keynote speaker at the UN event celebrating Nelson Mandela International Day, speaking about how Mandela overcame obstacles in his life and how those lessons can help the world tackle issues we're facing now. Harry's appearance comes as anticipation builds over his upcoming memoir and a bombshell book focusing on the royal rift.
To honor Nelson Mandela's birthday during a celebration at the United Nations, today Prince Harry will address the UN General Assembly. His speech is expected to focus on the life and legacy of South Africa's first black leader. During their official tour of South Africa in 2019, Harry and Meghan spent time with Mandela's widow, Graça Machel. Prince Harry's admiration for the late human rights leader mirrors the respect shown by his mother, Princess Diana. The two met in Cape Town in 1997 to discuss the AIDS epidemic.
I see. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Harry told Hoda recently that he feels his mother around him constantly.
I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Today will be the first public outing for Harry and Meghan since the Queen's Platinum Jubilee last month. The pair kept a low profile, missing the iconic balcony appearance with the rest of the royal family at Buckingham Palace, but attending a church service. Their children, Lilibet and Archie, were said to have spent time with the Queen. It comes as speculation mounts about Prince Harry's upcoming memoir and what he'll reveal about the family.
There will be some concern amongst the royal family that Harry's memoir might have more of those bombshell accusations that we saw come from the couple when they did their sit down with Oprah Winfrey.
And there's another explosive new book detailing the Sussex's fallout with the other royals, according to insider interviews. In an exclusive excerpt published in the Sunday Times, author Tom Bauer details Harry and Meghan festering with fury over the Queen's Jubilee, when the palace, quote, refused all of their demands for a prominent role. Bauer even writes Harry's presence at Prince Philip's funeral in April, quote, remained a problem, adding Harry and William were separated and the Queen was allegedly relieved Meghan was not in attendance.
And as you might predict, the palace is declining to comment on all this. We did reach out to the Sussexes as well, and we have not heard back. Vicki and Morgan.
Jenny from the block is sporting a new rock today. The entertainment world and social media world are buzzing about Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck's hush-hush wedding in Las Vegas just over the weekend. Here's Today anchor Chanel Jones with what we know about the intimate ceremony.
It's official. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have tied the knot. We did it, J-Lo writing. Love is beautiful. Love is kind. And it turns out love is patient. 20 years patient. The superstar describing in her newsletter how they flew to Vegas, stood in line for a license with 4 other couples.
Somebody's getting married.
Lopez wore a dress from an old movie, while Affleck donned a jacket from his closet.
It was my wedding changing area.
The pair exchanged vows in front of their children in what Lopez calls the best moment of her life, and signing her name as Mrs. Jennifer Lynn Affleck. The Hollywood power couple, often known as Bennifer, has been lighting up social media and stealing headlines since rekindling their romance last year. J-Lo opening up to Hoda and Savannah earlier this year.
I think what we learned from the last time is that love, when you are lucky enough to find it, is so sacred and special, and you have to hold a little bit of that privately. I'm engaged!
The superstars announced their engagement in April. Their relationship has unfolded much like a Hollywood movie script after first meeting on the set of Geely in 2002. They began a very public romance.
Do we know each other?
Not yet.
I'm still Jenny from the block.
Affleck famously appearing in Jenny from the Block. For 2 years, they ruled the red carpet, but called off their first engagement in 2004. Both went on to marry and divorce. Eventually, the two found their way back to one another. And now, like a true Hollywood ending, their union is official. Lopez writing, "Love is a great thing, maybe the best of things, and worth waiting for."
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this Monday. Right now on NBC News Now, blistering breakdown. A sweeping investigation into the Uvalde, Texas school shooting reveals much more could have been done to save the 21 innocents who were killed. The new calls for accountability.
And Secret Service showdown. The January 6th panel issues a deadline for the Secret Service to turn over erased text messages from before and during the attack on the Capitol. What to expect in this week's hearing ahead.
And a race against time, a short supply of monkeypox vaccines, and new concerns by health officials over the surging number of cases. We'll take you inside the outbreak epicenter coming up.
And sticker shock. More than 10% of all new car loans are costing Americans more than $1,000 a month. We'll tell you what's driving up prices a little later.
We begin this hour in Uvalde, Texas, with newly released body camera footage, as well as a scathing report condemning law enforcement's response to that school shooting.
The preliminary findings come from a Texas State House of Representatives committee. One of the key conclusions alleges that despite nearly 400 officers responding that day, the scene was, quote, chaotic and lacked leadership.
Meanwhile, a community in Indiana is trying to make sense of America's latest mass shooting. This one took place last night at an Indiana shopping mall.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is standing by with the latest developments in Indiana. But first, we head to Uvalde, Texas with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. Sam, this is the most comprehensive report yet, taking a look at that response inside Robb Elementary.
Thank you, Morgan. It's comprehensive and it's crushing just based on the number of points where failures occurred, starting with the school doors that were supposed to be locked that weren't, guys, Wi-Fi connection that was poorly constructed and not enabling them to get push alerts out to the teachers who needed to see those alerts. Almost 400 law enforcement officers on school grounds where I'm standing. They couldn't take out one gunman. And now, guys, we're looking at body cam footage that is jarring and we need to warn you, has disturbing images.
For the first time, the public is getting a chilling picture of early moments inside Robb Elementary from police body camera footage.
Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding?
Early chaos and glimpses of calls to action.
We gotta get in there. We gotta get in there. He just keeps shooting.
That plea coming minutes after the massacre began. But that first interaction, the only time the officers are seen in the video physically confronting the gunman for well over an hour. This new footage released as the most comprehensive report to date conducted by the Texas House finds law enforcement, which ultimately reached 376 officers, didn't honor their most basic responsibility. The author's writing, they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety.
Several officers in the hallway or in that building knew or should have known there was dying in that classroom, and they should have done more, acted with urgency.
Family members said they were hoping for more than a verbal dressing down.
But they're saying we already knew it. They were cowards.
Ultimately, some action was taken right away. The city's mayor announcing right before this meeting the acting chief of Uvalde's police department, Mariano Pargas, now on administrative leave. The report citing no evidence that any officer who did learn about 911 phone calls coming from inside rooms 111 and 112, including Pargas, acted on it to advocate shifting to an active shooter style response. There are also windows into heroism.
Let's get these kids out of here. Let's get these kids out of here.
Students apparently being pulled out of the building. And this heartbreaking hallway exchange with Officer Ruben Ruiz right after the initial gunfire.
My wife's classroom.
Learning his wife, Eva Morales, a teacher, was shot and dying before his weapon was taken and he was removed for trying to engage the shooter, according to Texas DPS. The only teacher who did survive in those two rooms, Arnulfo Reyes, shot twice, believes Morales could have been saved.
If the law enforcement officers on scene would have allowed him to continue pursuing the gunman.
Yeah, she would have probably lived. And I think she's one of the ones that they had said that also bled to death.
All 11 of the students in his class didn't survive.
Sam, that's just heartbreaking. I mean, beyond the acting police chief being placed on administrative leave, I mean, is there any talk about accountability, even just for other leaders, or even responding officers that day?
The short answer, Morgan, is it's unclear. I asked that very question to the chairman of this investigatory body to find out, you listed all of these different law enforcement agencies. Which, if any, do you feel like bears the biggest brunt of the blame, and what kind of legal action or criminal liability are we looking at here? And he sidestepped the question and said all of these agencies need to be doing their own evaluations, which we saw is happening in Uvalde. I would add the district attorney here broke weeks of silence and said that she is not speaking specifically about the investigation because of possible charges. Whether that actually comes to light, we're going to have to wait and see. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Sam Brock for us there on the ground. Sam, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam. Well, police say a gunman opened fire at an Indiana shopping mall last night, killing 3 people and wounding several others.
Officials also say another person at the mall who was armed took down the shooter. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following the latest for us. Shaq, first off, where does the investigation stand at this hour? I know you have a press conference coming up while you're understanding a little bit more information, but what are we also learning in terms of the details of this particular attack?
Exactly, Morgan. That press conference happening in just next couple of hours here. But what we do know at this point is that this is an investigation that is being led by the local police department, the county sheriff, with assistance from the FBI. We do know that they've been combing that scene, that food court in which the shooting took place. We know they've been talking to witnesses. There's also some surveillance video from inside that mall where the shooting took place. What investigators have said so far is that at about 6:30 p.m. last night, a gunman walked into that food court. He opened fire. He was carrying and shooting up from a rifle, a long gun. That's the only description that we've received at this point. And he had multiple magazines. They say that this is a situation that could have been much worse had it not been for that 22-year-old armed civilian, someone who's being called a good Samaritan at this point, stepping up and quickly ending the gunshot. Now, we don't know the identity of that 22-year-old. We don't know the identity of the shooter or any motive that might exist. That all is information that we hope to get when we hear from investigators a little bit later today, about 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Morning.
Yeah, Shaq, we know that you're waiting for some of those additional details. Do you know anything more at this point about the victims in the shooting? Did they know each other? Did they know the gunman? Was this completely random?
Still waiting to learn a little bit more about those victims. We know that 2 of the victims were women. 1 was a male. There were 2 others who were injured, including a 12-year-old girl. Investigators say that she had minor physical injuries. We also know that there were plenty of people in that food court. We do expect to get the identities of those 3 victims, the 3 people who went out to a mall on a Sunday evening and were eating in a food court. We expect to get more information about those folks at some point later today. But we just don't have any specific information about their specific identities outside of the fact that they were there at the right place but at the wrong time.
Yeah, Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. We'll look forward to that at 2 o'clock.
Meanwhile, jury selection in Steve Bannon's trial is underway, and that's despite his multiple attempts to delay it.
Bannon arriving at a Washington courthouse this morning where he faces 2 counts of criminal contempt of Congress charges. That's for refusing to appear before the House January 6th committee.
The committee, meanwhile, is moving full steam ahead as it prepares for the next primetime hearing happening this Thursday. We're learning more about what this hearing will exactly cover, including those erased Secret Service text messages. We're going to speak with NBC's Scott Wong on Capitol Hill in just a moment. But let's go to begin with NBC's Ken Delanian, who joins us live just outside of a Washington courthouse. Ken, Steve Bannon was indicted last year on these charges. He and his lawyers have had differing messages on exactly the role that Bannon played in this attack. So just first off, to set the scene, can you remind us really how he got to this point and what we can expect to see this week?
Hey, Morgan. Well, we got here because Bannon defied a congressional subpoena for his testimony and for documents. And what the committee really wanted him to talk about was his presence at really what amounts to the war room for the big lie. The day and in the days before January 6th, he was at the Willard Hotel not far from me with Rudy Giuliani and some other people, and they were calling state electors. They were putting pressure on Mike Pence. They were allegedly trying their best to try to overturn the election and make something happen on January 6th. And the day before January 6th, he went on his radio show and suggested that he had some idea that something big was going to happen the next day. So the committee wanted to talk to him about it. He has refused. He's been indicted. They're picking a jury in that courthouse behind me. We've got 3 jurors so far. Many of the legal defenses that he wanted to assert in this case have been blocked by a judge appointed by Donald Trump. So it's a pretty cut and dried case, and don't take my word for it. Those were the words of a prospective juror who was struck for cause by Bannon's lawyer. But the real question here is Bannon going to go through with this? Because he's facing a minimum of 30 days in jail and a maximum of a year on each of these counts. And so we're going to see what happens as this week unfolds.
Well, Ken, we know the January 6th committee holding another hearing this week in primetime Thursday night. Bannon's trial, it could actually be over by then. So how much could the outcome of the trial affect whether other witnesses, we're talking Peter Navarro, Mark Meadows, whether they will ultimately comply?
Not that much, I don't think. I mean, in one sense, this trial was a deterrent effect for other witnesses. So it was sending a message. You better comply. You could go through this. This is costing Bannon a lot of money. But nobody believes that the committee's going to get his testimony now that he's being criminally prosecuted. And Peter Navarro is also under indictment, which pretty much forecloses his testimony. Now, Mark Meadows and Dan Scavino have also been cited in contempt of Congress, but the Justice Department has declined to bring cases against those men, perhaps because the issue with executive privilege and some other legal issues are more complicated than in the Bannon case. But look, the committee has lots of different ways to get information, and what we're seeing from these hearings is that a lot of people are cooperating, even if, like Mike Flynn, they go before the committee and assert the Fifth Amendment. And part of the reason is probably because of what's happening in the courthouse behind me. Thank you.
All right, Ken Delanian for us right there in Washington. Thank you.
I want to go ahead and bring in NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong, who joins us now from Capitol Hill. Scott, it's good to see you this Monday. As we said, the committee is holding its next hearing on Thursday. So what is the focus of this hearing? And really, where does the committee's investigation stand as we speak?
Good to be with you guys. We know that this Thursday hearing will be the last in this tranche of 8 hearings. Like the first hearing, which was in prime time, this one also will be in prime time. And what committee members who fanned out across the Sunday shows said yesterday is, look, this is going to focus on January 6th, those 187 minutes where Trump failed to act while knowing that the Capitol was under attack. They're going to go minute by minute and try to piece together what was happening behind the scenes at the White House. We know from previous testimony Trump was in the White House dining room watching the Capitol attack unfold on television. And so what members have said is that, Trump failed to act. He, at one point, even was tweeting that Vice President Pence, who was in the Capitol and fleeing from some of these rioters, did not have the courage to carry out his plan to overturn the election. Adam Kinzinger said if he was president, he would have been going ballistic to try to stop the attack. Kinzinger said Donald Trump was doing quite the opposite.
Scott, there were assumptions, and you mentioned this might be the last of the 8 hearings, but it's looking like there could be more down the line, especially now as we get these text messages. What are your sources telling you?
Absolutely, and we do expect to see some of those text messages in the committee's hands as early as Tuesday. That is the deadline for the Secret Service to turn over those text messages. They said they are cooperating. So some of that evidence could appear in the Thursday hearing as well. That gives a little bit of time for them to analyze some of those messages. But what committee members said yesterday across the Sunday shows was that, look, we are winding this phase of the hearings down, but as we collect more and more evidence, which we're doing every day, we could have the option to hold additional hearings, whether that be later this summer or into the early fall. At some point, the committee does need to go ahead and write their final report, which they will present to the Congress and the general public in the early fall. We are expected that will come just weeks before the November midterms.
All right, Scott Wong at Capitol Hill for us. Thank you, Scott.
And stay with us because temperatures continue to shatter historic records. This as triple-digit heat index are expected coast to coast just this week.
Yeah, nearly 35 million Americans are under an excessive heat warning or advisory today. Some parts of the South will feel like 110 degrees. In Houston, Texas, city officials are asking residents to go to cooling centers and pools to conserve electricity at home and give the power grid a small break. In Europe, scorching temperatures are sparking deadly wildfires as British officials issued their first ever red warning today, labeling the historic temperatures a national emergency. NBC's Bill Cairns is here with the very latest on the dangerous heat in the U.S., but we start with NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga in Rome. Claudio, hello there. Tens of thousands of people now have been displaced across France, Spain, and Portugal as these wildfires burn out of control. They have killed at least 2 people so far. What are authorities there saying?
Hey, Morgan. Well, the authorities in France are calling it the fire of the century. It has been a very widespread forest fire in a wide region in the southwest of France that required 1,700 firefighters to fight it. They're still trying to put it out. In the meantime, 16,000 people have been evacuated from that area. Now, it's a little better now in Portugal, where there have been reported 250 forest fires throughout last week. Portugal was particularly affected by the heat wave throughout last week. Now it's a little better there. The authorities have lowered the alert by 1 notch, saying that there has been a little improvement in the weather, a bit of a drop in the temperature there. Here in Italy, where I am, the meteorologists are saying that this will be the hottest week of the year. Well, to be honest with you, every single week since the start of May has felt the hottest week of the year, because since then we had the temperatures in the 90s or 100 every single day, and it's been 3 months now, so really, really hot. More.
I mean, it's hard to almost wrap your head around. I mean, London is facing its hottest day ever, as you mentioned. Portugal expected to get as hot as 117 degrees, and I mean, people in the UK and Europe, they really aren't used to dealing with heat of this magnitude. So how are people coping just day to day, hour by hour, Claudio?
Well, countries like Italy and Portugal and Spain, of course, are a little more used to deal with hot weather. Those are hot countries. But places like the UK, of course, they are not. So when temperatures rise to record levels now, I just checked the meteorological office in the UK today. They say that the latest temperature, the highest temperature they recorded today, is 99, which is a bit, a bit lower than the 104 that they were forecasting, but still very, very high for what they are used to. What they are saying, the authorities, well, they are advising them not to go out when in the hottest hours. They are advising to get hydrated, not to take public transport unless it's strictly necessary, to look out for their neighbors, especially the elderly and the vulnerable, in case they need something. So the usual advice that you don't really hear much in the UK, because it rarely get this hot, Morgan.
All right, Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, as always, thank you so much.
And we are joined now by NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who has been tracking this dangerous heat threat for 141 million Americans here at home. Hey, Bill, it is so hot in some of these areas like Houston. That city, officials are asking people to find alternative cooling options. We know they've been trying to conserve electricity to avoid blackouts. In Arizona, apparently a home security camera, we saw this video earlier, caught a delivery driver collapsing. So let's talk about the things people can do to prepare and stay safe.
Yeah, I mean, this is typically the hottest week of the summer in the Northern Hemisphere. So it's not a surprise it's hot. The difference between the heat that we're seeing in the U.S. versus the heat in the U.K. is that the U.K., it's deadly. And it's happening in areas where people don't always have air conditioning. They're not used to it. It's almost like in the Pacific Northwest when we had those incredible heat waves 2 summers ago. We had lost a lot of lives because people were in apartments without air conditioners. And that's what's happening in areas, especially in Northern Europe. So extreme heat across the globe. We have the heat dome over areas of the West. And then, of course, what's happening in Europe. And just to give you an update, they're at their peak heating of the day. They were roughly about 5 hours ahead of us. And I just saw the temperature in London is up to 99 last hour. It just dropped to 97. But there is a station that's located just to the northeast of London that just hit 100 degrees. Also in the country of Wales, which is just to the located right here, they broke their all-time record for the hottest temperature ever in their country by 5 degrees today. So that's how unheard of this heat wave is, especially for the UK. Not that it's fun in France with all those fires. 102 in Paris right now. Madrid is also 102. And tomorrow may be hotter in London. So we know we hit 99 today. Tomorrow is supposed to be 101. Paris could be 105. By the way, the all-time hottest temperature in England's history is 101.6 degrees. So we haven't gotten there yet anywhere today. But tomorrow we should break that all-time hottest temperature ever recorded. We won't probably do it in Paris. France, by the way, the hottest temperature ever was 114. So we won't quite get there. Now bring it back home to the lower 48. This is hot, but more typical what you'd expect in the summertime throughout the Central Plains. You don't want it like this every single day like it's been lately in Texas. But again, about 141 million people above average. The hottest temperatures will be from Texas to Oklahoma. These are all the people that will see temperatures above 100 degrees today. And as far as, the warmest summers go, we are seeing everywhere with the yellow dots, top 5 warmest summers. So notice the northern plains haven't been that bad in the northeast, but really the southern half of the country, it's been excessively hot out there. So it's not fun. 109 in Dallas, even though it's not that humid, still feels like it would a day in Phoenix, guys. So, our thoughts are with the people in Europe. Lives are being lost there. The last time they had a heat wave like this, 30,000 people died, just to give you a comparison. So it's a much bigger deal what's happening over there. Not that it's fun what we're dealing with here either.
Just unbelievable. All right, Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, as always, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Well, coming up, talk about sticker shock. Some drivers are paying tens of thousands of dollars over asking price just to score a new car.
The 3 things that experts say you can do right now to score the very best deal. That's coming up just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
U.S. stocks are up today following the news of Goldman Sachs' impressive second quarter earnings. The Dow is up nearly 200 points, which is a strong lead-off to the week as Wall Street braces for a number of other major earnings reports this week. CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Christina, it's great to see you. I have a lot of questions. I want to start with those earnings reports. Goldman Sachs smashed expectations today, and a few other big banks will also report their earnings later on this week. So what are we expecting to see?
Yeah, the thing with Goldman Sachs is you look at that bank and you look at a lot of these banks, and it's a barometer as to how the economy is doing and whether businesses are taking out loans, whether they're spending on their own business, whether individuals are spending or saving. And so what we saw from Goldman Sachs earnings is, yes, they were impressive. They beat expectations, but profit is starting to decline. The reason they beat expectations is because they did really well in the bond department. So that's some strength for the stock and why it's moving higher. But that runs contrary to what we saw from Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. Both of those companies actually posted declines in revenue. So there is a little bit of concern, some I guess, wavering amongst all banks, especially because inflation is top of mind and interest rates keep climbing. We're going to have the Federal Reserve have a meeting at the end of the month, July 26th and July 27th. And so we're expecting another 75 basis point hike, 0.75. And so that means all debt becomes more expensive for you and I and for companies.
Speaking of that debt, Christina, big topic, something Vicki and I have been talking about off camera now for weeks, and that's the housing market. I do want to ask you about these new builder sentiment numbers. I mean, what are we seeing, and what do these numbers actually tell us about the current housing market? I know everyone's watching.
Yeah, the builder sentiment is just a survey, and they go out, they ask the survey every single month, and they ask builders, large companies that build homes, how do they feel about the market going forward, specifically with single unit homes, so single family homes, I should say. And the sentiment level keeps dropping. We actually saw it drop, what was it, to the lowest, it fell in July to the lowest level since the start of the pandemic. And why is that? A major factor is affordability. Right now, I think the last number I got was the average May price for a new home is $449,000. That's up 15% year over year. And then you've got interest rates that keep climbing. What? Just hovering below 6% for the 30-year fix. So, of course, affordability is an issue.
Yeah, wow. All right. A lot of news to unpack there. Christina Partsinevelos for us, as always. Christina, thank you so much.
You.
All right, from houses to cars, if you are thinking of buying a more fuel-efficient car to offset those high gas prices, you might want to hit the brakes. The average price of a new vehicle is now at an all-time high, according to J.D. Power. The rising interest rates, also a big headache that's driving up the cost of monthly payments. I spoke with industry experts on how you can get the best deal for your next car.
For would-be car buyers, there's not much to choose from. At dealerships and even online, inventory is down and prices are way up.
Buying a car right now is miserable. If it's running, keep it running. If it needs some repairs, it's cheaper to repair it.
The reasons? A now familiar combination of computer chip shortages and production slowdowns from the pandemic, along with geopolitical factors, including the invasion of Ukraine. With vehicles in short supply, dealers are able to charge big markups.
So I'm trying to buy a Lexus luxury SUV in the Connecticut area, and the dealers are saying, well, number one, you're probably not going to see one until 2023. Number two, they're asking anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 over MSRP.
Buyer's remorse now becoming a common theme on TikTok. If you absolutely need a car now, experts say be flexible. If your first choice vehicle isn't available, try a competitor's version of the same model. Be ready to travel. Look for dealers outside your immediate area. Act fast. If you see something you like, put down a deposit, then take it for a test drive. Just be sure that deposit is refundable if the car doesn't feel right. Not only are car prices going up, higher interest rates are making loans more expensive. To make sure you're getting the best rate, plan ahead and check your credit score. Shop around. Some credit unions offer better rates than dealers. If you're having trouble making payments, reach out to your lender immediately. Another option to lower monthly payments is to extend the duration of the loan, but financial advisors say that's not ideal.
Cars typically depreciate in value, not increase in value. And so at some point, you might have an older car that you might not be happy with, and you're still paying that additional payment and interest.
Most of all, experts say cars should be thought of as an expense, not an investment or a status symbol.
We all love our nice cars, but at the end of the day, just think about what else could you do with that money.
One potential silver lining, your used car has never been more valuable.
Now is a great time to sell your car. You're going to get more for the old one that you have, but you're going to pay a lot more for the one that you're going to buy.
Yeah, just be prepared for that part of it, too. Even though gas prices are starting to come down, they are still really high, and that is actually driving demand for electric vehicles. A Consumer Reports survey found 71% of Americans expressed some interest in EVs. 14% said they would definitely buy or lease one now if they could. That's the key word.
Wow. All right. An estimated 13.5 million people in the U.S. live in what's known as a food desert, which is essentially a place where there's little or no access to fresh food. And sadly, food deserts are staples of many minority communities. But in Southeast D.C., black store owners are coming up with their own solutions. Here's CNBC's Shamari Stone.
It saddens me to know that, this area, which is a vibrant part of the D.C. community, is considered a food desert.
Ryan Hill lives east of the Anacostia River in southeast Washington, D.C., where she says there isn't easy access to fresh fruits and vegetables.
There are just not as many healthy options.
160,000 people, predominantly black, live in Ward 7 and 8. They only have 3 grocery stores.
I have a small child, so I want to make sure that she has access early on to healthy food.
Hill says she had to travel more than a mile to a full retail grocery store in Georgetown.
I know that the selections are better.
But some help has arrived. A small market called the Fresh Food Factory.
What we offer is pop-up to permanent solutions to address this food issue, this food crisis, this food apartheid.
Amanda Stevenson opened the store a few years ago after receiving a grant from the D.C. government's Food Access Fund.
So many people don't have access to fresh, healthy food in the community. I, like them, had to travel miles across the bridge to other states, Virginia, Maryland, to find the foods that I need.
The store sells fresh produce and health products and allows customers to pay with federal food subsidies like SNAP. According to a 2021 USDA report, 10% of the approximately 65,000 census tracts in the United States are food deserts. That's roughly 13.5 million people with low access to healthy foods. Advocates for food equity say some big chain grocery stores prefer to open in higher income areas.
They just don't believe that they can get the foot traffic, that they can make the income.
If we can have more places in this area that, provide us with those options, I think it will benefit the whole D.C.
The gun crime crisis in America does not take the night off.
Just after the break, the unprecedented up-close look at gun violence and a rare ride-along with police. Stay with us.
News is happening now. to look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I'm admiring you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Making news right now, a remarkable recovery for a West Virginia woman. Wanda Palmer woke up last week after being in a coma for 2 years. Palmer survived a brutal attack that was so bad, investigators thought she was dead. Shortly after waking up, Palmer identified her brother as her attacker. He is now in jail. Well, a big setback to the Biden administration's transgender protections. A Tennessee federal judge is blocking directives to allow transgender athletes and workers to use bathrooms and locker rooms and play for sports teams that correspond with their gender identity. The judge sided with the attorneys general in 20 states who sued, saying the directives counter their own state laws. And a scary ordeal for actor and comedian Craig Robinson. A gunman opened fire at the Charlotte, North Carolina club where Robinson was supposed to perform on Saturday. No one was hurt. The suspect is now in custody. Robinson's show was moved to a venue next door.
The statistics are stark and they're sobering. More than 40,000 people are killed each year by guns, and that's according to the Brady campaign.
Though we tend to focus on mass shootings, far more Americans die in smaller incidents. NBC News sent teams across the country to chronicle gun violence on one night in America.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez visited a hospital trauma center there in Baltimore. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch leads off our coverage from Philadelphia. Jesse, I want to start with you. You embedded with Philadelphia police in an overnight shift. What did you see while you were there?
Yeah, so we joined these officers shortly after the first shooting incidents of the night in their district. They tell us that there were 2 shooting incidents, including one where 4 people were shot in the neighborhood. So we started out with these officers in the back of their mind, keeping an eye out for that vehicle. And what we saw transpiring over the next several hours were, frankly, a variety of scenes that I think would make many Americans shocked to realize are going on in communities not far from where they live. And that's why we're standing right here next to Independence Hall, of course, where the Declaration of Independence was signed, in many ways the birthplace of this democracy. And it's the contrast between that, the ideal of this country, and what we're seeing on the streets here. There were calls for domestic violence. There were calls for potentially shots fired, which turned out to be fireworks. At one point, The officers say that there was a call that came in for a little boy walking the streets by himself, and thankfully police were able to reunite him with his family. But to think this young boy after midnight was walking out on the streets in an area where police are bracing for gun violence is frankly disturbing to see. And amidst all of that, while we were driving around with police, repeatedly we would see people slumped over in the street, appearing to be high on drugs. We saw people actively shooting up with drugs right in front of us, just feet from the police vehicle. And I asked officers why they weren't stopping to deal with a potential drug arrest, and here's what they told us.
So, you know, with the manpower situation that we have going on, not only just in this district, but in the city in general, if we allocate most of our time to, you know, be able to go out and confiscate any illegal narcotics, basically that's going to eliminate us two from the streets for a few hours. The issue becomes now, if we're off the street for a few hours, then no one else is getting either any calls for service for when that violent call does come out, or any officers that might be in need, foot pursuits, assists. We're not there for it because now we're stuck.
And of course, being prepared to respond to gun violence among those incidents. And just hours after that, or within hours of that conversation, one of the other teams we were driving around with pulled up to a scene where a man appeared to be lying lifeless in the street. He was overdosing on drugs, and an officer administered Narcan. Thankfully, that man woke up, disoriented, was taken to the hospital, and officers tell us that's a good outcome as far as those go, because other people will just walk off and refuse that medical help.
Well, we certainly hope that patient is okay. You know, Jesse, when we talk about these things, we sort of can't ignore the umbrella of the uncomfortable relationship between the police and the public in the last 2 years, especially in a lot of minority communities. And we know that patrolling the streets can be extremely draining, not knowing who you're going to encounter, what you're going to encounter, how you can help, what resources you should use to help. How are police dealing with the emotional aspects of this job? And is there anything they say they want to communicate to the public, especially given where we are?
Yeah, and I asked these officers straight up about the fact that we're looking at 2 white police officers that we were riding along with in an area that had a diverse group of people, certainly plenty of white people we saw out there as well, but definitely plenty of people of color. And obviously, police relationships with communities, specifically communities of color, have been topics for years and particularly been under the microscope recently. And the officers that we spoke with said that for them, they just try to talk to people. And I can tell you that we observed numerous interactions between police and people of varying ethnicities and you know, varying diverse groups, and the communications were mostly cordial. And there was even one incident where police pulled over to talk to a man who they thought might have been a suspect in an incident, and it was a very calm, relaxed conversation between the two of them. So I didn't personally, you know, witness any, you know, serious hostility on either side there. But the officers I talked with said they just try to talk to people in the community, and they certainly take these incidents home with them, as do other people.
Yeah, talking to them, and I know from these communities, listening is also really what they want to see happen. Jesse Kirsch for us there in Philadelphia. Jesse, thank you so much for reporting. Excellent.
And now we turn to Baltimore for an inside look at the first facility in the world dedicated to treating trauma. The R. Adams Cowley Shock Trauma Center sees more than 7,000 patients a year. About 20% of them are victims of violence. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez saw the trauma team in action firsthand. He joins us now. Gabe, what's it like for those doctors and nurses on any given night?
Well, hey there, Vicki. Well, the stream of patients never seems to end. And actually, just a short time ago, we saw a heavy police presence outside of this trauma center after yet another reported shooting. And over the weekend in Baltimore, there were at least 9 separate shootings, at least 5 people dead. And as you said, we witnessed this firsthand, these doctors and nurses trying to treat these patients. We were there early Sunday night when a gunshot victim was brought in. Here's what happened. It's just after midnight, and we've just gotten word that a gunshot victim is about to be brought here. As you can see, the medical teams are gathering around this trauma bed.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Do you have his ID?
Every second is critical. You see these doctors and nurses hovering over this trauma bed. They are trying desperately to save this person's life. The beeping right now means there is no heartbeat. How urgent is what's happening right now?
This is life-saving treatment they're doing. The patient came in dead, cardiac arrest. What they're doing is life-saving.
How long have you worked as a chaplain here?
About 3 years.
About 3 years. How tough is it to see what's going on here right now?
Oh, yeah, it can be pretty hard.
What just happened?
But unfortunately, the patient died. They were not able to resuscitate him.
Does it ever get any easier to hear him call out the time of death?
Never. I've been doing this for over 20 years. Yeah.
24 medical professionals here. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. How do you come to terms with that?
Sometimes you save someone.
May he rest in peace, and may those who will mourn his loss be comforted. Amen.
It is just so heartbreaking to witness those doctors and nurses there. You really saw them trying to process this in the moment, Vicki and Morgan. And the thing was, there were still hours left in their shift, so they then had to be ready for the next patient that would come in.
Gabe, you had incredible access there. What an intimate look at what these medical professionals go through night after night. Some of them have worked at the trauma center for most of their careers, and they see everything, right? They see the cardiac arrest, as you just showed us, but they're also seeing gun violence. And statistically, that is an everyday occurrence in some parts of America. So can you talk to us about, their thoughts? What did they say when you asked them about dealing specifically with gunshot victims?
Yeah, Vicki. So here in Baltimore, it's on pace to see its deadliest year in memory. And yes, these doctors and nurses here at this shock trauma center, which is world renowned for its care, by the way, they really try to get at these victims and give them the best treatment they can within the first hour of treatment, which is so critical for their survival. But the doctors we spoke with here say that they view gun violence not as a political issue, but as an issue of public health. And one of the doctors we spoke with said that, for the last several years, he's been noticing an uptick in violence, especially since here in Baltimore, the death of Freddie Gray and the riots that came after that. Ever since then, he says he's noticed an anger in this community. It's only gotten worse, he says, after the COVID pandemic. And again, those numbers keep rising, and these doctors and nurses here are on the front lines. Yes, as you said, we tend to focus on the mass shootings, the major stories in this country, but these communities are dealing with the effects of gun violence each and every night.
It affects so many parts of our community, so many professions, and that is one slice of it. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much for your excellent reporting there in Baltimore and bringing us right inside that trauma center. We appreciate it. Well, New York is once again in the grip of an unprecedented outbreak.
What's being done to boost the supply and to meet the demand just after the break.
Critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Monkeypox cases across the country are steadily climbing, and the nation's epicenter is right here in New York.
Yeah, the latest numbers from the CDC show that the country has now surpassed 1,800 confirmed cases, nearly 27% of them here in New York.
Over the weekend, the city made thousands of vaccination appointments available, a process many say has been made nearly impossible, and that's due to low vaccine supply and even technical glitches on the website. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is outside the city's first monkeypox vaccination site with a look at how local officials are working to contain the spread. Antonia, this is something that has just ravaged our community. My own personal contacts have had experience with this and say that it is just painful and it's demoralizing, they report. Their experience is trying to get help. And that's just, you can imagine how isolating that feels. So there's so much frustration from people just trying to track down one of these vaccination appointments. How are those appointments going? How are they being doled out? And what are people saying about the rush to even get treatment?
Morgan, frustration is exactly the word that I've been hearing all day today. People here are the lucky ones who've managed to get appointments. They're here in line. They're waiting to get shots in their arms. But in many cases, they struggled for days to get slots. And that's because there has been so much chaos in the appointment scheduling process. They've opened up on portals that some say weren't well advertised to certain communities in New York. Within just minutes, appointments have been disappearing, or there have been glitches that have made it impossible for people to even attempt to get an appointment in the first place. So to spell it out for you, just on Friday, for example, the city opened 9,200 new slots for shots. It opened at 6 p.m. By 6:07, they were all gone. Take a listen to a conversation I just had with one person here who got an appointment on Friday.
It's been kind of a mess, and I think particularly with the earlier rollouts, there were a lot of issues. I think like vaccines were hopefully ideally put in different communities to be able to deliver vaccines to those communities, and we saw vaccines in like Harlem and the Bronx were being taken by like white gay men who live in these neighborhoods. The fact that you can like only book appointments online, that appointments have been delivered during the workday. It's not accessible for a lot of communities who are going to be disproportionately affected by infection and lack of access to treatment and care.
This site here in Chelsea was the very first to open, and that's because the majority or a large portion of the cases were concentrated here. But of course, there are many queer communities. The community where has sort of been the center of this outbreak here in the city has been focused at this time, and there's concern that the access hasn't been equal. They're now opening up news sites in all of the boroughs, but there continues to be frustration that the people who have time on their hands to keep fighting online to get a slot are going to be the people who get the first appointments, Morgan.
Yeah, or even the people who can get online. Antonia, it's Vicky here. This reminds us a lot of what happened in the early days of the COVID-19 vaccine. You'd be refreshing or trying to get that appointment. So the local officials have admitted this process has been less than ideal. So the next question is, what are they doing now? How are they working to get as many shots into arms while making sure distribution is equitable? They're opening some more centers. Anything else?
They're opening those new centers, and equity has certainly been the key phrase that you keep hearing the health commissioner repeat. But equity is really hard to accomplish when you're in a situation of scarcity and people are panicked and trying to individually do just what's best for them, right? So the city is opening up sites in different locations, but they are also right now focusing just on first shots, even though this is actually a 2-dose regimen. So you're supposed to get these 2 doses to get the full protection against monkeypox. But right now, they just want to get as many first shots into arms as humanly possible, because that still provides some protection. And frankly, officials here in New York are worried that they're losing the fight against monkeypox, that it got its foothold here in New York before the testing and vaccination infrastructure was ready. So right now, all they're able to do is focus on getting those first shots to people. Vicky.
Antonia, Morgan here. Is there anything that you're hearing that has been useful from the people there behind you? Like, I'm just thinking about, we talk about this is happening in the queer community, especially among gay men men here in New York City. You're there in Chelsea. For our viewers who aren't familiar with New York, this is a robust gay community, a historic part of this city, right? It's integral to the fabric of this city. And there's a lot of trauma here, right? Because it reminds you of the lack of access that happened, for example, in the AIDS epidemic, right? I mean, this is a community that has been harmed before by lack of equal care. For someone who's watching this program right now, who's scared, who's symptomatic, what is the first step they can take to get help?
Well, I think there's a couple things that what you just said brought up for me, Morgan. The first is that there's lack of access, but there's also concerns about stigmatization. And so I think something that's really important for every viewer to understand is this is not a sexually transmitted disease, and being gay or trans or bi actually has really nothing to do with how you contract monkeypox. Any of us could end up getting this disease. It just happened to strike first in this community, but already people are concerned that it's going to be spreading to everyone very soon. And so, I would say for our viewers who are queer, but also for our viewers who are not, you should be very careful right now in terms of close contacts, certain gatherings that you attend, and you should be reaching out to your local health department, because as of now, those are the only officials who can help get you in line when those vaccines become more widely available.
And I think that's a really excellent point you make, that everyone is susceptible. Again, we're hearing from people in our reporting that people, especially within the gay community, because of this intimate contraction, they feel like they have not gotten the resources that are equitable. And we want to make sure that everyone, right, has access to that equal care. Antonia Hilton for us there. Antonia, thank you. And Bennifer is back in a big way.
After the break, inside Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck's intimate hush-hush wedding in Vegas. But is she still Jenny from the block, Morgan?
We will find out.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time in the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are making their first public appearance since his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee last month. The royal couple are in New York for a United Nations event to honor what would have been late South African president and anti-apartheid activist Nelson Mandela's 104th birthday. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer with a closer look.
Vicki and Morgan, Prince Harry is the keynote speaker at the UN event celebrating Nelson Mandela International Day, speaking about how Mandela overcame obstacles in his life and how those lessons can help the world tackle issues we're facing now. Harry's appearance comes as anticipation builds over his upcoming memoir and a bombshell book focusing on the royal rift.
To honor Nelson Mandela's birthday during a celebration at the United Nations, today Prince Harry will address the UN General Assembly. His speech is expected to focus on the life and legacy of South Africa's first black leader. During their official tour of South Africa in 2019, Harry and Meghan spent time with Mandela's widow, Graça Machel. Prince Harry's admiration for the late human rights leader mirrors the respect shown by his mother, Princess Diana. The two met in Cape Town in 1997 7 to discuss the AIDS epidemic.
I see. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Harry told Hoda recently that he feels his mother around him constantly.
I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Today will be the first public outing for Harry and Meghan since the Queen's Platinum Jubilee last month. The pair kept a low profile, missing the iconic balcony appearance with the rest of the royal family at Buckingham Palace, but attending a church service. Their children, Lilibet and Archie, were said to have spent time with the Queen. It comes as speculation mounts about Prince Harry's upcoming memoir and what he'll reveal about the family.
There will be some concern amongst the royal family that Harry's memoir might have more of those bombshell accusations that we saw come from the couple when they did their sit down with Oprah Winfrey.
And there's another explosive new book detailing the Sussexes' fallout with the other royals, according to insider interviews. In an exclusive excerpt published in the Sunday Times, author Tom Bauer details Harry and Meghan festering with fury over the Queen's Jubilee, when the palace, quote, refused all of their demands for a prominent role. Bauer even writes Harry's presence at Prince Philip's funeral in April, quote, remained a problem, adding Harry and William were separated and the Queen was allegedly relieved Meghan was not in attendance.
And as you might predict, the palace is declining to comment on all this. We did reach out to the Sussexes as well, and we have not heard back. Vicki and Morgan.
Jenny from the block is sporting a new rock today. The entertainment world and social media world are buzzing about Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck's hush-hush wedding in Las Vegas just over the weekend. Here's Today anchor Chanel Jones with what we know about the intimate ceremony.
It's official. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have tied the knot. We did it, J-Lo writing. Love is beautiful. Love is kind. And it turns out love is patient. 20 years patient. The superstar describing in her newsletter how they flew to Vegas, stood in line for a license with 4 other couples.
Somebody's getting married.
Lopez wore a dress from an old movie, while Affleck donned a jacket from his closet.
It was my wedding changing area.
The pair exchanged vows in front of their children in what Lopez calls the best moment of her life, and signing her name as Mrs. Jennifer Lynn Affleck. The Hollywood power couple, often known as Bennifer, has been lighting up social media and stealing headlines since rekindling their romance last year. J-Lo opening up to Hoda and Savannah earlier this year.
I think what we learned from the last time is that love, when you are lucky enough to find it, is so sacred and special, and you have to hold a little bit of that privately. I'm engaged!
The superstars announced their engagement in April. Their relationship has unfolded much like a Hollywood movie script after first meeting on the set of Geely in 2002. They began a very public romance.
Do we know each other?
Not yet.
I'm still Jenny from the block. Affleck famously appearing in Jenny from the Block. For 2 years, they ruled the red carpet, but called off their first engagement in 2004. Both went on to marry and divorce. Eventually, the two found their way back to one another. And now, like a true Hollywood ending, their union is official. Lopez writing, "Love is a great thing, maybe the best of things, and worth waiting for."
Right now on NBC News Now, what went wrong? A new report outlining the failures in the Uvalde school shooting response, the bold assessment from Texas lawmakers, and what police body cam footage is now revealing. Global warming, more than 140 million Americans baking under blistering conditions, and that sweltering heat also gripping the UK. How soon before we can expect to see some relief? And royal visit. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle arrive in New York City. The worldwide message they're here to share. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York, 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west, and we begin with a damning new preliminary report about that deadly school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. The Texas House Committee investigating the attack found systemic failure by both law enforcement and the school district. We're also getting a look at body camera footage from that day, only fueling anger from relatives of the victims. Meanwhile, a mall in Indiana is now the site of the latest mass shooting in this country. 3 people were killed there when a man opened fire with a rifle. And in New York City, the gun violence crisis is taking its toll as well. On Sunday, at least 10 people were shot in less than 6 hours in several incidents around the city. 1 person died. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondents Priscilla Thompson and Shaquille Brewster. Priscilla, we'll start with you in Uvalde if we can here. Walk us through some of the information we're getting, this new preliminary report. What's it revealing and what's been the response from officials there?
Well, Aaron, this is a scathing report that points to failures across the board. Of course, the failures in the law enforcement response, but also failures in terms of school safety and the protocols that were in place that weren't being followed. And the third thing that it really highlights is the red flags that existed in the shooter's life up to a year before the shooting. Some of the things that he was doing, the violent tendencies that he was expressing that never seemed to be dealt with. And that he was allowed to then go and buy these guns after he turned 18 and commit this incredulous crime. It's just horrifying. And one of the really big points that this report makes is that there were some 376 officers who were on scene on that day as this tragedy was unfolding. And this report places blame across all of those agencies. Reading in part, at Robb Elementary, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety. And so they talk about this lack of an effective command, the idea that Pete Arredondo could not have been a commander from inside the building, and someone should have recognized that and set up command outside of the building, who was getting all of sort of the information that was coming in. And I also want to just hit on very quickly the school safety piece of things. This report saying that the fencing that was around the school was inadequate, that there were at least 3 exterior doors that were unlocked, and also that the lock on room 111 was faulty, and that people knew that it was faulty and that it required extra effort to lock, and still there was never a work order put in to address that issue before this shooting happened. Aaron?
Yeah, just amazing to hear such a long list of issues, problems, failures between law enforcement and the school district there. Priscilla, I do know that you also spoke with some folks who lost family members on that day there in Uvalde. What are they saying now that this new report has come out?
Yeah. Well, they're angry, Aaron, as they have been for the past several weeks. In many ways, this report is just confirming much of what they already believed, which was that there was a huge failure on the part of law enforcement and that more could have been done and, frankly, should have been done on that day, with the report going so far as to say that the lack of leadership among law enforcement may have contributed to the loss of life there, Aaron. And I want to actually play part of a conversation with the grandfather of Layla Salazar. Take a listen to what he had to say about the report.
If I was these officers, I would leave town. They don't deserve to be here. I feel like this every day, every single day. This report don't mean nothing to me, because what happened has already happened. But is there any change doing? Anybody been fired? Is the chief still being paid? What's going on?
And this community waited until this report was released and the facts were out there, and now they say it's time for action. They want accountability, and putting someone on administrative leave is not enough. They want badges turned in, guns turned in for good. Aaron?
All right, Priscilla Thompson in Uvalde, Texas today. Priscilla, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster now. Shaq, you're following this mall shooting. It was a deadly shooting in Indianapolis, in that area. 3 people killed there. What do we know about what happened at this point?
Well, the investigators were working through the night. We know they were processing the scene. That includes the local law enforcement, the county sheriff, and the FBI. We also know that they were talking to witnesses, also going through that surveillance video. And right now, as we speak, they're giving an update to members of the public, telling the latest as they have it. What we heard last night, it was 6:30 p.m. around that time when a suspect walked into a food court of that mall and began opening fire. We know that he had a rifle. We don't know the specific type of gun that was used, but it was a rifle, and he had several magazines. We do know that he shot and killed 3 individuals, wounded 2 others before a 22-year-old Good Samaritan, as this person is being called, a legal firearm owner, I should say, shot and killed that shooter. We do know from the press conference that is ongoing right now that the mayor is saying that this individual is not going to be identified, at least for the time being. He's still processing what he went through, but you have many members of the community, many members of law enforcement pointing to that individual, saying that he saved lives by his quick actions.
And Shaq, we mentioned that 3 people were killed here. What do we know about those folks? What do we know about the victims at this point?
We don't have their identities just yet, but I do know in that press conference that is taking place right now, the coroner is there and is expected to speak, so we may learn their identities in just a few moments. What we do know is that 2 of them are women, 1 is a man, and then of those 2 who were wounded, 1 was a 12-year-old girl who, according to officers, suffered minor injuries, at least physical injuries, but we do expect to learn more. As we heard this morning, the coroner's office said that they were still trying to make a positive identification on 1 of the victims. Based on that press conference that is ongoing right now, it is likely that we will get a little bit more information about those who were lost, those who just went to a food court in the mall last night and didn't make it home.
All right, Shaquille Brewster, we'll let you gather some more information for us. Shaq, thank you. A sweltering and record-breaking heat wave gripping the U.S. right now. 141 million people sweating it out in temperatures above 90 degrees. 50 million people are melting in temperatures above 100 degrees. 16 states right now activating heat alerts from California to Mississippi. And it's not just here in the U.S. In the U.K., temperatures are at least 20 degrees higher than they usually are this time of year. The U.K. will actually be hotter than 98% of the rest of the planet today. We have a team covering this blistering heat wave for you from here at home to overseas. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, if we can. He's in Los Angeles for us today. So, Cal, where are we seeing the worst of the heat right now?
So it is hottest right now in central Southern California, moving sort of west to east. Texas is going to be really hot today. Eastern Texas, Louisiana, and southern Florida, as well as the Great Plains. North Dakota is going to have a triple-digit day. And it is this unrelenting heat that has some of these cities really dealing with very difficult conditions. You take a city like Tulsa. Tulsa has had 11 triple-digit days so far this year. They average 10 every summer. So these summer seasons, these heat waves are coming earlier. They're lasting longer. You look at San Antonio. San Antonio had 17 days of triple-digit temperatures just in the month of June. Of course, this is so much of a climate change story. You have a 10 times higher chance of events like this to take place because of climate change. That, according to climate scientists, it is what, again, has these cities now preparing for longer summers and hotter summers, Aaron.
Yeah, we see in the video we're showing here, Cal, a lot of people are turning to water to try to cope with this. But what are you hearing in terms of how cities around the country are dealing with this and helping folks to cope with the heat?
So some of it is short-term planning, some of it is long-term planning. On the short-term, sort of bracing for it, you have a lot of cooling centers. People can go to the National Weather Service. They can find out the location of these cooling centers in some of these cities. And then long-term, you have cities like Las Vegas that are starting to really curtail their water usage. This mega drought in the Southwest is so connected to these heat waves. So some of these cities are actually changing the way that these cities are planned. The urban planning is changing, especially in the Southwest, which is some of the fastest growing area of the country, and also, of course, an area of the country that is heating up quicker than other areas, Aaron.
All right, Cal Perry in Los Angeles for us today. Cal, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald now live for us in London. Megan, unprecedented temperatures there in England. Air conditioning, not really a common thing there. How have people been dealing with this, trying to stay cool through all this extreme heat out there?
Aaron, you know, people are doing everything they can. As you mentioned, they don't have air conditioning, most people throughout the country here. So you're seeing folks come to pools, ponds, and lakes like the one behind me here. You know, but this is a crisis situation. The government declared a state of emergency as temperatures here are expected to hit 105 degrees. And so what we saw just a couple of days ago over the weekend is that government officials here met for an emergency meeting to try and devise a plan to make sure that they're handling this crisis, as they say, as best as they can, making sure that first responders have what they need, making sure that nursing homes are equipped. And keep in mind, schools are still in session here. Many of them don't have air conditioning. So also making schools are properly equipped to try and handle this heat wave that's coming through, Aaron.
Yeah, do the best you can, for sure. I know, too, Megan, that the heat is also part of the reason for some wildfires that have been spreading in Portugal and in Spain. Talk to us about that a little bit if you can. How's the firefight going at this hour?
So, you know, firefighters are doing everything they can. Apologize for that. You know, we are in the middle of a park right now. But look, firefighters are working around the clock trying to battle these blazes that are happening. Dozens of fires have broken out in Portugal and Spain. Right now, the latest numbers coming out of Spain is that more than 500 people have died because of the heat. Temperatures have subsided a little bit, but keep in mind that these folks have been seeing temperatures exceeding 114 degrees. And so the big concern right now is just how dry the landscape is there. So folks in both of these countries realize just how important it is to be careful, because they do anticipate that more fires could spark at any time, Aaron.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald for us in London today, covering that heat wave that's gripping Europe. Megan, thank you. Let's turn to meteorologist Bill Cairns now and talk a little bit more about what we're seeing. Bill, globally, we're seeing the heat. Obviously, Megan was just talking about it and what we're dealing with here in the States, too. Help us understand what's happening and when we can look for some relief.
Yeah, try to put it in some perspective. What's happening in Europe is not normal. It's almost unheard of. It's record-setting, whatever adjective you want to use to describe it. To give you an example, Wales, part of the UK up here, they set their all-time hottest temperature today by 5 degrees. I mean, that's like unheard of. And in England, tomorrow they should set their all-time record hottest temperature. Today, by the way, they did hit 100 in the UK, but the hottest temperature ever was 101. They should beat that tomorrow. So it's dropped a little bit now. Now the sun is setting and the sun is starting to go down here in Europe. We're still at 99 in Paris. France has been miserable. Portugal and Spain had the worst of the heat wave over the last couple of days. About 1,000 people have already died because of the heat, and those numbers will grow. The last time we had a heat wave like this in Europe, 30,000 people died. So we'd expect to hear that number going up in the days ahead, because a lot of people don't have air conditioning, and that's the biggest problem with the elderly and with the young. And when does it break? It breaks on Wednesday. So tomorrow in London is 101, and that should be one of the warmest temperatures ever in London's history. And then it drops down. Same with Paris. You get a little bit of a break. Not so much in Madrid. You actually go back up by the time we get to Wednesday. So you get an idea there. One more really harsh day in France and also in the UK. And again, I think that all-time record will be broken. So here's the bringing it back to the lower 48. It's been so just hot and dry. We haven't been setting all-time records. We haven't even set, like, you know, a lot of state records for even the months. But it's been persistently hot in the same areas and without rain. So we got drought and heat both combined. And so every day is just in the oven in Dallas. It's 101 right now. We are going to head up there. You know, it's 101 and we're only a little past the noon hour. So it's going to get up there probably about 107, 109 maybe in Dallas today. Even by Dallas standards, that's an extremely hot day. About 36 million people from North Dakota all the way through South Texas are in heat advisories or heat warnings. And as far as the peak temperature goes, it looks like Dallas, possibly 110. Heat index about 111. So it's not super humid. It's not making it that worse. It's like almost like a dry heat, almost like you get in the desert Southwest. But still, 110 is 110. And here's what's going to change in the days ahead. For the first time this summer, a chunk of this hot air is going to begin to slide and develop and move into the northeast. It hasn't been that incredibly hot. It's been very average summer, if not below average, in New England and in the mid-Atlantic. But it is going to get toasty. Mid-90s in New York City in the middle of this week. In D.C., same for you. And that will be humid, too, Aaron. So everyone's getting a taste of this one. But what's happening in Europe, it's extraordinary. I mean, there's people that have lived there their whole lives that have never seen anything like this.
Yeah, hope this is as bad as it gets, though, as we're talking about the heat this summer. Bill, thank you. Let's turn to Washington now, where jury selection is underway for Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial. The advisor to the former president, Donald Trump, refused to cooperate with the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. Bannon faces up to 2 years in jail and $200,000 in fines. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney outside the federal courthouse in D.C. for us today. Ken, the judge rejected Bannon's last-minute attempt to delay this trial, we know. So walk us through what's happening in court today.
Today they're trying to pick an impartial jury, Aaron, and they've gotten 8 so far. They're trying to seat a panel of 22 from which they'll pick 12 jurors and 2 alternates, and it's tough going because there are many people in this Washington, D.C. jury pool who say they cannot be impartial about Steve Bannon. They've heard a lot about this case and they think he's guilty. And, you know, recall that the judge in this case, who was appointed by Donald Trump, has really cut Bannon off from making most of the legal defenses that he wanted to try to make in this case. He wanted to argue that he relied on the advice of counsel in defying this subpoena. He wanted to argue that he was covered by executive privilege. He even wanted to argue that the January 6th committee was not properly constituted. The judge has blocked all of that. So there's really not much of a factual dispute. He defied the subpoenas. There isn't much of a legal dispute either, which is why a lot of legal observers think this is a slam dunk case, and then he's going to face the penalty phase unless he cuts some kind of a deal, Aaron.
So given all that you just laid out there, Ken, obviously things aren't going Bannon's way. Do we have an idea of this at this point about what his defense is actually going to be here?
We really don't. The judge has left him one small sliver of an avenue, which is he can argue he didn't really think that the deadline that the Congress set for him to comply was a hard deadline. That's going to be a tough one, right? So, but look, Bannon has seemed perfectly at peace with playing the martyr here. You know, he's going to come out outside the courthouse here, no doubt, and talk to the media and fulminate as he has. He said he was going to go medieval on this process. So even if it doesn't go his way inside the courtroom, he seems only too happy to have the stage here. And if he has to do a few months in jail as a price for that, maybe that's the price he's willing to pay, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in D.C. today. Ken, thank you. Let's go a few blocks away now to Capitol Hill. The committee investigating the Capitol riot is preparing for its next primetime hearing. That will be on Thursday. Members plan to present testimony from new witnesses who will focus on what President Trump was doing during the attack on the Capitol.
We have filled in the blanks. This is going to open people's eyes in a big way. The reality is, I'll give you this preview, the president didn't do very much, but gleefully watched television during this time frame. We're going to present a lot more than that.
Now, the committee says it also expects to get deleted Secret Service text messages from that day, the day of the riot, by tomorrow. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. So, Ali, let's talk about Thursday's hearing if we can here. Who do we expect to hear from? What do we expect them to talk about?
Look, they're keeping tight-lipped about the witness list, but what we do know the focus is going to be is the key 187 minutes, the nearly 3 hours that this Capitol building was under attack from insurrectionists, heavily juxtaposed with the inaction at the White House from the former president. It's something that several of the committee members who we expect to be leading Thursday's primetime hearing have said that they have now been able to flesh out further, connecting the dots of former President Trump's inaction even as he watched, in the words of one committee member, gleefully on television as the chaos and violence played out here at the Capitol. That's going to be where they put their focus on Thursday night. But at the end of the day, this is not the last that we're going to see hearing-wise from the committee, especially as they continue to fact-find and get more information. But again, their focus is squarely going to be on that stark contrast between the chaos here and the lack of action at the White House.
Let's talk about these messages, too, Ali. The committee wants to see these deleted Secret Service text messages we learned about by tomorrow. They want that. What's the latest on that?
They seem pretty confident that they're going to get it. But the upshot here, if you listen to all of the committee members who were on the Sunday shows, is that they need this information. Here's Congressman Zoe Lofgren.
We need all the texts from the 5th and the 6th of January. I was shocked to hear that they didn't back up their data before they reset their iPhones. That's crazy. I don't know why that would be. But we need to get this information to get the full picture.
And look, it's obvious why the committee wants to get their hands on this. There's so much conversation around things that may have allegedly happened between the former president and his Secret Service, stories told by Cassidy Hutchinson, testimony under oath from Cassidy Hutchinson that former President Donald Trump wanted to go to the Capitol so badly on the 6th that she was told that he lunged for the steering wheel in his Secret Service car, that according to Hutchinson, he even allegedly lunged at his own Secret Service agents when they told him that he couldn't go there. You got
to imagine that there would be text traffic around that if that's something that the Secret Service experienced. So it makes sense why the committee wants to get their hands on it. And as these members were leaving town on Friday, the conversation I kept having with them was they thought that these texts could be resurrected. Now you're seeing a confidence there that they could have them as early as tomorrow.
All right, we will all be watching that closely. Ali Vitale for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you. And stay with us. A top Ukrainian government official fired facing allegations of treason. Coming up, the impact this could have on Ukraine's position in the war with Russia.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
A dramatic twist in the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has suspended his prosecutor general and the head of the Secret Service after allegations of treason. All of this happening as Russia signals it may be ready to intensify its attacks. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi now live in Kyiv for us. So, Ali, talk to us about these allegations of treason. What impact could this have on Ukraine's position in this war with Russia?
Hi, Aaron. That's right. The head of the Ukraine spy agency, Ivan Bakanov, and the prosecutor general, Irina Venediktova, have been suspended because of so many cases of treason within these two very powerful departments. Now, nobody at this point is suggesting that these two betrayed their country, but there were enough people within their departments for these two to be suspended. And now it's not within Zelensky's jurisdiction to fire them. Their cases are going to Parliament tomorrow, and Parliament will then decide if they're going to lose their jobs. But in his nightly address last night, Zelensky made some astounding statements. He said that about 60 people that used to work for law enforcement are now in the occupied areas helping the Russians. There's about another 650 active cases of treason and collaboration going on here. So the worry is that these insidious works by these people may have helped the Russian war effort from very early on in the invasion. I mean, you look at Kherson, it was taken within a couple of days, and questions are now being asked, why weren't bridges blown up in the very early days? And that's why there's an ongoing investigation into this.
And Ali, we mentioned that Russian forces are intensifying some of these attacks that we're seeing. Talk to us a little bit about where specifically that's happening and sort of why now.
Well, you're seeing the onslaught going on in the Donetsk region. That's because the Russians want to take that whole eastern front, the Donbass. They're one step closer by taking Luhansk, and much of their focus now is on Donetsk. They hit a civilian house there, killing 5 people, but there are other places that are getting hit constantly as well. Kharkiv is under constant fire. It shares a border with Russia. Kherson is under fire, Mykolaiv, and also the Russian defense minister has given an order to hit Ukrainian long-range weapons and artillery systems because they're making a difference in this war, and those are those weapons that are supplied by the West, of course, Aaron.
All right, Ali Arouzi in Kyiv, Ukraine for us again today. Ali, thank you. We appreciate the reporting. An American held hostage by Russian forces in Ukraine is now safe back on U.S. soil. That's all thanks to a nonprofit called Project Dynamo. It's a group of American veterans saving the lives of Americans and American allies abroad. Here's CNBC's Valerie Castro.
Kirillo Alexandrov back on U.S. soil, arriving along with the man who rescued him.
Happy to be back. I get to go see my mom.
Alexandrov spent weeks held hostage by Russian forces in Ukraine, accused of espionage. He says he was tortured.
They tied me up. They beat me for 3 days. They kept me in a closet. They did mock executions on me.
Project Dynamo, a nonprofit made up of former and current military, liberated him in May. Brian Stern is the co-founder, also returning to the U.S. today for the first time since before the war began.
We couldn't be happier to be able to bring Americans back home from captivity from an incredibly oppressive regime.
Getting Alexandrov out initially began with negotiations, but that soon failed.
I was planning and setting conditions for a unilateral operation, which is a fancy way of saying just go get him. Just go take him without their help. And that's exactly what we did.
I would be dead if it wasn't for Brian. He saved my life. There's rumors I was supposed to be executed 2 days after he got me out.
Another man rescued, John Spoor, a nuclear physicist, was living in Mariupol with his Ukrainian wife when the Russians attacked.
The Russians were already bombing Mariupol, where I live, on the 23rd. Because my house was about 6 miles from the front line.
Project Dynamo brought him home to the U.S. last month after he spent weeks hiding and surviving.
I had to be somebody else, and I had to be able to get through the checkpoints as somebody else. After we got to Poland, Brian found out that they were still looking for me. The Russians still wanted me and were in Poland trying to find me.
After a few weeks to regroup, Stern says he'll go back to rescue others still in need of help.
I have a very hard time leaving people behind. It's against my grain. So we're going to try. We're going to try, and at the very least give the Russians a run for their money at the very least.
President Biden's stalled agenda has progressives pointing the finger at each other. Up next, the harsh words Bernie Sanders has for Joe Manchin.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast, listen now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. Ms. Lester.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's what we're watching. Sentencing begins today for the gunman in the 2017 high school shooting in Parkland, Florida. Jurors must decide whether 23-year-old Nicholas Cruz will receive a life sentence or is put to death. 17 people died in the attack. 17 others were hurt. Cruz has already pleaded guilty to all of the charges. New developments in the legal battle over abortion in Louisiana. A state judge today temporarily extended a block on enforcement of a total ban on abortion. That's because of a lawsuit that claims the state's trigger law is unconstitutionally vague. The state's abortion ban has been blocked twice since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last month. And 8 of Major League Baseball's best hitters will swing for the fences tonight at the Home Run Derby. Fans will see whether anyone can best New York Met Pete Alonso. He's won the last 2 derbies, that competition being held at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. On Capitol Hill now, anger and frustration about the president's stalled agenda is boiling over among Democrats. Over the weekend, Senator Bernie Sanders accused fellow Senator Joe Manchin of intentionally sabotaging President Biden's Build Back Better plan. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong is following the fallout on Capitol Hill for us today. So, Scott, talk to us about why Senator Sanders is calling out Senator Manchin.
Well, look, there's no love lost between these two senators. They represent the various wings of the Democratic Party. Senator Sanders on the Sunday show yesterday, specifically said that Senator Manchin is trying to sabotage intentionally President Biden's agenda. Specifically, he was referring to Senator Manchin taking the position last week of saying that he can no longer support key provisions of what was formerly known as the Build Back Better package, specifically climate provisions as well as taxes on the wealthy. Now, Manchin said that he could support some of the health care provisions, specifically backing a 2-year extension for ACA, Affordable Care Act subsidies, as well as allowing Medicare to negotiate lower prescription drug prices. That has infuriated Democrats, specifically progressives like Bernie Sanders, like Pramila Jayapal over here in the House, who wanted Joe Biden at the outset to really go big with his Build Back Better package.
So, Scott, what is Senator Manchin saying about the criticism? I mean, some pretty strong language, intentionally sabotaging. What's the response?
Well, Manchin has not spoken to reporters today as of yet, but previously on a West Virginia radio show, he talked a little bit about how inflation was really driving his decision to endorse a much scaled back Build Back Better package. He said the gas prices, grocery prices are killing his constituents in West Virginia. He says that, let's look ahead to September. Maybe there is a path forward in September after the August recess to take a look at some of those climate provisions and taxes on the wealthy. But there's real skepticism among Democrats that in September there will be any time left to pursue some of those really challenging issues. And so it looks like, heading into the fall, there's really not a whole lot of momentum for President Biden's agenda.
All right, Scott Wong on Capitol Hill for us today. Scott, thank you. We appreciate it. Now, President Biden is back at the White House today after his high-stakes 4-day trip to the Middle East, and he's returning to bipartisan criticism over a contentious meeting with Saudi leaders. Here's NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett.
Returning home, President Biden shielding himself from criticism over his trip to the Middle East.
The Saudi foreign minister says he didn't hear you accuse the Crown Prince of Khashoggi's murder. Is he telling the truth? No. Do you regret the fish pump, Mr. President? Why don't you guys talk about something that matters? I'm happy to answer questions that matters.
But to those across the political spectrum, it does matter.
I don't think that type of government should be rewarded with a visit by the President of the United States.
It's not just progressives pushing back. Moderate Democrat Adam Schiff calling the interaction a visual reminder of the continuing grip oil-rich autocrats have on U.S. foreign policy. As Republican lawmakers say the trip is a slap to the face of American oil and gas producers. And while the president brought home a Saudi commitment to pump more oil, hopefully checking off one item on the domestic agenda.
The president is unequivocal by not calling mission accomplished on any of this.
He's still facing low approval ratings and record high inflation.
Inflation is absolutely killing many, many people. And can't we wait to make sure that we do nothing to add to that?
Senator Joe Manchin halting the president's economic proposal. He says over tax hikes and climate spending, though critics cite coal being a major economic driver in West Virginia.
Well, November's elections are quickly approaching, and three key issues are emerging as hot topics. Bail reform is becoming a new flashpoint for both parties. Abortion politics pulling governors into the national spotlight. And education is driving more activists to get involved in elections. We're breaking down all of these topics this hour. Let's start with NBC News senior digital politics reporter Alex Seitzwald. He's following the politics surrounding abortion rights for us first here. So, Alex, governors' races are really one of the few places that still attract cross-party votes. We know that. With governors now having more to say over abortion access in their states, talk to us about that. Is that cross-party appeal starting to disappear some?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. Governors have been some of the few people in politics who have been able to resist the nationalization and the polarization in the rest of politics. And they've done that by staying focused on local issues, on issues relevant to their states, and trying to avoid the kind of hot button national issues. And if you look at a map, you see that you have Democratic governors in red states like Louisiana and Kansas and Kentucky, and you have Republican governors in blue states like Vermont and Massachusetts, Maryland. So they've been able to do that by not getting national. Now, though, the Supreme Court has put, one of the most contentious issues in the country, abortion, right on their doorstep. They now hold the cards. They will decide the future of abortion rights in their states, in some cases single-handedly, where you have a split control where the legislature is controlled by one party and the governor is controlled by another party. The governor's veto pen can decide what will happen with the future of abortion rights in their states. So that means for this year's election, it's just going to be much more polarized. And going forward, I think governors are just going to have a harder and harder time escaping the national polarization that we've all become so familiar with in Washington.
And so let's talk about the impact of that, Alex. How could voting along party lines more sort of impact states and how they do things across the country?
Yeah, I mean, so I was just at the National Governors Association meeting in Maine. This is a meeting that the governors have twice a year, and they spend a lot of time heaping praise on each other, and they talk about how they're, as the governor of Utah put it, the last adults left in the room in politics, how they can work together and on things like job creation and building roads, these kind of nonpartisan issues. But now, if these governors' races become increasingly partisan, if you have states that just kind of line up, with one party, they're either a blue state or a red state, and that's across the board, House, Senate, governors, their presidential races, it's just going to be even harder, and there'll be even fewer people willing to talk to each other across the aisle.
So, Alex, other than heaping praise, did anything useful come out of the Governors Association meeting for this summer?
Well, I mean, they would certainly say that there was lots of useful things that come out of it. But I think a lot of what they do is this exercise of coming together and talking, and, they share good ideas. Lots of things happen behind the scenes that we don't really see or that don't really rise to our level. And what they do is they find the common ground that does exist between them by not talking about things like abortion. So they did a lot of efforts on computer science for K through 12 education and expanding broadband internet access. These are the kinds of things that governors want to focus on. They're not typically the kinds of things that we often talk about, but increasingly they have to spend their time talking about abortion, guns, these national issues that make it much harder for governors across the aisle, partisan-wise, to talk to each other.
All right, they chose some hard jobs, and now they have to do all the work. Alex Seitzwald with us today. Alex, thank you. Now, NBC News national investigative reporter Tyler Kincaid is covering the schools issue for us today. He spent the weekend at the national summit of the conservative parents' right group Moms for Liberty. Tyler, this group only came into existence about a year and a half ago. It has seen pretty dramatic growth, though. Talk to us about how that happened.
Yeah, well,
when they started, Aaron, they got a lot of airtime on places like Fox News, Glenn Beck, Talk Radio, and so on. And the founders also had connections to some Republican operatives, so that certainly helped. But I talked to a bunch of rank and file chapter members of the summit, and they all told a similar story about how they got involved. They were upset about mask mandates and school closures during the pandemic. They started looking for information online and on Facebook about what they could do. And then they stumbled across Moms for Liberty and got linked in. The group now says they have nearly 100,000 members in 37 states, and they've only existed for about 18 months.
There were some pretty big Republican names at this summit there. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, for example, gave the keynote. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say and ask you about it on the other side.
Our school system is for educating kids, not indoctrinating kids.
So, Tyler, talk to us about some of the other big speakers there and what their messages were.
Right. Governor DeSantis was a big crowd pleaser. There were a lot of Mamas for DeSantis stickers all over the place. And he received an award from the group before his speech. But the other names included people like Betsy DeVos, Trump's education secretary, Senator Rick Scott, who heads up the Senate Republican election arm. And their presence just shows how much of a player Moms for Liberty has become in conservative politics. But you also have people from conservative think tanks leading trainings for activists, a lot of talk about how school mental health programs are forms of indoctrination, which the crowd cheered to. And Florida lawmakers talking about filing more so-called parental rights bills next year, Aaron.
What kind of impact does this group, this Moms for Liberty, really hope to have on the midterm elections that are coming up?
Right. So the local chapters are going to be focused on school board races, and their supporters tend to be conservative or Republican. So you just play that out. The midterms are all about turnout. If you have a base of conservative leading voters engaged in hyper-local elections, school boards, that's going to have an effect up the ballot. That's exactly what Senator Rick Scott said. And that's what folks like him are counting on, Aaron, to see. They see Moms for Liberty as a boost for the GOP's chances overall to take back Congress and hold on to a lot of governor's offices.
All right, national investigative reporter Tyler Kincaid with us today. Tyler, thank you. NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith is covering the issue of bail reform for us today and joins us now. So, Janelle, why has bail reform become such a prominent issue ahead of the midterm elections?
Yes, Aaron. So many parts of the country, cities and suburbs, red states and blue states alike, are seeing increases in crime since the pandemic began. And lawmakers are looking for something to blame that on. And in some instances, that's becoming bail reform, even though there are many studies that suggest otherwise.
You know, there are states, Janelle, that have made a lot of changes to the cash bail system in recent years. Opponents of that say that relaxing the bail system leads to more crime. Have you been able to look into that? What does the research say?
Right. So I cited a number of studies in my reporting which say the contrary. They say that actually bail reform has helped to address racial disparities in the pretrial system, and that most people who are allowed to get out without posting bail while they await their day in court, they do appear at court hearings. So there's this fear that if people are let out, that they won't appear in court, and that's disputed by the data. But most of all, it also shows that there's no link to increases in crime in most of these places, even though bail reform has been relaxed.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore some of the research on this. What are you hearing from politicians on this issue of bail reform, politicians on both sides as we head into the midterms?
So even in places in New York where people like Governor Kathy Hochul had supported bail reform, even she is making moves or has made moves to pare it down. And I spoke to Republican candidates. One man who's running for governor, Darren Bailey in Illinois, he said he's definitely going to use bail reform to attack the current governor, the incumbent, Pritzker. He said he's going to make it a prominent component of his campaign, and he will use it against him because parts of Illinois are among those that have seen increases in crime. And he believes, despite the data, that there's a link between bail reform and increases in crime since the pandemic began.
All right, NBC's Janelle Griffith on bail reform for us today. Janelle, thank you. Well, still ahead, gas prices are going down, but not fast enough to boost the country's economic outlook. But first, do you ever get that feeling like you're just getting nowhere, like you're just banging your head against the wall? Well, spare a thought for a humble woodpecker, if you will. Those birds must have a splitting headache constantly, right? All that knocking all day long. And some of them have been doing it millions of times over decades.
Guess who?
And you're welcome. We put that in your ear now. You can remember that laugh all day long. Scientists have now wondered how woodpeckers have been able to handle all that violent pecking. Now, conventional wisdom is the thickness of the bird's skull might help to cushion the blow. Conventional wisdom was not good enough for researchers at a university in Belgium. They actually filmed woodpeckers pecking, right? They used some high-speed cameras here, and they found that no evidence exists that the woodpecker's brain is cushioned at all. Their hypothesis, the brain is protected by being so small. A woodpecker's brain is actually 700 times smaller than a human brain, apparently small enough to withstand thousands of impacts every day. And there is your conversation for the water cooler, right? How's that for some hard-hitting reporting?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, the news at the gas pump keeps getting better. Gas prices have now been tumbling for 34 days in a row. The current national average is about $4.52 a gallon now, but declining prices really aren't doing much to change some voters' grim view of the economy. I want to bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray now to talk a little bit more about this. Mark, there's a new article up on NBCnews.com that seems to capture the mood right now for a lot of folks. We spoke with one Georgia voter who was glad that gas is no longer $5 a gallon, but, quote, that's not good enough. So what are you seeing? What are the numbers indicating more broadly?
Yeah, there is deep dissatisfaction about the state of the economy, Aaron, and despite actually some good news, and whether it's actually declining gas prices from their $5 a gallon high that we ended up seeing to the overall employment statistics, where you end up having hundreds of thousands of jobs being created every month with the unemployment rate below 4 percentage points. And while there has been that good news, when you end up hearing from Americans, they are dissatisfied. There was a recent New York Times Siena poll that found just 10% of respondents believe that the economy is excellent or good, versus a third of the country who says it's just okay, and then 58% who think it's poor. And those kind of assessments about the state of the economy really do go to the point that this seems to be more about cost of living, and it's just not gas prices. It's actually food at the grocery store and other things where prices have gone up compared to the general economic numbers, whether it's jobs created or the unemployment rate.
So, Mark, Democrats know that this issue of the economy and all the different parts of the economy really could derail their efforts for the midterms. What sort of messaging are they trying to send to voters now about the economy and about the work they're doing?
Yeah, they're sending the message that, one, things are getting better. And so when there is good economic news, and whether it's declining gas prices or the monthly jobs report showing hundreds of thousands of jobs created every month, they're trying to tout that. They're also trying to find ways to utilize the powers of the government to make it seem that people can actually have lower costs. But, Aaron, you are right that there sometimes is only so much a president can do when it comes to the overall direction of the economy. And of course, economics plays such an important role in our politics. I would add, however, that in midterm elections, sometimes aren't as dependent about attitudes of the economy as you would end up seeing in a presidential election. Midterms are usually referendums on the president, the brand new president, the president who's in office. Whereas when you end up seeing a presidential election that happened once every 4 years, and we're not going to see until 2024, they're normally sometimes kind of referendums on the state of the economy, or people feeling the country's headed in the right direction. And so maybe there is a chance that the Democrats can kind of do a little bit better than those overall economic sentiments suggest.
All right, our senior political editor, Mark Murray, in Washington for us. Mark, thanks. Well, if gas prices are making you wonder whether it's time to buy a new car, you might want to give that a little bit more thought. The average price of a new car right now is at a record high. NBC News Now anchor Vicki Nguyen explains what's behind the spike.
Hey there, the biggest red light for car buyers, the lack of inventory. Those computer chip shortages we've been talking about for the past 18 months, those are still affecting car makers. And now higher interest rates mean new buyers are paying more for their car loans. More than 12% of all new car loans now costing folks more than $1,000 a month.
For would-be car buyers, there's not much to choose from. At dealerships and even online, inventory is down and prices are way up.
Buying a car right now is miserable. If it's running, keep it running. If it needs some repairs, it's cheaper to repair it.
The reasons? A now familiar combination of computer chip shortages and production slowdowns from the pandemic, along with geopolitical factors, including the invasion of Ukraine. With vehicles in short supply, dealers are able to charge big markups.
So I'm trying to buy a Lexus luxury SUV in the Connecticut area, and the dealers are saying, well, number one, you're probably not going to see one until 2023. Number two, they're asking anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 over MSRP.
Buyer's remorse now becoming a common theme on TikTok. If you absolutely need a car now, experts say be flexible. If your first choice vehicle isn't available, try a competitor's version of the same model. Be ready to travel. Look for dealers outside your immediate area. Act fast. If you see something you like, put down a deposit, then take it for a test drive. Just be sure that deposit is refundable if the car doesn't feel right. Not only are car prices going up, higher interest rates are making loans more expensive. To make sure you're getting the best rate, plan ahead and check your credit score. Shop around. Some credit unions offer better rates than dealers. If you're having trouble making payments, reach out to your lender immediately. Another option to lower monthly payments is to extend the duration of the loan, but financial advisors say that's not ideal.
cars typically depreciate in value, not increase in value. And so at some point, you might have an older car that you might not be happy with, and you're still paying that additional payment and interest.
Most of all, experts say cars should be thought of as an expense, not an investment or a status symbol.
We all love our nice cars, but at the end of the day, just think about what else could you do with that money.
One potential silver lining, your used car has never been more valuable.
Now is a great time to sell your car. You're going to get more for the old one that you have, but you're going to pay a lot more for the one that you're going to buy.
Even though gas prices are starting to come down, they are still incredibly high. That's driving demand for electric vehicles. A Consumer Reports survey found 71% of Americans expressed some interest in EVs, with 14% saying they would definitely buy or lease one now if they could. Back to you.
Meghan and Harry take New York. After the break, the high-profile agenda they have here in the Big Apple.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are in New York City for a big event at the United Nations. It's their first public appearance since the Queen's Platinum Jubilee last month, and it comes as speculation builds surrounding Prince Harry's upcoming memoir. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
To honor Nelson Mandela's birthday during a celebration at the United Nations, today Prince Harry will address the UN General Assembly. His speech is expected to focus on the life and legacy of South Africa's first black leader. During their official tour of South Africa in 2019, Harry and Meghan spent time with Mandela's widow, Graça Machel. Prince Harry's admiration for the late human rights leader mirrors the respect shown by his mother, Princess Diana. The two met in Cape Town in 1997 to discuss the AIDS epidemic.
I see. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Harry told Hoda recently that he feels his mother around him constantly.
I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Today will be the first public outing for Harry and Meghan since the Queen's Platinum Jubilee last month. The pair kept a low profile, missing the iconic balcony appearance with the rest of the royal family at Buckingham Palace, but attending a church service. Their children, Lilibet and Archie, were said to have spent time with the Queen. It comes as speculation mounts about Prince Harry's upcoming memoir and what he'll reveal about the family.
There will be some concern amongst the royal family that Harry's memoir might have more of those bombshell accusations that we saw come from the couple when they did their sit down with Oprah Winfrey.
And there's another explosive new book detailing the Sussex's fallout with the other royals, according to insider interviews. In an exclusive excerpt published in the Sunday Times, author Tom Bauer details Harry and Meghan festering with fury over the Queen's Jubilee, when the palace, quote, refused all of their demands for a prominent role. Bauer even writes Harry's presence at Prince Philip's funeral in April, quote, remained a problem, adding Harry and William were separated and the Queen was allegedly relieved Meghan was not in attendance.
Right now on NBC News Now, sweating it out. Record-breaking temperatures are overwhelming the U.S. and the U.K. The major problems it's causing here at home and overseas. Double threat. COVID cases are climbing again as concerns also grow over monkeypox. What's being done to stop the spread of both viruses? And rights on the line. A controversial court ruling temporarily bars federal agencies from enforcing LGBTQ protections. The fight now underway to put them back in place. It is noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and we begin this hour with that blistering heat wave impacting millions of Americans nationwide. Right now, 141 million people are dealing with temperatures above 90 degrees. 50 million people are facing temperatures above 100. And 16 states have now activated heat alerts from California to Mississippi. And it's not just the U.S. facing those oppressive temperatures now. Records will be broken today in the U.K., where temperatures are as much as 30 degrees higher than usual. The United Kingdom will be hotter than 98.8% of the planet. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondents Megan Fitzgerald and Cal Perry. Cal, first to you if we can. Which places are seeing the worst of the heat right now, and how are people sort of trying to deal with it, cope with it?
So right now it is central and southern California, eastern Texas particularly hot, Louisiana and southern Florida, though the Great Plains are also going to be hot today. We're talking about North Dakota. Some of these places are seeing unrelenting heat, Aaron. Places like Tulsa, 11 days so far this summer of temperatures in triple digits. On average, they only have 10 days per summer. So already you can see this summer coming earlier, and it's expected to, of course, last longer. That is because of climate change. Climate scientists telling us that these events, these heat wave events, 10 times more likely to happen because of the changes on the planet. It is why some cities are basically on high alert, as you have said, in 16 states, coast to coast. And that forecast expected to only get hotter, Aaron.
Only get hotter. Nobody wanted to hear that, Cal, but at least short term, what are you hearing about the forecast, the weather for the rest of the week?
The Great Plains, they're going to take it the hottest. Certainly places like Wisconsin also are going to be on the lookout for storms. And when you have these heat waves and the temperature changes, you have these storms as well. So we're going to be talking about that, especially in the middle part of the country, Aaron.
Yeah, I woke up to thunder here in New York this morning, so we can look forward to that. Cal Perry in Los Angeles today. Cal, thank you. Foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is live for us in London today, tracking the heat in Europe. Megan, this heat is unlike anything that the UK has really had to deal with in terms of breaking records and hitting records. How are people there dealing with the extreme temperatures?
Yeah, Aaron, people are doing everything they can to try and stay cool. They're jumping in pools and ponds and lakes. They're buying fans. But the reality of the situation is that not everybody can do that, which is why this is considered a crisis situation here. A state of emergency has been declared. Government officials have met to try and devise a plan, an emergency meeting over the weekend of how they're going to work through these extreme temperatures that are expected to hit the country by tomorrow. The UK could see 105 degrees or so. And remember, this is a country where the majority of people don't have air conditioning, Aaron.
So, you know, this heat is not just isolated to the UK, we know, Megan. What are people facing in other parts of Europe right now?
Yeah, so this heat is literally just gripping the southern part of Europe. And so what we're seeing in places like Spain and Portugal, for example, temperatures soaring past 114 degrees. In France, soaring past 104 degrees. Then, of course, here in the UK, temperatures are expected to hit 105 degrees by tomorrow. But from the UK to Croatia to Italy, temperatures are just soaring. And you look at what's happening in Italy, for example, the River Po, the longest river there, has dried up. So this heat wave is really just impacting millions of people across this continent. Aaron?
Any relief coming? Do we know how much longer this serious heat is going to last there?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? I mean, you talk to people out here and they're saying relief isn't coming fast enough. But the UK is expected to get some sort of a reprieve on Wednesday. Portugal and Spain, they have already seen some temperatures drop. But again, we're talking from 114 degrees, so it's still hot. And so while temperatures are starting to dip, a lot of folks aren't out of the woods yet, Aaron.
You know, what, 6-7 months ago, you were living in Chicago and dealing with the winter there, and now you're in London where it's just as hot as it could be. So you drew the lucky straw, I guess.
Exactly.
Megan Fitzgerald for us.
I did.
Yeah. Try to stay cool, my friend. We'll talk to you later. Let's turn to two major stories that are unfolding right now, connected to America's crisis of violence. A shopping mall outside Indianapolis is now the scene of the latest mass shooting in this country. A gunman killed 3 people there before he was shot to death. And within the last hour, police revealed his identity as well as new details about the attack. And in Uvalde, Texas, that community calling for accountability after a scathing new report by the Texas House Committee that's looking into the Robb Elementary School massacre. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is standing by for us. Let's begin with NBC's Priscilla Thompson. She's live in Uvalde, Texas for us today. And Priscilla, not only is there this new report, there's also some new body camera video that we're seeing. What are they both revealing about what happened there at Robb Elementary?
Right. Now we're seeing and hearing the frantic moments that occurred from those police body cameras, including the moments when police rushed into the school and began to try to figure out what exactly was going on. And you hear a lot of this confusion and just miscommunication that is referenced in that report. At one point, you hear the school police chief, Pete Arredondo, trying to negotiate with the shooter as he is inside that classroom. And as we know, he was continuing to shoot and to murder children and those 2 teachers. And so that is very concerning in the body cam video. But you also see the moments of heroism where there were officers helping to coax kids out of the windows of the other classrooms and helping to get those kids to safety. But today, so much of that is overshadowed by what we're seeing in this report, what they are calling just a complete failure and poor decision making across the board with all of these agencies. I want to read part of that report. It says the entirety of law enforcement and its training, preparation, and response shares systemic responsibility for many missed opportunities on that tragic day. And it goes on to say something really important here. The void of leadership could have contributed to the loss of life as injured victims waited over an hour for help, and the attacker continued to sporadically fire his weapon. And so the question now for many in this community is what comes next. For weeks, they've been told to wait until this investigation is over to pass judgment. And now we have the facts. And so many people are looking to see, OK, what is the action going to be? Aaron?
And Priscilla, we just got this statement from Texas Governor Greg Abbott about that preliminary report. Walk us through some of that.
Yeah, so a little bit of context here. Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, who represents this district, has been all over, certainly our airwaves, criticizing Governor Greg Abbott, saying that he has not been back here since May to visit this community. And when he was here, as a reminder, he was praising the law enforcement response. And so we were all sort of waiting to see what Governor Abbott's response to this report was going to be. And now we have it. And I'll read part of his statement where he says the findings in their investigative report are beyond disturbing and raise serious concerns about the response that day. There are critical changes needed as a result of the Texas House findings. And he says that the legislature will immediately begin working to address some of those concerns with a focus on public safety, school safety, and mental health resources. Aaron?
You know, Priscilla, within that community there in Uvalde, there is a widespread demand for accountability, as you've laid out here. What are the next steps in that process in figuring out how to make accountability happen?
Yeah, there is a lot of anger right now, and there is a demand for accountability now. People do not want to wait any longer for this to play out. And we heard yesterday the committee chairman of that investigative committee saying effectively, the facts are here. We have done the fact finding, and now it is up to these various agencies to decide what the consequences are going to be. We've also heard the district attorney signaling that there could be criminal charges as a result of this report, but many people in this community don't have a whole lot of faith that that accountability is actually going to be upheld and that people are actually going to be held to account. I want you to listen to part of my conversation with one of the family members of one of the victims. Take a listen.
Do you think there will be any accountability?
Not really. Not what they should do to them.
Which is what?
In my book, they should fire them and take their pension away and give it to the parents that lost kids and the ones that the kids are traumatized because they were wounded. Okay, that's what I think they should do. Beginning with the superintendent and ending with the school board, starting with the mayor, the city, most of the city council, and the cops.
And Aaron, there is a school board meeting tonight where there will be public testimony given, and certainly this is going to continue to come up, and that demand for accountability continue to be heard there. Aaron?
Priscilla Thompson in Texas for us again today. Priscilla, thank you. Now, within the last hour, police in Indiana identified the shooter who they say walked into a busy mall and opened fire on Sunday night. Investigators say 20-year-old Jonathan Douglas Sapperman was killed by another man who was lawfully carrying a firearm and saw the attack. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following this story for us and joins us now. So, Shaq, what else did we learn about what happened inside that mall last night?
Well, we got a full accounting of exactly what happened about 24 hours ago, starting when that suspected shooter walked over to the mall and entered the mall at 4:54 p.m. yesterday. Police say that he went straight to the bathroom and remained there for an hour and 2 minutes. He then came out, and that's when he opened fire. He shot and killed 3 individuals, including one couple, and then he shot 2 others, one 22-year-old who's still in the hospital and an 18-year-old who was wounded with minor injuries. It was at that point when a Good Samaritan, a 22-year-old who's now been identified as Elijah Dickens, stepped up, fired at the shooter, and took the shooter down. I want you to listen to what we heard from the police chief describing that interaction.
The Good Samaritan was armed with a pistol and engaged the shooter as he stood outside the restroom area firing into the food court. The shooter fired several rounds, striking the suspect. The suspect attempted to retreat back into the restroom and fell to the ground after being shot. Many more people would have died last night if not for a responsible armed citizen that took action very quickly within the first 2 minutes of this shooting.
The chief later explaining that shooter had 2 AR-15 style weapons on his possession. He also had about 100 rounds, more than 100 rounds on his belt. This could have been much deadlier if it were not for that Good Samaritan.
Absolutely. It's just hard to believe that this unfolded the way that you've just described for us here. Shaq, have we learned anything else about the victims of this attack?
Well, during that press conference, we did get new information about the victims, including their names and their age. I want to read the 3 names that we got. Victor Gomez, he was the first one shot and killed. He was 30 years old from Indianapolis. There's Pedro Pineda, 56 years old, and his wife Rosa Pineda, 37 years old. Those are the 3 individuals who are lost. And again, there's a 22-year-old who's still in the hospital right now recovering from a gunshot wound.
All right, Shaq Brewster for us covering this from Chicago. Shaq, thank you. Some new numbers today are showing the rapid spread of COVID in this country. Cases are up 10% in just the past 2 weeks. Deaths are also up 11%, more than that, actually. People are now growing more concerned, too, about a threat of a spike in New York City in particular. Nail technicians are now pushing for the creation of a council to set health and labor standards. The city is also battling a new COVID wave as it scrambles to contain a monkeypox surge with a new vaccine rollout this week. We have correspondents covering all of these developments on both fronts for us today. I want to start with NBC's Stephen Romo. Stephen, working conditions in nail salons have been a topic of concern for a long time in some circles. How is COVID adding to those concerns, and what do salon workers want to see happen?
Well, Aaron, nail salon workers in New York are pushing for industry-wide health and labor standards to be changed. It's due to fears of the working conditions that have become even more dire during the COVID pandemic. This group, including nail salon workers and labor organizers, are pushing for a new council to be created that would include people on multiple levels. That's government officials, salon owners, workers, and more, to try to set healthier wage and labor standards. They're pushing for standards like set hours, minimum wage requirements, health insurance, ventilation in their working environments and their salons, along with language access. That's especially important to immigrant workers. Those working conditions, as you mentioned, have been a long topic for concern for many workers in that area. The pandemic and troubled economy have just made it even worse, and those existing challenges are just continuing to get worse. Nail technicians say work hours have become even more inconsistent, and that's for jobs that require, of course, close contact with their customers. Aaron.
For sure. So we know that the surge we're seeing is in other places too, not just in New York City. What are we hearing about how other cities, other states are reacting to this latest surge?
Yeah, in some areas like Washington State, there's discussion of the possibility of what it would look like to bring back mask mandates and that type of thing. But there seems to be a preference in many places, including Washington, to stick to public education and just encouraging people to wear masks on their own accord. In Chicago, the New York Times reporting that the city's top doctor there says even though the COVID alert level was just raised to high, there's no reason to, quote, let the virus control their lives. Though this subvariant is the most infectious we've seen at this point, there doesn't seem to be an organized push to return to the COVID protocols we saw, say, in 2020, for example.
All right, Stephen Romo for us in the newsroom today. Stephen, thank you. I want to bring in NBC's Antonia Hilton now. She is outside a monkeypox vaccination site in New York's Chelsea neighborhood. Antonio, people here in New York City have been frustrated trying to get a vaccine for monkeypox. Talk to us about how things are going there today.
Well, Aaron, the people behind me here are mostly the lucky ones who have appointments to get this vaccine, but even they are frustrated and have described to me refreshing page after page, trying to get through portals, having friends who haven't been able to get appointments at all. And this is as urgency spreads really within the queer community here in New York, where this epidemic really has its epicenter right now. And what I think really paints a helpful picture of this is what happened on Friday night here in New York. The city released 9,200 new appointments at 6 p.m. By 6:07, they were all gone. Take a listen to a conversation that I had with one person here today. How do you feel about how New York has handled this vaccine rollout?
It's been chaos. You know, you've come to expect that with healthcare in this country, but releasing a couple thousand slots at a time and the website crashing as soon as you try to make an appointment, it was nuts. I got very lucky getting this appointment.
Do you think this process has been equitable?
No. No, because the people who have time and resources to refresh a web page at exactly the right moment are the ones who got appointment slots.
Because there's so much scarcity right now, Aaron, officials are focusing on just getting as many first shots in arms as possible, even though this is a 2-shot vaccine regimen. And health officials are, in some cases, are a little bit nervous about this because it's those 2 shots that provide the full protection. But they say that as this virus spreads and, frankly, the testing infrastructure and the vaccine infrastructure is just trying to catch up to it, that the first priority has to be just giving people 1 shot.
You know, Antonia, the report that you just did sounds so familiar, right? We're talking about monkeypox, but you could drop the word COVID into so much of what you just described. The commissioner here, the health commissioner in New York, has said that they're dealing with dueling pandemics right now. Do people feel like the city, states, the country has learned anything over the past 2 years that's actually helping now?
I would tell you when I talked to the folks who've been lining up to get these shots today that many of them were a bit surprised. They feel like New York could have learned more lessons from the COVID pandemic, and they would have thought that things like online portals for scheduling your vaccine appointment would have worked more smoothly after everything that's happened over the last 2.5 years now. But I will say, you know, officials here have equity front of mind, and that's why they're pushing to open up sites like this one in every single one of the boroughs. They are trying to get the message out there to all kinds of communities, but ultimately it's a challenge, right? I mean, when you open up appointments at a certain window, the people who happen to not be working then, who have the time and access to internet, they're going to be the ones who get these appointments. And so we're still seeing some inequity while they try to do their best to roll this out in a way that is equitable, Aaron.
Antonia Hilton here in Manhattan for us today. Antonia, thank you. And we've just learned that Dr. Anthony Fauci is preparing to call it quits. Not just yet, though. Dr. Fauci has served as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases since 1984. He became a household name, though, in just the past few years as the coronavirus pandemic took a hold across the country. He spoke about his retirement plans earlier today on CNN.
It is extremely unlikely, in fact, for sure, that I'm not going to be here beyond January 2025. So sometime between now, Kate, and January 2025, you can guarantee I'll step down.
Dr. Fauci in his 80s now, and he's the chief medical advisor to President Biden. He served under 5 different presidential administrations. People living in San Francisco are fed up with crime. Coming up, we go one-on-one with the city's mayor with what she's doing to crack down.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Crime is surging in San Francisco, and now the mayor of that city is taking action. Democratic Mayor London Breed has handpicked a new attorney general for the city. She hopes her pick can help bring a sense of safety back to San Francisco. CNBC reporter Yasmin Corum joins us now from San Francisco with more on this. Hi, Yasmin.
Hey, Aaron, that is right. I sat down with the mayor, who tells me despite rising crime rates, San Francisco is still a safe city for residents and tourists.
What's happening on our streets is unacceptable.
San Francisco Mayor London Breed says she's had enough, and this is why.
My little partners out here, get home safe, all right?
Children getting off of their school bus forced to dodge scenes like this on their way home.
The fact that kids have to experience that is heartbreaking. This is what these kids and these families have been dealing with for far too long, and we have to do something about it.
It's scenes like this And this, smash and grabs and random robberies that have plagued the city and led to voters recalling progressive DA Chesa Boudin last month. He was seen as soft on crime. Her hand-picked replacement, Brooke Jenkins, Breed says, will change that.
What I'm looking for is someone who is going to look at each of those crimes and listen to the victims and hold the perpetrators accountable.
Accountability while still embracing progressive policies.
Also looking at what the perpetrator needs, because even after they're held accountable, when they re-enter society, how do we make sure that those crimes aren't repeated? How do we make sure we support them to ensure that our city is safe? District Attorney Brooke Jenkins will bring to the table is just really a clear understanding of how to make good decisions around these individual cases.
Breed says part of the solution will also come from her new $14 billion budget, $700 million which will go to police protection just this year. And while robberies, assault, and arson have all still continued to rise in the weeks since the appointment of the new DA, San Francisco's mayor is confident a turnaround is already underway.
What do the next 2 years look like?
We got work to do. We want to get the city back to a better place, but we are starting to rebound and people are starting to return to our city, and they're discovering what San Francisco truly is for themselves.
And Mayor Breed told me that since the start of COVID, the city's unsheltered homeless has actually seen a decline of about 15%. Look, as someone who lives here, I have to tell you, this is something we see every single day. It's really a part of the fabric of living here. Still, Aaron, there's hope in the city that between Mayor Breed and the new DA, Brooke Jenkins, some progress can be made.
We'll be checking back to see what that progress looks like. CNBC's Yasmin Korm in San Francisco. Yasmin, thank you. Well, after a school shooting in Texas back in 2018, Republican politicians promoted social and emotional tools to stop mass shootings. Now, 4 years later, some conservative activists are arguing these programs are, quote, woke, and now they want to get rid of them. NBC News senior investigative reporter Mike Hixenbaugh is looking into this for us. So, Mike, take us back to 2018, if you can. What happened in Texas that led to these school programs being put in place in the first place?
Sure, Aaron. Back in 2018, after a school shooting in Santa Fe outside of Houston that killed 10 people, the state of Texas, led by Republican Governor Greg Abbott, instituted a series of reforms that were really intended to both harden schools, but also improve the way schools address children's emotional well-being. And this dealt with the way teachers or counselors, talked with kids who were struggling. And it was a way of also disciplining children in a way that would put them on a path to hope rather than a path to violence. And it was seen as Republicans as a way of addressing these issues without dealing with guns.
So then, Mike, why are conservative activists taking issue with these programs now?
Well, in the past year, this concept, especially the concept of what's known as social emotional learning, has been swept up in kind of the right-wing fight against programs that they're defining as critical race theory. And so what we're seeing is this blowback in communities like Mansfield ISD that you see there, that flyer that was sent out after a school shooting in that community. This conservative PAC sent out a mailer blaming woke politics and some of the same programs that had been implemented as a response to school shootings and saying they were the cause. And so it really made a direct connection between anti-racism efforts in schools and parents' fears about the safety of their children.
All right, Mike Hixenbaugh with us today. Mike, thank you. And stay with us. There is an alarming crisis of gun crimes in this country. Still ahead, we are on the front lines with the doctors and the community members who are trying to turn the tide on violence.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Bottom of the hour now. Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Aaron. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have officially tied the knot. The couple, first engaged 20 years ago, were married Saturday in a Las Vegas chapel with their children. Lopez confirmed the news in her fan newsletter and shared photos of the day. Trans swimmer Leah Thomas has been nominated for the NCAA's Woman of the Year award. The University of Pennsylvania athlete rose to fame earlier this year after becoming the first transgender champion in Division I history. The winner will be announced at the NCAA convention in January. And a West Virginia woman woke up from a coma that took 2 years and named her brother as her attacker. Wanda Palmer had been in a long-term care facility after being severely beaten in her home. Her brother has been charged with attempted murder and malicious wounding, according to sheriff's deputies. That's what's trending right now on NBCnews.com. Aaron.
All right, Maya, thank you. We appreciate it. We are going in depth this hour on gun violence, that epidemic in this country, and its impact on families and communities every single day. More than 40,000 people are killed by guns each year. That's according to the Brady campaign. Now, NBC News is taking a closer look at just one night of violence this past Saturday night and how it unfolded across America. We have NBC News correspondents spread out across the country. Let's begin with our senior national correspondent, Kate Snow, here in New York to talk about this. Kate, I know that you spent Saturday night in Chicago. You were with a pastor who visits shooting scenes and talks with families of some of the victims at these scenes. What did you learn? What did he tell you about the gun violence crisis in Chicago?
Yeah, so Pastor Price goes out whenever there's a call where he thinks he might be able to help family members. So he sits and listens to radio traffic. He looks at his phone, at apps that have police radio on them, and he's trying to monitor and figure out where to go. He told me that some nights he'll be out 40 times in one night. He also told me, Aaron, that over the last 5 or 6 years, he has gone to 1,000 homicide scenes. Again, he goes there because it is so frequent, and he feels like the family members sometimes don't have anyone to turn to when they're grieving, when they're trying to, when they're at a scene of the crime and they are being held back by police, for example, when they're outside the hospital waiting for news, even when they're planning the funeral, he'll help them with that. We talked a bit about why he does this. Again, he's been doing it for about 5-6 years, and it's been really hard on him economically. For a long time, he wasn't being paid. He recently got some grant money. But take a listen to what he said about why he does this work.
It's my calling, but I just do it because somebody needs to do it. I won't say I'm built for it. Nobody's built for it. I suffer scars from it, but somebody needs to care. Somebody needs to love, and I'm able to do it. And so I keep on because I'm able to do it. I'll cry later. Sometimes I leave the scene and I come back and sit on my deck, and I just, and then maybe in a half hour or so, it hits me. Usually those are children. And
you cry?
And I may cry.
That's Pastor Donovan Price. Later that evening, as we got into after midnight, 1 in the morning, Aaron, actually, we did end up at a scene at a hospital where a family was waiting for word. They lost their loved one, a 31-year-old young man. And Donovan, after that, was crying with me. He was pretty upset by it. He said it takes a lot out of him, this work.
Yeah, you can only imagine. I mean, 1,000 times over having to go through this sort of work, but thank God that he's there to do it. I know, Kate, that you also spoke with a mother who lost both of her sons to gun violence. Tell me a little bit about that conversation.
Yeah, we spoke with Diane Archer because she had gotten help from the pastor about a couple of months ago, right around Mother's Day in May. She lost her second son, her oldest. That was the day before Mother's Day. He had just gone out to buy her a cake to celebrate Mother's Day. 5 months before that, back in December, she had lost her younger son. So she now has 4 children left, 4 daughters, but both of her sons are gone. And we talked quite a bit about what happened to them and how she feels about the perpetrators. Take a listen.
Whoever did this to my sons, where's your mother? You know, how would your mother feel if that was you in this situation, that you took somebody's life? I just think they're heartless. They don't have no conscience of life at all. And they go home and they can sleep at night and that's it. Then they get away with it because no one's want to talk, no one's saying anything. I just don't know. All I know is that it just hurts.
Diane works 2 jobs. As I said, she had 6 kids. Now she has 4 kids. It was heartbreaking to talk with her. And she said, we've got to get the guns out of my neighborhood. Yeah. Aaron?
So many times over and over we hear that in places around the country. Kate, I know how much work you and the Weekend Nightly News team put into this and just tremendous reporting, really important storytelling. Thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Well, in Baltimore, Maryland, there have been more than 470 gun violence incidents just this year. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez went inside the Shock Trauma Center at the University of Maryland. The medical team there is seeing a rising number of gunshot victims. Gabe joins us now from Baltimore with more on this. Hi, Gabe.
Hi there, Aaron. Well, Baltimore's on pace to have its deadliest year in memory. And actually, just a few moments ago, Aaron, we heard a helicopter landing here at the Shock Trauma Center. We don't know if it was a gunshot victim. This medical center deals with more than 7,000 patients each year. A growing number of them are gunshot victims. And as you said, we spent Saturday night into Sunday along with these doctors and nurses watching what happens at this center. Here's what happened. It's just after midnight, and we've just gotten word that a gunshot victim is about to be brought here. As you can see, the medical teams are gathering around this trauma bed.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. You have his ID.
Every second is critical. You see these doctors and nurses hovering over this trauma bed. They are trying desperately to save this person's life. The beeping right now means there is no heartbeat. How urgent is what's happening right now?
This is life-saving treatment they're doing. The patient came in dead, cardiac arrest. What they're doing is life-saving.
How long have you worked as a chaplain here?
About 3 years.
About 3 years. How tough is it to see what's going on here right now?
Oh, yeah, it can be pretty hard.
What just happened?
But unfortunately, the patient died. They were not able to resuscitate him.
Does it ever get any easier to hear him call out the time of death?
Never. I've been doing this for over 20 years. Yeah.
24 medical professionals here. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. How do you come to terms with that?
Sometimes it saves someone.
May he rest in peace, and may those who will mourn his loss be comforted. Amen. Amen.
Oh, wow, just incredible to see what goes on in that setting. Gabe, what do these doctors and nurses want to see when it comes to fighting gun violence in their city outside of the hospital?
Well, Aaron, and to pick up on that point, it is hard to see. It's heartbreaking to watch, and these doctors, nurses, medical professionals have to see it night after night after night after night. And we spoke with Dr. Tom Scalea. He runs the trauma center here, and he's been doing this a very long time. He's worked here more than 2 decades, and he is frustrated by what he's seeing. He says that in order to deal with this gun violence epidemic, you have to handle the root causes. You have to deal with the root causes here. And among those includes poverty, includes a frustration in parts of many cities in this country, including Baltimore. He says that since the Freddie Gray death back in 2015, the riots following that death, that there's been this anger and this frustration in parts of this city. And he has seen gun violence increase since then. It's only gotten worse since the pandemic. Doctors, nurses, medical teams, they hesitate to be political in any way. They don't see this as a political issue. They see it as an issue of public health, and they want to be something to see more things done to prevent this type of violence so they don't have to spend those long, agonizing shifts dealing with so many of these gunshot victims, Aaron.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez in Baltimore for us today. Gabe, thank you. Now, violence has overtaken parts of Philadelphia as well. The city of brotherly love has seen more than 1,000 gun violence incidents this year. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is there.
We're here in Philadelphia, right down the block from Independence Hall, of course, where the Declaration of Independence was signed, because we want to speak to the contrast of where we are at the birthplace of this democracy compared to what is going on just miles from here in a major American city. Very heartbreaking scenes to see. First of all, there were needles, needle caps, and trash littering the streets. Numerous people sleeping on the streets, some of them possibly in the middle of a high. There were people openly injecting drugs, shooting up right in front of us while we were with visible, obvious police patrols. And officers told us that they aren't able to take the time to stop to potentially take those narcotics, to investigate those kinds of drug use incidents, because if they get involved with that, it takes up a lot of time, and then they are out of service essentially to be able to respond if something major happens, whether it be a foot pursuit or if there is another shooting. And it's not a question of if, but when the next shooting will come from the perspective of these police officers. The patrolman that we embedded with last night joined up with us after they responded to what they say was a shooting where 4 people were hit. And we started the evening with them as they were looking for the vehicle involved in that. Along the way, throughout the night, we saw multiple calls for potential shots fired. Those turned out to be unfounded. They believe them to have been fireworks, but that's something they're always looking into. There was an alleged machete attack. There were domestic incidents, including one in which police say there was a knife and that we saw an officer's taser visibly drawn. So this is what's going on in American cities. And again, this is happening while officers are waiting for the next potential shooting incident to happen as well. That's just a glimpse of what we saw in one city, part of our One Night in America special from Nightly News, which focused on Philadelphia, Houston, Baltimore, and Chicago, to try to give you a scope of what goes on in American cities many nights, certainly on a Saturday night in the summer. And that's what we took a look at. We hope you'll go watch our full piece. Back to you.
Jesse Kirsch for us there in Philadelphia. Senator Ted Cruz is generating some controversy over his remarks on LGBTQ rights. The Texas Republican says the Supreme Court was, quote, clearly wrong in its 2015 decision legalizing same-sex marriage. Now, this comes as the federal agencies that protect LGBTQ people from discrimination at school and in the workplace are no longer able to do so. A judge agreed with 20 state attorneys general who argued a Biden administration directive infringes on states' rights. We're following both stories closely for you at this hour. First, let's talk about Senator Cruz's comments. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong is covering that story. Joins us now from Capitol Hill. So, Scott, we know that Cruz is a longtime opponent of same-sex marriage. What specifically is his argument here?
Well, as you mentioned, Aaron, he said that the 2015 Obergefell decision was clearly wrong and that the Supreme Court in that case had overreached. And specifically, Cruz's argument is that these issues, including
Roe, as well as Obergefell, concerning same-sex marriage should have been left up to the states and not federalized. And so, he made these comments on a podcast. They are significant, of course, given the timing of this coming just a few weeks after the Supreme Court overturning Roe, and specifically Clarence Thomas in his concurring opinion saying now that Roe is overturned, we should look at other landmark cases, especially concerning those involving same-sex marriage and contraception. Aaron.
So even with that timing, Scott, with the overturning of Roe, Cruz doesn't actually think that the court will overturn same-sex marriage, too. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's interesting. After, I wrote up his comments yesterday, his office pushed back, sent out some other clips from that interview on his podcast saying, look, Cruz does not think that the Supreme Court will actually go down that path. He does think that decision was wrong, but he thinks that the Supreme Court has zero appetite for pursuing that path of overturning same-sex marriage, specifically because he thinks that there are thousands and thousands of couples that have already taken that step to get married, and he thinks it would simply be chaotic for the court to intervene and upset and disturb all of those marriages and all of those families. Aaron.
All right, Scott Wong for us on the Hill today. Scott, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News reporter Matt Levitas now with a closer look at the White House directives being blocked by this judge we referenced here. So, Matt, what specifically do these directives do, and why did this judge decide to block them?
Yeah, so in 2020, the Supreme Court ruled that protections on the basis of sex and gender discrimination in the workplace should be expanded to apply to LGBTQ people. Then in 2021, last year, the Biden administration issued a series of executive orders directing federal agencies to take this Supreme Court interpretation and expand it to other areas of society, including in education, in housing, immigration, and so on. So this ruling would bolster the argument of state legislatures, this executive order contradicts those laws that they're passing.
So, Matt, do we have a sense yet of what the impact could be if this temporary ruling becomes permanent?
Yeah, well, besides what would happen to the trans kids in those states where those laws would be enacted, when we're talking about trans children, we're talking about a population that disproportionately suffers from mental health issues. Just this year, 1 in 5 trans youths said that they attempted suicide. And we also know that these policies directly negatively impact the mental health of transgender youth. So not to sound alarmist, but this ruling could be deadly.
Yeah. Have you been able to get a feel for how the people in general, Americans in general, feel about the issues that are at play here?
Yeah, so broadly speaking, most Americans support trans rights, but when you break it down policy by policy, that's where it starts to change. A survey by the Pew Research Center, which came out last month, showed that 2/3 of Americans support laws that would expand protections for trans individuals. But simultaneously, about 60% say that they don't support, or they do support, the sports bans placed on trans minors. So you can see that it's a bit contradictory. It's not so black and white.
All right, NBC News reporter Matt Levitas. Matt, we appreciate your reporting on this. Thank you. Well, a growing number of Americans are living in places where access to food is scarce. Up next, how one grocery store in our nation's capital is working to change that.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? NBC News exclusive. Hey, Miss Lester, who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are a little more than 10 minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street today. I want to check in with CNBC's Courtney Reagan. Courtney, stocks were initially up today, then they dipped a little bit ahead of what's expected to be a pretty choppy earnings season. How are the markets looking right now?
Yeah, so here we are just about 12 minutes into the closing bell, and we are lower by about 1% across the three major averages, the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ. And to your point, things started looking up earlier today, but then there was a report that came out suggesting that Apple may slow its hiring and its spending on growth in the next year. And that really sort of spooked the markets. Apple is looked at as a bellwether company, largely because of its size and its impact. And so if that's a company that is concerned about what's to come in the future, and it's even considering slowing down its pace of investment or its hiring, then perhaps that suggests something bigger is going on. And so that's what really spooked the markets. We are just beginning earnings season. We're going to hear from a lot of big companies this week, including Johnson & Johnson and Netflix and Verizon and Tesla, United Airlines, among others, across sectors. And earnings are always backward looking. Publicly traded companies are required to report the results every quarter, and it's for the quarter that just passed. And so what the market always focuses on is the forecast for the future. And we're really wanting to see if a lot of these corporate leaders have the same sort of fear and worry that others do, that a possible recession could be coming. And that's what spooked the markets here today.
So as we're talking about recession and inflation, I do want to ask you about the Fed, which appears to be moving toward another rate hike to try to tamp down inflation. What do we expect to happen with that movement now?
Exactly. So the Fed has a dual mandate as it's sort of established as our governing monetary, our body that sort of governs monetary policy. And it's to keep inflation low and unemployment rates low with employment steady. And so what they're really focusing on now is that inflation mandate. And so they are looking, and they have communicated as much to the markets, that they are going to continue to raise interest rates, the rate that banks lend each other, and that's the rate that all other interest rates are based on. And they're going to continue to hike those rates so that they can slow down what's going on in credit markets in general, sort of cool off an economy that they believe has gotten a little overheated and then has led to higher inflation. So the debate isn't are they or are they not going to increase rates. They are going to continue to increase rates. It's just how much are they going to do so? Are they going to go 0.75 percentage point or a full percentage point? And it does seem like the scale of the economists are tipping a little bit more towards 0.75 percentage point, but we won't know until about 8 days or so from now what they ultimately decide to do.
All right. CNBC's Courtney Reagan with us today. Courtney, thank you. Well, they're called food deserts, neighborhoods suffering from a severe lack of easily available groceries. In Washington, D.C., there are just 3 food markets to serve more than 100,000 people. But CNBC's Shamari Stone reports on one small grocery store trying to help.
It saddens me to know that, this area, which is a vibrant part of the D.C. community, is considered a food desert.
Ryan Hill lives east of the Anacostia River in southeast Washington, D.C., where she says there isn't easy access to fresh fruits and vegetables.
There are just not as many healthy options.
160,000 people, predominantly black, live in Ward 7 and 8. They only have 3 grocery stores.
I have a small child, so I want to make sure that she has access early on to healthy food.
Hill says she had to travel more than a mile to a full retail grocery store in Georgetown.
I know that the selections are better.
But some help has arrived. A small market called the Fresh Food Factory.
What we offer is pop-up to permanent solutions to address this food issue, this food crisis, this food apartheid.
Amanda Stevenson opened the store a few years ago after receiving a grant from the D.C. government's Food Access Fund.
So many people don't have access to fresh, healthy food in the community. I, like them, had to travel miles across the bridge to other states, Virginia, Maryland, to find the foods that I need.
The store sells fresh produce and health products and allows customers to pay with federal food subsidies like SNAP. According to a 2021 USDA report, 10% of the approximately 65,000 census tracts in the United States are food deserts. That's roughly 13.5 million people with low access to healthy foods. Advocates for food equity say some big chain grocery stores prefer to open in higher income areas.
They just don't believe that they can get the foot traffic, that they can make the income.
If we can have more places in this area that, provide us with those options, I think it will benefit the whole D.C.
Shamari Stone reporting there. It is a priceless discovery 500 years in the making. After the break, what was found inside the palace walls on the island nation of Monaco?
Born to Rule When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. Inside the palace walls in Monaco, a one-of-a-kind discovery. Artwork dating back to the 1500s has just been uncovered for the first time in hundreds of years. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella shows us what was found.
Well, imagine finding an entire museum's worth of Renaissance art that hasn't been seen in hundreds of years. That's essentially what happened at the palace in Monaco, and it all started because of routine repair work and a crack the size of a quarter. The murals are thought to be painted by Italian masters in the 1500s. What are we looking at here?
We have the layer, and underneath we found this decoration, and underneath this decoration we eventually found the frescoes.
The team so far has found more than 6,000 square feet of the precious paintings. The first discovered by chance in 2015, when a worker spotted a tiny crack in a ceiling of the main hall, a telltale sign of the technique famously used by Michelangelo to paint the Sistine Chapel. When you first discovered that there was a fresco above us, what did you think?
I think I'm crazy. It's not possible.
Hundreds of allegorical figures, half human, half beast, goddesses and cherubs in mythological scenes, like this depiction of the 12 laborers of Hercules, all covered over the centuries to give the palace an update. An international team of 40 is now peeling back those layers, each day revealing another surprise.
You're digging, you're excavating slowly, 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 and you start to see these images come to light. You're discovering something that no one has seen for years and years and years.
When we look up, all of this was painted over?
So all of this was painted over by different restorations.
In an exclusive tour, Monaco's Prince Albert himself showed me one of the most elaborate rooms.
So all of this was painted over by different restorations over the years, but absolutely incredible mythological scene. It's a remarkable work and by a remarkable artist.
So when you look up and look around at all of this, I mean, are you as in awe?
It's just incredible that it has been here for years and centuries.
It took 8 years to expose this large-scale Ulysses. The entire project sustainable and chemical-free, using old tools and new, like lasers and ultrasound. By taking the green route, you're sort of on the cutting edge of restoration technology.
There are very few restoration works that have gone this far in terms of sustainability. There were many firsts in this restoration work.
Even the paint is green, developed in this lab using natural materials found in Monaco's landscape, just as artists would have done 500 years ago. But who were the masters behind these long-lost treasures? Deep in the palace archives, a clue, a receipt dated December of 1547.
It's very precious.
For a large pot of gold to an artist who decorated the palaces of Genoa. Art experts and historians are just beginning to study this amazing discovery. And for the palace conservation team, the more they look, the more they find. So this is not the end. I mean,
This is not the end.
oh my gosh. It's like a perfectly intact fresco. And it's stunning. That discovered fresco looked like it could have been painted yesterday. It was in such good condition. A lot of the restoration work is still ongoing, but the palace is now open to the public through October for the first time in 2 years.
And finally, your NBC News Now quickcast, the stories you need to know before we go. Much of the U.S. in the grips of a brutal heat wave, 141 million people dealing with temperatures above 90 degrees. 16 states have now activated heat alerts. New information emerging about Sunday's mass shooting at a mall near Indianapolis. 3 people were killed there. Investigators say the 20-year-old gunman was killed by another man who was lawfully carrying a firearm. And new numbers show COVID cases are up 10% in just the past 2 weeks. Deaths are also up more than 11%. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Thanks for making us a part of your day. Meet the Press Now is up next.
If it's Monday, gun violence in America. Another deadly mass shooting, this one in an Indiana mall. On the same day, a Texas State Investigative Committee releases a scathing new report into the Uvalde shooting police response. We'll speak to the chairman of that committee in just a moment. Plus, what's next for the president's agenda? U.S. climate initiatives hang in the balance as Democrats blast Senator Manchin for dealing another blow to the White House's plans. I'll speak with Democratic Senator Ed Markey, longtime supporter of climate legislation and the original Green New Deal co-sponsor. That's ahead. And later, could it be the final January 6th hearing? Committee members prepare to unveil new evidence this week as they focus on what former President Trump did and did not do amid the insurrection. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. In just hours, the Uvalde City School Board will hold what will likely be an emotional and heated public meeting. It comes just a day after a House committee released a scathing report on the police's response to May's shooting at Robb Elementary School, calling the tragedy that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead the result of systemic failures. The committee, however, found no one other than the gunman himself to be to blame for the shooting. According to its report, despite a robust police response, the committee found a breakdown in the chain of command, along with egregiously poor decision-making. In the midst of the shooting, no one called the Robb Elementary's principal to ask about the location of a master key for the school. And the school district's police chief testified that he immediately began to think of the attacker as being cornered and the situation as being one of a barricaded subject. The police chief told the committee he would have acted differently had he known injured victims were in the classrooms. The chair of the committee that conducted the investigation issued this warning yesterday.
The people of Uvalde before this, they felt it couldn't happen here. They felt that. That's the false sense of security I worry about. I think some of the same systems that we found here that failed that day are across the entire state and country. And I do not want to say because of one thing or one person here, it could not happen elsewhere.
We are going to speak to that person, State Representative Dustin Burrows. In just a few moments, we're going to get new answers about the report. The city of Uvalde has also released body cam video from some of the 376 police officers who responded to the scene that day. The video shows the confusion among them. Despite the heavy police presence, it took more than an hour to take down the gunman. Meanwhile, Uvalde's mayor has announced the city's acting police chief has been placed on leave while the city conducts its own investigation into his department's response. All of this comes as we learn about another mass shooting less than 24 hours ago. 3 people killed, 2 others injured at a mall just outside of Indianapolis. The shooter was taken out by a witness who was armed. It also comes as a jury decides whether the gunman who killed 17 people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, 4 years ago, remember that one, receives the death penalty or life in prison. For more on all of this, I'm joined by NBC's Priscilla Thompson in Uvalde and NBC's Shaquille Brewster, who has the very latest on Sunday's shooting in Greenwood, Indiana. And Priscilla, we're going to get to you in just a moment. A lot of questions for you there on the ground in Uvalde. But first, I do want to go to Shaq. You have been reporting on this shooting that happened yesterday just outside of Indianapolis. What can you tell us about the investigation? I know you have some new details about the person who took out the gunman.
That's right, Kristen. We learned a lot from authorities in a press conference just a few hours ago, including the exact timeline of what happened nearly 24 hours ago. And they say this started at 4:54 when the suspect walked into the mall. He then immediately went into the bathroom of the food court. And the chief says he stayed in that bathroom for 1 hour and 2 minutes. When he came out, he opened fire. He hit 3 individuals, killing them, and then he shot 2 others, and that was when the so-called Good Samaritan, what police are calling the Good Samaritan, armed civilian armed with a pistol, engaged the suspect. They said he was from a far distance, but shot him multiple times and ended the threat and ended that shooting. So we're learning those details. Police also saying that they went through the investigation. They went through looking at surveillance video. They went to the house, the home of the shooter, found his laptop in a heated oven with some gas, found his phone in a toilet. They say that there's no contacts that they've had with him in the past, that when they contacted his family was surprised about the shooting. So a lot of new details that we're finding out. But the key thing that investigators are saying is that this is something that could have been much worse. That suspect, 20 years old, was armed with an AR-15 style weapon, had another one in his book bag in the bathroom, and had more than 100 rounds of ammunition that police say he was ready to use just yesterday evening.
Shaq, those weapons, the subject of so much debate here in Washington. Thank you for that reporting. Priscilla, I do want to turn to you and this nearly 80-page report out of Uvalde, which details the failed law enforcement response. It is just scathing. It's devastating. There was already outrage among the victims' families, and I know you've been talking to folks there on the ground. What has the reaction been?
Well, Kristen, people are angry, and they are continuing to be angry. For weeks, they have been told to wait until this investigation plays out before passing judgment, before blaming anyone. And now the facts have been laid out, and it is just as bad as many people thought that it would be, laying out just failure after failure on the part of law enforcement as it relates to the security protocols at the school and how they were being followed by folks. weeks. And so people here are angry. And the conversation now is turning towards accountability and what that is going to look like. You mentioned a school board meeting later on today where undoubtedly this anger is going to be on full display, particularly as it relates to the school police chief, Pete Arredondo, who was initially said to be the incident commander, but who told the Texas Tribune and also said in testimony that he did not believe that he was in charge of the scene. But many people here do feel that he bears responsibility. They have been calling for him to be fired. And now that this information has been released, that is absolutely going to come up at the school board meeting tonight if there is no update from the school district before that, because people are angry and they want to see action and they want to see that accountability and they want to see it now. Kristen?
And Priscilla, you talk about the school board meeting tonight. Based on what I have been reading, it seems as though the families are outraged in part because they don't feel like they're getting the answers they need, even in the wake of the release of this nearly 80-page report. How much are there going to be calls for better communication with the families at this school board meeting tonight?
Well, in my conversations with the families, I have to say many of them say they don't know if they'll ever be able to trust the information that they're being given from officials here. Some of them, even as they were talking about the report, saying they don't know how much of that they can trust. And I think that is just a sign of the misinformation and the sort of conflicting stories that they've been told over the past several weeks. But I think what they are really focused on now is that, okay, we've gotten some of the information. We already feel like we have a sense based on what they have seen on video, and that's the body cam footage and also the surveillance video. And so they really are turning to accountability. And I did speak with the great-grandfather of Lexi Rubio, one of the victims in this shooting, about that accountability and what it should look like and what he would like to see happen. And I want to play a little bit of that conversation.
Not what they should do to them.
Which is
like
what?
I said, in my book, they should fire them and take their pension away and give it to the parents that lost kids and the ones that the kids are traumatized because they were wounded. Okay, that's what I think they should do. Beginning with the superintendent, and then there was the school board, starting with the mayor, the city, most of the city council, and the cops.
And so you hear him there saying that everybody needs to go. It's not just the police officers, it's the city council, it's the school board, it's everyone. And so we'll certainly be listening for any additional outrage and reaction from that as people fight for that accountability here, Kristen.
And that is the key word. That's what we're going to be talking about with Representative Burrows as we push forward to this meeting tonight. Thank you, Priscilla, for your great reporting from the ground there. We really appreciate it. And with me now is Texas State Representative Dustin Burrows. He's the chair of the Texas House Committee that investigated the Uvalde shooting. Representative Burrows, thank you so much for joining me. This is an extensive report. It's nearly 80 pages. And I wonder, big picture, what surprised you most in these findings? What horrified you most?
You know, I think the thing that surprised me the most was the morning of the shooting, the people of Uvalde had a false sense of security. They believed they had systems in place at the school level to have doors locked, to have a fence around it, to even monitor social media. And they believed they had law enforcement that was trained and ready to actually do what needed to be done. And we found out, of course, that was mistaken. And what you realize is, I think that same false sense of security probably exists throughout many different school districts and communities across this state and country.
And that's big picture. Let's drill down on some of the details and the specifics now, Representative. I'm curious, when did police, based on your investigation, first learn about those 911 calls that were coming in from the classroom?
So we have almost 380 different law enforcement responders on scene. It is unclear which officers knew what and when. We know some of the officers inside the building, which is a much smaller number than that 380, would have been aware of that, but probably not all of them because of the difficulty with radio communications.
And when do you think they would have become aware? Because it took nearly an hour for them to actually respond and go into the classroom. Were they aware prior to that? Because it's our understanding that the surveillance video suggests that they were aware well before they actually breached the classroom.
Well, Chris, let me put it this way. The standard that and the expectations we have of our law enforcement is if you know there's victims in that classroom that are dying, you have to go in. There was enough information on the ground early on to know there was likely victims in that classroom who needed medical attention. Just the fact that it was a school day and there was shooting and there was class in session is probably enough to come to that reasonable conclusion.
Just to put a fine point on it, though, do you have a sense from a timing perspective about when those, you said it wasn't all of the officers, but some of the officers you said were likely aware that those 911 calls were coming in. When do you think they first became aware?
So we know we've got some information about that. We also know there's an officer, Ruiz, who got a phone call from his wife that she was shot and dying, and some of the people on the north side of the door got that information early on. And then in the report, we actually timestamp a quote from Chief Arredondo where we believe he admits that there was knowledge at that time when there was, he had knowledge there was children and victims inside the room.
All right, here's part of your report that I just want to ask you about. Other than the attacker, the report says the committee did not find any villains in the course of its investigation. There's no one to whom we can attribute malice or ill motives, the report says. Instead, we found systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making. We recognize that the impact of this tragedy is felt most profoundly by the people of Uvalde in ways we cannot fully comprehend. And I understand you're saying that there's no one villain, but what do you think should happen to the officers, to the law enforcement who were a part of that failed response? Should they be held accountable?
So I think it goes back to my previous statement. We have standards, we have expectations. Clearly, if an officer knows or should have known there were people dying in that room, they have failed to achieve those expectations and standards, and I believe there will be accountability. Now, that accountability is going to come from people at the different agencies, local levels, those in power to actually do that. And, you know, because that's not contained in this report, I would hate to speculate as to the different options that are available to that. But I do agree with the community. There needs to be accountability.
And I understand what you're saying, that this might not be a uniform response. You just heard the grandfather there of one of the victims saying that these officers should be fired, they should lose their pension. Do you think that those types of punishments would be fair and appropriate in this instance?
You know, I know since our report has come out, there's, I think, more investigations underway. Looks like the Uvalde mayor is starting one and has put someone on suspension. And obviously, you know, those are elected positions to be responsive to the people of Uvalde. And I trust that they're going to make good decisions and, you know, figure out how to give responsibility as it's deemed.
Let me ask you, because your report really focused on the response and not the root causes of the shooting itself. Should you have delved more into what actually was driving this gunman, what caused this? Why not include that in this investigation?
Well, we go to great extents talking about the attacker, and we, of course, do not use his name in the report or his image because that's the notoriety that he wanted, and he does not deserve that. We also don't believe that we want others to look at him as some sort of hero figure and try to, you know, emulate him. But if you look through that, we do an extensive analysis about where he's been, that he achieved the name school shooter, and kind of his background, and perhaps from that you can drive some of the motivations as to what it was. We know now that he returned to his fourth grade classroom. We may never know exactly what the significance of that fourth grade classroom was, but we put in our report some of those details for people to continue to examine and have some information about that.
And Representative, I talked to you about the grandfather of one of the victims who spoke to our Priscilla Thompson. Let me read you a little bit more of what he had to say. He said, "There's no truth. We ain't going to get the truth. We won't get it today. We won't get it tomorrow. We won't get it next week or maybe a year from now. We're not going to get the truth." What is your reaction to him? He clearly has a loss of faith, not only in law enforcement, but frankly, in everyone in leadership.
No, we talked about that, and I think when misinformation starts, there's a lot of trust in the community that's lost, and we felt that as we talked to people in the community and victims. You could just have this sense that they don't know what to trust. I will tell you that this was a bipartisan committee. We did, worked in earnest to make sure everything that we put in this report that we would say we could stand by and tell everybody it's not speculation. There's actual accountability in here, and the people of Uvalde obviously are affected the most, and clearly there's a loss of trust.
Well, we know that there is so much emotion around the findings in this incredibly scathing report. We really appreciate your coming on to help us understand it further. Texas State Representative Dustin Burrows, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, Democrats unload on Senator Joe Manchin. Senator Bernie Sanders blasts the West Virginia centrist, accusing him of deliberately sabotaging the president's agenda. I'll talk to Senator Ed Markey, a key Democrat working to pass a climate change agenda that now could be DOA. That's next. And later, what to expect in this Thursday's primetime January 6th hearing as the committee prepares to view new evidence tomorrow of what could be the committee's final public hearing. You're watching Meet the Press Now. We're back after a quick break. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this?
Harry Styles!
Welcome back. Democrats are venting their anger over what they see as Senator Joe Manchin's reversal of support for major climate and tax provisions in their reconciliation bill. In an interview with ABC yesterday, Senator Bernie Sanders accused Senator Manchin of acting in bad faith.
He didn't abruptly do anything.
He has
sabotaged
for a while.
the president's agenda. No. Look, if you check the record 6 months ago, I made it clear that you have people like Manchin, Sinema to a lesser degree, who are intentionally sabotaging the president's agenda, what the American people want, what a majority of us in the Democratic caucus want. Nothing new about this. And the problem was that we continue to talk to Manchin like he was serious. He was not.
For his part, President Biden said he'll take executive action on climate if the Senate won't act, but also urged senators to pass parts of the bill that would lower drug prices and prevent insurance premium hikes, provisions Manchin said he could support. Joining me now to discuss this a little bit further from the White House is my colleague, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. So, Mike, I know you've been talking to your sources there. The White House is choosing its words very carefully because they still need Manchin if they're going to get something done on prescription drug prices, right? Talk to me about the thinking right now and the strategy inside the White House.
Yeah, that's right, Kristen. This is a White House that has always had to walk on a tightrope with anything revolving around its legislative agenda for fear of either spurning the left or the center left of its party. And as it relates to Joe Manchin, though, you had last year from the White House, from other Democrats, a lot of cautious optimism that they would eventually get there on a deal. Of course, we remember just before the holidays when Senator Manchin went on Fox News and torpedoed then the larger reconciliation effort, Build Back Better as it was called. When we're talking about the more recent negotiations between simply Senator Manchin and Senator Schumer, the majority leader in the Senate, there had been much more of a resigned skepticism on the part of not just officials here in the White House, but Senate Democrats more broadly. Dick Durbin, the #2 Senate Democrat, just said a few weeks ago that he really loved Senator Schumer's optimism, but he didn't think they would get there. And sure enough, on Friday, of course, the White House having to pull the plug and call on Senate Democrats to move ahead with whatever deal Manchin is willing to agree to at this point. President Biden himself was rather blunt when asked if he thought Senator Manchin had negotiated in good faith. You heard him say it Friday, that he hadn't even been talking to Senator Manchin, so he couldn't speak to it. I think this was largely a Schumer-Manchin effort. Lucy in the football was an analogy I heard a lot in the White House and among Democrats, but so that was not a surprise, but still a disappointment, Kristen.
Yeah, I think everyone's using that Lucy in the football analogy. Mike Memoli, thank you so much for your great reporting. As always, joining me now to discuss this Democratic senator from Massachusetts, Ed Markey. Senator Markey, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
I want to start off by playing what Senator Manchin, a defensive Senator Manchin, told reporters this afternoon and get your reaction. Take a listen.
Real quick, just basically all I have to say. I haven't walked away from anything, and inflation is my greatest concern.
I haven't walked away from anything, Senator Manchin has said. Do you think that he's negotiating in good faith, that he's been negotiating in good faith?
Look, from my perspective, this whole process has been very frustrating. But we now have to take this situation as it is. And that means move quickly to pass prescription drug pricing protection for millions of Americans, to ensure that the Affordable Care Act subsidies are there for millions of Americans before they expire in the next couple of months. And we can get that done. We can get that done with 50 votes in this reconciliation and put it on the president's desk. And then we can move on to the next reconciliation, because we actually have another opportunity to pass this legislation with only 50 votes, including Senator Manchin, and to have Kamala Harris break the tie and send it to the president's desk. And in that bill, we could work on the climate issues. Hopefully, inflation is going to come down. Indications are very strong that gasoline prices have collapsed and they're continuing to collapse. If that's the case, it will be reflected in the inflation number next month and the month after that. If that's the case, we have an opportunity to go back to the table in a new reconciliation and to cut a deal on the climate solutions that just fell off the table in the last week.
And I'm going to ask you about both the climate and the prescription drug pieces of this. But I do want to just go back to you and get you to weigh in. Senator Sanders says that Joe Manchin tried to sabotage the president's agenda. Do you agree?
Look, I share his frustration. I clearly have spent my entire career working on climate issues. I continue to be passionate about working to find a solution right now. And ultimately, the only way to get there is with the next reconciliation package, which we can do in the next couple of months, by the way, reflecting a decline in the inflation rate. And so I just think we have to take Senator Manchin at his word. He says it's not off the table. If that's the case, we actually have a procedure that can be used to pass the wind, the solar, the all-electric vehicle, the battery storage technology subsidies that were in the package and just fell off last week.
Right. I mean, he's basically saying, based on everything that I have read and all of his statements, let's just take a beat and wait for inflation to come down a notch before we pass something that includes climate and tax provisions. But I guess what I hear you saying, some Democrats think climate and tax provisions are dead. Do you think they're on life support? Can they be revived?
Yeah, they are dead for this reconciliation package, which is why we have to do prescription drugs. We have to do the subsidies for healthcare for those who will otherwise lose their coverage. We have to do that now. But the climate and energy package is not dead if you take the next reconciliation package, which we can do over the next couple of months. And once again, just with
Senator,
one additional vote from Senator Manchin.
Let me ask.
Yeah, please.
Let me ask you broadly, and I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but broadly speaking, can Democrats afford this division heading into the midterms? How critical is it that you get on the same page and pass at least something if Democrats are to win some of those close races around the margins?
No, I agree. We have to pass prescription drugs. We have to pass the healthcare subsidies. We have to get that done. But we shouldn't walk away from climate. We want the White House, and they're saying they're going to do that, to use executive action to deal with the climate crisis, to use potentially the Defense Production Act, stopping any additional drilling on public lands in our country. I would actually declare a climate emergency, but to also not give up on the congressional process, because this other reconciliation bill still sits there as a vehicle that, with a Democrat-only solution, we could put it on the president's desk. So I'm not giving up. I've been disappointed in the past. I've worked on this for decades. I still see a route, and I think we have to be focused upon that to try our best to, before the end of this year, get that climate and energy package also on President Biden's desk.
One of the sticking points, as you know, for Senator Manchin is that he has called for eliminating fossil fuels crazy. Do you think there's a way to get on the same page? Do you think there's an effective climate policy that doesn't move toward banning fossil fuels?
Well, what we want is a level playing field. For 100 years, there have been oil and gas and coal subsidies. All we're looking for here is a level playing field, where wind and solar, all electric vehicles, battery storage technologies, transmission systems are given the tax incentives to be able to compete in the real market. And when that happens, we're very confident that we're going to see a very rapid transition to clean energy technologies in our country. That's really all we're looking for here. And if we get that, we can just step back and allow for the free market to make its own mind up. But I think consumers, utilities, auto industry, they're all ready to make this transition. We just have to put the incentives on the books that oil, gas, and coal have had for 100 years.
All right. Well, we will continue to watch it very closely. Senator Ed Markey, thank you so much for joining us to share your perspective. Really appreciate it. Coming up next, members of the January 6th committee preview what could be their final hearing later this week as members weigh a criminal referral against former President Trump. That reporting live from Capitol Hill next.
The seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Welcome back. Jury selection in the trial of former President Trump ally Steve Bannon got underway this morning. He is facing criminal charges of contempt of Congress for refusing to comply with a subpoena to appear in front of the January 6th committee. That committee is scheduled to hold their last hearing for now in prime time Thursday night. It comes as the committee is set to receive new evidence, texts from Secret Service agents before and during January that were previously erased by the agency. The committee's chairman, Benny Thompson, told NBC News on Friday it was weighing a decision to pursue testimony from Vice President Pence as well. NBC's Ali Vitale has been following all of the back and forth over all of this and has the very latest from Capitol Hill. So, Ali, let's start with the latest on those missing Secret Service text messages. The Secret Service says, look, they were just clearing out their email. They weren't doing anything that was awry. The committee has subpoenaed the missing text messages, though. So what's the very latest here? What are you expecting?
Yeah, the committee has subpoenaed these missing text messages, and when they left town last week, what multiple committee members told me is they're hoping that they can resurrect this data, even if it's lost, at least in the present. They're hoping now that they can get it by tomorrow, and if you listen to committee members over the weekend on the Sunday shows, they seem pretty confident that they're going to get it by tomorrow. What it means is we could end up seeing these text messages as some of the material that we ultimately see Thursday night in prime time, but we also know why the committee wants to get their hands on this so badly, and it's because there have been major allegations during these hearings from people like Cassidy Hutchinson and others about things that allegedly happened with the former president. For example, when he was in his SUV going from his speech at the Ellipse and wanting to go to the Capitol, Trump was being told no, but according to Cassidy Hutchinson, she was told that he did things like lunge at the steering wheel and even lunge at his Secret Service officer. You got to imagine that if that happened, it would probably show up in text messages from the Secret Service. It makes sense then as to why the committee wants these so badly, and also why it's so suspect that there would be this data overturn during that period of time. Because people like you and me, we flip our phones over, we back it all up to the cloud. That's something that Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren over the weekend said she could not believe didn't happen here, but nevertheless, they seem confident they could get this data.
And Ali, just very quickly, what are you going to be watching for on Thursday night? What are you expecting?
Look, this is, I think, going to be one of the most powerful and intense hearings so far because it's going to focus on the 187 minutes that the Capitol was under attack. The thing that I'm expecting is a huge juxtaposition, a major contrast between the violence and chaos that was happening here on the Hill and the inaction from within the White House. Congressman Adam Kinzinger, one of the people who's leading that hearing, basically said on the Sunday shows that all that the former president did during those roughly 3 hours was gleefully watch it unfold on television. It promises to be pretty damning, Kristen, based on the things that we've heard from the committee so far.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and you have been all over this in your reporting. Ali Vitale, great to see you as always. Thank you so much. And we do have one more bit of news before we go to break. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the face of the federal government's coronavirus response, says he will likely hang up his stethoscope by the end of President Biden's current term. Fauci told NBC News he has not yet made a decision on exactly when, but that he does plan on stepping down as the president's chief medical advisor and head of the NIH's National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases by January of 2025. Fauci is 81 years old and has served in his role at the NIH since the Reagan administration. We'll be right back.
Harry Styles!
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Turning to the midterm elections, we've got another developing Pence versus Trump proxy war in a Republican gubernatorial primary. This time, Arizona. This morning, the former vice president gave his support to Karen Taylor Robeson, calling her the only candidate in the field that would promote conservative values. Well, former President Trump has already backed the race's frontrunner, Kari Lake, a former local news anchor who centered her campaign on false claims that the 2020 election was stolen. Both Trump and Pence will be in Arizona this Friday, big face-off, appearing at events with their endorsed candidates, as was the case in the Georgia gubernatorial primary. The candidate Pence is backing also has the support of the state's incumbent Republican governor, Doug Ducey, who, like Georgia's Brian Kemp, stood up to Trump's efforts to overturn the election in 2020. Well, joining me now to discuss all of this is Politico congressional reporter Nicholas Wu, Democratic pollster and MSNBC political analyst Cornell Belcher, and Republican strategist Sarah Chamberlain. Thanks to all of you for being here. Really appreciate it. Nicholas, let me start with you. This is another Trump versus Pence fight in Georgia. You have Brian Kemp holding on in Georgia in May, of course, but he had the advantage of incumbency. Things are a little bit different in Arizona, where we're looking at Kari Lake, who's actually up in the polls on Karen Taylor Robeson. So what's your read on this race?
Well, what we're seeing here is two candidates that are trying to chart, significantly different pathways within the Republican Party. And in some ways, it ends up being a proxy war between, the forces aligned with the former president and those that would seek to find a different path. Pence has, also seems to signal that he's interested in running for higher office again. And so in many ways, this does pit him against his former boss.
Yes. Well, Sarah, pick up on that point. I mean, is Pence looking, even though his chosen candidate in this race is trailing, but is he looking potentially stronger than you may have anticipated a couple of months ago? How would you assess his standing in the GOP right now?
Well, I think that Georgia was a great victory for Pence, but as you articulated, Kemp was already way up. The only thing the Arizona governor's race is benefiting is actually the Democrats, because you're going to have Republicans voting on both sides, and that's going to be a huge problem, I think, come the general.
Well, Cornell, what do you think about that? And weigh in on the Trump factor as well, because how would you assess Trump's strength at this point? I mean, he's had a very mixed record when it comes to these endorsements.
Yeah, and I think, I think endorsements don't mean what they used to once upon a time, and he has had a very mixed record. But overall, I think, especially in certain parts of in deeply red states, I think you'd rather have Trump's endorsement than not have Trump's endorsement, because the base of the Republican Party, so much of the base of the Republican Party is still very loyal to him. But to the point that was just made here earlier, I think when you look at what Trump's doing, especially not only in the governor's races, but also in some of these Senate races, Mitch McConnell doesn't want Trump meddling around in these races either, because sometimes the candidate that Trump endorses is in fact the most extreme candidate, and the only loyalty that candidate needs to show is that they will push and push and push the big lie. So it's not necessarily the sort of the mainstream conservative candidate, but a candidate who, frankly, is more loyal to Donald Trump than the Republican Party. And I think that's problematic for Republicans in the fall.
Let's talk about the Democrats now, Cornell. Maryland, of course, holds its primaries tomorrow, and their gubernatorial race is yet another one where Democrats are meddling in the GOP primary. I want to play you an ad. This is from the DGA, and I want to get your reaction on the other side.
Meet Dan Cox, Donald Trump's hand-picked candidate for Maryland governor. Cox worked with Trump, trying to prove the last election was a fraud. 100% pro-life. He's fighting to end abortion in Maryland. And Cox will protect the Second Amendment at all costs.
Democrats obviously see this as a potential pickup opportunity. But that is really dicey, because the ad is saying a couple of things about Cox that could be seen as endearing to GOP voters. What do you make of that strategy?
Well, I think we do it on both sides. I think if you look at the governor's race in Illinois, a couple of weeks back as well, you know, you had progressive money trying to pick what they thought was the weakest candidate. I think it's kind of dangerous. I'd rather have Democrat money being spent on sort of supporting Democratic ideals. Yeah, selling Democratic ideals. But as a political strategist, I do get it. If you're looking at polls and you see head to head that this candidate is the weaker candidate, and especially in a state like Maryland, like, you know, we've just had a Republican governor in Maryland, but he's by no means sort of a Trump Republican, right? He's a rather moderate Republican for a blue state. And if you get a really sort of Trump-like Republican in Maryland, it is going to be an uphill battle. I mean, because it's not a deeply red state. It is a fairly blue-leaning state.
Well, and Nicholas, pick up on that point. I mean, are Democrats to some extent playing with fire by elevating some of these candidates who, you know, would be characterized as far-right Republicans in some of these primaries?
There's certainly some concern there, but I mean, to Cornell's point, right, like Maryland is still very much a blue state. Democrats have a built-in advantage there in a lot of ways. And so, highlighting the fact that you might have a more extreme candidate certainly might play better with that base. Now, the danger is if you elevate a more extreme candidate in a more purple state. There was certainly some hand-wringing among Democrats when Doug Mastriano was nominated as Republicans' gubernatorial candidate in Pennsylvania. Someone who also embraces many of these election conspiracy theories. But, you know, it's a purpler state, and there's, Democrats have certainly heard a story before about an extreme candidate who they might have cheered for at one point to be the nominee and still ends up winning the general anyway. You can only look to the 2016 election for that.
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, Maryland is obviously a blue state, but to this strategy more broadly, are Republicans standing back and saying, hey, wait a minute, this actually benefits us in the long run?
It benefits us a little bit, but I would say it actually benefits in Maryland because it's state by state. It actually benefits the Democrats because if Dan Cox does come through and win, they probably can take a pass on spending money in the general election there, and then they pick up a governor's seat. Where Kelly is much more in line with the current governor, with Governor Hogan, and I think she'd be very difficult to beat in November. So this is a financial play for them, and actually, if I was a Democrat, I'd say it's not a bad play in this state. It is state by state, as we said earlier.
Well, it sure is. I have to ask you about one of the most fascinating states, which is Wyoming. And of course, that's where Congresswoman Liz Cheney is running for re-election. And new polling shows she's down by more than 20 points, even though she's outraising, she's outspending her challenger, Harriet Hageman. Sarah, it looks like Cheney is poised to lose this. You never know what's going to happen. Cheney is undeterred. She's moving forward, obviously, with her work with the January 6th committee. And there's a lot of buzz that she could be a potential contender in 2024. What do you think this looks like about 5 years from now?
I think she made the calculated risk that January 6th and being on the committee was more important than her reelect. And I think you're going to probably end up seeing her lose. I will say she's not a member of Main Street, so I don't have any real good inside information, though I do think she is Dick Cheney's daughter. I would never count her out. And I think there is a strong possibility she will end up running for president. Whether she'll be successful or not, only time will tell. But she has made this calculated risk to do what she feels is best for this country.
Yeah, it's really one of the more fascinating races to watch, particularly when you go into Wyoming, the reporters talking to Democrats who are elevating her. Cornell, let's talk about fundraising writ large. Our NBC News political unit crunched some numbers and basically found that Democratic incumbents in close races have a big advantage when it comes to campaign cash. Now, obviously, it's better for a candidate to have more money than less money. However, I guess the question is, how much of a difference does cash make in a potential wave cycle like this?
Well, I'm going to be the bad Washington political consultant and weigh in on money here. And I bet my Republican colleague will also give a nod to this. Look, for better or worse, you need a lot of money to run campaigns these days. You do. And I could make the case that it is absurd that a congressional race will cost you $2 million, but a congressional race will cost you $2 million these days. But it is look, there's the midterms is supposed to be historically turned against Democrats this cycle. I think that for Democrats to have some success, they need to change the historical dynamic. Having money advantage is one way to change that dynamic. If you can, in fact, out-communicate your opponent and drive your message more than your opponent, it's helpful. We're also seeing this in some congressional races, some targeted congressional races also, where Republicans have had a bruising primary, much more bruising primary, and Democrats have cash-on-hand advantage. They will need that cash-on-hand advantage going up against history in this midterm.
Oh, they are certainly going up against some very stiff headwinds. That is for sure. Great conversation, Nicholas Cornell and Sarah. Great to see all of you. Thanks so much. And still ahead, Congress, climate, and a brutal heat wave. President Biden vows executive action on climate change as millions of Americans experience life-threatening temperatures. But what realistically can the president do to fight climate change without the help of Congress? That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. The United Kingdom is facing a potentially record-breaking heat wave this week, as some areas are forecasted to reach up to 106 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat prompted the UK's Weather Service to issue its first ever red warning, urging people not to exercise, travel, or even go outside. But inside may not be much better, as most houses don't have air conditioning. The high heat serves as yet another reminder of the current impact of climate change, as Senator Joe Manchin derailed negotiations on climate legislation in the U.S. this weekend. In response, President Biden promised, quote, strong executive action to meet this moment if Congress fails to act. And joining me now to discuss all of this and what climate action could be within the White House's power, I'm joined by energy and environmental law lawyer Michael Gerard. He's the director of the Columbia University Center for Climate Change Law. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Let me dive into these questions, and hopefully you can hear me. You have a long list of things that President Biden can do unilaterally on his own. Among them, some of these he's already working for: stronger fuel economy standards for cars and trucks, control methane leakage, oil and gas operations, lease more federal lands and waters for wind and solar, and the list goes on and on. What are the top priorities that you think President Biden can tackle through executive action?
I think the top priorities are stronger emission controls on motor vehicles, moving in the direction of electric vehicles, doing everything possible to move toward more solar and wind. We ultimately need to transition most of the electricity system to renewables, controlling methane and hydrofluorocarbons, which are two of the most powerful greenhouse gases. So those are some of the things that the EPA and the Department of Energy and the Department of the Interior can all do without further action by Congress.
And can you put this into context for people? Because when you think about executive action, when I have covered executive actions historically, they just don't have as much teeth. They don't carry as much weight as new legislation. And that's obvious. But when it comes to some of these things that you're calling for, is there a difference? In other words, do some of those actions actually carry some weight? Could they make a real difference?
They make a real difference. Congress has already, sometimes recently, sometimes years ago, given the authority needed to do those. And so those can really make a colossal difference, as prior actions by EPA have over the years led to much cleaner air, much cleaner water. Those laws really work.
And I guess the other question, the EPA is a significant piece of this as well, a significant agency. How important is it that the president has buy-in from the EPA? Obviously, there have been some setbacks recently in the Supreme Court and Department of Energy.
Yeah, the setbacks from the Supreme Court have not been as bad as they may have looked. The Supreme Court said that one particular activity of the EPA wouldn't work, but almost everything was left aside. So the central work would be done by EPA and the Energy Department of the Interior Department. But obviously they all work for President Biden, and they're on board. They're enthusiastically on board with doing all of this.
And you sound relatively optimistic that some of these actions can get done and will get done, which is a real departure from a lot of people and a lot of policymakers. What gives you optimism that there's going to be some real movement on some of these really important things that you're calling for?
These agencies clearly have the authority and they have the motivation to do it, which is not to say that it's enough. Had we not had the Supreme Court action, and more importantly, had Joe Biden kept in and kept with the deal, we could have done a lot more. So I'm not saying that we're going to do as much as we want to do or need to do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but there's still quite a bit that can be done.
And I'm sure you've heard a lot of the back and forth because Senator Manchin pulled out of the negotiations and basically said inflation is just too high. Now is not the time to tackle things like a new climate agreement, a new tax agreement. Some people feel as though he's sabotaging the president's agenda. How frustrated are you that the negotiations are now stalled?
Oh, it's unspeakably frustrating. And one of the particular ironies is that a major reason for the inflation is high oil and gas prices. And if we had more energy efficiency and if we were using more electric vehicles and generating more wind and solar, we wouldn't have to buy nearly as much gas and oil and coal, and the inflation wouldn't be nearly as bad. So what Senator Manchin has done is really moving in exactly the wrong direction on inflation as well as lots of other things.
And you, very quickly, you've also said that state and local governments need to play a critical role in this as well. What more do you think can be done?
Many of the states are imposing stronger energy efficiency requirements on buildings. They're building up electric vehicle charging infrastructure. They're building out the wind and solar at the massive level that's needed. So quite a few of the states are moving forward and are very enthusiastic and aggressive about doing that.
Well, this is a really complicated and urgent issue, and we appreciate your joining us to give us your insights and analysis. Thank you, Michael Girard. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now. We're
coming on the air with the absolute anger in Uvalde, Texas, with what we expect to be an emotional and intense meeting just a matter of minutes from now. That report showing systemic failures, that's what they're calling it, systemic failures in the response to that mass shooting that killed 19 kids and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School in May. The new reaction we're just hearing now from the governor, from the school district, and from furious families. And gun violence, doesn't stop at mass shootings. In tonight's Backstory, we're going behind the scenes on our NBC News close-up look at America's cities and what a single night in this country really looks like. Here in Washington, too, you've got jury selection that may wrap up tonight in Steve Bannon's trial. We're taking you inside the courtroom with details on why the former Trump advisor even wants a trial to begin with. And as gas prices start to drop, the White House seems to be taking what may be the beginning of a victory lap, suggesting we could all be back under $4 a gallon sometime in the next few weeks. But with President Biden's agenda stalling, why his top advisors are saying today they've got other options if Congress can't get anything done. And it seems like Prince Harry is throwing some not-so-subtle shade at the Supreme Court today for, in his words, rolling back constitutional rights in the U.S. We've got more on his big speech this afternoon at the UN and the bombshell book at the Royals set to come out later this week, later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we're starting with Uvalde, which is getting ready for what is almost certainly going to be an incredibly intense school board meeting tonight, as everybody there and across the country is trying to process this scathing report from the Texas House, laying out all of the many things that went wrong back in May at Robb Elementary. You had the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, reacting to this not too long ago, saying the report proves they've got to make some key changes. And he's going to work on that for school safety, for mental health. But 2 things he doesn't mention, gun safety or specifics on what he's willing to do. So let's take a look at those findings. And here's the thing. We're going to take it in a couple of buckets, right? First, you've got the big quote, the big headline quote from this report. It's on your screen, however you're watching. Systemic failures and egregiously poor decision making. That's what they're saying, because we now know 376 officers showed up that day. That's more people than were defending the Alamo, folks. There's other failures, too, like a classroom door with a lock that didn't work that nobody thought to fix, unlocked doors to the outside, Wi-Fi that wasn't working that may have prevented lockdown alerts from getting to teachers. Uvalde's school district, just in the last couple of minutes, responding, promising to hire school police, beef up security at schools, upgrade all the doors and the locks before kids are back this fall. Second, there's this other bucket, this new body cam footage we're seeing now for the first time. It's video that shows us, how bad it was, the panic in the hallways, the horror in the hallways. It's disturbing, right? What you're going to hear is emotional. It's hard to watch, but we're showing it to you because it's important to see it, to learn from it, right? So that the failures that happened here don't happen again at any other school in this country.
My wife's bathroom. Dude, we gotta get in there. GPS is sitting there. We gotta get in there. He just keeps shooting. We gotta get in there.
That officer's wife, Eva Morales, she died in that classroom. And here's the thing. The police didn't just get in there. Right? Did you see the timestamp on that video? It's 11:38. That's more than an hour before anybody went in. And this report accuses the officers of failing to, in their words, prioritize the saving of innocent lives over their own safety. The police aren't saying much, at least not tonight. You've got the city mayor putting Uvalde's acting chief on leave. That happened. The Border Patrol, the city, the school police are not responding to our requests for comment from NBC News. And nothing from Uvalde School Police Chief Pete Arredondo. He's the one who's been on leave and still insists he was not the incident commander that day. And that brings us to our last kind of bucket on all of this, right? A community that is, I think we can fairly and objectively say this, they are pissed off. Here's what the great-grandfather of one of the victims told our Priscilla Thompson about Chief Arredondo.
If you were to see Chief Arredondo right now, what would you say to him?
Tell him he should go, give up the badge, the gun, grab a goddamn mop, go to the school and be a janitor. That way he can go and hide in the closet instead of having to go and defend the kids.
Sam Brock is in Uvalde for us tonight. And Sam, we're talking about what we're hearing from people in the community. We're looking ahead of that school board meeting tonight, and you're hearing from a teacher who was in the classroom with the shooter and actually survived this horrific attack. Tell us about it.
It's horrific. Look, you're talking about, Hallie, a generationally awful school shooting paired with a generationally incompetent law enforcement response. Those two things together, I mean, this might be a new chapter of American history that everybody right now is trying to digest. That includes Arnulfo Reyes. He's a fourth grade teacher. He was one of those classrooms that was adjoined next to Eva Morales and Irma Garcia. They both died. 8 students in that classroom died. In his classroom, there were 11. They all died. It would have been 19, but 8 of them actually left that day. There was a school award ceremony earlier in the day. They decided to go back with their families. Instead, Mr. Reyes showed the Adams family was supposed to be a nice day. And then all hell broke loose. And he said, as he was shot twice, Hallie, once in his arm, once in his back, he was on the ground waiting and waiting and waiting. Nearly 400 law enforcement officers on scene there, 400 against 1, and no one was breaking through that classroom door. Here's what he said that could have meant had they acted sooner.
My kids didn't have bulletproof vests. I didn't have bulletproof vests. One of my students just had a gunshot to the stomach, and that if he would have been taken care of earlier, he would have made it. Because it was just a little gunshot.
Hallie, one breakdown for you. 376 law enforcement officers total, 149 of them U.S. Border Patrol, 91 state police, 5 Uvalde school police officers who were on scene there. You can understand why there is a diffusion of responsibility in this situation.
Let's talk about what we expect to see tonight, because the members of the public are actually going to get to sort of express how they're feeling before we even get to the meeting part of the school board meeting. Do you anticipate that this is going to be kind of a high-stakes venting session, Sam, for lack of a better word for it, or do you expect concrete action, something that we can touch coming out of this?
No, I definitely don't expect concrete action. I think if past his prologue, which you're going to see our parents coming out here lining probably over my shoulder. This is the auditorium for Uvalde High School, just over here. You're probably going to see them lining up and venting for an hour because they're being given a forum. Typically, Hallie, there's about a 15-minute space within the confines of a normal school board meeting where they talk about textbooks and budgets and tax collection, where they'll have some comment. And traditionally, it had been about 15 minutes. No one will even respond. But tonight, an hour of public speaking. We'll see whether or not school board members hear what people are saying and actually respond to that, especially when there's been calls for the superintendent and principal potentially to be put on administrative leave or to lose their jobs in light of what's happened. Hallie?
Sam Brock, I'm so glad you're there for us on the ground in Uvalde. Thank you. We'll look for more of your reporting on Nightly News, and I'm sure tomorrow on Today. To Indiana now with new details we're getting from another mass shooting. This one at a mall just outside Indianapolis. Officials are really giving a ton of praise to somebody they call a good Samaritan. 22-year-old Elisha Dickin, a good Samaritan who shot and killed the suspect, basically stopped this shooter in their tracks. They say he saved who knows how many lives.
Our city, our community, and our state is grateful for his heroism in this situation.
3 people were killed in this attack, and we're just tonight learning their names. Pedro Pineda and Rosa Miriam Rivera de Pineda, a husband and wife, and Victor Gomez. 2 other people were hurt when the shooter opened fire with a long gun at the food court of the mall. No idea yet what the motive was here. Shaq Brewster is following this story for us. And Shaq, talk to us about this suspect here, because they're also, one of the things that they're saying is that this person had a juvenile record, even though there's no indications they say that they were a violent person.
Exactly, Hallie. He's 20 years old, and he had that minor juvenile record, minor offenses as it was described. One connected to a possible fight that he had in school, another that was connected to a runaway situation. But this is something that according to authorities, surprised his family. I want you to see some of the things that we learned from authorities earlier today when we had that press conference. They say that one thing that they learned is that, according to his family, he recently lost a position from a warehouse position that he had. He lost that job in May. You see that he purchased those 2 AR-style weapons and rifles, I should say, and 1 handgun. He purchased those within the past year and a half. He practiced and bought ammo at a local range in the past 2 years. And then we got a sense of the actual timeline of what happened, of how this suspected shooter walked to the mall, how when he arrived at the mall at 4:52 yesterday, that he went immediately to the restroom in the food court, stayed in that restroom for an hour and 2 minutes, and then left the restroom, and that is when he opened fire before he was stopped by that Good Samaritan. So a lot of new details that we just learned from investigators, all that coming in just the past couple of hours, Hallie.
Let's talk about this, what I think some people, especially here in Washington, might call this good guy with a gun, right, who police are calling a good Samaritan, who managed to stop this shooter before things got even worse here. Right now, and I totally get this, police are saying this guy needs some space, right?
Right, that's exactly right. And you're hearing a lot of praise for this 22-year-old, someone who, this is a situation, and police say that they were able to go through and look at the surveillance video. They saw exactly what happened. They said it's likely not going to be released because it was so graphic, but they got to see exactly how this 22-year-old, his name is Elijah Dickinson, how he was able to take down this shooter, how he went in and how from a long distance he fired about 10 shots in the shooter's direction. And that is what ultimately stopped the shooting. They said he didn't have a military background, that he was not connected to law enforcement. They say he did not have a permit, but he had the right to carry in the state of Indiana because of constitutional carry. So you're having a lot of praise going on and being handed over and being given to this 22-year-old man. He is someone who authorities say is still processing the situation. He does not want to speak at this point, but you're getting a lot of praise, including from former Vice President Mike Pence, who was the governor of Indiana. You're hearing a lot of praise for this 22-year-old who stepped up and ended the bloodshed yesterday.
Shaq Brewster live for us on that. Shaq, thank you. To the state of the economy right now, and hey, maybe a little good news tonight. Right? We talked for how long about how gas prices were going up and up and up and hit $5 a gallon and everything else. Well, did you notice they're coming down a little bit too? Now they are, right? And just this afternoon, the White House pointed to that, said they hope that's going to keep up, that we could see maybe gas back below $4 a gallon in more places over the next few weeks. Here's economic advisor Jared Bernstein just in the last couple hours.
We think it's reasonable to expect more gas stations to lower their prices in response to lower input costs, and thus, barring unforeseen market disruptions, to see average prices fall below $4 per gallon in more places in coming weeks.
Okay, in plain English, what he is saying is basically that, yes, if things continue to go well, you could see cheaper gas soon. It comes as a poll just out from CNN shows a big majority of Americans, the number on your screen, 82% of people say they think the economy is not awesome right now. Let me bring in NBC's Mike Memoli, who's outside the White House. Okay, Mike, so hey, White House making this a big talking point. The outgoing communications director just blitzed reporters with, a memo on this, basically, about how gas prices are going down. Reality check, they are. The White House is not wrong on that. On the other hand, you have to think, is some of this aimed at that poll number we just showed, too, trying to combat this sort of fatigue that I think a lot of people, based on polling, are feeling with the state of the economy right now?
Hallie, we're now just about 112 days until the midterm elections. Not that anyone's counting, but you can be sure that any glimmer of good news that this White House is going to tout, they are going to do it with a megaphone. And it's interesting because you remember not long ago there was a White House official saying, there were a lot of questions about the White House messaging problems. This official saying, we don't have a messaging problem, we have a $5 a gallon gas problem. And so now, whether it's Kate Bedingfield, the White House communications director, with this new memo, or Jared Bernstein at the White House podium today, pointing to the fact that 20,000 gas stations across the country, dozens of states, are reporting sub $4 a gallon gas. This is something they really want to make sure they're at least seen as on the right side of. And listen, Hallie, we need some reality checks here, because the White House is saying this isn't a victory lap that we're seeing from them. But they do say, listen, the White House, the president has authorized the largest ever release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. He's worked with our allies. He's worked with OPEC. We, of course, just had that trip to Saudi Arabia, very controversial, but they're expecting more good news on the production front from OPEC in the weeks ahead. The president is responsible, they think, for a gas price decline, where Putin was responsible, as we know, famously, for the gas price hike. But more reality checks here. There's just as many analysts, economists saying that it's the fact that we're starting to see demand drop that's leading to this gas price decline. A lot of Americans just can't afford to fill up their tanks the way they used to. They're being more judicious about it. There's also this concern that a recession is looming, and so futures analysts, betting on the markets, are betting that as the economy turns downward, people are going to, again, affect the demand for gas. So the White House is taking a real risk here, it must be said, Hallie, taking credit for gas prices going down quickly when any kind of weather disruption, any kind of other major geopolitical event could drive them right back up again quickly. But also that some of the trends that are leading to it declining are also not ones they want to talk about, especially as it relates to the R word, a possible recession.
Mike Memoli live outside the White House with that. Mike, thank you. Good to see you, Mem. Right now, you may notice it's a little dark and cloudy where Mem is. There's partly because there's a big storm watch in East Coast cities, like here in D.C., also in New York. It's coming as we saw record-breaking temperatures all around the country and all the way across the ocean to London. Here in this country, more than 140 million of us will be in places with highs above 90 this week. Dallas was already up over 100 today, and the heat's expected to move east this week. In Arizona, where 108 was the forecast for Phoenix, look at this video captured on a Ring camera. A UPS driver actually collapsing while trying to drop off a package. It's coming as over across, I hate the phrase across the pond, but let's say across the pond. The UK could have its hottest day ever this week. A runway at their biggest airbase even melted today, straight up melted because it's so hot. Some perspective here. Keep in mind, London is farther north than anywhere in the U.S. It's around the same latitude as Calgary in Alberta, Canada, right? It doesn't get this hot in London usually. That's why this is so extraordinary. Megan Fitzgerald and Al Roker are both with me now. And Megan, let me start with you, because when we think of UK weather, record high heat and melting runways is not like the first thing that comes to mind, right? Tell us what the situation's like.
Yeah, Hallie, it's mind-blowing. The people of this country are not prepared for this type of weather. Keep in mind, the majority of people here live without air conditioning, but they are bracing for 105-degree weather tomorrow. This is being called a crisis situation. A state of emergency has been declared here. Top government officials met over the weekend for an emergency meeting to try and plan for what could be a deadly heat wave. And what I want to share, which I found was really interesting, is that this meteorologist from the state agency, the weather agency here, 2 years ago, he did this forecast where he was predicting what things would look like in 2050 because of climate change. 2050, his prediction was that temperatures would be 40 degrees Celsius, which is 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Fast forward to now, and that's going to come true likely tomorrow, nearly 3 decades ahead of schedule. Hallie.
It's not just the heat. First of all, it's fascinating. Second of all, it's not just the heat, right? There's also this wildfire risk in Europe. You had 14,000 people who had to evacuate in France alone. Talk about the containment push here. Talk about the risk from that.
Yeah, absolutely. So firefighters are working around the clock in France, in Portugal, and Spain, trying to contain these fires that just continue to rage. In France, already more than 30,000 acres have burned in the southeast portion of the country there in the Bordeaux region. The state federal firefighter, the head of that organization, said, look, this is climate change, and it's the firefighters that are now on the front lines of tackling that issue, the effects of climate change. Over in Spain, and Portugal, we're seeing dozens of fires just rage. Meanwhile, temperatures there are just exploding. 116 degrees was seen in Portugal, 114 in Spain. Today, we're getting new numbers saying that more than 500 people in Spain have already died because of this heat. This weather just gripping much of the southern portion of this country, affecting millions of people, Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald, live for us there in London. Megan, thank you. I want to bring in Al Roker. It's the thunderstorms, right? Not just the heat. You got these storms that are popping up today, right?
That's right. And by the way, where Megan is right now, Hallie, tomorrow they could be looking at fire dangers as well because of the drought, because of the heat, and because winds will be picking up. They may be in a fire situation as well. Closer to home, you did mention we have these severe thunderstorms. In fact, a severe thunderstorm watch tonight from New England all the way down into Virginia. Strong storms are pushing through at this hour from D.C. all the way to New York. In fact, we've got ground stops at Washington Reagan. We've also got them at Newark and also parts of LaGuardia and JFK. 19 million people at risk right now from New England all the way down to Roanoke, Virginia. Can't rule out a tornado as this system pushes through. We're going to be watching that very closely. Now to the heat, the big story stretching from the Dakotas all the way down to Texas and the lower Mississippi River Valley. 38 million people are being impacted by heat advisories, heat watches, heat warnings, Hallie. And in fact, for tomorrow, we look at these temperatures, and these are actual air temperatures. 102 in Albuquerque, 109 in San Angelo. Interesting thing, because it's so dry there, the heat index is actually lower than the air temperature. But Phoenix will be 109. It's going to feel like 108 in Wichita, 110 in Little Rock. Baton Rouge will feel like 107, 99 in Birmingham. Birmingham. And as we move toward the latter part of the week, here in New York City, temperatures are going to be in the mid-90s. Same in D.C., Charlotte, Cincinnati, you're going to be flirting with 90 right on into Friday. St. Louis flirting with 100 degrees, Allie, by the time we get to Friday, and upper 90s into Nashville. And next week, no real relief in sight. Warmer than average in the Pacific Northwest. Warmer than average from Omaha, Houston, New Orleans, Nashville, Atlanta, and as you can see, fairly warm elsewhere. So that's the deal, Hallie, and I know there is a climate connection here.
Tell me more about that. You always know the question. You always are so good at anticipating the next question, Al, and I know that there is this sort of thinking that perhaps climate change has loaded the dice in a way as it relates to some of these extreme weather conditions.
That's right. So here's the deal. As we look right now, summers are getting hotter. So since 1970, Portland's average summer temperature up 2.5 degrees, 10.6 degrees higher in Reno. Denver, a little warmer, almost 2.5. Same in Albuquerque, a little cooler in the plains. But as we move to the east, you're going to see that temperatures are warming up. 94% of U.S. cities, Hallie, are recording warmer summer temperatures since 1970. For example, Atlanta, the average summer temperature, 3 degrees above average. Norfolk, 2.7. Miami, 2.3. And because of climate change, the possibility of heat waves, 90-plus days, those number of days, those 90-plus days, are increasing as well, Hallie.
Al Roker, listen, we feel it, right? I think we can feel it and we can see it and we can tell with our own bodies. Thank you very much, Al. Good to see you as always. We'll look for you tomorrow and today.
Thanks.
Let's bring it back here to Washington because, folks, Steve Bannon's criminal contempt of Congress trial is happening as we speak, even after he tried to delay this trial twice. And it's possible that by the time you finish watching this show, the jury could be seated. Remember, Bannon changed his tune earlier this month. He told the January 6th Select Committee that he's now willing to testify after he got a letter from former President Trump saying that the former president would waive the executive privilege claim. Bannon was indicted last year after refusing to talk to the January 6th committee. He would not testify in front of them. He wouldn't turn over requested documents. He pleaded not guilty to both counts. If he's convicted, he faces up to a year in prison for each count. It's all coming as, by the way, the January 6th committee is expecting to get their hands on some pretty highly anticipated Secret Service text messages that were apparently deleted from January 5th and 6th, that time frame. Let me bring in Ken Delaney to talk us through this. And Ken, I know you have scrambled back to the Bureau because of this thunderstorm watch we were just talking with Al Roker about here in Washington. You've been outside the courthouse all day today, though. Bring us up to speed. The jury selection is happening. Remember that Bannon and his attorney's whole argument here was that they felt like they could not get a fair and impartial jury because this is happening in Washington, the city where obviously the Capitol is and where the insurrection went down.
Right, Hallie. So after a slow start, jury selection did pick up in the afternoon today, and both sides were sort of on a path to agreeing on a pool of 22 impartial jurors, which will later be whittled down to 12 jurors with 2 alternates. And what jumped out from today's questioning, Hallie, is that a good number of people seem to be paying close attention to the January 6th story. And keep in mind, this is not our NBC News audience we're talking about here. This is a cross-section of D.C. residents, some large portion of which do not watch or read much news. But a number of prospective jurors were paying attention and had very strong negative opinions about Bannon. One person said that he thought the case against Bannon was cut and dried. Another said he wouldn't believe much of what comes out of Bannon's mouth. So those people were struck. But in the end, they did get what the judge considers an impartial jury. And now we'll have to see what defenses Bannon comes up with, given that, as you said, most of what he wanted to argue was blocked by the Trump-appointed judge hearing the case, Hallie.
And so his lawyers, right, said to the judge something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing, like, why go to trial when there are no defenses? You've got Bannon, who defied the subpoena, did not give the committee the documents they wanted. What is the sort of strategy here for his attorneys as this trial proceeds?
Unclear, Hallie. I mean, you're exactly right. The judge ruled that Bannon could not argue that he defied the subpoena on the advice of his lawyers, which he wanted to argue, or because he believes he's covered by executive privilege, or even that the January 6th committee was improperly formed. So about all he's allowed to argue is that he misunderstood the deadline for complying with the subpoena, which seems kind of thin. So really, you got a trial where there's no factual dispute here. Everyone agrees Bannon defied a congressional subpoena, and Bannon has no real legal defense either. And, you know, a conviction on these charges is punishable by a minimum of 30 days in jail. And Pete Williams and I were looking into this. It's possible that that could mean the D.C. jail, Hallie, which is a very unpleasant place.
Let me ask you on that note, let me switch gears and ask you about a different bucket of this as it relates to January 6th. And that is the select committee that wants these text messages from the United States Secret Service, text messages from around the time of January 6th that were apparently wiped when the Secret Service did like a phone migration kind of thing. There's this subpoena for those text messages from the Secret Service. The deadline, quote unquote, for now is tomorrow night. That could change. Is the Secret Service going to put up a fight here, or do you think there's a pretty good chance the committee is going to actually get their hands on those texts?
I suspect if it's physically possible for the Secret Service to provide these texts, they will do so, Hallie. But from what agents and officials have told NBC News, it's very likely there isn't much of value here on these texts because there's an agency-wide policy against texting, and Secret Service agents say they just don't text very often on their government devices. So this may be much ado about very little, Hallie, but we'll have to see.
Ken Delaney, and thank you for staying on top of it for us. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, New York's governor says more monkeypox vaccine is on the way as the state, and especially as New York City, tries to scramble now to contain this outbreak. We'll tell you about a town hall that just wrapped up. Plus, lifeguards had to make hundreds of rescues in Hawaii this week. With high surf so bad, waves crashed over condos, nearly took out an entire wedding almost. We got that later in the local.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The New York governor today promising help is on the way with thousands of monkeypox vaccines expected to be delivered in the next week. Keep in mind that New York City alone, just the city itself, accounts for about a third of all of the confirmed monkeypox cases in this country, according to the CDC. And there's a perfect storm brewing there, right? Low vaccine supply, slow testing, some technological glitches that apparently helped the outbreak spread. Some patients are feeling frustrated at what they call disorganization now, waiting hours to get tested, their results sometimes never coming, and officials scrambling to get as many first shots into arms as possible. Joining me now is Antonia Hilton, who is live outside of Mass Vax Center in New York. And Antonia, there was a town hall held by one of the LGBTQ plus leaders of New York right before we came on the air tonight. And there was this conversation raised about, is this conversation about stigmatizing the disease to the particular community, how health officials are trying to walk this line, basically. Tell us more about that.
It's a fine line, Hallie, but it's a very important one because going back to the beginning of HIV and AIDS, this is a community that has long been stigmatized, unfairly villainized for the spread of disease. And look, the reality is that this outbreak has started with the LGBTQ community here in New York. But what that means is officials have to sort of straddle this line between messaging to that community, getting them the resources and the support that they need so they can slow the spread, but also making sure that they don't misinform the rest of the public into thinking that A, that's this community's fault, B, that monkeypox is a disease that only queer or gay people can contract, because that's absolutely not true. You can get monkeypox through many forms of close contact. It's not an STD. Certainly sexual activity is a way that someone can contract it, but there are many other ways in which this is a risk to us all. And so while officials have to make sure that they are getting shots into the arms of first this most vulnerable community, they also need to make sure that they're talking to everyone else. This is inclusive, that the responsibility is on all of us, Hallie.
You've been talking with people, Antonio, as they've been getting ready to be in line to go get their vaccination at this site there in New York. What are you hearing, especially with, I know, some criticism, as we've talked about, that the response has been kind of disorganized?
Yeah, there is a lot of frustration on the ground here. And keep in mind, that's coming from people who are lucky, who are relieved in many cases that they finally got an appointment. People have been scrapping hard to get these slots. One man described to me having to email a friend who had connections in the health department in order to get this vaccine. Others tried repeatedly. I spent some time with one gentleman who went to Queens first to go to their clinic. He got turned away, couldn't get a spot, then came back here to his neighborhood in Chelsea. Couldn't get a shot, so now he has to wait for appointments to open up again, and he's going to have to try. But appointments have been disappearing just in a matter of minutes. On Friday, they all disappeared within just 7 minutes. Take a listen to a conversation that I had with folks here.
I was really hoping, given that we've been learning how to roll out vaccines for, almost 2 full years now because of COVID, we would have had like a better system worked out.
Releasing a couple thousand slots at a time and the website crashing as soon as you try to make an appointment, it was nuts.
The concern, of course, right now is that monkeypox has been able to get its foothold now in New York well ahead of the testing and the vaccination infrastructure. And so while officials are just trying to get first shots into arms and they're focused on this one community, there's concern now that it's spreading elsewhere. Multiple people have friends who say that they have monkeypox confirmed, others who say they have friends who have all the symptoms but just haven't been able to see doctors yet. So it's very likely that when we look at those numbers that you had on screen a moment ago, we are looking at an undercount, Hallie.
Antonia Hilton, thank you for being there with that reporting. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky. He just booted his top security chief and prosecutor. Why? He says there's a bunch of cases of treason and collaborating with Russia among their staff. He said the number of cases is what he described as a very serious question to the relevant leadership. Number 2, a passenger plane crash landed at an airport in Somalia. Look at this. Amazingly, all 30 people on board got out okay. It's incredible. It looks like the plane actually flipped upside down after it landed. Do you see that? We don't know why it crashed. Number 3, Dr. Anthony Fauci, a little bit of will he or won't he, or when will he retire? He says he probably will do so by the end of President Biden's current term. Dr. Fauci, as you know, President Biden's chief medical advisor. He's been in charge of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases for nearly 40 years, became the face of the pandemic response in many ways. He's 81 years old. Number 4, for the first time in its 76-year history, the U.S. Navy flight squad, the Blue Angels, is going to have a female pilot. About time. Navy announced Lieutenant Amanda Lee is one of its newest corps members. She's expected to report to the Blue Angels in the fall. She's going to train with them through the winter. Number 5, for all of you lovers of Harry's house, how about a Harry's class? Oh yeah, a Texas State University professor is going to teach a course on Harry Styles and the cult of celebrity, it's called, next spring for that semester. The class is going to be focused on Harry Styles' art and the European culture that has influenced him. So if you are a Styles stan, you might want to enroll in Texas State University ASAP. When we come back, in one night, NBC News, in one night in America, NBC News went to 4 different cities to see how exactly gun violence affects communities. We're talking with Kate Snow about what she and our incredible team of reporters saw for our backstory. We're going behind the scenes on this huge project. Don't go anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting. for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Not too long ago, in a courtroom in Florida, some intense moments as a jury saw cell phone video from a former Marjory Stoneman Douglas student who was filming during that 2018 school shooting, where the gunman killed 17 people. Danielle Gilbert was just a junior at the time. She played this just disturbing video that she recorded during the massacre for the jury. And just a warning, it's really hard to hear. It's awful. We're only going to play that once because of the significance to this moment, to this trial, where you can see people hugging, people just so emotional in this room. There were, you could hear in that audio, alarms whispering as students were hiding for cover. Some of the parents actually put their hands over their ears while this played. You can understand why. It comes after a really emotional day where the lead prosecutor based his argument on a video the shooter made of himself before the attack.
This is what the defendant said. Hello, my name is Nick. I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018.
The defense chose not to give their own argument today, and the jury here will decide whether the gunman gets the death penalty or life in prison. He's pleaded guilty to 17 murders in the shooting that took the lives of these people you see on your screen, the 17 people killed in that massacre. Danny Savalos is joining me now. And Danny, you know, this is supposed to go on for months, this trial, and today was already just so emotionally intense, so difficult, with the prosecutor calling the defendant here cold and manipulative and deadly. I feel like this is a glimpse in their plan and in their strategy here, no?
Yes, that's right. And this is the standard maneuver by the prosecution in a capital punishment case. Remember that the defendant here already pleaded guilty. So in the mitigation phase in a capital case, it's really not that legal of an argument. It really is balancing mitigating factors that the defense will present and aggravating factors that the prosecution will present. Basically, the prosecution is going to present as much evidence to the jury to argue that this is not a life worth saving, and the defense will put anything they can within the rules of evidence before the jury to decide whether or not this is a life that should be spared. It is a very, very difficult process and will last many months, and it will be evidence a lot like this. The defense will try to make the defendant sympathetic, and the prosecution will essentially put on as much evidence as they can, and they've got plenty to argue that this defendant does not deserve your mercy.
Can you help us explain? We thought we get opening arguments from both sides today, but the defense lawyers decided not to. They'll probably do it after the prosecution has made their own case entirely. Help us understand what is the thinking behind that? Why would the defense make that move?
Normally, as the defense, you want to make an opening statement right after the prosecution because so much psychological studies are made on that the jury or the judge even values what they hear first about somebody. So if you miss that opportunity, arguably you miss your chance to make a good first impression. This defendant is not going to make a good first impression. If anything, it's in my mind, it's a strategic move by the defense to say, OK, after all of that horrific evidence by the prosecutor, we're going to reset. Here's our opening statement. Now you get to hear from us, and hopefully we can begin to make you forget that atrocious, just that horrific evidence you just spent many days, maybe even weeks listening to. That's my guess as to their strategy. It's something along those lines.
Danny Savalos live for us there. Danny, thank you so much on that breakdown. Appreciate it. Time to get our backstory now. Our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. We just reported on Parkland, right? And that was the third shooting that we reported on in this broadcast just today, just in the last 40 minutes, right? It's a lot, but it's still just a tiny amount of the shootings that happen in this country all the time, because every year more than 40,000 people are killed by guns. And each of these incidents, right, thousands of them, tearing families apart, communities apart every day. So what does one night in America look like in the middle of this gun violence epidemic? NBC News put teams all out across the country, led by Kate Snow, along with Gabe Gutierrez, Gotti Schwartz, Jesse Kirsch. You see them here in Chicago, in Baltimore, in Houston, and Philly, spending one night in these cities. Kate spent the night following a pastor who rushes to hospitals to be there to help, to support the families whose loved ones are killed in shootings. Gotti was in Houston with police on the scene of two shootings, again, just in one night, just with this one patrol car, basically. Jesse was on a ride-along with Philly's narcotics strike force. They started their night racing to the scene of a mass shooting. And Gabe was posted up inside a trauma center as medical teams tried to save somebody who'd been shot.
This is one night in one city in the richest country in the world. How can this make any sense?
Powerful to hear. Kate Snow, of course, anchors Sunday Nightly News. Kate, you led the coverage of our broadcast when this report aired last night. Thank you so much for being here. This was really powerful. You know, this entire, almost, half the newscast dedicated simply to this idea of showing just one night in America. How did you even get the idea to do this? Between the producers, you and the correspondents, where did this come from?
Yeah, honestly, Hallie, it came from our executive producer, who you know, Matt Frucci, on the weekend. Sure. But the real reason was every weekend we come in on Sundays and we look at what's happened overnight. And we hear about all of these shootings all over the country. We know about them. But as you said, we can't really report. We don't have the time to report all of them. And so we were trying to find a way to get our heads around and to show the audience what's happening every weekend, especially in the summer when violence goes up, the numbers go up. So that's how it started. We chose these cities randomly because we wanted, quite frankly, different places. We wanted places that were diverse in terms of their populations, in terms of their geography, but places where we knew we probably were likely to see some gun violence happen. So we ended up in those four that you mentioned.
And it was a huge lift from a production standpoint, Kate. And again, this whole segment, the backstory, it really is kind of pulling back the curtain on how this actually gets made. Because I think people, that's a really fast turnaround to do a huge project like this in literally one day. We're looking at Gotti just there. Mm-hmm. That was actually on Saturday night, and you aired this the next night on Nightly. There's so much work that goes into that.
There is. I'll give you a taste of it. So you see the four of us. You just showed the four correspondents, but behind us are teams of field producers, crews, right? Audio, cameras, security people, pre-planning meetings that we had to set everything up and make sure it could go flawlessly in the field. Then everything has to feed to New York. All the tape has to come into New York. People had to come in at 5 in the morning to start getting those feeds and logging every bit of what we all shot for hours. I shot from 7 p.m. to 4:30 in the morning. Okay, so that's a lot of tape. And then other people started compiling it into a form that could be television and sort of structuring a piece. I slept a couple hours. I flew back to New York and landed and had like the outline of a script, and we just worked from there and got it together. And then we had 6 editors put this piece together, which was about 12 minutes long, I think, on tape, which we never do, Hallie. That's like very unheard of to do on the nightly news.
A minute 30 is like 2 minutes maybe is a long piece on Nightly, just so people know and have that perspective.
We took over the entire, what we call the first block. So the first portion of the show before the first commercials was all dedicated to this project last night.
Let me talk about your piece of it, because you were with, we mentioned a pastor, Pastor Donovan Price, who I was sort of struck to hear he's seen something like 1,000 homicides. Like he's done this 1,000 times, going and trying to comfort and be there for families since he got into being a pastor. How did you find him and your team, and how did you decide to feature him as far as like the person that you would sort of be interacting with?
Funny story. You know how you saw Jesse Kirsch, who was in Philadelphia on Saturday night for us? He's our correspondent based in Cleveland. He used to live in Chicago, and he used to cover local crime, local news for years. And every weekend, he would see Pastor Donovan Price. So he told us about the pastor when we were thinking about going to Chicago. In fact, he was going to do the story, and then, you know, things changed and his schedule didn't work, and I could go to Chicago, so he ended up in Philadelphia. So yeah, that's how that happened. And just to say a couple things quickly about the pastor. Please. I mean, he's so devoted to this work. He for many years, he's been doing this about 6 years. And as you said, 1,000, how can you even process that? 1,000 homicides he's been to, sometimes 40 in one night, he told me. He doesn't get paid a lot. Now he has some grant money that he got last year, and that's helping a lot. But in the beginning, he wasn't paid. He was being evicted from apartments himself because he couldn't, you know, afford to live in Chicago. So this is a selfless person who goes not just to hospitals, but to actual scenes of violence, puts himself at risk to be there with these families and to help them with anything they need, Hallie. I mean, it could be everything from helping them deal with the police in the moment while they're like investigating the scene, and then helping them plan their funeral.
It is powerful beyond words, Kate. I'm so grateful. I think so many people are to you and to Frucci and to your team at Sunday Nightly News for bringing that to us and putting that on your national platform and shining a light on it. Thank you so much, Kate, for telling us what it was like to pull it together. Of course, appreciate you being with us. Coming up, you're on the show. Officials in West Virginia say a woman was beaten and left for dead 2 years ago. Now she is out of a coma. She is out of a coma, and she is naming her attacker. We're going to tell you about it after the break. Plus, what New York is doing to try to stop shark attacks. We'll be back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. Ms. Lester,
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, the New York governor is telling the state agencies there to step up shark patrols at beaches in New York. She wants them to give more overtime to lifeguards, more surveillance with drones and choppers and boats. There have been several shark attacks on Long Island in the last few weeks. None of them have been deadly. From our West Coast Bureau, one couple in Hawaii had a big wedding crasher. Look at this, a wave crashing literally over a wall right before the ceremony started. Oh, okay, everybody's running away. The tables have knocked over. Luckily, the couple told our affiliate there nobody got hurt. And hey, even the cake was okay. In other parts of the state, lifeguards had to do hundreds of rescues because the surf was so intense. The National Weather Service called the swell there historic. Also from our West Coast Bureau, a homeowner in California walked out of her living room to see this. Oh, that is a bear. That is a mama bear, and that is her cub. And they are eating donuts, just straight up having a little snacky. The woman who lives there says they got in through a window screen. She scared him away. She made a lot of loud noises. That is intense bravery. I would have just given him the donuts and ran. I would have moved houses. A crazy story now out of West Virginia that a lot of people are talking about today. Police thought they might never figure out who was behind this awful attack on a woman back in 2020. That is until she woke up from a coma 2 years later to tell them it was her brother who did it. Police say Wanda Palmer was beaten and she was left for dead in her home in June 2020. Officers didn't think she'd survive, but she did. And when she woke up last week, she said she remembered exactly who did it to her. Now, her brother, Daniel, is under arrest, suspected of attempted murder. Stephen Romo is joining us now. And Stephen, this feels like something out of a total Hollywood movie, right? That after all this time, she'd come out of this with severe brain damage and still remember what happened. Talk about how this went down.
Yeah, it's just incredible. Starting off with that brutal attack, Hallie. Officers who showed up to her home said that they thought she was dead initially. She was on the couch of her living room, and they said her condition was just so awful. They assumed she was dead until they heard a death rattle type breathing coming from her. They, of course, took her in for treatment. Cut to 2 years later, just days ago, really, she starts to come out of this coma, and she's able to start giving answers. Just one-word answers at first. Now she can actually speak a lot more. And what she was able to tell these authorities was that it was, in fact, her brother who she says did this to her. It appeared at the time that it was some type of hatchet or axe, something that she has confirmed happened. Her brother, we see him right there, Daniel Palmer, just a few years older than her. They said he was actually one of the persons of interest they looked at back when this happened in 2020, but they said they just didn't have enough evidence, not enough witnesses. Of course, there was no surveillance video, nothing that they could actually use. So it wasn't until her witness account that they were able to actually make this arrest of him.
So what else do we know about her condition, and where does this go from here, this investigation?
Yeah, she is able to speak. The recovery so far has been miraculous, but the sheriff's office where this happened, they're saying she's just never going to be the same. They didn't really go into a lot of detail about the types of injuries that she's still suffering from. But we do know that her brother Daniel arrested, charged with attempted murder and malicious wounding. He's due back in court a week from today, $500,000 bond. We know that he's not really cooperating. The court clerk telling us that he refused to sign the documents necessary to get an attorney assigned to him. We haven't been able to reach him for any comment on this. We've also heard from officials of the sheriff's office that they had to send the magistrate to him, to the actual jail, to arraign him because he was so uncooperative they couldn't actually get him to do that. But we did know that there was, according to the sheriff's office, a history of violence in that family between those siblings. So just an awful update to this, but just miraculous, this level of recovery so far, and perhaps a step toward justice as Wanda Palmer was able to identify a suspect, in this case her brother, for this just heinous crime against her.
Stephen Romo, thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Still to come, Prince Harry warning about threats to democracy here in the U.S. and seeming to take a shot at the Supreme Court. what he said at the UN today, and what we know about an explosive new book on royal rifts. We'll be back.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.